0482 Unexpected. A tribute to Maggie Smith, 1934 to 2024. Before diving into this chapter, I just wanted to take a moment to honor Dame Maggie Smith, who brought Professor Minerva McGonagall to life in a way that touched us all. Her portrayal was a perfect everything we imagined Professor McGonagall to be. The magic she brought to the Harry Potter world will always stay with us. Rest in peace, Professor, and thank you for all the memories. Oh, no. Hermione blurted out nervously. Her anxiety made her unaware of what she was saying, but Professor Watson's calm purple eyes seemed to see through all lies. Hermione lowered her head, her face turning crimson. She stammered. Seamus, Dean, and Lavender too. So many people regret giving up the physical education class. Her voice wavered, thick with emotion. Professor Watson, if you'd be willing to give them another chance. She paused, struggling to find the right words, her fingers nervously intertwining as she spoke. Hermione couldn't continue. Professor Watson's calm, steady gaze felt like an immense mountain pressing down on her head, making it impossible for her to look up. In the suffocating silence, a faint wailing sound could be heard. The sound was as weak as a gentle breeze brushing against one's cheek. Hermione didn't hear it, but Brian glanced towards a dilapidated classroom with a rusty door hinge, his expression slightly moved. In the suffocating silence that followed, a faint wailing sound could be heard, barely audible above the ambient noises of the ancient castle. The sound was as weak and ethereal as a gentle breeze brushing against one's cheek, easily mistaken for the wind whistling through the drafty corridors. Hermione, lost in her own thoughts and anxiety, didn't register the sound. However, Brian's keen senses picked it up immediately. He glanced towards a dilapidated classroom with a rusty door hinge, his expression shifting slightly. Gathering her courage once more, Hermione pressed on, her voice gaining a hint of desperation. Of course, Ron regrets it too. They didn't expect. She trailed off, realizing how weak her argument sounded even to her own ears. Didn't expect my class to become interesting. Brian interjected, his tone level and composed as he redirected his piercing gaze to Hermione. There was no anger in his voice, just a calm curiosity that somehow made Hermione feel even more uncomfortable. Hermione's anxious heart sank, already anticipating Professor Watson's response. Sure enough, Brian sighed softly and said slowly. Your noble qualities are touching, Hermione, but I think you must have known what my answer would be before you approached me, didn't you? Hermione's cheeks were flushed red, her slightly protruding front teeth biting her lower lip until it bled a little. This was indeed a very difficult situation for her. First, she knew clearly that she couldn't help Ron get another chance from Professor Watson. Second, she, who had always followed the rules, was now actively seeking Professor Watson to overturn them. Everyone wants to become better, Brian said earnestly, his voice taking on a gentler tone, as if sensing Hermione's inner turmoil. But often, effort alone isn't enough to solve problems. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. It also requires vision, wisdom, luck, that is, a series of opportune factors to help us get a chance to change our fate. Do you understand what I mean? Hermione nodded with difficulty. Professor Watson meant that the students who gave up this class lacked these qualities he mentioned. Seeing Hermione's crestfallen look and reddening eyes, Brian pursed his lips and continued. Life is a very wonderful journey, Hermione. No one can determine exactly how to live it happily or meaningfully. Perhaps now you think your friends who gave up my class have lost a precious opportunity, and it's a terrible loss. But if you could look at the problem from a higher perspective, it might actually be a good thing for them. So, I don't think you need to worry too much about this matter. Everyone's life can only be controlled by themselves, you can't intervene. Hermione listened to Professor Watson's words in a daze. For her, only becoming more excellent could reflect her own value and bring happiness. For young wizards of this age, mediocrity was also very frightening. She couldn't understand how losing such a precious opportunity could possibly be a good thing for Ron or any of the others. MMPH. Hermione was lost in thought, still trying to understand Professor Watson's words when suddenly, the intermittent groaning she had mistaken for wind whistling through the corridor windows became clear. She realized it wasn't the wind at all, but painful wailing. Hermione's face showed a hint of panic. She quickly turned to look at the classroom behind her, its door covered in cobwebs, her mouth slightly open. Who's in the room? No answer came, but the pained noises continued, growing more intense with each passing moment. Hermione could hear the person in the classroom trying desperately to suppress their cries, but the pain had clearly exceeded the limits of endurance and couldn't be suppressed by willpower alone. Is someone hurt? Hermione's voice rose an octave, panic seeping into her tone. She stepped back involuntarily, the color draining from her face until she was as pale as the Hogwarts ghosts. Without thinking, she reached out and grabbed Professor Watson's sleeve, her fingers clutching the fabric tightly as if it were a lifeline. Professor, what's going on? She asked tremblingly, her eyes wide with fear and concern. O'Brien's mouth twitched a few times, his face full of complex emotions. The usual calm and composed demeanor he wore like a cloak seemed to slip for a moment, revealing a hint of uncertainty beneath. It's not someone being hurt. How should I put this? This situation is indeed quite rare. It's my first time encountering it, but since we have Brian frowned, we can't ignore it. What exactly was going on? Hermione tilted her little head up, staring at Professor Watson's face. She had never seen the confident, composed Professor Watson speak with such a difficult tone. What situation in this classroom could make even Professor Watson look so troubled? There's a situation in there, Hermione. I need to go in and deal with it. You see, Brian began, his tone suggesting he was about to dismiss her. Hermione was stunned. She hadn't expected Professor Watson to suddenly send her away. Her eyes couldn't hide her disappointment. Hermione nodded slightly, her shoulders slumping in defeat. Her footsteps were slow and reluctant as she began to walk back the way she came. In any case, she tried to reassure herself, she didn't need to worry about Professor Watson. Whether in Hogwarts or in the wizarding world outside, there probably wasn't anything that could truly harm him. The words burst from Hermione's lips before she could stop them. She had only taken a few steps, her feet moving of their own accord as her mind raced. Suddenly, as if possessed by a force beyond her control, she stopped and turned to look at Professor Watson, who was rolling up his sleeves, and abruptly asked. May I ask what's happening inside, Professor Watson? The words burst from Hermione's lips before she could stop them. She had only taken a few steps, her feet moving of their own accord as her mind raced. Suddenly, as if possessed by a force beyond her control, she stopped and turned to look at Professor Watson, who was rolling up his sleeves, and abruptly asked. Click. As if in response to Hermione's inquiry, a loud click echoed through the corridor. The rusty doorknob, weakened by years of neglect, broke off completely, clattering to the floor with a metallic ring. From the pitch-dark classroom came a flurry of panicked, rustling sounds, like a creature desperately trying to hide or escape. Brian was about to push the door open when he didn't expect Hermione to suddenly stop and probe further. Glancing at the little witch who was looking at him with concern, Brian pondered for a few seconds before saying in a complicated tone. There's a house elf hiding in the classroom. A house elf? The young witch's delicate features suddenly lit up. Hermione repeated in surprise, gasping for air. Yes, Brian nodded slightly. This house elf, seems to be giving birth and, well, it appears to be a difficult delivery. I'm afraid without help, she probably won't survive this ordeal. A house elf, in difficult delivery. In the darkness, Hermione's mouth fell open in shock. But how did it end up here? Hermione completely forgot Professor Watson's request for her to leave. Any thought of obedience or following rules vanished in the face of this new, urgent situation. She ran back towards the door, her movements much more nimble and purposeful than when she had been leaving. In a few quick steps, she was once again in front of Professor Watson, staring up at him with her bright orange-yellow eyes wide open, silently demanding answers. Why isn't anyone helping it? Madame Pomfrey is. Shouldn't it go to the hospital wing? Hermione's words tumbled out in a rush. The hospital wing is for serving faculty and you young wizards, Miss Granger. Brian was visibly amused by Hermione's reaction. He chuckled, house elves aren't part of the hospital's service recipients. Oh, so no one takes care of them. Hermione's voice rose, indignation coloring her words. Hermione suddenly remembered Creaker, the house elf at Sirius's home, who prepared lavish meals for them despite his decrepit body. And Winky, the house elf who, on the night of the Quidditch final, had done nothing wrong but was severely burned by Professor Watson's magic while following orders, only to be ruthlessly abandoned by Barty Crouch Sr., the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Hermione cried out angrily, oh, even if Hogwarts is like the outside world and doesn't give house elves holidays or wages, surely someone should have considered this situation. Her mind raced, searching for a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Hagrid, it should go to Hagrid. Hagrid has a soft spot for magical creatures, he always helps them. I'll go find him right now. Hermione was already turning, ready to sprint down the corridor in search of Hagrid when Professor Watson's calm voice stopped her in her tracks. Objectively speaking, Hagrid's passion is for those magical creatures that appear dangerous. House elves are probably not of much interest to him, Brian said calmly and rationally, his words acting like a bucket of cold water on Hermione's fiery determination. Don't bother, Hermione. By the time you bring Hagrid here, this poor house elf inside will probably be done for. Let me see if I can provide some help for this little elf first. But... Hermione looked flustered, as if she had completely lost her composure. It wasn't her fault, after all, no class at Hogwarts, no book in the library had ever taught her how to handle such a situation. Brian had regained his calm. With a harsh screech, he pushed open the door. They were immediately hit by an overpowering stench of rotting wood, so strong it was almost suffocating. Hermione quickly covered her mouth, coughing repeatedly, while Brian had already stepped into the classroom. Seeing this, Hermione swallowed her unease and hurried after him. There wasn't a single light in the room, only a thin stream of moonlight filtered through the curtains. It took Hermione a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness. Squinting, she carefully examined her surroundings and realized it was a semicircular room, unlike the classrooms they usually used. In the center of the classroom lay a pile of rotten wood, presumably the remains of decayed desks and chairs. Over the past 1,000 years, Hogwarts had many such classrooms. They had once been in use but were abandoned for unknown reasons, sometimes lying dormant for centuries. The classroom they were in now had likely been forsaken for quite some time. Even with poor visibility, Hermione could tell from the soft feel of dust accumulation beneath her feet. The unfamiliar environment made her uneasy. Hermione instinctively reached out to grab Professor Watson's sleeve for reassurance, but she pulled her hand back defiantly mid-air. The thought that the school could be so indifferent to house elves' rights, to the point where a pregnant elf had to hide in such a place to give birth, made Hermione grit her teeth in anger. Brian pulled out his wand, letting a soft white light emanate from its tip. He directed it towards a bulging curtain, which was also the source of the intermittent wailing and crying. "Come out, little one." In the wand light, Hermione noticed a distinct dark stain on the floor leading from the pile of rotten wood to the curtain. She narrowed her eyes to look closer, and when she realized what it was, her expression suddenly became distressed. It was blood. The trail was made by the house elf's blood mixing with the accumulated dust on the floor. The house elf had crawled out of its nest of wood chips and tattered cloth before they entered, hiding behind the curtain. House elves couldn't disobey their master's orders. At Hogwarts, the students and staff were the house elves' masters. The decaying curtain rustled, and a weak little creature crawled out on all fours from behind it. The moment Hermione saw the little thing clearly, she immediately covered her mouth to stifle a cry, but her eyes still instantly welled up with tears. The house elf wore only a single garment that looked like an apron, its sole piece of clothing. Now, even this was soaked and stained with blood. Something was protruding from the lower half of the elf's body, and after a moment's thought, Hermione understood what it was. Most honored Professor Watson. Esteemed young witch. Even in this condition, driven by some deep-seated instinct or training, the house elf trembled as it tried to pull itself up against the wall to bow to them. The effort was clearly excruciating, and Hermione wanted nothing more than to rush forward and stop it. How may Riga serve you?" the house elf asked, its voice barely a whisper, pale from blood loss. "Lie down." Hermione's tears flew as she shouted, her voice almost breaking. She turned to Professor Watson, her eyes pleading. "Is there any way, Professor Watson? We have to help it." "Calm down, Miss Granger." Brian glanced at Hermione, adopting the serious tone he usually used in class. He looked at the house elf, his brow furrowing involuntarily. "Your name is Riga, is that right?" Riga nodded timidly, but when she saw Brian approaching, she suddenly panicked. "Oh, Riga is dirty, sir," Riga cried. "Riga is not a good house elf. Riga has caused trouble for the most honored Professor Watson and esteemed witch." "What are you saying?" Hermione was almost driven to despair by Riga's words. She wanted to ask this little elf if it truly understood what it was going through, yet it was still apologizing to them. "Lie down, move slowly. This is my order, Riga." Brian looked at the emotionally charged Hermione, his voice steady. He knew that using the language of orders was the surest way to get the house elf to comply, even if it sat uncomfortably with him. "And you, Miss Granger, if you can't control your emotions, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave." Hermione's sobbing was cut short. She turned to glare at Professor Watson, her eyes full of disbelief and anger. Was it possible that seeing this scene didn't affect Professor Watson at all? Was he like those other wizards who believed it was perfectly reasonable to order house elves around? Riga continued to whimper softly that she had caused trouble for the great Professor Watson, that she was an unqualified, shameful house elf. But at the same time, she had to obey Professor Watson's order, slowly lying down on a clean, soft cushion that suddenly appeared behind her. "Close your mouth, don't waste your energy." Brian gave Riga a second order. He crouched beside the little elf, examining her for a few moments, his expression growing serious. Hermione took a few deep breaths to suppress her emotions. She knew clearly that right now, in this place, only Professor Watson could be of help. "What's happening, Professor?" Hermione asked, her voice trembling. She didn't dare look at the bloody scene, only focusing on Professor Watson's serious profile and Riga's pained face. Based on my assessment," Brian hesitated before saying, "simply put, its baby is too big and, well, it's stuck. What should we do now?" As it turned out, no one is an expert at everything. There will always be things you're not good at. Brian scratched his head, looking quite troubled. Which serious wizard had ever done this sort of thing? The feet of the house elf's baby was coming out first. He wanted to simply pull Riga's child out, but feared such a rough method might cost both elves their lives. The soft cushion Brian had conjured was already stained red with blood. By the looks of it, this house elf wouldn't last much longer, so there wasn't much time to hesitate. Miss Granger. Professor Watson's voice remained steady, which calmed the anxious Hermione somewhat. She took a deep breath and said, "What can I do, Professor?" This Brian rummaged in his space bag for a moment. He pulled out a vial of potion glowing with a blue aura and handed it to Hermione. "Feed this potion to the house elf. It should help restore some of its energy." Hermione took the potion and hurriedly pulled out the cork. She carefully slid one hand under Riga's head, gently lifting it, while bringing the vial to Riga's mouth with her other hand. The little elf clearly understood what Professor Watson and the young witch were trying to do, and looked terrified, as if she believed it was shameful waste for a house elf to drink a wizard's potion. However, Hermione didn't give her a chance to refuse. She poured the potion into the house elf's mouth without hesitation. Meanwhile, Brian stood up. He took out his wand and traced complex, mysterious patterns in the air. Dreamlike, brilliant starlight burst from the wand tip, drifting down like snow towards Riga and quickly absorbing into her overtaxed body. Hermione didn't know what spell Professor Watson was casting, but it was clearly related to healing. She noticed Riga's pale, furry body regaining color at a visible rate. The dullness in her lamp-like eyes began to fade, replaced by a spark of life. "Oh, it seems to be working, Professor!" Hermione exclaimed joyfully. Her palm was pressed against the back of Riga's head, and she could feel the little elf's body, which had grown cold from blood loss, gradually warming up. She could even sense the rapidly returning vitality in that frail body. "You have to do this yourself, little one," Brian said without interrupting his spell casting, looking into Riga's eyes. Finally, after 5 minutes, accompanied by a high-pitched, sharp, and painful wail, a tiny creature slid from the cushion onto the floor. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0483 Their fate. The newborn creature was astonishingly small, barely larger than a pair of goblin's hands placed side by side. Its body was covered in a downy coat of fur so fine and pale it seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Where the fur thinned, one could glimpse delicate pink skin beneath, as fragile-looking as tissue paper. The little elf, having just endured the tumultuous journey into the world, lay motionless on the cushion that had served as its birthing bed. With a soft, almost inaudible sound, it rolled off the cushion onto the cold stone floor, its eyes tightly shut as if in the throes of a deep, peaceful slumber. "Oh!" the sound escaped Hermione's lips unknowingly. As she gazed upon the tiny creature, a dam within her broke. Tears, hot and plentiful, sprang to her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks. She raised a trembling hand to cover her mouth, barely stifling the sobs that tried to overtake her. "It's incredible," she choked out, her voice thick with emotion. Beside her, Brian stood calm in stark contrast to Hermione's emotional display. His face was a mask of concentration, brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized the newborn elf. Hermione, her heart overflowing with tenderness for the tiny creature, couldn't contain her excitement. "It's a little girl, isn't it?" she asked, her voice pitched higher than usual in her enthusiasm. Her amber eyes sparkled with joy as she added, "She looks exactly like her mother." Brian's gaze flickered briefly to Hermione, his expression a mixture of resignation and something deeper. Without a word, he crouched down next to the newborn elf. Extending a finger, he prodded the elf's belly with some force. "Oh, she's resting!" Hermione exclaimed, her tone sharp with indignation. She shot Brian a look of pure anger, her previous tears forgotten in the face of what she perceived as unnecessary roughness. "Don't touch her!" But Brian paid no heed to Hermione's protests. The veins in his forehead became more distinct as he continued his examination, alternating between poking and rubbing the elf's tiny abdomen. Despite his increasingly forceful aids, the little elf remained motionless, its eyes stubbornly shut against the world. As Brian worked, a horrifying transformation began to take place. The elf's skin, initially a delicate pink so translucent one could almost see through it, began to change color. First, it flushed a deeper pink, then rapidly darkened to a deep crimson red. With each passing moment, the hue deepened further, taking on an ominous purple tinge that spoke of oxygen deprivation. Hermione, her anger giving way to mounting anxiety, moved to intervene. She reached out, intending to pull Brian's hand away from the fragile newborn. But Brian, anticipating her action, smoothly blocked her with his elbow, never taking his eyes off the elf. "Look carefully, Miss Granger," Brian said gravely. "This young elf isn't sleeping. She's suffocating." Suffocating? Hermione's mind whirled, unable to process the implications for a moment. Then, as if a veil had been lifted from her eyes, she truly saw the elf for the first time since its birth. Hermione's body went rigid, her blood turning to ice in her veins as the reality of the situation crashed over her. With frantic eyes, she re-examined the tiny body on the floor. The absence of movement in the elf's chest, which should have been rising and falling with the rhythm of life, was suddenly, horrifyingly obvious. A wave of despair washed over Hermione as the inferences became clear. Had all their efforts been for naught? Had they ultimately failed to save both mother and child? The thought was almost too much to bear. Hermione's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. In the midst of this unfolding drama, movement from the corner of the room drew their attention. Rita, the house elf mother who had so recently hovered at death's door, was weakly crawling towards them. Her large, luminous eyes flashed with various emotions, confusion swirled in their depths, giving way to fear, then a desperate, pleading look. But in the end, no words passed her lips. She simply stared at Brian, her gaze blank yet somehow expectant. Brian, for his part, was in an unfamiliar territory. The details of wizarding healthcare, particularly when it came to magical creatures, were not his area of expertise. His mind raced through various possibilities, discarding and considering options at lightning speed. In the end, he made a decision born of his Muggle upbringing. Turning to Rita, Brian spoke with seriousness that diluted the uncertainty he felt. "I'm not certain if we can save her." With swift, decisive movements, Brian set to work. His fingers, now surprisingly gentle given their earlier forcefulness, carefully cleared the sticky amniotic fluid from the corners of the little elf's mouth. Then, with utmost care, he grasped the newborn's tiny body and turned her face down. What followed was a tense, rhythmic sequence of actions. Brian's hand, large enough to support the elf's entire body, began a series of measured pats on her back with occasional pauses to rub. Hermione, raised in the Muggle world like Brian, recognized the technique immediately. Her eyes widened with a mix of hope and excitement. "That's the Muggle way!" she exclaimed, her voice carrying a note of wonder. Memories of educational television programs flashed through her mind, scenes of emergency responders performing similar actions on human doll infants. After watching for a few moments, her natural curiosity got the better of her. "Will it work, Professor Watson?" Brian's response to Hermione's first exclamation was a noncommittal snort, but he offered no answer to her question. His focus remained entirely on the task at hand. Hermione, undeterred by his lack of response, continued to chatter, recounting in detail what she had seen on television and offering her own thoughts on the procedure. The decaying classroom, with its peeling wallpaper and crumbling plaster, became a stage for this most primal of dramas. The persistent rustling of Brian's movements was the only sound breaking the tense silence. It was as if death and life themselves stood in opposite corners of the room, waiting with bated breath to see which would claim victory. For Hermione, it was the longest and most agonizing wait of her life. She stood to the side, her body tense with anxiety, watching Professor Watson's every move as he worked to revive the tiny elf. The feeling of helplessness weighed heavily upon her, her extensive knowledge of magic seemed utterly useless in this critical moment. As the seconds stretched into minutes with no change in the newborn elf's condition, even Hermione's normally bright and determined eyes began to dim with despair. The hope that had flared so brightly at the sight of the newborn was slowly being extinguished, replaced by a sorrow so deep it seemed to physically weigh her down. With a heavy heart, Hermione turned her gaze to Rita. The house elf mother stood as still as a statue, her large eyes fixed unblinkingly on the motionless form of her child in Professor Watson's hands. Cough, cough. Just as dark despair was about to completely envelop Hermione's heart, she suddenly heard a faint coughing sound. The sound was so weak that for a moment Hermione thought she had imagined it. But when Professor Watson, who had paused for an instant, suddenly resumed his efforts with renewed vigor, Hermione knew her ears had not deceived her. "Oh-wah!" The cry that followed was unlike anything Hermione had ever heard before. It was high-pitched and reedy, carrying notes of distress and confusion. But to Hermione, standing in that dark, musty classroom, it was the most beautiful sound in the world. It was as if someone had suddenly thrown open the curtains, flooding the room with brilliant sunlight. "She's alive!" Hermione cheered was loudly. She began to jump up and down, her bushy hair bouncing wildly, tears of relief and happiness flying from her cheeks with each enthusiastic leap. Curiously, Brian's reaction was far more unresponsive. There was no smile of triumph, no sigh of relief. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he studied the tiny life now squirming in his palm. His light purple irises seemed to flicker with an inscrutable light that Hermione, in her elation, failed to notice. "Here you go." Brian's voice was neutral as he bent down to return the newborn to its mother. Rita, the house elf who had endured so much in the past hours, seemed unable to fully process what was happening. As Brian placed the baby in her arms, she accepted it instinctively, but her body remained hunched and motionless. "She needs clothes," Hermione exclaimed breathlessly. Her eyes darted around the dilapidated classroom, searching for anything that could be used as makeshift clothing. The only option she found was a set of moth-eaten curtains hanging limply from a nearby window, but even in her frantic state, Hermione knew they were far from suitable. For a few seconds, Hermione stood biting her lip, her brow furrowed in concentration as she struggled with the problem. Then, with a look of determination, she drew her wand. With a whispered incantation and a precise movement, she used a severing charm to cut a generous piece of fabric from her own robe. Moving with gentle care, Hermione draped the cloth over the newborn elf, ensuring it was snug but not restrictive. As she stepped back to survey her handiwork, she caught sight of Professor Watson. His eyebrow was raised, his expression a mixture of surprise and something else Hermione couldn't quite decipher. The tender moment was interrupted by a tiny, timid voice that seemed to fill the entire classroom despite its softness. Master. The source of the voice was none other than the newborn elf herself, who struggled out of Riga's arms and onto the floor. Attempting to stand for the first time, it stumbled several times, nearly falling. But it managed to straighten up, clutching the piece of cloth Hermione had given her, and bowed respectfully to Hermione. Oh, she can speak. Hermione's voice was filled with wonder and amazement. The realization that this creature, just a few minutes old, was capable of speaking and walking had completely overturned her understanding of magical beings. Unlike human babies, some magical creatures are born with full consciousness and racial abilities. They pass on experiences through blood bonds, Brian explained calmly to the astonished Hermione. This allows them to enter the world with a level of awareness and capability that human infants take months or even years to develop. That's amazing, Hermione said eagerly, but suddenly her expression changed as she realized something. She took 2 steps back, looking at the newborn elf in horror. You're mistaken. I'm not your master. Oh, I'm afraid she hasn't made a mistake, Miss Granger. Brian's calm voice cut through Hermione's panic like a knife. His tone was matter of fact, as he explained the situation. House elves receive clothes in only 2 situations. The first is when they're dismissed by their previous masters, who give them clothes as a symbol of their freedom. The second is when they're accepting a new master, and they receive clothes then as a symbol of their new bond. He paused, his gaze moving from Hermione to the newborn elf and back again. Normally, these clothes accompany the house elf for life. So, congratulations, Miss Granger. You've acquired a house elf. No. Hermione cried out in panic. I don't need a house elf. I don't want to be anyone's master. Before Hermione could finish speaking, the newborn elf, who could barely walk, threw itself at Hermione's feet. It let out pitiful sobs and please, master, please don't send me away. I belong to you. Just as Hermione thought the situation couldn't become any more complex, another unexpected turn of events caught her completely off guard. Riga, the mother elf who had remained silent throughout this exchange, finally stirred. She gazed at her child at Hermione's feet, for a long moment. After taking a few deep, steadying breaths, she then asked with utmost respect, honored Professor Watson and esteemed Miss Granger, is there anything Riga can do to serve you? What? Hermione cried out. Serve? Oh, I don't need wait, you need rest, Riga. Surely, you're not planning to continue working? And what about your child? There is none, Brian said calmly. In the wake of Brian's answer, Riga bowed low, her long nose nearly touching the dusty stone floor at both Brian and Hermione. Then, without further ado, without even a glance at her newborn child still huddled at Hermione's feet, Riga disappeared. The crisp pop of her disapparition echoed in the musty classroom. Hermione stood rooted to the spot, her mind struggling to process what had just transpired. The sudden absence of Riga seemed to have stolen her voice. When she finally managed to speak, her words came out as barely more than a whisper, tinged with disbelief and a growing sense of dread. Where did she go? Perhaps back to the kitchen to tend the fires, or to clean, or to wash clothes for the students and staff of this castle, Brian said, his tone complex as he pressed his lips together. But her child. The words seemed to physically pain Hermione as she choked them out. Miss Granger. Brian's complicated laugh masked the heaviness in his heart. You didn't think house elves have the same tradition of caring for their young as humans, did you? Oh, of course, he added, almost as an afterthought. If their offspring don't immediately find a master, they do help look after them until the young ones find a wizard willing to accept them. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0484 follow. In the dimly lit, musty classroom, Hermione found herself caught in a moment of profound bewilderment. Her gaze darted frantically between the tiny, newborn house elf clinging desperately to her feet and the impassive face of Professor Watson. The weight of the situation seemed to press down on her, robbing her of speech. In the quiet, dark classroom, only the faint pleading of the house elf and the howling wind outside could be heard. But what am I supposed to do with it, Professor Watson? Hermione stammered, her words tinged with panic. She attempted to move her foot, hoping to create some distance between herself and the creature, but the house elf, driven by an instinctual fear of abandonment, only tightened its grip on her leg. I can't take care of it, Professor, I have classes to attend, Hermione continued, her voice cracking with emotion. Brian's response was not what Hermione had expected or hoped for. Oh, you don't need to take care of it, Hermione, he began, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth showing his amusement at her complete bewilderment. House elves are incredibly resilient creatures, he continued, his tone taking on a more educational note. Don't let this little one size fool you, it's fully capable of taking care of itself. Plus, it possesses the magic inherited from the bloodline of house elves, so he paused here, carefully considering his next words before continuing, you only need to give it orders. Orders? Hermione repeated dumbly, her voice hollow with disbelief. At Hermione's feet, the house elf's enormous eyes, which had been brimming with tears moments before, now lit up with an almost manic joy upon hearing the word orders. The creature finally released its death grip on Hermione's shoelaces, wobbling unsteadily to its feet. It lifted its excessively large head, staring up at Hermione with eyes that seemed to take up nearly a third of its wrinkled face. The adoration in that gaze was unmistakable and, to Hermione, deeply unsettling. Mistress Granger, command. Serve. The tiny creature squeaked, its high-pitched voice filled with an eagerness that made Hermione's heart ache. It knows my name. Hermione exclaimed, her surprise momentarily overriding her discomfort. Of course, it knows your name, Brian explained, his tone matter of fact. When you gave this little one your clothes, a mysterious contract was formed between you. You should give it a name. That's your responsibility. With these words, he took a deliberate step back, physically and metaphorically distancing himself from the situation. Hermione felt a surge of indignation at the professor's words. Every fiber of her being rebelled against the idea of naming the creature, of accepting any sort of ownership over it. Naming the young elf wasn't her duty, she thought fiercely. It should be its mother's responsibility. But even as this thought crossed her mind, the memory of Riga's departure, how she had vanished without so much as a backward glance at her newborn child, rose in Hermione's mind. She pressed her lips together tightly, a mixture of anger and sorrow welling up inside her. The way house elves passed on their legacy, their apparent indifference to their own offspring, defied her imagination. These small creatures, she realized with a pang of anguish, were even more pitiful than she had initially thought. They were subjected to a form of enslavement, so absolute, that it began quite literally from the moment of their birth. All right, a name. Let me think, Hermione muttered, her voice catching in her throat. She gazed down at the house elf, taking in its submissive posture, head bowed, eyes downcast, waiting with patience that seemed unnatural in a newborn creature. A flicker of anger sparked in Hermione's amber eyes, kindled by the sheer unfairness of it all. For a long moment, Hermione stood silent, her brow furrowed in deep concentration. Her expression shifted rapidly, cycling through frustration, determination, and finally, a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, her face lit up. "Dom," she began, then quickly corrected herself, her voice growing more certain. "Freedom. If you're willing, that's the name I'd like to give you." At this, Brian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of recognition passing across his face. Freedom, the pronunciation of freedom in ancient runes. The newly named Freedom struggled with the unfamiliar word, its tiny brow furrowing with concentration. Freedom, it repeated, stumbling over the syllables. As it spoke, it bowed even lower, its nose nearly touching the dusty stone floor. Despite this show of subservience, its protruding large ears twitched with unmistakable excitement. "Great, kind Mistress Granger has bestowed a name, Freedom, Mistress." The little elf squeaked, its voice filled with a joy that seemed inconsistent to the simple act of naming. Freedom tilted its small head, its enormous eyes fixed somewhere around the level of Hermione's knees. It seemed to be gathering its courage before speaking again. "What can Freedom do to serve the great Mistress Granger? Freedom forever belongs to the great Mistress Granger." The words hit Hermione like a physical blow. "Don't say that!" she cried out, her voice a mixture of anger and fierce determination. The vehemence of her own reaction startled her, but she pressed on, driven by a deep-seated need to right what she perceived as terribly wrong. "I'm not your mistress, Freedom," she insisted, her words tumbling out in a rush. I just gave you some clothes and helped name you, that's all. You don't belong to anyone, understand? You're free. You can do anything you want to do." A thought struck her, and she added quickly, "Of course, if you want to find your mother, that's fine too. I'll help you find her." But Hermione's impassioned speech, far from having the liberating effect she had hoped for, seemed to provoke an even more intense response from Freedom. The little creature, its face contorting with distress, immediately threw itself at Hermione's feet. Its large, clear eyes overflowed with tears, quickly soaking through the fabric of Hermione's trouser leg. "Oh, don't cry, Freedom." Hermione began, her voice softening with concern. But before she could finish her thought, Freedom's demeanor changed dramatically. "Mistress Granger gave an order," the tiny elf exclaimed, leaping to its feet with surprising agility. All traces of distress vanished from its face, replaced by an expression of unabashed excitement. It stared up at Hermione with eyes that seemed to glow with eagerness, awaiting her next command. Hermione's mouth fell open in shock. She turned helplessly towards Professor Watson, her eyes wide with confusion and growing dismay. Brian, who had been observing the exchange with an air of detached interest, now spoke up. His voice was calm as he explained, serving wizards is the cursed purpose of house elves. This idea is deeply ingrained. He paused, noting Hermione's expression. It was clear she wanted to argue. But, before she could voice her objections, he continued, this matter isn't as simple as you think. This servitude is embedded in the very soul of house elves, and it's passed down through their bloodline to the next generation. Hermione's posture stiffened, her chin protruding out stubbornly as she prepared to counter this argument. But that's no reason for us to ignore the unjust treatment they suffer. She insisted, her voice rising with passion. I can't believe wizards would treat them like this. They are independent beings. They should work for themselves, have holidays, receive wages. She faltered for a moment, then rallied, her voice taking on an edge of righteous anger. Oh, Hogwarts even had a house elf about to give birth doing heavy housework. Her ember eyes flashed as she turned her glare fully on Brian. The school should pay them, Professor, they should also enjoy various holidays. It's their rightful entitlement. Looking at the bristling young witch, Brian seemed a bit helpless in the face of her fervent idealism. At heart, I believe what you are saying makes sense, Miss Granger, but in reality, it's not as simple as you think. First. He paused, choosing his words with care. Well, if you want to fight for house elf rights, you first need to convince them to accept it, right? This statement gave Hermione pause. Her brow furrowed as she pondered the implications of what Professor Watson was saying. The idea that the house elves themselves might resist efforts to improve their situation was a complication she hadn't fully considered. Seeing that he had successfully silenced Hermione, at least temporarily, Brian breathed a small sigh of relief. He rubbed his stomach absently, muttering, I've missed 2 meals today. I must find something to eat. His words seemed to snap Hermione out of her contemplative state. Wait, Professor Watson, she called out, her tone once again tinged with panic. But what about the house elf, freedom? What should I do? I can't find a place. I mean, I have to go to school, Professor. Brian paused in his movements, considering the dilemma. A student with a house elf constantly following behind, shouting mistress and serve, would indeed be rather inappropriate, not to mention disruptive to the school environment. After a moment's thought, he offered a suggestion. If you don't want it to follow you, I suggest you could send it to the kitchen to work with the other house elves. There are many of its kind there, I'm sure it would be happy there. Work? Freedom was born less than half an hour ago, Professor Watson. Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch with her indignation. Brian looked at the young witch, who seemed determined to cast him in the role of a cruel exploiter. He shrugged his shoulders, in that case, just keep it in your dormitory. There's no school rule against students adopting house elves, is there? With those parting words, Brian turned and left the classroom, his footsteps echoing in the stone corridors. He left behind a frantic young witch and a house elf whose eyes were filled with unquestioning adoration for her. As the night deepened, its inky darkness settling over the castle like a heavy blanket, the Gryffindor common room remained a pocket of warmth and light. The crackling fire in the hearth cast flickering shadows on the walls, creating a cozy atmosphere despite the late hour. In a quiet corner near the fireplace, Harry and Ron hunched over a table, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of candlelight as they worked on their homework. They had spent the last 2 hours fabricating next month's fortune charts for Professor Trelawney's divination class, a task that had left them both feeling mentally drained and slightly silly. Now, with that dubious assignment complete, Ron found himself at loose ends, idly tapping his quill against the parchment as he searched for something else to occupy his time. Harry, on the other hand, seemed to have found a new wellspring of motivation. He pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. Sucking thoughtfully on the end of his quill, he pondered how to approach his essay for the new physical education class. This assignment was unprecedented at Hogwarts. An essay on dueling was not something any student had been asked to write before, and there were almost no examples in the library to reference. Harry, however, felt a spark of confidence. He believed he had some talent in dueling, and after listening to Professor Watson's theoretical lecture, he found he had some thoughts of his own on the subject. After a moment of contemplation, Harry began to write, his quill scratching softly against the parchment. Ron's attention, however, had begun to wander. His blue eyes roamed around the spacious common room, taking in the familiar sights of his fellow Gryffindors bent over their own homework or engaged in quiet conversations. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned back to Harry. "Where's Hermione?" he said, breaking the silence. "We haven't seen her all evening. Even if she's in the library, Madame Pants should have chased everyone out by now." Harry looked up from his essay, surprised not only by Ron's observation but also by the fact that Ron even remembered the librarian's name. It took Harry a few seconds to recall who Madame Pants was, despite seeing her stern face every day at meals in the Great Hall. No idea, Harry replied casually, his tone showing that he wasn't particularly concerned. In his mind, Hermione had probably just lost track of time while reading, which wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Ron glanced at Harry a few times, watching as his friend continued to work on the essay for physical education class. Across the room, he could see Neville struggling with the same assignment. Over the course of the evening, Neville had chewed his quill down to a stub without making much progress on the parchment in front of him. The peaceful atmosphere of the common room was suddenly disrupted as the portrait of the fat lady swung open with a creak. Ron's head snapped around at the sound, his eyes widening as he recognized the figure climbing through the portrait hole. It was indeed Hermione returning from what they assumed had been a marathon study session in the library. Ron raised his hand, ready to greet her with his usual casual wave, but the gesture froze halfway as his brow furrowed in confusion. "Oh, what's wrong with her?" he muttered, more to himself than to Harry. Hermione's appearance was far from her usual neat and composed self. A large piece of her robe's hem was conspicuously missing. Her school bag, which she typically slung casually over her shoulder, was now clutched tightly to her chest like a shield. Hermione's entire demeanor screamed that something was amiss. She looked as if she had just stolen a priceless artifact, books, from the restricted section of the library. Her eyes darted nervously around the room, and her eyebrows were drawn together in an expression of barely concealed panic. Harry, hearing the concern in Ron's voice, glanced up from his essay. His gaze quickly found Hermione, and in an instant, his quill-holding hand froze mid-sentence. The sight of Hermione in such an unusual state immediately set off alarm bells in his mind. As soon as she entered the common room, Hermione's eyes, wide with a mixture of anxiety and determination, scanned the room until they landed on Harry and Ron by the fireplace. She walked towards the two boys, pretending as if nothing had happened, but even the daydreaming Neville noticed that Hermione was hiding something. When Hermione finally reached their table, she all but collapsed into the empty chair beside them. Her arms remained wrapped tightly around her school bag, knuckles white with the force of her grip. She was breathing heavily, as if she'd just sprinted the length of the castle. Ron, never one for patience or subtlety, blurted out his question as soon as Hermione sat down. "What's going on?" He stared suspiciously at the bag she was clutching tightly. "Don't tell me you've been stealing something." Hermione's head snapped up at Ron's words, her eyes flashing with a combination of indignation and barely suppressed panic. If looks could cast spells, Ron would have found himself on the receiving end of a particularly nasty hex. This guy, Hermione thought bitterly, had no idea that she had gone to find Professor Watson for him tonight, only to bring back a big problem for herself. "I need help," Hermione said, taking a deep breath after glancing around guiltily. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. Hermione and S.P.E.W. Many readers have talked about Hermione and the usefulness or uselessness of SPEW. So, here is a theory on Hermione and SPEW. Hermione's fight for house elf rights through SPEW was a complex projection of her own struggles and fears as a Muggle-born witch in an increasingly hostile wizarding world. Hermione's voice for house elves was, in fact, a subconscious way of addressing her own experiences with discrimination and her fears about the rising tide of blood purism. As a Muggle-born witch, Hermione had faced constant prejudice from pure-blood supremacists like Draco, who called her a mudblood. Despite her exceptional magical abilities and academic achievements, she must have realized that a significant portion of the wizarding community would never fully accept her due to her heritage. This realization likely became more acute as Voldemort's influence grew and he tried to eradicate the Muggle-born wizards like herself. Hermione had her intelligence and the drive to make a difference, but she found herself in a difficult position. She wasn't the chosen one like Harry, nor did she have the pure-blood status of Ron. Her attempts to directly address the treatment of Muggle-borns might have been dismissed as personal bias or self-interest. In this context, the plight of house elves presented an opportunity for Hermione to channel her activism and fears into a cause that, while related, was not directly tied to her personal circumstances. The parallels between the treatment of house elves and historical justifications for human slavery were likely obvious to Hermione, given her Muggle background and education. The common refrain that house elves were happy slaves eerily echoed similar arguments used to justify the enslavement of black people throughout history. For Hermione, this connection was clear and deeply troubling. SPEW, therefore, became Hermione's proxy battle, a cause she could champion without being accused of self-interest, and one where she could make difference in a world where she often felt powerless. It was her way of fighting against systemic oppression and ingrained prejudices in wizarding society. But, ironically, in her eagerness to liberate the house elves, Hermione sometimes overlooked their own expressed desires and cultural differences, pushing her own vision of freedom onto them. This misstep was a reflection of her youth and inexperience in activism, as well as her intense need to effect change in any way possible. In essence, SPEW represented more than just a campaign for house elf rights. It was Hermione's attempt to grapple with larger issues of discrimination and injustice in the wizarding world, filtered through the lens of a passionate, intelligent teenager trying to find her place and make a difference in a society that often made her feel like an outsider. 0485 Hermione's Secret. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They had known Hermione for so long, yet they had never heard her speak in such a tone. What's wrong? Harry immediately sensed that Hermione was in big trouble. She seemed reluctant to let anyone know. After looking around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, Harry lowered his voice and asked, "What happened, Hermione?" Hermione's fingers tightened around the strap of her worn leather school bag, her knuckles whitening with the force of her grip. Her eyes darted around the common room, scanning for potential eavesdroppers. Only when she was satisfied that no one was paying them any attention did she speak. "You must keep this a secret. Do you even need to ask?" Ron said eagerly. "Come on, Hermione, tell us what's going on." Perhaps it was the genuine worry evident in her friend's expressions that gave Hermione a modicum of courage. Her shoulders relaxed slightly, though her grip on the bag remained firm. She cast another furtive glance towards Colin Creevey and his younger brother Dennis, who were huddled over a magical camera nearby, before motioning for Harry and Ron to come even closer. "What are you up to?" Ron grumbled, reluctantly abandoning the comfortable embrace of the sofa. He and Harry pushed the heavy oak coffee table back a few inches. They perched on its edge, effectively creating a barrier between Hermione and any potentially prying eyes in the common room. "Remember to keep your mouth shut, Ron," Hermione hissed, her tone carrying a warning that made Ron's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Finally, with agonizing slowness, she loosened her death grip on the school bag she had been clutching so tightly. The sound of the zipper opening seemed unnaturally loud in the tense silence that had fallen over the trio. Harry was holding his breath, half expecting Hermione to reveal that she had actually broken into a professor's office and stolen something. After all, it wouldn't be the first time. But as the zipper parted, revealing the contents of the bag, Harry's eyes widened in shock. A small, timid head peeked out from the gap, its large, tennis ball-sized eyes blinking owlishly in the dim light of the common room. Harry felt his breath catch in his throat, his entire face freezing in an expression of utter disbelief. "My God, are you CRA?" Ron's exclamation of surprise was abruptly cut short as Hermione's hand shot out, quickly pushing the little creature's head back into the bag. Her eyes flashed dangerously as she hissed, "Shut your mouth, Weasley." She then shot a warning glance at Neville, who had looked up from his textbook, curiosity piqued by the commotion. Frightened by Hermione's fierce gaze, Neville quickly lowered his head, pretending with all his might that he hadn't seen or heard a thing. "Have you gone mad, Hermione?" Ron's voice had dropped to a barely audible whisper, but the intensity of his shock was evident in every syllable. His eyes were fixed on the bag Hermione was once again hugging protectively to her chest. "Even if you want to stand up for these house elves, you didn't need to adopt one. They're not owls or toads, for Merlin's sake. Thank you for the reminder, Weasley." Hermione's tone could have frozen the Black Lake solid. The icy sarcasm in her voice made Ron visibly recoil. Harry, his mind racing to make sense of the situation, couldn't help but ask the question that was burning in his thoughts. "Where did you get it from?" he whispered urgently. A wild thought occurred to him, and before he could stop himself, he blurted out, "Did you sneak into the Hog's Head and win it from a stranger in some bizarre magical bet?" The reference to their first year at Hogwarts hung in the air between them. They all remembered all too well how Hagrid had been tricked by Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. Quirrell had used a dragon egg and a few well-placed drinks to loosen Hagrid's tongue, coaxing out the secret of how to get past the three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone. "Don't be ridiculous, Harry," Hermione said, her irritation evident in the set of her jaw and the furrow of her brow. "Nobody sells house elves like their trinkets in a shop." She took a deep breath, visibly trying to calm herself. "Can you both just be quiet for a moment? I'm about to explain everything, and I'd rather not have to repeat myself." "We're all ears," Ron said quickly, his curiosity clearly overriding any lingering fear of Hermione's wrath. He leaned in even closer, nearly toppling off the edge of the coffee table in his eagerness to hear the story. The common room had grown quieter still as the night deepened. The newly appointed head boy was lax in his duties compared to his predecessor. His influence had spread to the prefects under his command, who were no longer as vigilant in their nightly patrols of the common room. Gone were the days when Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, would lurk in the shadows, ever ready to send toddlers scurrying back to their beds with a sharp word and a disapproving glare. As Hermione began her tale, the flames in the grand fireplace gradually dwindled, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. The enchanted candles suspended from the vaulted ceiling, sensing the dwindling occupancy of the common room, dimmed their light to a soft, amber glow. In the vast space that usually buzzed with the chatter and laughter of Gryffindor students, only Hermione, Harry, and Ron remained, huddled together. Hermione finished her story, though she carefully omitted certain details she deemed too sensitive to share. She recounted how she had sought out Professor Watson alone after their defense against the dark arts lesson, supposedly to inquire about the part in the lesson he had skipped during class. Harry and Ron stared at Hermione's bulging bag, falling into a long silence. Professor Watson and you, helping a house elf give birth. Ron finally broke the silence. He turned to Harry, his blue eyes wide with bewilderment. I've never heard of anything so utterly bizarre in my entire life. Harry nodded emphatically. Despite having spent over 3 years in the wizarding world, experiencing magic and adventures that would seem outlandish to any muggle, he still found himself utterly flabbergasted by Hermione's experience. Hermione's gaze was fixed on her bag, her eyes brimming with a cocktail of emotions: concern, determination, and a hint of fear. What do you plan to do, Hermione? Harry asked tentatively, his voice gentle as he broached the question. They were all silently contemplating. I originally intended to return freedom to its mother, the elf called Riga, Hermione said without hesitation, her tone suggesting she had been pondering over this dilemma for hours. She turned to Ron with a flicker of hope in her eyes. But I don't know where the school kitchen is located. Oh, Ron immediately understood Hermione's intention. He hesitated before saying, Fred and George do know. They often sneak food from the kitchen for their parties. I've asked them about their secret route countless times, but they've always refused to spill the beans. He paused, his brow furrowing deeper. But hang on a minute, you really want to return this little elf to its mother? Harry understood the unspoken question lurking behind Ron's words. The events Hermione had experienced that night, the unsettling dynamics between the house elf mother and child, the cryptic teachings of Professor Watson all pointed to a harsh reality that made Harry feel that returning the little elf to its mother was probably just Hermione's wishful thinking. It was just born. Hermione's voice rang out sharply in the quiet common room, startling both boys. It needs care and nurturing. It must return to its mother. As if in response to Hermione's outburst, her bag wriggled slightly. The young freedom inside seemed to want to make a sound, to join the conversation about its fate, but bound by Hermione's earlier command, it could only remain quiet and still. Oh, come on, Hermione. Ron's exasperated tone carried a hint of their long-standing disagreements about house elf welfare. Are you treating this house elf like it's a wizard child, Hermione? Professor Watson has already explained that house elves are inherently drawn to following orders. They're born with an instinct to work and serve. It's in their nature to love working. No one is born inherently loving to cook, mop floors, and do laundry, Ronald Weasley. Hermione snapped back, her cheeks flushing with anger. Her eyes flashed dangerously, daring Ron to continue his argument. Harry, caught in the middle of this familiar tension between his two best friends, felt torn. He could see the flaws in Ron's argument, remembering all too well their encounters with Dobby. Yet he hesitated to voice his thoughts, wary of inadvertently encouraging some of Hermione's unrealistic ideas. So, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, watching as Hermione and Ron glared at each other across the coffee table. The standoff between Hermione and Ron was a scene Harry had witnessed countless times over the years. So, he was somewhat used to the scene by now. But what if Harry began hesitantly, trying to find a diplomatic way to voice his concerns? What if the house elf called Riga doesn't want her child back? Then what would we do? Even as he spoke, Harry knew his words were a gross understatement of the situation. Ron, for all his lack of tact, was right about one thing: you can't treat house elves like wizards. If this was the way elf parents and children interacted, Hermione probably couldn't change it. Hermione bit her lip and said nothing. From her reaction, Harry believed she was well aware of this issue. Although it was indeed hard to accept that a mother would willingly reject her newborn child, and that the child would in turn ignore its birth mother and chose a stranger who had only given it a piece of clothing as its master. Although his parents had died at Voldemort's hands when he was very young, Harry at least knew that his parents loved him and were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. I can't allow freedom to simply go to the kitchen and join the ranks of the working house elves. Hermione's voice cut through the heavy silence, her tone resolute and filled with determination. At the very least, I need to teach it to fight for its own rights, to understand that it deserves better than a life of servitude. Oh, brilliant! Ron's sarcastic clap echoed in the quiet room. So, you're planning to keep it in the dormitory, are you? I bet by tomorrow at lunchtime, the entire Hogwarts will know you're hiding a house elf in your dorm. What do you reckon Professor McGonagall will have to say about that? Ron's words struck at the heart of the practical issues surrounding Hermione's impulsive rescue. Despite her remarkable intelligence and usually meticulous planning, even Hermione couldn't deny the impossibility of keeping a house elf hidden in the crowded Gryffindor Tower. Professor McGonagall, with her strict adherence to rules and her no-nonsense attitude, would never allow such a blatant violation of school regulations. Moreover, Parvati and Lavender, Hermione's chatty roommates, were unlikely to keep such a juicy secret to themselves. This was a house elf, not a bug living in the wall cracks. There was no way they wouldn't notice, and she had no right to keep a talking house elf in their shared dormitory. A heavy silence fell over the trio once more. Hermione stared at her bag, her teeth worrying her lower lip until a bead of blood appeared. Seeing her upset like this, Ron's lips quivered a few times, and he stopped his taunting. Harry didn't feel good either. Although he couldn't understand why Hermione was so adamant about helping the house elves, Hermione was his good friend. They had faced countless challenges together over the years, and Harry knew without a doubt that he wouldn't have survived many of those ordeals without Hermione's help. She had always been the smartest among the three of them, always having ideas when they encountered problems. Seeing her look so helpless and cornered made Harry's heart ache with the desire to help. "Let's go." Harry's sudden declaration shattered the gloomy atmosphere that had settled over them. With a burst of energy, he quickly gathered up the half-written PE class essay on the table, stuffed it into his bag, and then pulled out his invisibility cloak. "Where to?" Hermione stared at the invisibility cloak in Harry's hand for a moment, then looked into Harry's green eyes. "We're going to ask Hagrid for help," Harry said, his voice filled with a sudden burst of determination. Hagrid always used to secretly keep all sorts of magical creatures in the castle when he was a student. He's got loads of experience with this kind of thing. Maybe he can give you some advice on how to handle this situation. "Hurry up," Harry urged, already moving towards the portrait hole. "We've got potions first thing tomorrow morning, and you know Snape would love nothing more than for us to be late. He's probably dreaming up point deductions for Gryffindor as we speak." With that, Harry grasped Hermione's arm gently but firmly, guiding her towards the exit. Great Ron shrugged helplessly again and followed them. That's exactly why he was expelled. 0486 Sneaking out. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already quite familiar with sneaking out at night to visit Hagrid. Since Percy had graduated, the biggest obstacles to roaming the castle in the middle of the night were Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris. Tonight, fortune smiled upon them as they managed to evade Mrs. Norris's watchful gaze. However, as they descended the grand stone staircase, they encountered an unexpected hurdle. Several groups of younger students, likely first years still reveling in their newfound freedom at Hogwarts, were skulking about the castle corridors. Hermione, her bushy hair barely contained beneath the invisibility cloak, bristled with indignation at this blatant disregard for school rules. Her fingers twitched, itching to throw off the cloak and deliver a stern lecture to these wayward youngsters. However, Ron, displaying an uncharacteristic bout of prudence, gently restrained her with a hand on her arm. "Oh, don't bother, Hermione, you're not a prefect yet." His words, though meant to pacify, seemed to have the opposite effect on Hermione. "The current head boy and girl are completely useless." Hermione hissed indignantly. She crouched lower, her keen eyes following the movements of the younger students as they passed by in huddled groups. The school turns a blind eye to this flagrant rule-breaking. "Oh, this is Professor Watson's responsibility." Hermione now seemed to have some grievances against Professor Watson and complained about him for quite a while. Harry wanted to remind her that they were currently breaking school rules themselves. As they maneuvered through the castle, it became increasingly apparent that the invisibility cloak was struggling to conceal their growing forms. Once able to easily cover the three of them, it now barely reached their ankles, leaving them in constant danger of exposure. They stumbled awkwardly across the castle grounds, the cool night dew seeping through their trouser cuffs and chilling their skin. Hagrid's hut, situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, still had its lights on, and it seemed the night owl Hagrid was still awake. The trio crossed the slightly muddy vegetable patch, their feet sinking slightly into the soft earth with each step. The pungent aroma of pumpkins and various magical herbs filled their nostrils as they approached the sturdy wooden door. Harry raised his hand and knocked firmly, the sound echoing in the stillness of the night. Immediately, a cacophony of barking erupted from within, followed by the frantic scratching of claws against wood. "Quiet, Fang!" Hagrid's gruff voice boomed from inside, barely muffled by the thick wooden door. The sounds of heavy footsteps approaching grew louder, and then the door swung open with a creak of protest from its aged hinges. As the door opened, revealing Hagrid's towering form, Harry also simultaneously removed the invisibility cloak. "Ah, it's you three." Seeing the three youngsters standing in front of his hut, Hagrid merely raised an eyebrow, not seeming surprised at all, as if he had expected them. Harry's gaze immediately fell upon Hagrid's hands, and he felt a twinge of concern. Each of Hagrid's 10 sausage-like fingers was wrapped in white bandages, looking even more swollen than usual, which was saying something given Hagrid's naturally massive size. "What happened to your hands, Hagrid?" Harry asked, unable to keep the worry from his voice. "Just a minor injury," Hagrid mumbled vaguely, his tone dismissive. He beckoned them inside with a bandaged hand. "Come in quickly. If someone catches you here, I'll have no choice but to give you 3 detention myself." As they filed into the warm, cluttered interior of Hagrid's hut, Harry's mind raced. He knew, without a doubt, that the injuries on Hagrid's hands must have been caused by the blast-ended Scroots, Hagrid's latest and most dangerous pets. They had already experienced the ferocity of these bizarre creatures, Hagrid's new summer creations, just a few days ago in their Care of Magical Creatures class. The memory of their scorching blasts and razor-sharp pincers made Harry wince in sympathy for Hagrid's hands. Get off, Fang! Hagrid's exasperated voice filled the small space as Fang, overcome with excitement at their arrival, pounced on Hermione. The enormous boarhound's wet nose pressed insistently against Hermione's school bag, his powerful sense of smell detecting something unusual within. Hermione clutched her bag tightly to her chest, using her free hand to gently but firmly push away Fang's snooping muzzle. Hagrid moved to the fireplace, where a large copper kettle hung over the flames. He added more water to it, preparing to make tea for his unexpected guests. Then, he turned and lumbered into the small kitchen area, rummaging through cupboards in search of something edible to offer his late-night visitors. Ron, always curious and often the first to speak his mind, asked with undisguised interest, "Who would discover us?" His eyes darted around the hut, as if expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. "Professor Moody, he comes every day." Hagrid's voice drifted back from the kitchen, accompanied by the clinking of mugs and plates. Harry and Hermione exchanged surprised glances, their eyebrows raised in silent communication. Harry, voicing their shared curiosity, asked, "Does he patrol the grounds every day?" "Oh, not just the grounds." Hagrid emerged from the kitchen, balancing a plate of his treacle fudge in one bandaged hand. He set it down on the rough wooden table with a solid thunk, then turned to admonish Fang, who was still whimpering and sniffing at Hermione's bag. With a gentle but firm nudge of his boot, Hagrid shooed the persistent dog away. "He's a good man, voluntarily helping me patrol the Forbidden Forest. Thanks to him, I have plenty of time every day to take care of the Scroots. You should thank him too. With Professor Moody around, you don't have to worry about anyone trying to sneak into the school grounds." "Well..." Hagrid sat down on the bed, causing it to sag significantly under his weight. He looked at the three of them and asked, "So, what's the problem?" The implication in Hagrid's words was clear: they usually didn't come here unless there was an issue to be solved. This realization made Harry feel a twinge of guilt. He made a mental note to visit Hagrid more often. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Both Harry and Ron turned their gaze to Hermione, silently urging her to take the lead. Hermione took a deep breath, her shoulders rising and falling with the motion. "We need your help with something, Hagrid." Of course. Hagrid tilted his head, his wild beard shifting with the movement. His dark eyes now held a spark of keen interest as they fixed upon Hermione's bag. It was clear that Hagrid, like Fang, had sensed that something unusual was hidden within. Hermione's eyes darted to the window, scanning the darkness outside for any sign of movement. Satisfied that they were truly alone, she pursed her lips, swallowed hard, and then, with trembling fingers, unzipped her bag. Carefully, as if handling the most delicate of treasures, she reached in and gently lifted out the small creature nestled within. It had to be said that the baby house elf looked much cuter than the adult ones. Whether it was Dobby, Winky, or Creaker, none of the house elves Harry saw were as adorable as Hermione's. "Oh, stay still, Fang, that's not a gnome." Hagrid's warning came too late as Fang, overcome with curiosity and excitement, let out a series of sharp barks. The sudden noise sent the newborn Freedom into a state of panic. It stood trembling on the rough wooden floor, its frail legs barely supporting its weight as it faced Fang, who towered over it like a furry mountain. Freedom was clearly terrified. Its large eyes, glistening with unshed tears, darted between Fang and the towering humans surrounding it. If not for the clear bond it had already formed with Hermione, its self-proclaimed Mistress Granger, it would have likely fled in blind panic or perhaps even attempted to disapparate. Harry and Ron, who hadn't gotten a clear view of Freedom earlier in the dimly lit common room, were now staring at the timid creature with undisguised wonder. A house elf. Hagrid's voice was filled with wonder as he stood up from the bed, the sudden movement causing the floorboards to creak ominously. He roughly pushed Fang aside, his strength easily moving the large dog, and crouched down to peer at Freedom with his beady black eyes. He even extended a carrot-thick finger to prod Freedom's chin, examining it very carefully. "This is a newborn, right, Hermione?" Hagrid's voice was even softer now, filled with wonder. "I reckon it's just been born." To Freedom, Hagrid must have seemed like an absolute giant. The little elf's eyes grew wider, its tiny form trembling more violently with each passing second. Just as it seemed the poor creature might faint from fright, Hermione swooped in, scooping Freedom into her arms with the protective instinct of a mother. She cradled the elf close to her chest, turning to glare angrily at Hagrid, silently reprimanding him for his rough handling. "Where did you get this?" Hagrid, realizing his mistake, shrugged, then noticed the fabric covering the newborn house elf and the missing piece from Hermione's robe. His expression turned amused. "You've become its mother, haven't you, Hermione?" Ron, unable to contain himself any longer, burst out laughing and even Harry's lips curled into a smile. Hermione, ignoring her friend's amusement, focused all her attention on comforting the frightened elf. "Don't be afraid, Freedom," she comforted gently, "that's Hagrid, he's my friend. He only looks scary, but he's actually very nice." Freedom, seeming to draw courage from Hermione's words, peeked out from the safety of her arms. Its large eyes, filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity, darted between Hagrid, Harry, and Ron. Then, as if suddenly remembering its place, the little elf began to squirm. Friend of Mistress Granger, Freedom's voice was high-pitched and squeaky, barely above a whisper. It seemed to feel it was presumptuous to remain in Hermione's arms. With surprising agility for one so young, it slid down from Hermione's embrace to stand on the floor once more. Though still visibly frightened, Freedom's sense of duty appeared to override its fear. It bowed deeply to Hagrid, its long nose nearly touching the floor. Is there anything Freedom can do for Mr. Hagrid, sir? Freedom is good at many tasks. Hagrid, his eyes twinkling with mischief, saw an opportunity he couldn't resist. If possible, he said, his voice gruff but not unkind, the dishes in the kitchen haven't been washed. Hagrid! Hermione's shout of indignation cut through the air. She lunged forward, grabbing the excitedly trembling Freedom and pulling it back into her embrace. Her brown eyes flashed with anger as she glared at Hagrid. You don't need to do anything for anyone, Freedom. You're just a child. Ron, still chuckling, shook his head in amusement. Now I understand why Mum always wanted a house elf, he said, finding the entire scene quite entertaining. They're really hard-working. Hagrid, realizing he might have overstepped, raised his bandaged hands in a gesture of innocence. I was just joking with it, Hermione, he said, his booming laugh filling the small hut. Harry, observing the scene, couldn't help but recall Professor Watson's assessment of Hagrid. His words rang true. Hagrid's love for magical creatures was undeniable, but his understanding of their needs and vulnerabilities sometimes fell short. Harry still vividly remembered their first year when Hagrid had attempted to raise a baby dragon named Norbert in his wooden hut. His attitude towards it had been even gentler than his current treatment of Freedom. He had practically considered himself Norbert's mother, cooing over the dragon and seemingly oblivious to the danger it posed. Hagrid, clearly realizing he had touched upon Hermione's sensitive nerve, decided to change the subject. He grabbed Fang's ear, gently but firmly dragging the curious boarhound to the other side of the room. The dog whined in protest but obeyed, settling down on a large cushion in the corner. With Fang safely out of the way, Hagrid turned back to the trio, his expression now serious. Tell me, he began, his voice low and rumbling like distant thunder. Where did you actually get this little one? Hermione, still cradling Freedom protectively, took a deep breath. Her eyes darted to Harry and Ron, seeking silent support, before she launched into the tale she had recounted to them earlier in the Gryffindor common room. That's remarkable. After hearing Hermione's account, Hagrid exclaimed admiringly, Professor Watson, for a powerful wizard like him to bother saving a house elf in difficult labor. Headmaster Dumbledore is same. These great men, they never easily discriminate against anyone. Even for a house elf, they still feel the need to save it. Harry nodded in agreement, recalling Dumbledore's kindness towards all magical beings, from centaurs to mer people. However, Hermione's face darkened, her brows furrowing in a way that Harry recognized as a prelude to one of her impassioned speeches. But he watched a house elf who had just given birth go to work, Hermione said, her voice tight with barely contained anger. He even told me to order Freedom to work in the school kitchen too. Hermione's words tumbled out in a rush, her frustration evident in every word. She spoke of old Creaker at Sirius's house. She railed against Barty Crouch from the Department of International Magical Cooperation, recounting how he had treated his house elf Winky with such heartless cruelty at the Quidditch World Cup. Her voice rose in pitch and volume as she circled back to Professor Watson's seemingly indifferent attitude towards Riga, Freedom's mother, and the newborn elf itself after saving their lives. They all think it's perfectly normal. Hermione exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. They think house elves deserve to be enslaved by wizards just because they're obedient. Wizards like Professor Watson wouldn't think any creature is born to be enslaved, Hermione, Hagrid said patiently, his eyes focusing on the young witch with unexpected intensity. It's you who doesn't understand the situation, not Professor Watson. Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but Hagrid held up a bandaged hand, silencing her. For many centuries, he continued, house elves have been viewed as personal property by wizards. You want to fight for their rights, to let them enjoy holidays and wages, and that's admirable. But how will you convince those who use them? Most of those who own house elves are influential figures like Lucius Malfoy, and they're not so easy to persuade. 0487 Stubborn. Hagrid's words not only surprised Harry and Ron but also made Hermione frown. She realized once again that adult wizards' perspectives differed from those of young wizards. For weeks now, Hermione had been focused on how to rescue house elves from what she perceived as their miserable circumstances. Her mind had been filled with visions of liberated elves, living dignified lives free from servitude. However, she hadn't fully considered the deeply ingrained attitudes of the many wizards and witches who had grown accustomed to using house elves in their daily lives. Ron's casual mention of his mother's long-held desire for a house elf suddenly took on new significance. Mrs. Weasley was undoubtedly a kind and good-hearted person. If even she held such views on house elf ownership, Hermione could only imagine with a shudder the likely reaction of wizards like the cruel and arrogant Lucius Malfoy to any notion of liberating these magical creatures. But Professor Watson promised me, Hermione said, her voice taking on a stubborn edge as she clung to this ray of hope, that if the elves agree, he's willing to give them wages and various holidays. As the words left her mouth, she suddenly realized just how accommodating and broad-minded Professor Watson had truly been in accepting her ideas. A deep frown etched itself across her features as she unconsciously folded her arms tightly across her chest, her mind racing to formulate arguments that might persuade the wider wizarding community beyond the relatively liberal Hogwarts. As she pondered, she barely noticed Freedom, the small house elf, sliding off her lap and tiptoeing quietly across the rough wooden floor of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes softened with sympathy as he gazed at Hermione. He leaned forward in his enormous armchair, which creaked under his weight, and said gently but firmly, "You can't expect everyone to be like Professor Watson and Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione." His words cut straight to the heart of the matter, making Hermione's shoulders slump slightly. How many people can be as noble as them? And even taking Professor Watson's requirements? Hagrid continued, his tone growing more serious as he stroked his wild, tangled beard, "You let house elves get paid, but what will they do with the money? No wizard will sell things to house elves, it's just not done. The galleons they earn through hard work will just attract the attention of some bad folks, mark my words. You don't expect the Ministry of Magic to stand up for them, do you?" "Impossible!" Harry interjected forcefully, his green eyes flashing with indignation behind his round glasses. The memory of recent events was still fresh in his mind as he added, "During the Quidditch World Cup finals, the Ministry wouldn't even let Remus sit in the best seats. They even sent Aurors to watch over him and others like him, treating them like criminals." Yeah, Hagrid's lips curled into a smile, but none of the three young Gryffindors noticed the underlying bitterness that tinged his expression. "So, you see, Hermione," Hagrid continued, his voice a low rumble, "this whole situation isn't as simple as you think. Now, let's talk about the holidays you mentioned. That's another thing that's just not realistic. Holidays aren't something house elves look forward to like we do. They're born to take care of people, it's in their very nature. They like it that way, understand? If you don't let them work, they'll feel sad, lost even. And as for paying them wages? Well, most elves will take it as an insult to them." Hermione, her mind whirling with counter-arguments, immediately seized upon a memory. "But I heard that when Harry freed Dobby," she retorted, her voice rising with passion, "Dobby was absolutely overjoyed." Yeah, Hagrid nodded, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. "There's always gonna be a few oddballs in every species, ain't there? I'm not denying that you might find a handful of peculiar elves who fancy the idea of freedom. But convincing the vast majority of elves to fight for something they don't even want? That's a fool's errand, Hermione. It's just not gonna happen, no matter how noble your intentions might be." Suddenly, Hagrid's demeanor shifted, his eyes crinkling with delight as he gestured towards his cluttered kitchen area. "Just look at this little fella over here. He's already making himself happy." Hermione's head whipped around, her bushy hair flying, as she cast a startled glance towards the kitchen. To her dismay, she discovered that Freedom had sneaked away while she was engrossed in the heated discussion. The tiny elf was now enthusiastically assisting Hagrid, having already quietly scrubbed Hagrid's enormous, basin-sized bowl until it gleamed in the firelight. Currently, the eager elf was vigorously wiping down Hagrid's massive, perpetually greasy black stove, its frail arms working tirelessly. "Stop, Freedom!" Hermione shouted, her voice sharp with frustration and anger. The sudden outburst caused Freedom to jump in fright, the cleaning cloth slipping from its long-fingered hands and falling to the floor with a soft plop. As Hermione rushed over, her face flushed with a mix of emotions, Hagrid tilted his shaggy head back, his eyes roaming around the cluttered interior of his one-room home. With a note of wistful regret in his voice, he said, "Ter tell ya the truth, I could really do with a house elf round here ter help keep things tidy. Why, just the other day, Professor Moody dropped by ter offer his services in patrol in the Forbidden Forest for me. Nice of him, really. But he also suggested, in that gruff way of his, that I might want ter consider giving the place a bit of a spruce up." Freedom, its large, tennis ball-sized eyes brimming with a mixture of confusion and distress, looked pleadingly at the visibly annoyed Hermione. The elf's high-pitched, squeaky voice quavered as it explained, "Freedom only wishes to help clean the house for Mistress Granger's friend." The elf's bat-like ears drooped sadly, as if it had been suddenly interrupted from partaking in a wonderful pleasure. Hagrid raised his bushy eyebrows but remained silent, his dark eyes moving between the frustrated Hermione and the crestfallen house elf. Hermione, who had clearly realized the thorny nature of the situation she found herself in, sat down heavily on a nearby wooden bench. She folded her arms tightly across her chest, her lips pressed into a thin line as she struggled to reconcile her ideals with the reality before her. To be perfectly honest, Harry didn't much want to be dragged further into this troublesome affair. He hunched his shoulders and remained silent, hoping to avoid drawing attention to himself. But suddenly, a streak of vivid blue light flashed outside the window, which was as dark as the depths of an abyss on this moonless night. Harry's emerald eyes widened in surprise, and just as he was pondering what that mysterious light could possibly be, Ron, in a misguided attempt to defuse the situation, piped up with what he clearly thought was a helpful suggestion. "I reckon my mum would be more than willing to take it in, Hermione, if you're looking for a good home." "Absolutely not, Ronald Weasley." Hermione exploded, her patience finally snapping like a stretched rubber band. Her eyes flashed dangerously as she rounded on Ron. "I'd rather leave it here with Hagrid. At least then I can keep an eye on it and make sure it's not mistreated." Hermione's chest heaved violently as she looked around the cramped hut, her gaze sweeping over the silent Hagrid, the slobbering boarhound Fang and Harry and Ron, who were both visibly shrinking away from her outburst. Finally, her eyes came to rest on the nervous little Freedom, who was wringing its hands anxiously. Suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over Hermione. She felt utterly isolated and helpless. But if even her closest friends wouldn't support her in this crucial mission, who else could she possibly turn to for help? The silence in Hagrid's hut grew thick and oppressive, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fire and Fang's heavy breathing. The tension was palpable, seeming to press down on all of them like a physical weight. Then, without warning, Hermione's voice rang out, shattering the awkward quiet. "Fine, I've made my decision," she declared, her tone laced with determination and a hint of desperation. "I'm going to establish a society for the promotion of elfish welfare, and every single one of you is going to be a founding member of this organization whether you like it or not." "What in the bloody hell?" Ron's exclamation of disbelief burst forth involuntarily. "I never agreed to any of this madness." But Hermione was not to be deterred. If anything, Ron's protest only seemed to fuel her passion further. "Our immediate goals are," she continued, raising her voice even louder to drown out any further objections from Ron or anyone else who might dare to challenge her vision. Her normally warm brown eyes now blazed with an almost supernatural intensity, the pure orange-yellow of her pupils flickering like twin flames of righteousness. When she spoke again, it was in a tone that brooked absolutely no argument or refusal. "First and foremost, we must focus on recruiting more members into our organization. We need to build a strong, unified voice for change. Then, we'll turn our attention to persuading the house elves right here at Hogwarts to accept fair wages and reasonable holidays. I'll personally go to Professor Watson and hold him to his promise. This will be our testing ground, where we can gain valuable experience and refine our methods. Once we've achieved success here, we'll use that as a springboard to spread our message throughout the entire wizarding world." Hermione paused for breath, her eyes sweeping across the room to gauge the reactions of her audience. "But that's just the beginning. Our ultimate goal, and mark my words, we will achieve this, is to compel the Ministry of Magic to enact comprehensive legislation protecting the rights of house elves. We won't rest until every last house elf in Britain is afforded the dignity, respect, and legal protections they so richly deserve." As Hermione's impassioned speech came to an end, the expressions on the faces of Hagrid, Harry, and Ron made it abundantly clear that they thought she had well and truly lost her mind. In the end, after much debate and consideration on Hermione's part, she eventually decided to leave Freedom with Hagrid, the only person she truly trusted and who could provide her with the help she needed. In the previous school year, when Ron had mistakenly believed that Crookshanks had killed his rat, Scabbers, she had also entrusted her pet to Hagrid's care for a time. It had been a desperate measure to prevent her friendship with Ron from completely disintegrating, and now she found herself in a similar position. However, she also set strict rules for both Hagrid and Freedom. Her voice was firm as she laid out her conditions. She wouldn't allow Hagrid to order Freedom around like a servant, nor would she permit Freedom to do anything other than play and relax while at Hagrid's hut. She told them that she would try to come here every day to teach Freedom the correct outlook on life. As the trio made their way back to the castle under the cover of Harry's invisibility cloak, Hermione's mind was already racing ahead to her next steps. "I need to get started on creating the official guidelines and a specific action plan for our society right away," she muttered, her words tumbling out in an excited rush. "We'll need to have some sort of striking, eye-catching emblem or badge to distinguish our members from those who are still waiting to be persuaded to join our cause. After all, we might end up with a significant number of members very quickly." Ron made a strange coughing sound that sounded suspiciously like poorly disguised mockery, but Hermione either didn't notice or chose to ignore it. "Harry," she continued, undeterred, "next Wednesday, we need to promote this during Professor Watson's physical education class. Professor Watson has already expressed his support for us." Her tone was confident, brooking no argument. Harry bit his lip, really wanting to remind Hermione how angry she had been with Professor Watson earlier today, and that the professor hadn't actually agreed to anything she was now proposing. However, he held his tongue, knowing that in her current state of excitement, any attempt at reason would likely fall on deaf ears. The three of them walked quickly through the grounds into the shadow cast by Hogwarts Castle, their feet making soft squelching sounds on the damp grass. Harry and Ron were walking particularly fast, clearly eager to get away from Hermione and her impassioned planning as soon as possible. As they climbed the worn stone steps outside the castle's imposing main doors, the soft glow of torchlight spilling out from within, Harry nearly tripped due to his hasty steps. His foot caught on the edge of a step, and he stumbled, barely managing to catch himself before falling. "Oh, do watch your step there, Potter!" A hoarse, deep voice suddenly cut through the night air, coming from behind the massive, closed doors. In the quiet of the evening, this unexpected sound was like a thunderclap, stunning the three of them into immobility. "We're done for!" This panicked thought simultaneously arose in the minds of Harry, Ron, and Hermione as Professor Moody's limping figure stepped into the moonlight. "That's a mighty fine invisibility cloak you've got there. Whose is it?" Moody's both normal eye and his vivid blue magical eye were focused closely on the spot where the three of them stood frozen, leaving Harry with no hope of slipping away undetected. With a sinking feeling, he realized that he had encountered the third wizard who could see through his invisibility cloak. "It's mine, Sir," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper as he voluntarily pulled down the shimmering fabric. The three young wizards stood obediently outside the door like a trio of quails caught in the gaze of a hawk, enduring Moody's penetrating scrutiny. "Normally," Moody began, his scarred face unreadable in the shadows, "shouldn't you be explaining to me why you are wandering around the castle grounds at bedtime?" Unexpectedly, there wasn't much anger in Professor Moody's voice, which gave Harry a glimmer of hope that they might yet escape punishment. "It's my fault, Professor Moody." Hermione stepped forward with a flushed face, no longer speaking in an overbearing tone. Lowering her gaze to avoid Moody's intense stare, she fabricated an explanation on the spot. "I had an urgent question about blast-ended scroots that I simply had to ask Hagrid. Harry and Ron were worried I might encounter danger if I went alone at night, so they insisted on accompanying me." Harry and Ron both frowned, their faces a picture of confusion as they opened their mouths to refute Hermione's creative explanation. However, before they could utter a word, Hermione swiftly and secretly pinched the soft flesh at their waists, making them hiss in pain. "I see." Moody's gruff voice was tinged with an odd note of amusement as he continued to stare at Hermione's face. "And you also brought a gift for Hagrid, didn't you, Miss Granger? I must admit, you're quite a noble young witch." 0488 Incidents. "I must admit, you are a noble young witch," Professor Moody's deep voice echoed in the dim entrance hall. Hermione, caught off guard, turned pale, her flushed face draining of color. She stared blankly at Moody's frightening blue eye, trembling slightly with fear. Beside her, Harry's emerald eyes widened in sudden realization, his heart performing a spectacular acrobatic feat as it leapt into his throat. The memory of a fleeting blue light outside Hagrid's hut earlier suddenly clicked into place. His gaze darted between Moody's normal eye and its magical matching part, and before he could stop himself, the words tumbled from his lips, "You were outside Hagrid's window earlier." "Very good, Potter," Moody made no attempt to deny it. He looked at Harry and growled with admiration in his voice. "You're quite perceptive. I suppose there's no point in denying it." He shifted his weight, his wooden leg making a dull thud against the stone floor. "When I was returning from my nightly patrol of the Forbidden Forest, I caught sight of three figures skulking towards Hagrid's hut under an invisibility cloak. As a professor, I had no choice but to investigate, did I? After all, what if it had been three ill-intentioned dark wizards?" Harry's mind raced, a silent protest forming in his thoughts. "If you could see through the invisibility cloak, how could you not have known who we were?" But he bit his tongue, instinctively sensing that challenging Moody's lie might not be the wisest course of action. "Well then, Miss Granger," Professor Moody continued, his magical eye swiveling to focus intently on Hermione. Despite the gruffness of his tone, Harry could sense an undercurrent of, was it approval? He didn't seem angry at all. If anything, he appeared almost pleased with their actions. "I must admit, you've surprised me," with a series of uneven thuds, Moody said, making his way across the flagstone floor, closing the distance between himself and Hermione. Though he wasn't significantly taller than her, Hermione's bowed head made him seem to loom over her like a weathered oak tree. His voice, when he spoke again, rasped like autumn leaves skittering across stone. "In my long and often dark career, I've encountered more rotten characters than I care to count. I've personally escorted many of them to the cold embrace of Azkaban's cells." His magical eye ceased its constant movement, focusing with laser-like intensity on the top of Hermione's bowed head. "But never, in all my years, did I expect to find a young witch quite like you." Hermione's chin lifted slightly, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and cautious hope as Moody continued. "You respect life, Miss Granger. Not just the lives of your fellow witches and wizards, but even those of the poor, often overlooked house elves. You want to fight for their rights." A note of genuine admiration crept into Moody's gravelly tones. "I can tell you with absolute certainty, there aren't many so-called righteous wizards out there with hearts as pure and good as yours." Hermione's face was full of conflicting emotions. She had steeled herself for a barrage of rebukes, her mind flashing back to Moody's harsh treatment of Malfoy when he had attempted to curse Harry. She had even harbored secret fears of ending up on the receiving end of one of Moody's jinxes. Instead, here she stood, being showered with praise from one of the most scary wizards she had ever encountered. Strangely, this unexpected turn of events only served to intensify her feelings of shame and remorse. I shouldn't have lied to you, Professor Moody. I just Hermione's explanation was choked with tears, but before she could continue her stammered explanation, Moody cut her off with a wave of his gnarled hand. No need to explain, Miss Granger, Moody said, his tone surprisingly gentle. Nobody wants to face punishment, after all. With a deliberate movement, he stepped aside, leaving a clear path for the trio to make their leave. But now, you lot really should make your way back to your dormitories. Watson sometimes wanders around the castle at night, and I'm not entirely certain he'd be as understanding as I'm being. Ron, who had been uncharacteristically silent throughout the exchange, finally found his voice. You're letting us go? He exclaimed, his freckled face a mask of shock and disbelief. No points taken? No detention? You're not going to tell Professor McGonagall about us sneaking out? A sound that might have been a laugh if laughs could be this terrifying erupted from Moody's throat. If that's what you'd prefer, Weasley. He growled, his magical eye spinning wildly. I'd be more than happy to oblige. Not needing to be told twice, Harry, Ron, and Hermione fled up the grand staircase from the entrance hall, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space as they ran as if their very lives depended on it. They remained blissfully unaware that Moody lingered in the shadowy hall, his mismatched eyes following their retreating forms with a deep, pensive gaze until they vanished from sight. Breathless and still reeling from their encounter, the trio finally reached the portrait of the fat lady. Balderdash, Harry panted, and the portrait swung open to reveal the warmly lit Gryffindor common room. I can't believe he just let us off like that. Ron exclaimed as they scrambled through the portrait hole, his voice still shaky with a mixture of relief and lingering fear. The crackling fire in the hearth cast a warm glow across the room, seeming to chase away some of the tension from their unexpected confrontation. And that eye of his, Harry added, collapsing into one of the overstuffed armchairs by the fire. It can see through invisibility cloaks. I've never known anyone who could do that except Professor Dumbledore and Professor Watson. But Hermione, it seemed, had already moved past their narrow escape. Her eyes shone with renewed determination as she headed towards the girls' dormitories. I need to get back to the dormitory and start planning how we're going to promote S.P.E.W, she announced, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Ron gaped at her retreating form, his face a picture of disbelief. Have you gone completely mental? He shouted after her, his voice rising in pitch. That house elf of yours nearly got us killed by Moody. But Hermione was already bounding up the spiral staircase to the girls' dormitory, either deaf to Ron's protests or choosing to ignore them entirely. Her mind was clearly focused on the task ahead, undeterred by the evening's close call. She's lost it, I tell you, Ron grumbled, turning to Harry with an exasperated expression. When is she ever going to give it a rest? Harry just shrugged, saying nothing. He knew all too well that once Hermione set her mind to something, there was little anyone could do to dissuade her. True to form, Hermione didn't give it a rest as Ron had fervently hoped. Instead, she threw herself into her campaign with renewed vigor, putting her words into action with a determination that was both admirable and slightly terrifying. Over the next month or so, while life at Hogwarts continued in its usual magical fashion with classes, homework, and the occasional mishap in potions, the most notable occurrence was the rise of Hermione Granger's SPEW, Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Since that night of their encounter with Moody, Hermione's passion for house elf rights had only intensified. Though she no longer visited Hagrid's hut on a daily basis, she still managed to drag Harry and Ron along whenever she could spare the time, apparently to check on Freedom's progress. Harry and Ron found themselves unwilling witnesses to the house elf's remarkable growth rate. In just over a month, Freedom had undergone a startling transformation. From being barely larger than a garden gnome when they first encountered him, the young house elf had shot up to stand almost eye to eye with Dobby. Hermione's attempts to teach Freedom the art of relaxation and leisure life proved to be futile. Her orders forbidding Freedom from tending to Hagrid's housework fell on determinately deaf ears. For Freedom, it seemed, the very act of working was his form of rest and enjoyment. The concept of idleness was as foreign to him as advanced arithmancy would be to a flobberworm. The impact of Freedom's presence on Hagrid's humble abode was nothing short of miraculous. The cabin, which had always been gloomy and filled with the smells of various magical creatures, except on the sunniest days, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis since the house elf had taken up residence. Where before the windows had been smeared with a film of grime, allowing only the barest hint of sunlight to filter through, they now sparkled like cut crystal, flooding the interior with warm, natural light. The ancient wooden floorboards, which had creaked and groaned under the weight of countless footsteps over the years, now gleamed with a soft, honeyed luster. Every surface in the cabin seemed to have been scrubbed clean. The old iron stove, which had faithfully served Hagrid for nearly half a century, had been transformed from a grease-spattered relic into a gleaming centerpiece. Its surface now reflected the dancing flames of the hearth, adding an extra layer of warmth to the cozy interior. Hagrid's bed, which had always seemed slightly damp and musty no matter how often the linens were changed, now had crisp, fresh bedding that smelled faintly of lavender and sunshine. Even Fang, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, had benefited from Freedom's attentions. The dog's usually matted black coat now shone with a healthy gleam, and he seemed to carry himself with a newfound dignity. But Freedom's industriousness didn't stop at the cabin's threshold. Under cover of darkness, while Hagrid's thunderous snores shook the rafters, the tireless house elf would slip out to tend to the vegetable patch. With nimble fingers, he would pluck out weeds, gently remove harmful insects, and ensure that each plant received just the right amount of water. As a result, Hagrid's pumpkins grew to record-breaking sizes, and his herbs flourished with unprecedented vigor. In short, Freedom had managed to bring order and cleanliness to every aspect of Hagrid's life with the notable exception of the blast-ended Screwits, which remained as chaotic and unpredictable as ever. Even a house elf's magic, it seemed, had its limits when it came to Hagrid's more exotic pets. As the weeks passed, Hermione's frustration with Freedom's relentless work ethic reached a boiling point. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves swirled around their ankles on the path to Hagrid's hut, she announced her intention to smuggle the house elf back to the castle and keep him hidden. Hagrid's reaction was immediate and heartfelt. "Just leave him here with me, Hermione," he pleaded, his beetle black eyes widening pleadingly. His massive hands, each the size of a dustbin lid, clasped together as if in prayer. "I promise I'll teach Freedom how to enjoy life." The sincerity in his voice was palpable, tinged with a hint of desperation at the thought of losing his diligent little helper. Despite Hagrid's impassioned plea, Hermione remained resolute. With a combination of wit and sheer determination, she managed to take Freedom away to Gryffindor Tower, hiding him in an unused chest of drawers in a quiet corner of the common room. Her plan, however well-intentioned, was doomed from the start. Within just 2 days, the common room had undergone a transformation that rivaled that of Hagrid's hut. The worn stone floor now gleamed with such a high polish that students could see their reflections in it, leading to more than one near miss as distracted first years admired their shoes while walking. But it was the inexplicable appearance of freshly laundered and neatly folded undergarments on the girls' bedsides that finally unfastened Hermione's scheme. These were items that the students never sent to the school laundry, preferring to handle such personal things themselves. The sudden and mysterious cleaning of these sent ripples of confusion and alarm through her fellow housemates. Lavender, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, had shrieked that she was going to report this bizarre occurrence to Professor McGonagall. It had taken all of Hermione's considerable powers of persuasion and a fair few hastily concocted excuses to stall her roommate's march to their head of house's office. Realizing the unsustainable nature of her plan, Hermione had no choice but to return Freedom to Hagrid's now chaotic hut. The brief absence of the house elf had allowed Hagrid's natural lifestyle to reassert itself, and the contrast between the cabin's current state and its former cleanliness was stark. Meanwhile, Hermione's Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare faced an uphill battle in gaining widespread support among the student body. Undeterred by the lukewarm reception, Hermione seized every opportunity to spread her message, including during Professor Watson's physical education classes. One particularly memorable incident occurred while the class was lined up, practicing their dodging techniques. Hermione took advantage of the captive audience to launch into an impassioned lecture about the unfair treatment of house elves. The Slytherins, predictably, had a field day mocking her about this impromptu speech. Pansy Parkinson's shrill voice cut through the air like a knife, dripping with malice. "Have you seen yourself in those little creatures, Granger?" she jeered, her pug-like face contorted in a sneer. "Is that why you're so obsessed with them? Finally found your own kind, have you?" But Hermione remained resolute, clutching her collection tin for membership fees with white-knuckled determination. She moved through the crowd of students, her chin held high despite the mocking laughter that followed in her trail. When she approached Ernie Macmillan, her voice took on a coaxing tone as she tried to persuade her to join the society. It wasn't that Hermione's efforts were entirely in vain. A small but dedicated group of students had indeed joined her cause. Ginny had been one of the first to sign up. Luna had also enthusiastically joined, speculating that house elves might be distant relatives of the elusive blibbering humdinger. Hannah, her round face flushed with compassion, had also paid the 2-sickle membership fee as her Hufflepuff sense of fairness was stirred by Hermione's impassioned pleas. Cho Chang, much to Harry's barely concealed delight, had also become a member of SPEW. However, the circumstances of her joining were somewhat less than ideal. Harry, in a moment of nervous bravery, had personally invited her to join the society. The memory of Cho's bewildered expression when she first heard about SPEW still made Harry cringe inwardly. Her dark eyes had widened in confusion as she tilted her head, trying to make sense of the concept. In the end, Harry strongly suspected she had only joined to save face. Perhaps the most surprising supporter of Hermione's campaign was Professor Watson himself. He had made a generous contribution of 10 galleons to the cause. Moreover, he had not prevented Hermione from carrying on with her campaign during his classes, a fact that did not go unnoticed by the other students. Harry, recalling Hagrid's words about Professor Watson being a truly remarkable wizard, felt a surge of admiration for the man. It wasn't just Professor Watson's undeniable magical prowess that set him apart, but his willingness to support a cause that many others dismissed or ridiculed. In Harry's eyes, this quiet endorsement of Hermione's efforts spoke volumes about their professor's character. As October wore on, the castle grounds transformed into a drapery of autumnal hues. The Forbidden Forest became a riot of reds, golds, and deep burgundies, its usual unfriendly characteristic softened by the season's beauty. The Black Lake reflected the changing colors of the sky, its surface rippling with the crisp breeze that heralded the approach of winter. It was on one such picturesque late October evening, during Professor Watson's physical education class, that a new situation arose. 0489 Progress and Situation. As the sun dipped below the horizon on that late October evening, the temperature plummeted with alarming swiftness, causing an involuntary shiver to ripple through anyone unfortunate enough to be caught outside. The air grew heavy with moisture, and a thick, ghostly mist began to rise from the inky depths of the Black Lake. Like phantom tendrils, it crept across the sprawling grounds of Hogsmeade Village and the Hogwarts Castle, enveloping everything in its path with an eerie, ethereal shroud. The ancient stone walls of Hogwarts loomed against the darkening sky, their weathered surfaces disappearing into the encroaching fog. From a distance, the castle appeared neglected and abandoned, its windows dark and lifeless, except for a few flickering lights that hinted at the magic and life contained within. Yet, despite the somber atmosphere outside, within the walls of the physical education classroom, an entirely different scene was unfolding. The room buzzed with energy and excitement, a stark contrast to the gloomy world beyond its walls. Young wizards, their faces flushed with exertion and determination, moved about the space with purpose and vigor. They had shed their usual school robes, which now lay in haphazard piles against the walls, forgotten in the heat of their magical exercises. With sleeves rolled up to their elbows, exposing forearms that were beginning to show the first signs of toning from their rigorous training, the students waved their wands with newfound confidence. Each of them was focused intently on their assigned suit of armor, their targets standing stoically as spell after spell was hurled in their direction. The change in these young witches and wizards over the past month was nothing short of remarkable. Gone were the awkward, hesitant movements of novices, in their place stood budding magical warriors. Their postures had straightened, shoulders set with determination, and eyes gleaming with a mix of concentration and growing self-assurance. Even the way they carried themselves between spells spoke volumes about their progress, more efficient in their movements, less prone to distraction, and emanating an air of composure that contradicted their youth. Brian paced among the students with unhurried steps, his hands clasped behind his back with pride. His keen eyes missed nothing as he observed each student in turn, noting their improvements and mentally cataloging areas that still needed work. The focus of their training remained on dueling-type spells, but the context had shifted significantly. No longer were they practicing in the safety of Brian's spiritual world that had served as their training ground in the early days. Now, having mastered the basics of combat-oriented magic, they had graduated to practicing in the real world. This transition was crucial, as Brian knew all too well that the subtle nuances between casting in a magical construct and the physical realm could mean the difference between victory and defeat in a real confrontation. Suddenly, a streak of brilliant red light, as thick as a man's thumb, whizzed past Brian's ear. The spell cut through the air with a high-pitched whistle, leaving a faint trail of sparks in its wake. Time seemed to slow as Brian watched as it precisely struck its target, a suit of armor standing some 30 feet away. The moment of impact was spectacular. With a resounding clang that echoed through the room, the spear clutched in the armor's gauntlet was violently wrenched free. It spun through the air, end over end, arcing back towards its caster in a display of magical mastery that would have been dangerous were it not so precisely controlled. But the disarming effect was only the beginning. Before the armor could react, a second spell followed with equal precision. This time, a flash of bright red light, the unmistakable hue of stupefy, hit the suit of armor dead on. The enchanted metal froze in place, rendered immobile by the stunning force. Brian's eyes flickered to the source of this impressive display, Harry standing calmly with his wand raised. What made this demonstration all the more remarkable was the complete silence with which it had been executed. A nonverbal disarming charm, augmented with a stunning charm stun effect. Not far from Harry, Hermione was engaged in her own magical duel with an enchanted suit of armor. Her approach was noticeably different from Harry's, showcasing a diverse repertoire of spells that played to her intellectual strengths. Where Harry relied on raw talent and instinct, Hermione's movements were more calculated, each flick and swish of her wand precise and thoughtful. She danced around her opponent, unleashing a barrage of different offensive spells in quick succession. A jet of purple flames here, a shower of acidic green sparks there, each spell chosen with careful consideration of its effects and potential combinations. However, the relatively short training period meant that not every incantation could be cast non-verbally yet. Occasionally, a whispered word or phrase would escape her lips. A series of menacing hisses drew Brian's attention to another corner of the room. There, Draco stood with his wand extended, a look of fierce concentration on his pale, pointed face. From the tip of his wand, several pitch-black pythons materialized, each as thick as a man's forearm. They dropped to the stone floor with a soft thud, immediately rearing up to face the nearby suit of armor. Their forked tongues flicked out, tasting the air, as their eyes gleamed with an unnatural, cold light. With the subtle motion of Draco's wand, the serpents sprang into action. They moved with uncanny speed and grace, slithering across the floor in a pattern that seemed almost choreographed. In few moments, they had surrounded the armor, approaching it from multiple angles to cut off any potential escape. As one, the snakes launched themselves at the metal figure. They coiled around its limbs and torso with frightening strength, their muscles rippling beneath glossy black scales. The sound of straining metal filled the air as the armor began to buckle and warp under the relentless constriction. But the physical damage was only the beginning. Where the snake's fangs made contact with the armor's shoulders, a noxious black smoke began to rise. The acrid scent of corrosion filled the air as the once gleaming bronze rapidly bleached to a sickly white before beginning to rot away entirely. Seeing this, Draco bared his teeth in an excited grin. Instinctively, he sought out Harry, perhaps hoping to gauge his reaction to this show of magical prowess. Instead, his eyes met those of Brian. The triumphant expression faltered for a moment before Draco quickly ducked his head, suddenly very interested in dealing with the self-repairing charm on his now distorted suit of armor. Brian continued his circuit of the room, pausing to observe each student in turn. He watched as Ginny conjured a veritable flood of bats from the end of her wand. The chittering cloud of winged creatures swarmed around her chosen target, their tiny claws and teeth wreaking havoc on the metal surface. The sudden appearance of the bats startled Finch Fletchley, who was practicing nearby, causing him to yelp and nearly drop his wand. A few paces away, Luna presented a stark contrast to the frenzied energy around her. The small, blonde witch moved with an almost otherworldly grace, her movements more akin to an intricate dance than traditional spell casting. As she waved her wand in elegant arcs, a stream of colorful, note-like objects flowed from its tip that effortlessly tore through her assigned armor as if it were made of parchment rather than metal. Brian's gaze swept over the other students. Cedric Diggory, his face set in determination as he rapid-fired hexes at his target, Theodore Knott, whose quiet intensity contradicted the devastating effects of his carefully chosen curses, Blaise Zabinai, moving with cat-like grace as he wove a complex web of interconnected spells around his armor. Each young wizard had found their own rhythm, their own style of magical combat that suited their personalities and strengths. As Brian completed his circuit of the room, his eyes fell upon Neville, and his brow furrowed slightly. He was tucking away in a corner, his face red with exertion and frustration as he struggled with even the most basic of spells. Compared to his excellent physical aptitude and crisis response, Neville's spellcasting was almost unbearable to watch. Brian's frown deepened as he considered the problem. It wasn't that Neville couldn't recite the incantations correctly or that his wand movements were improper. The issue lay in his control over magical power, or rather, his lack thereof. Even Brian's newly developed magical training methods couldn't help him with this. Unlike Harry, who could instinctively chain the power of his disarming charm with a stunning spell or other spells, or Hermione, whose excellent concentration allowed her to master a wide variety of spells, Neville still struggled with the most basic of attack spells. Because of this, Neville had lost almost all the confidence he had painstakingly built up in this class. A quiet sigh escaped Brian's lips as he watched Neville's latest attempt fizzle out harmlessly a foot from his wand tip. The situation was becoming unbearable. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Neville gave up entirely, crushed under the weight of his perceived inadequacy, but Brian didn't want to abandon any young wizard who had persevered in training until now. He didn't want to give up on a single one. But how to help Neville find his path to improvement? It was a question that gave Brian headache, his brow furrowing deeper as he pondered. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with a quick fix or a simple encouragement. Lost in thought, Brian almost missed the time. Catching himself, he raised his hands and gave 2 sharp claps. The sound cut through the cacophony of spellcasting like a knife, immediately drawing the attention of every student in the room. As if choreographed, the young wizards ceased their activities and began to gather in front of Brian. They moved with purpose, quickly arranging themselves by house in neat lines. The discipline they displayed was impressive, a far cry from the chaotic assemblies of just a few weeks prior. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Brian, their gazes a mix of exhaustion, exhilaration, and deep respect. The Slytherins, in particular, stared at him with an intensity that bordered on fanaticism. The rules Professor Watson had laid down at the beginning of their training were clear: no boasting about their progress. This was an unspoken rule among them, no inter-house confrontations. But even without words, each student was acutely aware of how far they had come in the past month and a half. Today's training ends here, Brian announced, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The simple statement was met with a collective exhalation, a mix of relief and satisfaction rippling through the gathered students. Hermione reached up to wipe a bead of sweat from her forehead, her eyes already darting around the group. It was clear she was mentally selecting today's target for her S.P.E.W. public relations campaign, while Harry inconspicuously moved a bit further from Hermione. Before you leave, Brian continued, his tone shifting slightly to indicate he had something important to say, I have some news to share with you in advance. The school was planning to announce this on Friday, but I believe the students in the physical education class deserve some privileges. At these words, the young wizards straightened their spines, chests puffing out with pride even as their eyes widened in anticipation. At the beginning of this term, during the sorting ceremony, I already told you that the Tri-Wizard tournament would be held this year, Brian began, his voice measured and calm. The other two schools, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, will arrive at Hogwarts next Friday. For the rest of this school year, the champion candidates from these two schools will live and study alongside you. Boom. The effect of this announcement was immediate and electric. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the center of the room, sending shockwaves of excitement through the assembled students. The previously orderly lines dissolved as friends turned to each other, voices rising in a cacophony of excited chatter. After all, they were a group of young wizards who loved excitement. Upon hearing this news, they could no longer contain themselves and began to discuss it enthusiastically with their friends. Professor Watson. Cedric's voice cut through the noise, his hand raised high as he asked, but the school hasn't announced the champion selection rules yet. I will announce them in the Great Hall when our guests arrive. For now, this is still confidential. His words were met with a collective groan of disappointment. What about the tournament tasks, Professor Watson? This time it was Fred who spoke up. Is the school still not allowing underage students to participate? I'm afraid so, Brian replied with a smile. As for the tasks to be performed in the tournament, he spread his hands in a gesture of innocence, his expression one of exaggerated helplessness. I don't know. The tasks are decided by the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports. To ensure fairness, they won't disclose this information to the three participating schools in advance. This is strictly confidential. Another wave of sighs and muttered disappointments swept through the room. All right, Brian said, clapping his hands once more to regain their attention. I'm telling you this news to allow those aspiring to compete for the champion position to prepare mentally in advance. Although I shouldn't show favoritism, a twinkle appeared in his eye as he said this, I still hope that the young wizard representing Hogwarts will be one of you. If it's not one of you, I would feel. But before Brian could finish speaking his thoughts, a sudden, heavy impact sounded from outside the curtained window. The noise was so unexpected and powerful that it caused several students to jump, their wands instinctively raising in a defensive posture. The abrupt interruption shattered the anticipatory atmosphere that had built up around Brian's words. Simultaneously, the young wizards turned their attention to the source of the disturbance. Through the heavy velvet curtains that decorated the classroom windows, they could make out a frantic fluttering sound. It was a familiar noise to anyone who had spent time in the wizarding world, the sound of an owl's wings beating against glass. However, this was probably no ordinary mail delivery. The hour was late, well past the time when owls typically arrived with messages or parcels. The Great Hall during breakfast was the usual setting for such arrivals. An owl seeking entry at this hour, with such urgency, was highly unusual and immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Brian's eyebrow arched slightly. He crossed the room to the window, the students parting before him like water around a stone. As he drew back the curtain, the owl came into full view. It was a fine-looking brown owl. However, a closer look exposed that its feathers were damp with dew, probably due to a long and hurried flight through the misty night air. The bird's amber eyes were wide and alert, filled with an almost human-like urgency. In its beak, it clutched a roll of parchment, gripping it so tightly that the edges were slightly crumpled. With a smooth motion of his wand, Brian unlatched the window and swung it open. A gust of cold, damp air rushed into the room, causing several students to shiver and pull their robes tighter around themselves. The owl didn't wait for an invitation. As soon as the opening was wide enough, it swooped into the room, wings spread wide to slow its flight. The bird made a beeline for Brian, hovering before him with an impatient flutter of its wings. Brian carefully extracted the parchment from its beak as he took a moment to gently pat the bird's head. The room had fallen into an expectant hush. Even the usual whispers and fidgeting that accompanied any gathering of students had ceased. All eyes were fixed on Brian as he unrolled the parchment, holding it close to the light of a nearby wall torch to read its contents. The silence stretched on. In the tense silence, Harry leaned closer to Hermione, his voice barely above a whisper. "What's going on?" he murmured, his green eyes darting between Professor Watson's now solemn face and the parchment in his hands. "Has anything happened recently? Did the Daily Prophet say anything?" Hermione's brow creased in thought, her mind no doubt racing through recent events and news articles. After a moment's hesitation, she gave a small shake of her head. "No, Harry," she whispered back, her voice tinged with confusion. Their hushed exchange was cut short as Brian finally looked up from the parchment. He folded the parchment and tucked it into an inner pocket of his robes before addressing the class. This Friday's physical education class will be supervised by Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood. Brian continued without pause, there's an urgent matter I need to attend to, and I'll be leaving Hogwarts for a few days. With these words, Brian strode out of the classroom, leaving behind a group of confused young wizards standing in place, looking at each other in bewilderment. 0490 him. After leaving a group of confused young wizards in the physical education classroom, Brian's face immediately became calm. A flash of lightning-like gleam passed through his pale purple eyes as he strode through the castle corridors towards the tower that housed Dumbledore's office. Just as he stepped onto the walkway connecting to the small tower, Brian's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly took a few steps back. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a burst of dazzling fire exploded in the dim, gloomy air before him. When the explosive flames dissipated, a serious-looking Dumbledore and Fawkes suddenly appeared in front of him. Brian. Dumbledore stepped out of the lingering embers. The collar beneath his long, silvery white beard was a bit disheveled, clearly having hastily changed clothes after receiving the news. You've received the message, haven't you? Dumbledore inquired, his tone solemn. Brian nodded slightly. Sirius sent me a letter, detailing the gist of what had happened. He also mentioned that Kingsley had already briefed you on. Dumbledore didn't wait for Brian to finish, the urgency of the situation compelling him to interject. Remus has been taken into custody by Scrimgeour and is currently being held by the Auror office, he explained, the words tumbling out with uncharacteristic haste. Kingsley managed to secure a position guarding Remus alongside Dawlish to prevent them from using any unofficial interrogation methods. Under normal circumstances, a case of this nature would fall under Amelia's jurisdiction. However, he paused, his brow furrowing deeply. This particular matter came as a direct order from Cornelius himself. I have no doubt that Scrimgeour will inform Cornelius immediately. We must formulate a proper response before the situation escalates further, otherwise. The vast sky was filled with darkness as Dumbledore and Brian, enveloped by Fawkes' radiance, rapidly exchanged opinions. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, his breath held as he concentrated intensely. Brian studied Dumbledore's face, noting the deep lines of worry there. It had been a long time since he had seen Dumbledore wear such an expression of grave concern. I fear, Dumbledore finally said, his voice barely above a whisper, that Remus might be sent to Azkaban. Brian said calmly, Remus was acting under my instructions, I won't allow him to suffer the same fate as Sirius. I came to find you precisely for this matter, Brian continued, his gaze locked with Dumbledore's. I hope you'll let me handle this situation personally. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. No matter how you look at it, Fudge owes me a favor. He surely doesn't believe that merely sending Sirius to the Auror office is sufficient to repay the favor from the night of the Quidditch final. Brian's lips quirked in a humorless smile as he continued, however, if we both become involved in this matter, it will place an enormous amount of pressure on Fudge. It might cause him to lose what little psychological fortitude he has left. An irrational minister of magic would only complicate matters further and cause us a lot of trouble. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, clearly taken aback by Brian's insightful analysis. You've already figured Cornelius out quite well, Brian. He hadn't anticipated Brian's request for him to stay out of the matter, but after a moment of deep contemplation, he had to admit that Brian's proposal made sense. After a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore asked cautiously. Are you absolutely certain you can handle this matter, properly, Brian? Dumbledore emphasized the word properly, obviously concerned not just about whether Brian could get Remus out, but also that the methods shouldn't be too aggressive, lest they tear down the ministry. You don't need to worry, Brian responded with a calm nod, his confidence unwavering. I assure you, neither Remus nor the ministry will come to any harm. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes studied Brian intently, searching for any sign of doubt or recklessness. Finding none, he finally acquiesced to Brian's request. I'll lend you Fawkes, Brian. Though Dumbledore harbored reservations about Brian's claim that there won't be any problems, he recognized that Brian's involvement in this delicate situation was indeed more appropriate. With a slight sigh that spoke volumes of the burden he carried, Dumbledore finally agreed to Brian's plan. He glanced at Fawkes hovering above and said to Brian. The most crucial task at present is to buy time. Fawkes can assist you in that. Thank you, Brian accepted without hesitation. With a brief wait for my news, he stepped closer to Fawkes. In a brilliant explosion of fire that momentarily illuminated the entire walkway, Brian and the Phoenix vanished, leaving behind only a lingering warmth in the air and a few gently floating feathers. Dumbledore found himself alone on the storm-battered walkway, his brow furrowed in deep thought as he gazed out at the increasingly turbulent sky beyond the castle walls. London, Diagon Alley. In the heart of London, Diagon Alley pulsed with nightly energy. The famous Wizarding Street, far from settling into slumber as night fell, seemed to take on a life of its own after dark. While many of the local witches and wizards had retired to their homes, the vacuum left by their absence was quickly filled by foreign magical tourists, eager to experience the unique nighttime setting of Britain's most renowned magical shopping district. The cobblestone streets gleamed with an otherworldly luster under the flickering light of enchanted street lamps. These lamps, their glass panes etched with intricate runes, cast a warm, golden glow that danced across the facades of the surrounding shops, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and inviting. Iconic establishments like Ollivander's, where countless young witches and wizards had found their perfect wands, remained a hive of activity. Through its dust-streaked windows, one could see Mr. Ollivander himself, his wild white hair illuminated by wand light as he passionately explained the workings of wand lore to a group of awestruck tourists. Not far from Ollivander's, Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop was thriving with laughter and the occasional startled yelp. Tourists and mischief makers crowded the store, testing out the latest magical pranks and gags. Every few minutes, a burst of confetti or a cloud of multicolored smoke would erupt from the shop's entrance, accompanied by peals of delighted laughter. Ellipse Owl Emporium, usually quieter during daylight hours, had become active with the nocturnal energy of its residents. The soft hooting of dozens of owls created a soothing backdrop to the bustling street, with the occasional screech of a particularly excitable bird. Wizards from far-flung corners of the globe marveled at the variety of magical postal birds, from the tiny scops owls to the majestic eagle owls. Yet, amidst this tapestry of magical commerce and tourism, another, more utilitarian side of Diagon Alley was equally abuzz with activity. The train station, a node of magical transportation often overlooked by casual visitors, was a hive of activity as the shipments arrived. The rhythmic chug of a magical train grew louder as it approached from the misty horizon. With a screech of brakes and a great billowing of steam, the train ground to a halt at the platform. No sooner had it stopped than the cargo doors flew open, spewing a veritable army of workers who had been anxiously awaiting its arrival. Workers, their robes bearing the insignia of various magical shipping companies, swarmed the train with practiced efficiency. Wands at the ready, they began unloading. Some used levitation charms to gently float delicate packages to waiting carts, while others employed more robust magic to maneuver heavier crates. The air was thick with the mingled scents of exotic ingredients and raw materials. Whiffs of dragon scales, essence of moonflower, and powdered unicorn horn mixed with more mundane smells of wood and metal. Overseeing this controlled chaos were rows of stern-faced wizards positioned at regular intervals along both sides of the railway. Their wands were held at the ready, and their eyes constantly scanned the crowded platform, alert for any sign of trouble. These weren't ordinary security guards. The emblems embroidered on their robes marked them as representatives of some of the most influential magical families and corporations in the wizarding world. Their presence was a testament to the value of the cargo being unloaded. These raw materials were the lifeblood of the magical goods industry, their exact compositions closely guarded trade secrets. Many of these ingredients were rare, expensive, and potentially dangerous in the wrong hands. Under the watchful eyes of these guards and the repeated urgings of foremen, the efficiency of the workers reached fever pitch. Within just over an hour, a feat that would have been impossible without magic, all of the raw materials had been transferred from the train to an impressive array of horse-drawn carts. These weren't ordinary horse-drawn carts, of course. The carts they were hitched to were equally extraordinary, their wooden frames inscribed with protective runes and their interiors clearly enhanced with undetectable extension charms. As the last of the cargo was secured, a special freight passage opened up in the station wall. It was as if the very bricks had rearranged themselves, forming an archway large enough to accommodate the caravan of carts. The magical horses, sensing their cue, began to form an orderly queue, snorting hot breath that momentarily obscured them in clouds of steam. This was the moment of greatest vulnerability, the transition from the heavily guarded platform to the open streets of Diagon Alley. The supervising wizards hurriedly found their assigned carts, leaping onto the roofs with a grace that spoke of long practice. From these elevated positions, they would escort the precious cargo to its final destination. In the brief moment of organized chaos that ensued, as carts began to move and guards settled into position, no one noticed a shadow detach itself from a darkened corner of the platform. Taking advantage of a bank of clouds that had chosen that moment to obscure the moon, this shadowy figure silently slipped beneath the chassis of one of the carts. As the caravan of carts departed the station, they revealed the true scope of Diagon Alley to be far greater than most visitors ever realized. Beyond the main shopping street lay a complex and vast cluster of buildings that formed the beating heart of Britain's magical industry. The main road soon gave way to a labyrinth of narrower streets and alleyways. About half a mile from the bustling market area, the caravan began to disperse. Individual carts peeled off down different routes, each guarded by their assigned wizard, using the cover of night to make their way to various hidden factories scattered throughout the district. The rhythmic sound of wooden wheels grinding against cobblestones filled the air. The carts swayed gently as they navigated the uneven streets, and more than one of the alert guards found themselves stifling yawns as the journey wore on. The combination of the late hour, the repetitive motion, and the aftermath of the adrenaline rush from the loading process was taking its toll. Yet, beneath one of the carts, clinging to the undercarriage with grim determination, the shadowy figure remained ever vigilant. For what seemed like an eternity, but was in reality about an hour, the carts looped their way through the maze-like alleys of Diagon Alley's industrial district. Finally, almost imperceptibly at first, they began to slow. To the untrained eye, or indeed to any witch or wizard not privy to certain secrets, the area they had entered would have appeared to be nothing more than another crowded cluster of dilapidated buildings. But reality, as is often the case in the wizarding world, was far different from appearance. Hidden by powerful magic, a spacious factory complex lay nestled in the heart of what appeared to be a jumble of rundown structures. This concealed industrial area was a testament to the ingenuity of wizarding architects and the potency of concealment charms. From above, one would see nothing but crowded rooftops and twisting chimneys. Yet at ground level, for those who knew where to look, an expansive factory grounds materialized out of thin air. The caravan of carts came to a halt before an imposing iron gate. This entrance stood in stark contrast to the illusion of decay that surrounded it, its majesty even rivaling that of Hogwarts' own gates. As the carts settled into position, the supervising wizards on each vehicle leapt down. Their wands were at the ready, eyes scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. The journey might be nearly over, but they knew all too well that the final moments before securing the cargo were often the most dangerous. A person who seemed to be a foreman briefly communicated with a group of security wizards waiting at the gate, reporting the situation during the escort. Although nothing had happened, the security wizards guarding the gate didn't relax their vigilance. They started checking the carts one by one, beginning with the one at the front. The inspection was very thorough. They would open the carriage, enter the space that had been magically enlarged many times, and check for any hidden personnel. Of course, they wouldn't overlook the bottom of the carts either. A security wizard guarding the factory came to the cart where the intruder was hiding. He routinely searched the carriage, and finding nothing, he bent down and squinted to examine the chassis. His sharp gaze didn't miss any detail, but the uneven bottom was completely visible with no issues. So, the inspecting wizard passed this cart and moved on to check the next one. However, he overlooked that when he straightened up and breathed heavily, there was an extremely faint exhalation mixed in. With a series of nods exchanged between the security team, foreman, and escort wizards, the all-clear was given. The inspection was completed, and with the creaking sound of opening gates, the caravan that had been waiting for a long time set off again. The caravan passed through the gates. The carts traveled along a wide, smooth road that made its way through the compound. To one side stood an immense workshop building, its architecture a blend of Victorian industrial style and unmistakably magical elements. On the other side of the road, in stark contrast to the aged workshop, stood a newly constructed office building. As the carts approached their final destination, a large unloading area near the workshop, a flurry of activity erupted. Another group of workers, different from those at the train station, emerged from various doors and passageways. They took up positions around the unloading area, ready to begin the process of transferring the valuable cargo from the carts to the safety of the workshop. The hidden intruder knew that this was the moment of truth. As the cart passed a carefully manicured cluster of bushes, the figure made its move. Taking advantage of another cloud covering the moonlight and the momentary distraction of the escort wizards as they prepared for unloading, the intruder slipped from beneath the cart and into the bushes. From this new vantage point, hidden from sight but with a clear view of the unfolding scene, the intruder took a look at the surroundings. The quiet factory grounds had erupted into a hive of activity. Shouts and commands rang out as workers began unloading, their wands flashing as they levitated crates and guided them towards the open doors of the workshop. But the intruder withdrew his gaze from this bustle and turned to look at the office building where a few lights were on. At that moment, the thick clouds in the sky happened to part, and clear moonlight shone on the office building. Flipow! The huge, dark golden nameplate glittered in the moonlight. 0491 Vigil. As night fell, a luminous full moon casted its ethereal glow upon the earth, bathing the landscape in a silvery luster. In the towering office building, lights flickered and dimmed one by one as who had worked all day dragged their tired bodies into the elevators. As they descended to the ground floor, the lobby, once a bustling hub of activity, now stood nearly empty. Its marble floors gleamed under the soft light of enchanted lamps, reflecting the tired faces of those queuing up before the fireplace. The entire complex was a marvel of magical engineering and security. Towering walls surrounded the premises, their smooth surfaces divulging no hint of the powerful wards and enchantments woven into them. Anti-apparition spells blanketed the area, creating an impenetrable barrier against unauthorized magical transportation. The main gates, massive iron structures embellished with magical runes, stood guard, permitting passage only to those with the proper clearance. For the weary workers, the network of designated fireplaces offered the sole way out from this fortress-like facility. As each witch or wizard stepped into the emerald flames, calling out their destination, they vanished in a whoosh of magical energy, leaving behind the day's labor and heading home to their families or perhaps a welcoming tavern for a well-deserved butterbeer. While the offices gradually succumbed to silence, a stark contrast presented itself across the way. The factory buildings continued to hum with ceaseless activity. These windowless structures, sealed tight against prying eyes, guarded their secrets keenly. The lack of windows wasn't simply an architectural choice, it was a deliberate security measure, ensuring that the proprietary processes within remained hidden from potential industrial spies or curious onlookers. High above this nocturnal scene, Sirius stood at the edge of the office building's roof. The wind, unrestrained at this altitude, whipped around him, tousling his dark hair and causing his robes to billow dramatically. Sirius inhaled deeply, allowing the crisp night air to fill his lungs. As he gazed at the sealed structures, a flicker of concern passed across his features, etching lines of worry into his forehead. "Here you go." A voice suddenly pierced through the veil of serious contemplation, jolting him back to the present moment. Despite the abruptness, Sirius didn't flinch or show any outward sign of surprise. He turned smoothly and took the sandwich his colleague handed him, unwrapped it, and took a big bite. As he chewed, he mumbled, delicious. "Thank you, Tonks." "Don't mention it," Tonks replied, her voice carrying a hint of pride at the compliment. Pleased by Sirius' reaction, Tonks' entire demeanor brightened. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes, and with a casual toss of her head, her hair underwent a dramatic transformation. The chestnut locks seamlessly morphed into a vibrant shade of violet. Mirroring Sirius' stance, Tonks leaned against the railing, her gaze drawn to the factory buildings across the way. After a contemplative silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the distant hum of magical machinery, she muttered softly, "A complete waste of time." Hearing the complaint, Sirius' lips curled into a wry smile. Though he didn't voice it aloud, he inwardly agreed with Tonks' assessment. As they stood there, a silence fell between them. Sirius finished his sandwich, brushing a few stray crumbs from his robes. His mind drifted back to the events that had led them to this moonlit vigil. 2 weeks ago, the wizarding world had been rocked by a series of audacious break-ins. Several well-known companies had fallen victim to an unknown group of highly skilled thieves. These weren't petty burglars or common criminals, their ability to penetrate even the most secure magical defenses spoke of exceptional talent and meticulous planning. What perplexed investigators most was the thieves' peculiar modus operandi. Despite gaining access to the core areas of these companies, they hadn't taken a single galleon or secret documents. Instead, they had focused solely on searching the offices of top executives. The thieves had been remarkably cautious, taking great pains not to disturb the offices they invaded. However, they had underestimated the paranoia and resources of the wealthy and powerful. Through a combination of sophisticated monitoring spells, magical trace detection, and good old-fashioned intuition, the business owners had discovered telltale signs of the intrusions. Alarm spread through the upper echelons of wizarding society like fiend fire. The victimized companies, their pride wounded and their sense of security shattered, banded together with other crucial magical enterprises that had yet to be targeted. United by fear and indignation, they brought immense pressure to bear on the Ministry of Magic, demanding swift action to apprehend the culprits and prevent future breaches. And Fudge found himself in an unenviable position again. Already dealing with the political fallout from the chaos at the Quidditch World Cup and whispers of dark forces stirring, he couldn't afford another public relations disaster. The thought of losing the support, and generous donations, of these influential business leaders was enough to jolt him into decisive action. In a rare display of urgency, Fudge deployed the Ministry's elite forces, the Aurors. Some were tasked with following up on the negligible leads available, scrutinizing through magical residue and interrogating potential witnesses. Others, like Sirius and Tonks, were assigned to preventative duty, standing guard over high-value targets that had not yet been hit. That's how Sirius and Tonks found themselves spending a chilly autumn night on the roof of Fluopow Limited, the sole authorized producer of fluo powder in the wizarding world. Founded centuries ago by Ignatia Wildsmith, the brilliant 13th century witch who invented the revolutionary magical substance, Fluopow held a complete monopoly on its production and distribution. The importance of fluo powder in the daily lives of witches and wizards could not be overstated. It enabled nearly instantaneous travel between fireplaces across vast distances, connecting homes, businesses, and magical institutions throughout Britain and beyond. For many, it was as essential as their wands or robes. The thought of this crucial supply being disrupted or compromised sent shivers down the spines of ministry officials. As Sirius and Tonks kept their lonely vigil on the roof, their colleagues Kingsley Shacklebolt and John Dawlish maintained a watchful presence in an office below. But as Tonks had pointed out, their presence here was a double-edged sword. While Fluopow Limited was undoubtedly a tempting target, there were numerous other important wizarding companies equally deserving of protection. The small Aura office, already stretched thin by various responsibilities, simply lacked the manpower to provide comprehensive security for all potential targets. Seeking to lighten the mood and break the tension that had settled over them, Tonks suddenly spoke up, her tone shifting to one of excitement and curiosity. "Did you hear?" she asked, her voice carrying a hint of barely contained enthusiasm. The abrupt change in topic was characteristic of Tonks, her mind as quick and changeable as her appearance. "Next week, the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons delegations will arrive at Hogwarts." Her eyes sparkled with a mixture of nostalgia and envy as she continued, "Why couldn't the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports do something like this when I was at Hogwarts?" I wonder if Mr. Scrimgeour would let me take a couple days off for the Triwizard Tournament. You're dreaming, Tonks Sirius said, his voice tinged with both amusement and a hint of resignation. Since I became an Auror, the department hasn't given me a single day off. I've been planning to find time to visit Harry at Hogwarts. Oh, the boy who lived, Harry Potter! Tonks exclaimed, her voice brimming with curiosity. She leaned in closer, as if about to share a secret, and asked eagerly, do you think he'll get involved in the Triwizard Tournament? Sirius couldn't help but chuckle at Tonks' excitement. With a fond smile, he shook his head. Impossible, Sirius said, his tone a mixture of certainty and relief. Of course, I know Harry, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of the dangers in the Triwizard Tournament. That boy has faced things that would make seasoned wizards tremble. Shaking off the momentary darkness, Sirius continued, but the problem is, he's not old enough. With Brian at Hogwarts, even if Harry and his friends wanted to find a loophole, I'm afraid they wouldn't have a chance. The mention of Brian sparked a new train of thought in Sirius' mind. Turning to Tonks with genuine curiosity, he asked, speaking of which, Tonks, you attended Hogwarts with Brian, didn't you? Tonks' face lit up at the question, a mischievous grin spreading across her features. We even served detention together, with Snape, she said, her voice carrying notes of both pride and nostalgia. Her expression softened as she continued, delving into her memories of the past. He was 2 years above me. Brian wasn't anything like he is today when he was at Hogwarts. He didn't like talking to people much, but you could see in his eyes that he wasn't afraid of interacting with others. It was more like, he was always lost in thought. Wherever he went, he carried a basket full of books, he was a well-known bookworm back then. Always had his nose buried in some ancient tome or obscure magical text. Some of us used to joke that he was trying to read the entire Hogwarts library before graduation. Sounds a bit like Harry's friend, a young witch named Hermione, Sirius said, smiling slightly. The parallel between the two bookworms across generations amused him. The mention of Hermione sparked another chain of memories for Sirius, leading him back to his own days at Hogwarts. His eyes took on a distant look as he traveled back in time. When I was at Hogwarts, Lily was the one who loved studying the most, he said softly, a hint of old pain coloring his voice. You must know, she was Harry's mother. She was the smartest witch I've ever met, bar none. Brilliant at charms, a dab hand at potions, and she had this way of seeing connections that the rest of us missed. Sirius' voice grew warmer as he continued, lost in the memories of his youth. Many people admired her, James, of course, he liked to bother Lily, but it was really just to get close to her. He'd come up with these elaborate schemes to impress her, always backfiring spectacularly. I remember this one time he tried to enchant her quill to write poetry, ended up filling the entire Gryffindor common room with floating love sonnets. A chuckle escaped Sirius' lips, the sound carrying both humor and a tinge of melancholy. And Peter? His voice trailed off, a shadow passing over his features. Well, we won't talk about him. Shaking off the momentary darkness, Sirius continued, his tone brightening once more. Remus was the same, he especially admired Lily's intelligence, though he wasn't bad himself. In fact, Remus was the hardest working of all of us. Always had his nose in a book, always trying to keep James and me out of trouble. Not that he was always successful, mind you. Remus told me about how you all became friends, Tonks suddenly blurted out, her excitement palpable. He told me that when you were in school, you were among the few students who didn't care about his condition. He actually told you about that. Sirius looked at Tonks in surprise. That guy doesn't easily talk about his past. I bet, Tonks, Remus must really like you. Though Tonks knew intellectually that the like Sirius mentioned wasn't in that sense, her hair still turned a shade of pink with happiness. She looked at Sirius eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, silently pleading for him to share more stories about their past. Sirius himself was something of a living legend within the Ministry of Magic. His unique life experiences, from his time as a marauder at Hogwarts to his wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban and subsequent release, had made him a figure of fascination for many. Quite a few of his colleagues were intensely curious about his story, drawn to the mix of tragedy and triumph that defined his life. So, when Tonks looked at him with such open enthusiasm, Sirius didn't find her request strange at all. In fact, since Brian had encouraged him to make more connections within the ministry, he had made a conscious effort to be more open about his past. Of course, there were still secrets he couldn't reveal, some for security reasons, others too painful to revisit, but in general, he had become more willing to share his experiences. Mindful of their surroundings and the importance of their mission, Sirius casually flicked his wand, muttering an incantation under his breath. A shimmering, nearly invisible barrier sprang up around them, ensuring that their conversation wouldn't carry to unwanted ears. It was a precaution against both potential intruders and their colleagues downstairs. After all, Kingsley and Dawlish might not approve of their rooftop chat session during such a crucial investigation. With the privacy spell in place, Sirius settled in to tell Tonks with tales of the past. His grey eyes sparkled with a mix of nostalgia and mischief as he began to recount some of the Marauders' more memorable adventures. "Did I ever tell you about the time we snuck into the Slytherin common room?" Sirius asked, a roguish grin spreading across his face. "It was in our 4th year, just after James and I had mastered the disillusionment charm." As Sirius spun his tales, Tonks listened with rapt attention. The two of them became so engrossed in their conversation that they lost all track of time. The moon continued its arc across the sky, casting ever-shifting shadows across the rooftop. Tonks would tell Sirius what Brian was like as a student in her memory. In return, Sirius was generous with his own recollections, painting vivid pictures of their adventures at Hogwarts. As they talked, the night deepened around them. The factory complex below continued its ceaseless activity. Occasionally, they would pause in their reminiscing to scan the area, but each time, seeing nothing amiss, they would drift back into their shared stories. Time slipped by, marked only by the gradual shift of shadows and the deepening clarity of the moonlight against the velvet backdrop of the night sky. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the crisp scent of autumn leaves and the faint trace of magic that always seemed to linger around places of great magical activity. Their vigilance was rewarded, or perhaps interrupted, when a large convoy of carriages appeared on the horizon. Sirius and Tonks watched intently as the convoy came to a stop outside the factory gates. A team of security wizards emerged from a small guardhouse, their wands at the ready as they began a thorough inspection of each carriage. After what seemed like an eternity of tense observation, the security team finally gave the all-clear. The massive gates creaked open, one by one, the carriages advanced into the factory complex, disappearing into the cavernous unloading bay that stretched open to receive them. As the last carriage vanished from sight and the gates clanged shut once more, Sirius let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He turned his gaze back to Tonks, ready to resume their conversation. The brief interruption had brought him back to the present. "You know," he began, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "after graduating, I had a falling out with my family. So, I packed my things and moved in with James. His parents. Merlin, they were wonderful people. They took me in without a second thought, treated me almost like a second son. I don't know what I would have done without them." A soft smile appeared on his lips as he continued, "James and I both tried to convince Remus to move in too, but he always refused. He was constantly afraid that he would lose control one day and hurt James' family. No matter how many times we told him we didn't care about his furry little problem, as James liked to call it, Remus always kept that wall up. I think, deep down, he never quite believed he deserved happiness." Tonks listened intently, her heart aching for the young Remus that Sirius described. She opened her mouth to comment, but before she could speak, Sirius continued, his voice growing heavier. "Later, as the war intensified, we..." Boom! The floor beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, as if a volcano had erupted directly beneath the building. The peaceful night was shattered by the thunderous roar of an explosion, followed by the tinkling crash of shattering glass and the ominous groan of straining metal. A massive fireball erupted from the side of the building, breaking through the magical barriers that had seemed so impenetrable just moments before. Tongues of magical flame, tinged with an unnatural purple hue, licked at the night sky. The heat was intense, causing the air to shimmer and distort. Amidst the chaos, a figure in a black cloak was violently ejected from the building. The force of the blast sent them speeding through the air, as they arced across the night sky. They crashed onto the rooftop not far from where Sirius and Tonks stood. For a split second, Sirius and Tonks stood frozen, their minds struggling to process the sudden shift from peaceful conversation to explosive chaos. "Tonks, Sirius, what on earth are you doing?" Kingsley's deep voice boomed from below, tinged with a mixture of pain and fury. He had been thrown into the corridor by the force of the explosion, his skin marred by a stream of blood flowing from a nasty gash on his arm. Despite his injury, Kingsley's wand was steady in his uninjured hand. With a powerful blast of magic, he blew open the ceiling, creating a large, jagged hole through which he could see his colleagues on the roof. Debris rained down around him, but Kingsley paid it no mind, his attention fully focused on the unfolding crisis. Meanwhile, Dawlish had already burst through the billowing smoke that filled the corridor. His face was a mask of determination tinged with a hint of barely controlled rage. Dawlish vaulted over the scattered debris, making a beeline for the unconscious figure in the black cloak that lay unconscious on the ground. As the smoke slowly dissipated, carried away by the night breeze, in the clear moonlight, looking at the face whose mask had shattered as it lay on the ground, Sirius and Tonks on the roof were struck dumb in unison. 0492 Trust. In the world of Muggles, London is equally a renowned international metropolis. It was 10 o'clock at night, and the metropolis was alive with a vitality that seemed to contradict the late hour, as nightlife for the lively Muggle youth who live in this urban jungle was yet in its infancy. The city's nightlife was centered around the commercial streets, which were brimming with an almost excessive quantity of activity. The footsteps of excited celebrants appeared to reverberate across every square inch of pavement, their faces displaying a mixture of eagerness and joy. The city was alive with sounds, with the continual buzz of traffic acting as the city's incessant heartbeat, lively discussions interspersed with laughing that rang out like bells. The night sky was painted in hues that nature never intended by neon lights, which came in a dizzying assortment of colors. These man-made auroras streamed down building facades, bouncing off storefront windows, cafes, and bars. The illumination cast an ethereal light over onlookers' faces, turning mundane features into something nearly magical. Every business on the street turned into a beacon, attracting customers like moths to a flame. Shining window displays drew in passers-by, their merchandise tastefully designed to appeal to the senses and tempt the checkbook. Pubs and bars, from hip cocktail lounges to historic taverns, opened their doors, their warm glow luring patrons in and providing a welcome escape from the nighttime cold. Cafes provided a more tranquil setting for anyone looking for some alone time or peaceful conversation in the middle of the bustling city, with their outdoor seating sections heated by strategically placed lighting. The Muggles glided through this terrain with a smooth ease, their faces aglow with the exhilaration of liberation and the seductive possibilities of the evening ahead. However, these partygoers had no idea that just a few blocks from the bustling center of Muggle London, another world coexisted with theirs, concealed from view. Whoosh! The sound was barely discernible above the distant noise of Muggle revelry, slicing through the air like a knife. Suddenly, a spectacular firework appeared on top of a crumbling building. The sparks cascaded down in a shower of golden light, briefly illuminating the crumbling brickwork and rusted fire discharges before fading into nothingness. In a world less saturated with artificial illumination, such a display would have drawn gasps of wonder and craned necks skyward. But here, in the shadow of London's luminous skyline, it passed almost unnoticed. The firework, magical in nature and origin, was lost in the sea of man-made lights that flooded the city, its brief moment of glory overshadowed by the persistent glow of neon. Even the couple locked in a passionate embrace in the dim crevice of a nearby alley remained oblivious to the spectacle above. The few feet that separated them marked the edge of their reality, everything else in London, magical or not, was as if it didn't exist. A figure appeared from the fading flames of the magical firework as the last of its sparks vanished into the soiled night sky. On the rooftop, Brian appeared, his entrance as abrupt and spectacular as the fireworks that had before him. Sharp and vigilant, his eyes surveyed his surroundings with the trained efficiency of someone used to being on guard all the time. The street below was a far cry from the colorful Muggle thoroughfares that were only a few blocks away. There was utter devastation. The worn-out and cracked pavement was peppered with weeds that continued to poke through the concrete, seeming like nature's silent protest against urban growth. A solitary red telephone booth stood guard on the corner, its paint peeling and faded, a relic of a bygone era. The booth swayed slightly in the chill wind that whipped through the empty street, the glass panels rattling in their frames like chattering teeth. A soft sigh of relief escaped Brian's lips, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. His hand moved almost unconsciously to stroke the warm, feathered head of Fox perched on his shoulder. The act of long-distance apparition, while second nature to a wizard of his caliber, was not without its toll. Although for Brian, as long as it wasn't across national borders, this kind of consumption usually wasn't a big problem. However, even he cannot completely negate the drain on his magical reserves and physical stamina. He silently acknowledged the advantages of traveling via Phoenix. Fox's ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, unhindered by most wizarding spatial ceiling magic, was a gift beyond measure. In times like these, when every second counted and conventional magic might fail, having Fox as an ally could mean the difference between success and catastrophic failure. But there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. The night was young, but time was of the essence. Brian took out his wand and inscribed silvery white marks in the space beneath the light-polluted night sky. A black and white winged serpent leaped out from the marks, slithering in front of Brian. After being injected with several strands of bright silver mist, the serpent spread its wings and plunged towards the ground like a stream of light, penetrating the surface without causing the slightest ripple. Having completed this, Brian put away his wand. He strolled on the rooftop of the dilapidated building, facing the Muggle commercial street that was as bright as day. His gaze penetrated through the obstructions of wall after wall, staring at those laughing and chattering faces, falling into a long silence. Fox tilted its head, its pure gem-like eyes clearly reflecting the faint aloneness that appeared on the young face. Fox seemed accustomed to this expression, letting out a melodious cry and gently caressing Brian's slightly cold cheek with its side face. Crack! The explosive sound of apparition tore through the night's illusory tranquility. In the deserted street below, Sirius materialized out of thin air, his body tense with anxiety and alertness. No sooner had Sirius appeared than his head spun frantically, eyes scanning the empty street with urgency. To Brian's mild surprise, he wasn't alone. Tonks stood beside him. "I'm up here," Brian called out, his voice pitched to carry clearly to the street below without echoing off the surrounding buildings. The words, infused with a touch of magic, reached Sirius and Tonks with perfect clarity, as if Brian were standing right beside them. Two more cracks split the air in rapid succession, and suddenly Sirius and Tonks were on the rooftop, their faces etched with worry and determination. "Brian!" Sirius exclaimed, rushing to his side. Being an Auror was indeed a grueling job. Brian noticed that Sirius, who rushed to his side, had become thinner than he was a month ago, and his skin color had returned to the wind-beaten, sun-tanned look from when the two of them were at sea. After glancing in surprise at Fox perched on Brian's shoulder, Sirius composed himself, focusing on the matter at hand. "What are you doing here?" Sirius asked urgently, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Why didn't you come directly to the ministry? We need to hurry. Scrimgeour has already gone to report the situation to Fudge. If they beat us to it, then Remus." Sirius's words trailed off, but the fear in his grey eyes spoke volumes. His rapid breathing and the slight tremor in his hands showed the depth of his concern. No one present knows the horrors of Azkaban better than him, and the thought of Remus facing that same fate was clearly tearing him apart. If Remus were to be detained in that nightmarish prison, it could very well be the end of him. Brian hummed in a steady voice, his calm demeanor seemed to have a stabilizing effect on Sirius. "First, tell me the details. Why did Remus end up in your hands? Was it a coincidence or?" "It was completely accidental," Sirius interjected, his voice carrying a mix of disbelief and frustration. Having weathered many storms, Sirius quickly stabilized his emotions. He fell silent for a few seconds, organizing his thoughts, then spoke rapidly. "Recently, several well-known companies have experienced break-ins. Nothing was stolen, which is odd in itself. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing would be handled by regular enforcement squads or hit wizards. It's hardly the sort of case that would warrant Auror involvement. But these aren't normal circumstances." Sirius's face darkened as he continued, "These companies, they've got connections in high places. They put pressure on Fudge, demanding that he investigate the truth quickly. You know how Fudge is, always more concerned with appearances and placating the wealthy than with actual justice. So, Fudge had Scrimgeour send us out. One group was assigned to investigate the break-ins, trying to piece together what happened and why. Another group, my group, was sent to stake out potential targets, hoping to catch the perpetrators." Sirius paused, his expression growing even more troubled. "Tonight, Tonks, Kingsley, Dawlish and I were assigned to guard Flipau, one of the companies that had not been hit before. And then, unexpectedly." His voice trailed off, the implication clear. None of them had expected to encounter Remus under such circumstances. "I don't understand," Tonks interjected, her face full of confusion and concern. "Does this mean that Remus was behind all the previous incidents? Why would he do such a thing? He surely wasn't stealing anything, right? Those companies that contacted the ministry have already said they didn't lose anything. So, he was investigating something, wasn't he?" Sirius shot a quick glance at Brian, whose face remained impassive. Needless to say, Remus must have been acting on Brian's orders, investigating the true controlling families behind these corporate giants. Such people are often exceptionally cunning, adept at concealing their identities. "We'll discuss this matter later," Brian interjected smoothly, making a calming gesture towards Tonks. Turning back to Sirius, he asked the most pressing question, "What's Remus's current situation?" Sirius's response was immediate and grim. "He's being held in the cells at the Auror office. There was a confrontation. He fought with Dawlish and Kingsley. When he was brought to the ministry, he was still unconscious." A flicker of something similar to malice passed across Sirius's features as he added, "But I managed to check his injuries when they first brought him in, it's mostly impact trauma, nothing too serious. He'll have a hell of a headache when he wakes up, but there shouldn't be any lasting damage." Sirius's expression darkened further as he continued. "Scrimgeour won't let me anywhere near the cells now. My relationship with Remus is no secret in the department, and Scrimgeour probably fears I might try to release Remus secretly. And Dawlish," he practically spitted the name, "that git has always been hostile towards me. He's keeping a very close eye on my movements. Dawlish has always thought that the dark wizard who released Fiend Fire at Grimmauld Place during last year's mission was you." Tonks chimed in, her eyes darting nervously between Sirius and Brian. There was a plea in her voice as she turned to Brian, "You can get Remus out, right, Brian?" "Don't worry." Brian's response was accompanied by a reassuring smile. "Remus won't have any problems. But right now, the most important thing is that we need time." "Time?" Sirius repeated, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What do you need us to do, Brian?" Brian's mind was clearly working at lightning speed, formulating and discarding plans in rapid succession. "You just said that when Remus was brought into the ministry, he was unconscious, right?" he asked, waiting for Sirius's confirming nod before continuing. "You only need to help me do one thing, which is to find an opportunity as soon as possible to pass a message to Remus, telling him to maintain a state of unclear consciousness." Brian's gaze swept over both Sirius and Tonks, ensuring they understand the importance of his words. "I suggest you ask Kingsley for help. He has a good relationship with Dumbledore and won't refuse your request. Besides, I guess Dumbledore has probably already given him instructions to assist if a situation like this were to arise. Looking at the two attentive listeners, Brian paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. According to the law, even suspects have the right to request treatment for their injuries before cooperating with any investigation. You can help Remus apply to go to St. Mungo's for treatment first. No matter what, make sure he buys me 2 to 3 days of time. Sirius's eyes widened in surprise, a mix of confusion and concern etched on his face. You're not planning to intervene now? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. The idea of leaving Remus in ministry custody, even for a short time, clearly unsettled him. I need to make some preparations, Brian explained, his hand moving to stroke Fawkes' head, signaling it to get ready. If I go to the ministry now, it would be equivalent to using force to coerce the ministry into releasing Remus. Although Fudge might eventually give in, it would still be a very unwise choice. I have a better way to handle this problem. As he spoke, Fawkes spread its magnificent wings, the feathers glowing with fire. The air around them began to shimmer, distorting like heat waves rising from sun-baked asphalt. Brian's form started to blur, the edges of his silhouette becoming indistinct against the backdrop of the night sky. Sirius and Tonks watched in awe as brilliant flames engulfed Brian and Fawkes. For a brief moment, the rooftop was bathed in golden light, as if the sun itself had momentarily risen in the middle of the night. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the fire dissipated, leaving behind nothing but a faint scorch mark on the weathered rooftop. Watching the space where Brian had stood mere moments ago, Sirius let out a heavy sigh. His shoulders slumped slightly, the weight of the situation seemingly pressing down on him. He turned to Tonks, his grey eyes reflecting a mix of determination and concern. Let's go, he said, his voice gruff with suppressed emotion. We need to get back to the ministry quickly. I can't get near the cells now without arousing suspicion, so you'll have to find an excuse to call Kingsley out. Have him help convey Brian's message to Remus. Tonks nodded, her usually vibrant hair turning mousy brown, reflecting her serious mood. As they prepared to apparate, she hesitated for a moment, gnawing on her lower lip in a gesture of worry. Do you think Brian has a way to rescue Remus? She continued, her words tumbling out in a rush. Yet, I know Brian is very capable, but he won't do anything reckless, right? Dumbledore wouldn't allow him to do that, would he? The last thing we need is for Brian to end up in trouble too. Sirius didn't respond immediately. His gaze was fixed on the spot where Brian had vanished, as if he could still see the afterimage of the Phoenix fire. The silence stretched between them, filled only by the distant sounds of Muggle London and the whisper of the wind across the rooftop. When Sirius finally spoke, his voice was filled with quiet confidence. Don't worry, Brian is a trustworthy person. I believe he can definitely rescue Remus, and he'll do it in a way that won't cause more problems down the line. 0493 Visit. The pale, golden rays of the morning sun had just begun to pierce through the thick, swirling fog that rose lazily from the serpentine Seine River, blanketing much of the city in a ghostly shroud. Paris, the city of light, was barely stirring from its deep slumber, its cobblestone streets not yet echoing with the cacophony of daily life. The wide, tree-lined boulevards were mercifully free from the endless flow of honking cars and bustling pedestrians, with only the occasional early-rising Muggle jogging along the sidewalks or cycling past, their breath visible in the crisp morning air. In the middle of this peaceful metropolitan setting stood a massive building that seemed to defy basic architectural principles: Gringotts World Bank, the impregnable fortress of goblin ingenuity and the undisputed financial nucleus of the wizarding world. Within the towering structure, a different world thrived, one hidden from Muggle eyes by powerful enchantments. The industrious goblins, driven by an insatiable hunger for wealth and power, had no concept of rest or reprieve. The countless floors of the bank, which had been illuminated throughout the night like a beacon of ceaseless commerce, now appeared dim in comparison to the growing light of the sun. Yet inside, armies of goblins toiled tirelessly at their desks, their long fingers flying over ancient ledgers and magical calculating devices. Their eyes, normally dark and beady, were now bloodshot and crazed, as if their unwavering quest for profit had caused them to consume an excessive amount of the powerful elixir of euphoria. However, as in any society or system, there existed a privileged class even among the goblins. A more sophisticated atmosphere gradually replaced the frenzied activity as one approached the towering heights of Gringotts. The higher floors grew increasingly quiet and luxurious, serving not only as the workplaces of high-ranking goblins but also as their lavish living quarters. Here, there was no need for these goblins of unimaginable wealth and status to deny themselves the simple pleasures of a leisurely morning. Exotic coffees, freshly baked pastries, and a subtle hint of gold filled the air, giving goblin senses a seductive perfume that most people would find offensive. The pinnacle of this goblin hierarchy was the top floor of Gringotts World Bank, a level so exclusive that few beings, goblin or otherwise, had ever set eyes on it. This was the domain of Jerson Barna, one of the most influential and powerful leaders of the goblin race. Barna was an elderly goblin, his once jet black hair now streaked with silver, and his face was full of wrinkles that spoke of centuries of cunning dealings and ruthless business acumen. To ensure he had sufficient energy for the day's demanding work of manipulating global wizarding economies, Barna had long ago decreed that the hours between 3 am and 8 am were his untouchable private time. During this period, not a single soul, be they goblin, wizard, or even the Minister of Magic himself, was permitted to disturb Jerson Barna's rest, and this edict had been faithfully observed for many years. But today, the atmosphere in Gringotts upper echelons crackled with an unusual energy, as the situation was particularly different from the norm. A group of goblins, each dressed in exquisitely tailored black formal wear that would put the finest Seville rose suits to shame, rushed up from the lower floors. Their arms were heavy with trays carrying an array of delicate pastries, each a work of culinary art. The scent of butter, sugar, and exotic spices wafted through the corridors, causing even the most disciplined goblins to cast longing glances at the sumptuous feast. After passing through a series of rigorous security checks that would make Fort Knox seem like a playground, the group was finally granted access to Barna's private office. The office was a marvel of goblin craftsmanship and magical engineering. Its walls were lined with dozens of decorative fireplaces, each connected to Gringotts branches around the globe, allowing for instantaneous communication and travel. Ancient tapestries depicting great moments in goblin history hung between the fireplaces, their enchanted threads shimming with an otherworldly light. In the center of the cavernous room, the goblin servants went about their task with clockwork precision. They erected a table and draped it with a tablecloth woven from the finest unicorn hair, its surface shimmering with prismatic glow that seemed to change color with each shift of light. The centerpiece's intricate constructions of precious metals and gemstones that told stories of goblin lore were placed with mathematical precision. Candelabras of pure goblin silver, enchanted to burn with flames of various hues, cast a warm, flickering light across the scene. The cutlery, each piece a masterwork of goblin metallurgy, was arranged with perfect alignment. Overseeing this meticulous preparation were two goblins, Ragnok and Laddie. Master Barna had given them solemn instructions that an extremely distinguished guest was visiting this morning, and they must receive this esteemed guest with the utmost care and respect. After the events of last time, both Ragnok and Laddie had become more composed. They issued commands methodically, and soon all preparations were complete. Laddie waved the servant goblins out of the office. As the last of the servant goblins scurried from the office, their task complete, Laddie, glancing at a door to the side of Master Barna's office, crept up to Ragnok, finally unable to contain his curiosity. "What in the name of Gringotts gold is happening?" Laddie whispered to Ragnok. "It's been nigh on 2 decades since we've seen such preparations. Who could possibly command such hospitality from Master Barna?" Ragnok's face, already full of wrinkles and scars, furrowed even deeper. He cast a wary glance towards the hidden door that led to Barna's private chambers before responding in equally hushed tones. "I haven't the faintest notion, Laddie," he muttered, shaking his head. "But mark my words, whoever it is, they're either incredibly powerful or incredibly dangerous. Perhaps both. It's not our place to speculate. We'd do well to follow orders and keep our noses clean, lest we find ourselves on the wrong end." Laddie's thin lips quivered with barely contained frustration. It was clear that Ragnok's cautious response did little to satisfy his burning curiosity. However, years of goblin discipline prevailed, and he swallowed his questions, returning to his post beside the ornate chair reserved for Jerson Barna. The tense silence that followed was shattered by a sudden, ethereal glow. The intricate runes carved above one of the many fireplaces along the office walls burst into life. Without warning, a gout of emerald flames erupted from the previously cold and dark fireplace, bathing the room in an eerie green glow. Ragnok and Laddie exchanged startled glances, their eyes wide with surprise and a hint of fear. They had naturally assumed that this mysterious guest of such significance would enter through the office's main door, following protocol. The fact that Master Barna had granted this visitor the privilege of using the room's secure flow network spoke volumes about the level of trust or perhaps necessity at play. As the green flames began to subside, a silhouette emerged from the magical fire. The moment this figure's outline became clear, an uncontrollable wave of panic surged through Ragnok and Laddie's minds, nearly overwhelming their carefully cultivated goblin composure. "Ah, if it isn't my two little acquaintances," a smooth, cultured voice cut through the crackling of the dying flames. Stepping out of the fireplace with the grace of a cat, Brian casually dusted a few ashes from his impeccably tailored wizarding robes. His piercing gaze swept across the opulent office. He noted with interest that little had changed since his last, rather eventful visit a few months prior, except for the addition of the exquisite dining table beneath the room's centerpiece, a chandelier of intricate crystal work that appeared to be composed of frozen starlight. Naturally, Brian also noticed the two small goblins standing by the armrests of the chairs on either side of the table, looking terrified at his appearance. "Ragnok and Laddie, if I'm not mistaken," Brian said, his voice smooth as he approached the table. "I do hope I haven't butchered your names. You both appear to have made quite the recovery since our last encounter." That night, Brian had fought in this very office against Ragnok, Laddie, and a group of goblin guards, leaving the two before him gravely injured. Under normal circumstances, such wounds would have resulted in death or permanent disability for the goblins. But judging from their upright posture now, their bodies seemed to be in good condition. They owe you a debt of gratitude for your restraint, Mr. Watson, a new voice interjected. The hidden door at the far end of the room swung open with a soft hiss of well-oiled hinges. Jerson Barna, in robes of shimmering silver green that seemed to ripple like water with each movement, shuffled into his office. As he entered, the aged goblin carefully adjusted the pair of pince-nez glasses perched on his long, hooked nose. Upon confirming that the visitor was indeed Brian Watson, a spark of vitality seemed to ignite within Barna's old body. He moved with newfound vigor, closing the distance between them until he stood directly before the young wizard. "Welcome, Mr. Watson," the old goblin said, extending a hand that, despite its apparent frailty, radiated an aura of immense power. Brian, his smile never wavering, bent at the waist to grasp Barna's hand, shaking it a few times. "I do hope my unannounced arrival hasn't caused you any undue inconvenience, Mr. Barna," Brian said lightly. With practiced efficiency, Ragnok and Laddie pulled out the plush chairs for both Brian and Barna. Their movements were jerky and uncoordinated, showing their inner turmoil. It was clear to all present that their fear stemmed not from the presence of Jerson Barna, a formidable figure in his own right, but from the man who now sat across from him, Brian Watson. The Goblin's extensive intelligence network ensured that news traveled fast within their circles. Even if the information had been delivered by the slowest of owl post, the details of Brian Watson's earth-shattering duel at the Quidditch World Cup final would have long since reached their pointy ears. The battle, already being hailed as the duel of the new century, had sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. Since learning the full extent of Brian Watson's power through their exclusive goblin channels, every surviving goblin who had participated in that ill-fated kidnapping attempt months ago had broken out in a cold sweat. The realization had dawned on them that if it hadn't been for Master Barna's wisdom and Watson's unexpected mercy, the entire goblin population of Gringotts World Bank might have met a grisly fate that night. Brian's keen eyes didn't miss the beads of cold sweat forming on Ragnok's furrowed brow. He offered what he thought was a reassuring smile, but the effect on the one-armed goblin was quite the opposite. Ragnok visibly trembled, his dark green skin taking on an ashen color. Deciding to spare the poor creature further discomfort, Brian turned his attention to the array of exquisite pastries on the table and the delicate cups steaming with fragrant green tea. "It appears you've done your homework on my preferences," Brian remarked cheerfully, a note of appreciation in his voice. Barna inclined his head slightly, his aged voice carrying a hint of pride as he replied, "You resided in Paris for several months, Mr. Watson. Learning about your personal tastes was a simple matter for our information network. We pride ourselves on being well versed in the intricacies of wizarding hospitality. A guest of your stature deserves nothing less than our utmost consideration. We hope you don't find our efforts lacking." "Haha, lacking? Of course not," Brian chuckled, lifting the delicate teacup to his lips. He took a small sip, savoring the complex flavors. As he set the cup down, his eyes met Barna's across the table. In those old orbs, Brian could clearly perceive a mixture of wariness, curiosity, and calculation. "I must say, this is truly exceptional," Brian said, gesturing towards the tea with a graceful motion. "In all my travels, I don't believe I've ever encountered a brew quite so fragrant and invigorating. I'm beginning to regret my earlier decision, Mr. Barna. Had I accepted your generous offer of cooperation sooner, perhaps I might have tasted this much earlier." The cooperation Brian referred to was Barna's previous letter, seeking to leverage the Tri-Wizard tournament for advertising purposes within the event's stadium. Brian had declined at the time, partly out of a desire to preserve the tournament's dignity from explicit commercialization. But there was more to it than that. The fact that Jerson Barna, who controlled Gringotts World Bank headquarters, had reached out for such a seemingly trivial matter had raised Brian's suspicions. He had sensed that the true purpose behind the request was impure, it was merely using this seemingly reasonable banner to offer him gold galleons. "You honor us with your praise," Barna replied smoothly, his wrinkled face creasing into what passed for a smile among goblins. "Of course, the missed opportunity for collaboration remains a source of regret for me as well." With a soft thud, Brian set down his teacup. He interlaced his long fingers, resting them on the edge of the table as he observed the old goblin before him. Barna's eyes, which at first glance appeared rheumy and unfocused, constantly flashed with an inner fire of cunning and intellect. A slight smile appeared across Brian's lips as he spoke. "Well, Mr. Barna, it just so happens that the purpose of my visit today is to make up for that very regret." 0494 Cooperation. "Well, Mr. Barna, it just so happens that the purpose of my visit today is to make up for that very regret." When Brian casually uttered these words, a palpable silence descended upon the luxurious office. Jerson Barna, his old eyes never leaving Brian's face, observed him with an intensity that could have bored holes through solid rock. The wrinkles on the goblin's skin, already similar bark of a centuries-old oak, deepened further, etching a look of cunning and suspicion across his face. "How surprising and unexpected," Mr. Watson, Barna said slowly. Though his voice remained steady, beneath the surface, a storm of astonishment churned within him. The concept that a wizard of Brian Watson's caliber and reputation would reverse a decision already made was as unlikely as snow in the Sahara. It opposed everything Barna thought he knew about the man seated before him. Mastering his inner turmoil with the skill of a seasoned politician, Barna narrowed his eyes, allowing just the right amount of delight to appear across his face, enough to seem pleased, but not so much as to appear eager or gullible. "I must express my deepest gratitude for your generosity, Mr. Watson," he continued, his gravelly voice carrying notes of warmth that, to the untrained ear, might have seemed genuine. "Of course, you needn't concern yourself with matters of compensation. In this particular venture, the Goblin Nation will waive all fees. Every nut of advertising revenue will flow directly into Hogwarts coffers. I fear you may have misinterpreted my intentions, Mr. Barna." A soft chuckle escaped Brian's lips, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "My stance regarding advertisements during the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts remains unchanged. This isn't some common Quidditch World Cup arena where flashy banners and relentless promotions run rampant. An overly commercial atmosphere would be inappropriate for an event of such historical significance." As he spoke, Brian's hand moved with grace, reaching into his exquisitely tailored robes. From within, he took out an object and extended the item towards Ragnok, who stood nervously at attention by his side. The one-armed goblin, his nerves clearly frayed by the weight of the moment, took several agonizing seconds to react. When he finally did, his movements were a comedy of errors, fumbling, nearly dropping the object, and then scurrying to the other side of the table as if the floor had suddenly become molten lava. Barna's wrinkled hands closed around the object, his long fingers caressing its surface with a mix of intrigue and curiosity. Adjusting the pince-nez perched on his hooked nose, he scrutinized the item. Recognition dawned in his eyes almost immediately, and he spoke without a hint of hesitation. "This is," Barna began, his voice carrying a hint of awe that he couldn't entirely suppress, "this is the monitoring mirror you detailed in your safety report to the Event Review Committee during the last Wizards Council gathering. A fascinating invention, I must say, and one with immense practical applications. The Goblin Nation has conducted an internal assessment of its potential. If this item were to be mass-produced, Mr. Watson, it would undoubtedly open up vast new markets." The excitement in Barna's voice was palpable, like a miner who had just struck a particularly rich vein of gold. His mind was already racing, calculating the potential profits. Brian nodded, a slight smile appearing across his lips. "Indeed, the applications for this device are widespread and varied," he acknowledged calmly. "However, for a multitude of reasons, both personal and ethical, I have reservations about allowing it to be used extensively in the daily lives of witches and wizards." Leaning forward slightly, Brian fixed Barna with a penetrating gaze. "Mr. Barna, given your evident understanding of the monitoring mirror's capabilities, have you perhaps considered its potential for broadcasting the Triwizard Tournament matches in real time?" The old goblin's composure, honed over centuries of high-stakes negotiations, cracked for just a moment. He was genuinely stunned this time. He hadn't anticipated Brian Watson making such a suggestion. "But live broadcasting the Triwizard Tournament to all European countries with Gringotts branches." His eyes widened, the cloudiness that had obscured them moments ago replaced by a sharp, predatory gleam. "Can it truly broadcast images in real time?" Barna asked, straightening his slightly hunched back. His tone wavered between surprise and skepticism. Brian nodded, his movements thoughtful and assured. "It will require some adjustments and fine-tuning," he explained. "You would need to collaborate with the WW and the Wizarding Wireless Network. By leveraging their existing network of signal-receiving stations established across European countries and making some modifications to the monitoring mirrors, we should be able to achieve seamless real-time transmission." He paused, allowing the full weight of the proposition to settle. While the Triwizard Tournament might be viewed by some as simply a competition for young wizards, we must not underestimate its significance. This traditional event holds considerable status in the magical history of European countries. I believe many people would be interested in it. Interested indeed. Even the smaller goblins, Ragnok and Laddie, who had been doing their best to blend into the background, couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath as they realized the enormity of the opportunity. Ticket sales for viewing the tournament? That was just pocket change, the appetizer before a feast. The real treasure, the mountain of gold that made Barna's old heart race, lay in the myriad opportunities surrounding the broadcast. Advertisements strategically placed at viewing locations across Europe, each getting premium rates due to the captive audience. Gambling operations organized by the goblins, offering odds on every aspect of the tournament from the grand outcomes to the tiniest details of each task. The potential for profit was limited only by their imagination and their ability to exploit every angle. When Brian Watson had initially refused to cooperate in producing the monitoring mirrors, Barna had felt a twinge of disappointment. Now, however, as he contemplated the amount of opportunity laid out before him, he felt the blood in his aged veins stirring, pulsing with an excitement he hadn't experienced in decades. "This is indeed an excellent business opportunity," Mr. Watson. The old goblin's hoarse voice quivered with barely contained excitement, like a dam on the verge of bursting. With this brilliant idea, you stand to become one of the wealthiest individuals in the wizarding world. And if we could extend this method to Quidditch League matches, well, he trailed off, his mind already racing ahead, envisioning the wealth empire built on the foundation of this revolutionary broadcast technology. Brian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashing across his features. He had to admit, he was impressed. This old goblin's business acumen was razor sharp. Brian had just introduced the concept, and already Barna was innovating, expanding, and seeing opportunities within opportunities. It was truly an idea with the potential to generate wealth continuously, a golden goose that could lay eggs for generations to come. However, before it could become a stable, reliable source of income, there were still many obstacles to overcome. Observing the aged goblin, who seemed lost in visions of industrial revolution and financial domination, Brian tapped his long fingers on the table. The soft sound, barely audible, was nonetheless enough to draw Barna back to the present moment. Your business acumen is indeed remarkable, Mr. Barna, Brian said, his voice carrying a note of genuine admiration. However, I believe we're getting somewhat ahead of ourselves. These long-term considerations, while undoubtedly important, are matters we can discuss at a later juncture. For now, let us focus our energies on the more immediate concern: broadcasting the Triwizard Tournament. Barna blinked rapidly, as if awakening from a particularly vivid dream. Ah, of course. Please forgive my momentary lapse, Mr. Watson. Barna inclined his head slightly towards Brian, a gesture of respect that seemed to cost him some effort. It's been quite some time since I've encountered an idea of such brilliance and potential. You're absolutely right, of course. We must concentrate on the task at hand: the live broadcast of the Triwizard Tournament. The goblin's mind, honed by centuries of financial maneuvering, was already racing, plotting out the necessary steps. We'll need to move swiftly to secure an agreement with the WWN. Venues must be rented across Europe, advertisements placed in every magical newspaper from the Daily Prophet to LECRI to La Gargouille, the Gargoyles Roar. The logistics are intimidating, but the potential rewards. He trailed off, his eyes gleaming with greediness. Indeed, the profits promise to be substantial, Brian said with an enigmatic smile, uttering words that the goblin found unbelievable. Which brings us to the matter of remuneration. The goblins will pay me 1/10 of the profits. This 1/10 will be distributed among the champions participating in the Triwizard Tournament, as a token of appreciation for their contribution to the European magical world through their excellent performances. In other words, Brian Watson, the mastermind behind this potentially revolutionary venture, was declaring that he had no intention of claiming the lion's share of the profits for himself. Instead, he was proposing to leave the vast majority of the earnings in the goblin's capable, and eerily long-fingered, hands. Impossible. The word blazed through Barna's mind like wildfire. Every instinct honed over his long career screamed that this was too good to be true. In his centuries of dealings with wizards, he had encountered countless traps. Invariably, these traps were wrapped in the most enticing of packages. But Barna knew all too well that if one allowed themselves to be blinded by greed, to thoughtlessly take the bait, the consequences could be utterly disastrous. Yes, the goblin race pursued profit with a single-minded determination that often shocked and appalled other magical beings. But this relentless drive for wealth did not equate to foolishness or a lack of caution. On the contrary, it was precisely because of their insatiable desire for gold that goblins had developed a level of financial acumen and wariness that far surpassed that of most wizards. Your generosity is, most unexpected, Mr. Watson. Barna spoke slowly, each word carefully chosen. The wariness had crept back into his voice, replacing the excitement of moments ago. However, I find myself compelled to point out that you, as the brilliant mind behind this idea, and Hogwarts, as the host of the tournament, should also receive substantial compensation. It's only right and proper, wouldn't you agree? Brian's smile never wavered. I believe you may have misunderstood my intentions once again, Mr. Barna, he said, his voice as smooth as ever. Allow me to clarify, neither I nor Hogwarts will accept a single nut from the profits generated by the live broadcast. However, he paused, allowing the tension in the room to build to a crescendo. That does not mean we have no demands. Barna leaned forward, his attention fully captured. Looking at the attentive old goblin, Brian spoke calmly. On the surface, the Goblin Nation appears to focus solely on Gringotts banking operations, but we both know that's merely the tip of the iceberg, don't we, Mr. Barna? In reality, goblins have their fingers in many pies. Beyond simple investments, you directly control various alchemy workshops scattered across different countries. What I require is a fully functional alchemy workshop within British borders. Barna's drooping eyelids trembled slightly. A fully functional alchemy workshop, Mr. Watson. His voice carried a hint of displeasure. Surely you're aware of the immense value such an establishment represents. Oh, I assure you, I'm acutely aware, Brian replied calmly, his posture relaxed but his eyes never leaving Barna's face. However, I believe you'll find that the profits from broadcasting the Triwizard Tournament should more than cover the acquisition of an alchemy workshop, don't you think? In fact, I could easily use my share of the earnings to purchase one outright. But you see, Mr. Barna, time is a luxury I find myself short of these days. My energies are required elsewhere, which is precisely why I've chosen this more convenient approach. Barna fell silent, his mind working furiously, performing complex calculations with a speed that would have put the most advanced arithmancy professors to shame. As the numbers merged in his mind, he had to admit that the deal wasn't a loss. Far from it, in fact. However, a nagging sense of unease persisted. Not knowing the urgency behind Brian Watson's desire to acquire an alchemy workshop left him feeling as if he were navigating treacherous waters without a map. As the goblin pondered, his gaze fell upon the monitoring mirror still resting on the table before him. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning illuminating a pitch-black sky, the old goblin's eyes lit up in realization. His eyes widened with a mixture of triumph and wariness as he blurted out. You intend to establish this alchemy workshop for the mass production of monitoring mirrors, don't you, Mr. Watson? Barna was certain he had uncovered the truth, like a prospector striking gold after years of fruitless searching. The monitoring mirror, as an alchemical device of immense potential, had applications so wide-ranging they boggled the mind. As its inventor, Brian Watson could easily obtain a production license, meaning he could enjoy the profits from this revolutionary invention exclusively. In the long run, he stood to benefit enormously from its use in Quidditch League matches and beyond. It all made perfect sense now. This explained why he had previously made excuses to refuse cooperation on the monitoring mirrors. Ah, Mr. Barna, just as the old goblin was certain he had unraveled the mystery, Brian shook his head slightly, and chuckled. I believe I've already made my stance quite clear on this matter. As I said before, I have no intention of widely introducing this particular invention into the daily lives of witches and wizards. The alchemy workshop I seek is needed for the mass production of other items. 0495 Conditions and Assumptions. Brian, having seemingly exhausted his list of revelations, gracefully lifted his delicate porcelain teacup once more. He leaned back into the plush embrace of his chair, and took a long, contented sip of the exquisite brew, quietly waiting for Jerson Barna to accept the deal. What could be so valuable that the renowned Brian Watson would personally travel to Paris to negotiate this business? The old goblin's gaze lowered, his rheumy eyes fixating on the exquisite pastries laid out before him like jewels on a goldsmith's workbench. An oppressive silence fell upon the room, broken only by the soft ticking of an antique clock and the barely audible breathing of its occupants. It was impossible for Barna to quell the burning curiosity that gnawed at his insides like acid. Yet, with the wisdom born of centuries of high-stakes negotiations, he recognized the futility of pressing the issue. Brian Watson's demeanor made it crystal clear that he had no intention of divulging any further information. Mr. Watson. After what seemed an eternity, the old goblin finally raised his head. We find ourselves with no compelling reason to refuse this most intriguing proposition. The profits generated from the Triwizard Tournament broadcast will be distributed precisely as you have outlined. As for the matter of your personal remuneration. Here, Barna paused, his long fingers steepled before him in a gesture of deep contemplation. If my memory serves me correctly, and I assure you, Mr. Watson, that despite my advanced years, it rarely fails me, we have a workshop in the heart of Diagon Alley. Its current function is the production of broomstick maintenance kits, a respectable if somewhat mundane enterprise. Beginning at first light tomorrow, this establishment will dedicate its efforts solely to the completion of existing orders, steadfastly refusing any new commissions. The machinery, along with our skilled workforce, the factory buildings, and the land upon which it stands, all will be transferred into your capable hands with the utmost haste. However, Brian raised an eyebrow slightly, waiting silently for Barna to state his conditions. While the exact nature of your intentions for this alchemy workshop remains a mystery to us, Barna continued, his voice taking on a note of calculated speculation, I cannot help but surmise that its purpose is linked to the production of yet another of your groundbreaking inventions. Am I correct in this assumption, Mr. Watson? You want to be involved in the workshop's future endeavors? Brian's lips curled into a smile. This, despite being wholly ignorant of the nature of the business, unable to ascertain whether it will yield bountiful profits or catastrophic losses. Such a proposition seems wildly at odds with the goblin's notorious penchant for risk aversion, Mr. Barna. You yourself are our greatest assurance, Mr. Watson. The old goblin chuckled in his aged voice. While the acquisition of a workshop is undoubtedly a crucial first step, we both know it's just a single piece in a far more complex puzzle. The realization of your vision will require substantial capital, a meticulously crafted supply chain for raw materials, and robust channels for product promotion and distribution. Such endeavors, I need hardly to remind you, would consume a lot of your valuable time and energy, resources that could be better applied to matters more befitting a wizard of your stature. Barna leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. These logistical challenges, Mr. Watson, happen to be exactly what we excel at. Our expertise in these matters is unparalleled. By allowing us to participate in the future management of the workshop, we can alleviate many of your potential headaches. And in return for this service, what we ask is quite modest. A strange light flashed in the old goblin's eyes. We will not interfere with the workshop's management decisions that, I give you my solemn word as a goblin of standing. Our sole requirement is 1/10 of the workshop's annual profits. The saying wisdom comes with age couldn't be more apt. This old goblin, Jerson Barna, was willing to risk a substantial sum of galleons, all for the chance to establish a lasting business relationship with Brian. Your proposal is intriguing, Brian said after a moment of contemplation. I'll arrange for my friend, Remus Lupin, to liaise with you on the specifics of this arrangement. He's a werewolf, I trust you'll find a way to work harmoniously together. The old goblin, who had been on the verge of rejoicing at Brian's apparent acceptance, found his thoughts suddenly derailed by this unexpected piece of information. Brian Watson, who just 2 years prior had been an unknown young wizard in the magical world, had in an astonishingly brief span of time become a household name across several continents. In the European wizarding community especially, he had ascended to a status that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Albus Dumbledore himself. Given his significant age advantage and the awe-inspiring display of power he had unleashed on the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, many were convinced that the next half-century, perhaps even longer, would be the era of Brian Watson in the European magical world. And now, this same wizard was casually mentioning a friendship with a werewolf. While werewolves might find some acceptance in the Americas, their status in Europe was far less favorable. They were universally loathed by official wizarding organizations in every country, treated as little more than dangerous beasts in human form. If Albus Dumbledore had made such a claim, Barna might not have been quite so taken aback. Dumbledore was well known for his eccentric views and his advocating of the downtrodden. But Brian Watson? The very foundation of his meteoric rise to fame had been the elimination of the notorious werewolf leader Greyback and his bloodthirsty pack. Goblins and werewolves, while both considered outcasts by the wizarding elite, occupied very different steps on the social ladder. Through their legendary cunning and financial acumen, goblins had managed to carve out a niche for themselves in the wizarding world, becoming indispensable if not entirely trusted. Werewolves, by stark contrast, faced a far bleaker reality, enduring levels of exclusion and prejudice that made even the goblins' lot seem enviable by comparison. The fact that Brian Watson showed no hesitation, no shame in openly declaring his friendship with a werewolf, it spoke volumes. To Barna, it was a clear indication of Watson's character, his willingness to look beyond societal prejudices and judge individuals on their own merits. This revelation, more than any business deal or magical feat, dramatically increased the old goblin's enthusiasm and confidence in the possibility of forging a genuine friendship with Brian Watson. Any friend of Mr. Watson's is, without question, a friend of the Goblin Nation, Barna said, his smile finally reaching his eyes, imbuing it with a warmth that had been absent throughout their negotiations. I will personally assign Ragnok to oversee this matter. I have the utmost confidence in his ability to work harmoniously with Mr. Lupin. The prejudice between goblins and wizards was, of course, a two-way street. Given the wizarding world's disdain for werewolves, it was only natural that goblins wouldn't hold them in particularly high regard either. Yet Ragnok, newly tasked with this sensitive assignment, dared not voice even a whisper of dissatisfaction. He bowed deeply to both Master Barna and Mr. Watson, his one remaining arm pressed tightly to his chest in a gesture of utmost respect and dedication. With the thorny issues of negotiation finally laid to rest, the oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the office like a storm cloud began to dissipate. Both parties, each harboring their own hidden agendas and future aspirations, found themselves able to relax at last. The exquisite spread of food, which had until now served as simple set dressing for their high-stakes discussion, finally received the attention it deserved. As Ragnok moved to refill their delicate teacups, the fine bone china clinking softly, Brian seized upon the moment to broach a seemingly innocent topic. "Ah, there's one other matter I've been meaning to inquire about," Brian began, his tone casual. "During my travels through various magical civilizations a few years back following the ancient tradition of newly graduated wizards, you understand I came across a rather interesting piece of information. It relates to the fate of the wealth left behind by wizards who meet an untimely end without leaving an heir. I heard that in such cases, Gringotts would give up control of these unclaimed vaults to the Ministry of Magic. Is there any truth to this, I wonder?" Barna, who had been savoring a crumb of traditional goblin cuisine with evident relish, involuntarily trembled, causing some food crumbs to fall on the expensive velvet tablecloth. "What you describe is indeed in wizarding law, Mr. Watson," gathering himself, Barna nodded slowly. "It's a regulation agreed upon by both the Goblin Nation and the wizards. I can assure you that Gringotts branches across the globe adhere rigorously to this regulation." And yet, Brian smiled noncommittally. "I've heard whispers of alternative methods of handling such delicate matters. Might there be any substance to these rumors, I wonder?" Not only Jerson Barna but even Ragnok and Laddie, who had been dutifully attending to their master, felt the weight of Brian's implication settle upon them. In truth, the practice Brian referred to was not as covered as one might expect. Among the upper echelons of Goblin society, those who occupied positions of power similar to themselves were well aware of the actual procedures employed by branch employees in such cases. The reality was far from the neat and tidy process outlined in official documents. Instead, a complex web of collusion had been woven between certain Gringotts employees and their counterparts in various ministries of magic. Together, they would systematically take valuable items from the vaults of the airless dead, priceless antiques, rare magical tomes, stocks in both magical and muggle companies, deeds to properties in prime locations. These ill-gotten gains would then be hedged through local black markets, the proceeds laundered through a complex series of transactions before being divided among the conspirators, along with whatever gold and galleons had been stored in the original vaults. This was no small-time operation, but an intricate and far-reaching chain of interest that implicated mid to high-level personnel from ministries of magic and Gringotts branches across multiple countries. For Brian Watson to raise this issue now, in such a nonchalant manner, it was clear to all present that he had no interest in joining this nefarious enterprise. Such methods would be far beneath the dignity of a wizard of his stature. "I won't insult your intelligence by denying it, Mr. Watson," Barna replied, matching Brian's casual tone with practiced ease. "Regarding the situation you've described, I concede that there may indeed be some instances of, shall we say, irregular operations." Brian clicked his tongue, his face a masterpiece of feigned disappointment. "How utterly disheartening," he lamented, shaking his head slowly. "If only those ministry officials could channel even a fraction of the energy they expend on lining their own pockets into their actual duties, perhaps they wouldn't find themselves constantly criticized by the public for their gross incompetence." With that pointed observation, the topic was summarily concluded. The remainder of the breakfast was linked to more pleasant subjects, discussions of magical theory, the finer points of goblin craftsmanship, and even a bit of good-natured speculation about the upcoming Tri-Wizard tournament. As the meeting drew to a close, Brian rose from his seat. In a burst of brilliant flame, Fox appeared in a shower of golden sparks. With a final nod to his hosts, Brian grasped one of Fox's tail feathers. In the blink of an eye, the wizard and Phoenix vanished in a dazzling conflagration, leaving behind only the lingering scent of cinnamon and wood smoke. For several moments after Brian's departure, Ragnok and Laddie remained rooted to the spot, their eyes wide with wonder as they stared at the place where the legendary Phoenix Fox had materialized. But their reverie was short-lived, as the moment Brian's silhouette had dissipated into the air, a dark cloud seemed to appear upon Jerson Barna's face. "Ragnok," the old goblin growled, in a sharp tone. "You are to depart for our British branch immediately. First, conduct a thorough investigation into the matter Mr. Watson so casually mentioned. I want a comprehensive list of every goblin and ministry employee implicated in this unsavory business. Second, compile detailed records of the wealth they have misappropriated." Barna's eyes narrowed, conveying the gravity of the situation. "Prepare 2 copies of your findings. One is to be delivered directly to me, the other sent to Brian Watson himself. Time is of the essence, Ragnok. This must be done with all possible haste." For a moment, surprise flickered across Ragnok's face. He had always prided himself on his unflinching obedience to orders, but the nature of this task gave him pause. "Master Barna," he said cautiously, "are we truly prepared to expose the British Ministry of Magic in this manner? The repercussions, we stand to make many enemies." "Brian Watson considers this matter to be of great importance," Barna said with a grave expression. Perhaps this was the true purpose behind his visit today. 0496 Another visit. In the heart of Wiltshire, England, stood the imposing and majestic Malfoy Manor. The vast estate was covered in a stunning golden mist as the late afternoon sun started to set, turning the already magnificent mansion into a picture of ethereal beauty. The precious marble bricks, each one meticulously carved with intricate spiral patterns, spoke of centuries of magical craftsmanship. The building exuded an air of classical elegance and unwavering dignity, a testament to the long and illustrious history of the Malfoy family. The immaculately manicured grounds stretched as far as the eye could see. A flock of dazzling white peacocks, their feathers gleaming like freshly fallen snow, strolled leisurely across the pristine lawn. Their quiet pride mirrored that of the manor itself, as if they too were aware of their role in maintaining the Malfoy family's image of opulence and nobility. At the center of the expansive courtyard stood an ornate fountain, its multiple tiers sending shoots of crystalline water into the air. As the golden sunlight filtered through the spray, it created a mesmerizing display of rainbows that danced and shimmered, adding an almost magical quality to the already enchanting scene. Apart from the gardeners tending to the flowers, there weren't many visible people in this vast estate. However, despite the tranquil beauty of the estate, an undercurrent of tension thrummed beneath the surface. Since the unexpected and unwelcome visit of the notorious werewolf, Fenrir Greyback, the security measures at Malfoy Manor had been increased by many folds. Invisible to the casual observer, a complex ward of magical defenses now enveloped the entire property, prepared to swiftly and brutally drive out any unwanted invaders. In addition to these magical ward protections, vigilant wizards lurked in the shadows of the courtyard. These guards, handpicked for their loyalty and decent magical prowess, stood ready to unleash a barrage of spells as fierce and sudden as a summer storm should anyone dare to trespass upon the Malfoy estate without permission. Within the luxurious walls of the villa, servants hurried through the corridors as they made final preparations for the evening's dinner for the manor's owners and their soon-to-arrive guest. In most respectable pure-blood households, such menial tasks would typically fall to house elves. The Malfoy family had once been no exception to this tradition. However, since the estate's former house elf had betrayed them, the manor's owner refused to let such lowly, inferior creatures set foot in their home again. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the grounds, the atmosphere within the villa grew increasingly tense. The sudden return of the estate's owners had caught many of the staff off guard. It was well known that Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy spent much of their time away from the manor, tending to their vast business empire that stretched across Europe and even other continents. Their extensive network of investments and enterprises required constant attention to maintain the staggeringly enormous family fortune that had been accumulated over generations. It was rare for the Malfoys to return to the manor unless there was a pressing need to entertain important guests or attend to urgent family matters. Today was evidently such an occasion, but what puzzled the servants and added to the general air of unease was Mrs. Malfoy's announcement that they would be hosting only a single guest for dinner. In the luxurious banquet hall, with its soaring ceilings and glittering chandeliers, Narcissa Malfoy stood before the assembled staff. Her tall, slender figure was wrapped in robes of the finest silk, their deep emerald hue a striking contrast to her pale skin and white blonde hair. Despite her ethereal beauty, there was a rigidity to her features that spoke of years of maintaining a facade of superiority and disdain. "If there is even the slightest impropriety during tonight's dinner," Narcissa said, her voice piercing the air like a steel blade, each word precisely uttered and tinged with thinly veiled threat, "those responsible for the mishap will find themselves serving a far more permanent role in the beautification of our garden." The implied threat hung heavy in the air as Narcissa's cold, grey eyes swept over the crowd of petrified servants. Each one stood rigid, hardly daring to breathe lest they incur the wrath of their formidable mistress. With a final, warning glance that seemed to pierce through to their very souls, Narcissa turned on her heel and strode from the room. She traversed the maze-like corridors, passing through the front hall and reception room, finally arriving at the door of the study. This study belonged to the head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy, and Narcissa was the only person with the right to enter uninvited. Even their son, Draco, would face severe criticism and punishment if he dared to intrude without being summoned. As she entered the study, the familiar scent of old parchment and expensive leather enveloped her. The room was dimly lit, heavy curtains drawn against the fading daylight, creating an atmosphere of secrecy and isolation. At the far end of the room, behind a massive desk of polished ebony, sat Lucius. In one hand, he gripped his ever-present cane, a symbol of his status, and a cleverly disguised holder for his wand. The other hand rested on the desk's surface, few inches from a piece of parchment that seemed to hold his complete attention. To most, Lucius's expression would have appeared impassive, with the mask of aristocratic indifference. But Narcissa, who had shared her life with this man for decades, immediately sensed the trace of unease that tensed his shoulders and tightened the corners of his mouth. Her gaze followed his to the letter on the desk, and she quickly averted her eyes, as if just the sight of it could bring about some terrible calamity. "I've given the instructions, dear," Narcissa said, her voice softer now, tinged with a warmth reserved only for her husband and son. "There won't be any problems." The sound of his wife's voice seemed to stir Lucius from his statue-like motionlessness. He grunted softly in acknowledgement, a far cry from his usual eloquence, but his gaze remained fixed upon the letter as if it held the key to some great and terrible secret. In the privacy of her husband's study, away from the prying eyes of servants and the expectations of society, Narcissa allowed her carefully constructed facade to slip. The haughty demeanor that she presented to the world melted away, replaced by a genuine concern for the man before her. She moved around the desk, coming to stand beside Lucius. Her pale, slender fingers found their way to his shoulder, offering a gentle, reassuring touch. Lucius, seemingly becoming aware that his own anxiety was affecting his wife, finally tore his gaze away from the letter. He withdrew the hand that had been resting on the desk and placed it over Narcissa's palm. If the servants of Malfoy Manor could have witnessed this moment of vulnerability between their master and mistress, they would have been shocked. The idea that a mere letter could cause such unease in their masters would have seemed absurd. Time seemed to have come to a standstill in the study. Neither Lucius nor Narcissa spoke, their gazes simply met in a silent exchange of mutual support and shared concerns. After a long while, Lucius slowly removed his hand from his wife's. He slowly reached down and opened a drawer in his desk. Narcissa watched with puzzled curiosity as her husband withdrew a silver spoon. The handle of the spoon was adorned with an intricately engraved peacock. Narcissa's brow furrowed in confusion. She recognized the spoon as one from their own kitchens, part of a set that had been in the Malfoy family for generations. But why would Lucius have taken away a piece of cutlery in his private desk? During dinner later, Lucius said, his voice low and strained, "Keep this spoon by your side. If anything unexpected happens, grab it immediately." "Is this a part8?" Narcissus asked, her eyebrows drawing together in a mixture of surprise and understanding. You think? Just in case, Narcissa, Lucius interrupted, his face notably paler than usual as he pressed the spoon firmly into his wife's palm. The true purpose of Brian Watson's imminent visit had been a topic of intense discussion between the Malfoys during their hurried journey home. Neither of them truly believed Watson's stated intention of discussing Draco's academic progress at Hogwarts, yet neither of them had any idea about his true intentions. The most likely scenario, they had reluctantly agreed, was that this visit was somehow connected to their small scheme at the Quidditch World Cup, and although Watson had verbally forgiven them that night, neither Lucius nor Narcissa were naive enough to believe that the matter was truly settled and no one could be sure if Watson might change his mind. To this day, Lucius Malfoy remained baffled as to how Brian Watson had uncovered information about his involvement in the scheme. He had suspected Keku's folly or perhaps one of the hired bounty hunters, but a thorough examination of the magically binding employment contracts had revealed no breaches. It seemed highly unlikely that anyone privy to the inner workings of the plan could have been the source of the leak. But it wasn't just this particular incident that filled Lucius Malfoy with dread. While the Ministry of Magic had publicly claimed that the mysterious witch who had dueled with Brian Watson and the group of masked wizards were in cahoots, the Malfoys knew this to be a blatant fabrication. That woman, whoever she was, had not been part of their hired group. What truly horrified them was that after defeating that mysterious witch, Brian Watson had gone on to overpower that faceless dark wizard. When that faceless dark wizard fell to Watson's power, Lucius and Narcissa, blending into the panicked crowd, had felt an unmistakable change in their dark marks. It was a sensation they had not experienced in years, one that sent chills down their spines and dredged up memories they had long tried to suppress. In the aftermath of that chaotic night, neither Lucius nor Narcissa had dared to discuss the implications of what they had felt. But in the privacy of their own thoughts, they both knew exactly what it meant, and the knowledge of this filled them with terror. The wizarding world at large believed that the Dark Lord's power had been irreversibly broken by Harry Potter on that night in Godric's Hollow. While most accepted that he who must not be named hadn't been entirely vanquished, it was widely assumed that he had been reduced to little more than a memory, a boogeyman to frighten children and remind adults of darker times. Only Albus Dumbledore continued to insist that the threat of Lord Voldemort's return was real and imminent. For years, Lucius Malfoy had scoffed at Dumbledore's assertions, dismissing them as the ramblings of a man desperate to maintain his relevance in a changing world. But that dismissive attitude had begun to crumble during his first encounter with Brian Watson at the Leaky Cauldron. The young man's words had stirred the long-buried fear in Lucius's heart. In the year and more that followed, Lucius had tried desperately to convince himself that his worries were groundless, nothing more than the product of an overactive imagination and too many sleepless nights. Then came the Quidditch World Cup final, and with it, the appearance of that indescribable dark wizard. In that moment, all of Lucius's carefully constructed self-assurances had crumbled to dust, leaving him facing a reality he had long wanted to deny. In his youth, Lucius had been a loyal and devoted Death Eater, as had his wife. They had willingly pledged their allegiance to the Dark Lord, drawn in by promises of power and a new world order that would see purebloods restored to their rightful place at the top of wizarding society. It had been an intoxicating vision, a dream that seemed tantalizingly within reach. But now, years later, with the weight of family responsibilities and Draco's future weighing heavily upon him, Lucius found himself trapped between two equally terrifying possibilities. The path before him seemed to narrow with each passing day, leading inevitably towards a confrontation he was ill-prepared to face. If Watson's words were to be believed and Lucius had no reason to doubt them, then he had inadvertently damaged something of great importance to the Dark Lord. If the Dark Lord indeed returns to power and summons his old followers, Lucius knew with chilling certainty that he could expect no mercy, the Malfoy family could not expect forgiveness. The Dark Lord had never been a forgiving person, a fact that Lucius was all too painfully aware of. Yet the alternative seemed equally bleak. Lucius himself was a sworn enemy of Dumbledore. And Watson, despite his cordial demeanor, had shown a distinct coldness towards the Malfoy family. If it weren't for Watson's slight fondness for Draco, he knew that his family's position would be even more precarious than it already was. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Lucius found himself seriously contemplating the need for an escape plan. The landscape of the wizarding world was shifting beneath his feet, and for the first time in his life, he felt truly out of his depth. Watson can't possibly move against the Malfoy family, dear, Narcissa's voice cut through the heavy silence, pulling Lucius back from the brink of his dark daydreams. Neither Fudge nor Dumbledore would allow him to do so. Narcissa's concerns, while valid, hadn't delved deeply into the worst-case scenarios as her husband's had. Her focus remained primarily on the immediate threat posed by the events at the Quidditch World Cup. As she gently squeezed her husband's hand, offering what comfort she could, her mind raced to find a solution. Lucius opened his mouth to respond, to share some extent of his fears with his wife, when a sharp knock at the study door cut through the tension. Both Malfoys stiffened, their years of cultivating a public persona of cool detachment kicking in almost instinctively. "Enter," Lucius called out, his voice steady despite the turmoil roiling within him. The door creaked open, revealing one of the manor's servants, a young man whose name Lucius could never quite remember. The servant's face was pale, his eyes darting nervously between his master and mistress as he delivered his message. "Begging your pardon, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy," the servant began, his voice trembling slightly under the weight of their combined gaze, "but I've been sent to inform you that Mr. Brian Watson has, well, he's suddenly appeared at the estate's main gate, sir. He's requesting entry. Should we welcome him in?" For a moment, the only sound in the study was the ticking of the clock, each second feeling like an eternity as Lucius and Narcissa processed this. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, Lucius sprang into action. "I'll go greet him myself," Lucius said, rising from his chair with swiftness. His hand tightened around the serpent-headed cane, knuckles white with tension. Narcissa recognized the barely concealed panic in Lucius's eyes. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, her slim fingers intertwining with his. "I'll come with you, dear," she said, her voice low and filled with determination. "Whatever happens, we'll face it together." 0497 The Malfoys. The pale sun struggled just above the horizon, its feeble rays striving desperately to send life-giving warmth and illumination to the innumerable creatures inhabiting the earth below. A servant, his face contorted with panic and his breath coming in ragged gasps, ran frantically away from the imposing manor. Left behind, an iron gate of intricate design and formidable size still kept Brian isolated outside the grand estate. However, Brian paid no attention to the barrier before him, he simply turned around, his hands clasped loosely behind his back and a smile on his face, surveying the vast, flat lawn and river outside the estate, as well as the distant fields gleaming golden. Fawkes remained perched on Brian's shoulder, seemingly interested in the white peacocks strolling through the garden inside the manor. It lowered its head, gazing at Brian with eyes like clear rubies. Oh, no, Brian had been contentedly admiring the tranquil suburban scenery, but his words showed he already knew exactly what had captured Fawkes' interest. With a voice tinged with gentle amusement, he continued, "We haven't been given permission yet, Fawkes. It's impolite to barge into someone else's home." Fawkes' beautiful eyes rolled upwards, showing a bit of white and a very human-like expression of its feelings upon hearing these words. The peaceful moment was abruptly shattered as the Malfoys arrived on the scene far more quickly than Brian had anticipated. The well-dressed couple came running from the luxurious villa, their usual composure notably absent as they hurried towards their unexpected and undoubtedly unwelcome visitor. Their eyes immediately locked onto the figure of Brian Watson and the conspicuous large bird perched upon his shoulder. "We're terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, Professor Watson." Lucius Malfoy's normally smooth voice was slightly breathless from his hurried approach. Even from a distance of over 60 feet, his anxiety was palpable. With a casual wave of his hand, the manor's great iron gate began to open. Unlike the creaking, rusty gates of Hogwarts, this barrier parted silently. As the couple drew nearer, Lucius Malfoy's sharp eyes finally recognized the large bird perched on Watson's shoulder as Dumbledore's phoenix. A flicker of additional concern passed across his face as he considered the implications. Could it be that Dumbledore had something to do with Watson's unexpected visit? The thought flashed briefly through Lucius's mind, a spark of paranoia in an already tense situation. But he quickly dismissed it, recognizing that there was no point in pondering this now. Brian reluctantly tore his gaze away from the pleasant view that had captivated him. He turned slowly to face the approaching Malfoy couple. His face was a mask of polite indifference as he observed their slightly disheveled appearance, noting the beads of sweat that dotted foreheads despite the cool morning air. Then, his keen gaze was drawn to an unexpected detail: the silver spoon Mrs. Malfoy was clutching in her hand. After glancing at it twice, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "This is my wife, Narcissa." "You've already met her, Professor Watson," Lucius began, his words trailing off as he noticed Brian's pointed glance at the spoon. The Malfoys, who had carelessly forgotten to hide this, visibly paled. Lucius hurried to cover up their laps. "She was just arranging things in the dining room." Brian, who had maintained a stoic silence up to this point, finally showed a faint curve at the corner of his lips. He nodded slightly to Narcissa Malfoy and suddenly became very economical with his words, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Malfoy." Only when Brian Watson began to speak did the Malfoy couple feel the crushing weight on their shoulders lighten somewhat. Lucius, seizing upon this moment of relative calm, quickly invited Brian into the estate and began leading him towards the villa. "Wait." As they walked along the snaking path towards the manor, Brian suddenly came to an abrupt halt. They had reached a fork in the path, one way leading directly to the house, the other meandering through the extensive gardens. Brian turned to face the Malfoy couple, whose faces had once again drained of color at this unexpected pause. He gave them a reassuring smile, though it did little to ease their anxiety. "Before dinner begins, I'd like to take a walk with Fawkes in the garden." Brian's gaze shifted to Fawkes, who was stretching its and looking around with undisguised curiosity, and said with a smile, "You know, this phoenix spends most of its time cooped up in Dumbledore's office. It doesn't get many chances to stretch its wings." "Oh, of course, that's no problem. Feel free to look around." Lucius Malfoy's response came a beat too quickly. Despite being the master of the manor, he was behaving more like a nervous guest in front of Brian. His words were stiff, lacking their usual polish, and he discreetly glanced at his wife Narcissa, giving her a meaningful look. Although Narcissa understood her husband's hint, her face showed clear reluctance. Brian also noticed this silent exchange. His smile grew a touch wider. "If you have matters to attend to, Mrs. Malfoy, please go ahead. I don't mind." To be honest, Lucius would have preferred to see Brian arrive at his home with a menacing demeanor. Such open hostility would have been easier to deal with, easier to counter. But this elegant and gracious manner, coupled with an undercurrent of unspoken threat? It made Lucius even more anxious, setting his nerves on edge. Nevertheless, Lucius was eager to get his wife away from Watson. He glared at Narcissa, his eyes conveying a silent but urgent message. Finally, reluctantly, Narcissa took her leave, her steps slow and hesitant as she made her way back to the manor. This small gesture did not go unnoticed by Brian. As Brian's meaningful gaze fell upon him, Lucius felt his mouth go dry. His lips moved, but no words came out, leaving him struggling in uncomfortable silence. Lucius Malfoy, who had long dealt with the upper echelons of European magical society, prided himself on his ability to navigate the most treacherous social and political waters. He knew how to please greedy politicians with just the right combination of flattery and implied promises. He had mastered the art of gaining favor with renowned wizards, playing to their vanities and insecurities with practiced ease. He even had the audacity to plot Albus Dumbledore's removal from Hogwarts, a scheme that required nerves of steel and a masterful grasp of magical politics. But in front of Brian Watson, all these skills, honed over decades of maneuvering through the highest levels of wizarding society, seemed to have suddenly vanished. The only thing he could do was obey, like a puppet dangling from invisible strings. Perhaps, Lucius thought with a touch of bitterness, it was because this young man potentially possessed the power to defeat the Dark Lord himself. And unlike Albus Dumbledore, with his lofty principles and hypocritical charades, Brian Watson didn't seem to be bound by many rules or pretenses. He was an unknown quantity, a wild card in a game where Lucius had thought he knew all the players. This unpredictability, combined with his immense power, made him a force to be reckoned with and one that Lucius was not entirely sure how to handle. Having received Brian's permission, Fawkes let out a joyful cry that echoed across the grounds. The phoenix spread its magnificent wings and with a graceful leap, it left Brian's shoulder, swooping excitedly towards the peacocks that had been peacefully pecking at the lush lawn. Those normally graceful and proud birds, upon Fawkes' approach, stood frozen in place. Their usual regal demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a stillness born of instinctive fear. It was as if they had seen some terrifying creature from their worst nightmares, rather than the beautiful phoenix that was gliding towards them. As the two men strolled along the intricately designed stone path that made its way between meticulously maintained flower beds and perfectly manicured lawns, Brian turned his head slightly. His eyes, sharp and penetrating, focused on Lucius as he asked in a teasing tone, "Did you think I came here to raze Malfoy Manor to the ground?" Lucius broke out in a cold sweat that had nothing to do with the mild morning temperature. He seemed to have inherited the mannerisms of a house elf, his usually proud posture giving way to a slight hunch, his voice taking on a tone of excessive reverence as he replied, "You wouldn't do that." Pausing for a moment to gather his thoughts, Lucius continued, his words carefully chosen, "A remarkable wizard like yourself would never break your own promise." Brian's gaze deepened as he observed Lucius Malfoy, his eyes seeming to peer into the very soul of the man before him. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head slightly, a gesture that could have meant many things. It had to be said that Lucius Malfoy was indeed a clever man, sufficiently smooth and adaptable to navigate even the most treacherous of social and political waters. The respect he showed towards Brian seemed to come entirely from within, rather than due to any external factors or coercion. No wonder even a madman as difficult to please as Voldemort had trusted Lucius, otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted him with keeping his precious Horcrux. Lucius had hoped his carefully worded response would elicit some reaction from Brian Watson, perhaps a hint as to the true purpose of this unexpected visit. But to his mounting frustration and anxiety, Brian neither revealed his intentions nor expressed any new thoughts about the Malfoy family. Instead, he simply continued walking forward, his pace unhurried and his manner relaxed, as if he were merely enjoying a pleasant morning stroll. Indeed, Brian seemed to be genuinely appreciating the scenery that surrounded them. His gaze roamed over the well-arranged landscape within the estate, taking in every detail with apparent interest. To get a better view of the expansive grounds, he even walked up a slight incline on the perfectly maintained lawn, his eyes taking in every detail of the surrounding layout. The silence stretched between them, growing more uncomfortable with each passing moment. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity and anxiety any longer, Lucius broke the silence. "If there's anything you'd like to know, Professor Watson, I'd be happy to explain. I'm observing the layout and terrain of this estate." Brian's response was casual, almost spontaneous. He stood with his hands behind his back, facing the cool evening breeze that had begun to pick up. But his next words made Lucius's heart race, pounding so hard he was sure Watson must be able to hear it. If one day Voldemort were to make this his headquarters, oh, don't rush to deny it, Lucius, I'm saying if such a thing were to happen I'm considering how best to approach an attack on Malfoy Manor. Whoosh! The gentle breeze that had been caressing the day, a soft whisper of air that had playfully ruffled leaves and cooled sun-warmed skin, suddenly transformed. In an instant, it became a fierce gale, a roaring beast that tore across the landscape with unrelenting force. Brian squinted against the sudden gale. His eyes, sharp and discerning, peered towards the horizon where the wind seemed to originate. There, at the very edge of the visible world where sky met earth, darkness was already encroaching upon the dim heavens, spreading with alarming rapidity in all directions, as if eager to devour the last remnants of light. Lucius, standing beside Brian, was not oblivious to this dramatic shift in both weather and atmosphere. His temple throbbed visibly, a physical manifestation of the stress that coursed through his body. With great effort, he forced his features into what he hoped was a convincing smile. "This is a joke, right, Professor Watson?" Lucius managed to say, his words nearly lost in the howling wind. He resisted the urge to cough as the gale filled his mouth with dust and debris, the taste of earth and impending storm bitter on his tongue. Fighting to maintain his composure, he continued, "Everyone knows the Dark Lord was defeated by Harry Potter. He can never return to us, and the Malfoy family." Lucius paused, taking a deep breath that did little to calm his racing heart. His face, already pale from stress and fear, seemed to lose what little color remained. With a voice that trembled almost imperceptibly, he pressed on, desperation coloring his words, "We've been proven to have no connection to that Dark Lord. The Ministry has confirmed those baseless rumors were false. Even if that person were to return one day, the Malfoy family would not associate with him. He could never use Malfoy Manor as his headquarters." Brian, unmoved by Lucius's protestations, shifted his penetrating gaze from the ominous horizon to Lucius Malfoy's face, raising an eyebrow. Then, with a chuckle devoid of any real humor, a sound that seemed to carry with it the chill of a grave, Brian shook his head. Without further comment, he continued walking forward, leaving Lucius to stew in his mounting anxiety. As Brian moved away, Lucius's mind raced, a torrent of questions and fears threatening to overwhelm him. What did Brian Watson know? The question pounded in his head with each beat of his frantically racing heart. Had Watson somehow discerned that the faceless dark shadow he had defeated at the Quidditch final that night could very well have been the Dark Lord himself? Logically, Brian Watson shouldn't have known this crucial piece of information. He didn't bear the dark mark that Lucius and his fellow Death Eaters carried. Nor did he possess the unbreakable, hidden connection with the Dark Lord. And yet, if Watson had managed to deduce that it was Lucius who had dispatched someone to attack the stadium, the first person Lucius's panicked mind thought of was Severus Snape. From his son Draco, Lucius was well aware that Severus and Brian Watson shared a close relationship. Coincidentally, or perhaps not so coincidentally, Severus harbored the same suspicions about the Dark Lord's potential return. The only flaw in this theory was that Severus hadn't been present at the Quidditch Stadium on that night. Even if he had sensed the change, he might not have realized the true cause of the Mark's reaction. This uncertainty gave Lucius a small measure of comfort, but it was fleeting, overwhelmed by the tide of fear and doubt that began to engulf him. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was shattered by a chorus of startled cries erupting from near the largest fountain in the manor. The sound, a cacophony of squawks and screeches, cut through the howling wind. Brian halted his forward march, turning to investigate the source of the commotion. What he found was a scene of chaos, with Fawkes at its epicenter. Fawkes, apparently misinterpreting the scattered peacock's frantic attempts to flee as some sort of game, had decided to join in the fun. In a display of its power, Fawkes spewed a small jet of magical flame. The fire, beautiful and terrible in equal measure, had found its mark on the flamboyant tail feathers of several unfortunate birds. In an instant, aided by the strong wind that whipped across the grounds, the flames spread with alarming speed. They raced over the entire bodies of these unlucky peacocks, transforming the birds into comical, albeit dangerous, balls of fire. The lawn, once a picture of manicured perfection, was now a chaotic scene filled with fleeing turkeys on fire. Lucius's face darkened considerably at this unexpected turn of events. The destruction of his prized peacocks, symbols of the Malfoy family's wealth and status, was yet another misfortune in what was rapidly becoming a day of unrelenting stress and loss. Even Brian, usually so composed, couldn't entirely suppress his reaction. His lips twitched. With a swift, fluid motion, Brian drew his wand from his sleeve. Despite being half a mile away from the unfolding disaster, his aim was accurate. He made a sharp, decisive slashing motion with his wand. In response to his silent command, the water in the fountain suddenly surged to life. Multiple jets of water rose into the air, and with absolute accuracy, they arced through the air and soaked the fire turkeys, extinguishing the magical flames and saving the unfortunate birds from further harm. "Don't be naughty!" Brian's voice broke through the howling wind. It reached the ears of Fawkes, who now looked sheepish. After this small but chaotic commotion, Brian no longer felt like strolling across the vast Malfoy estate. He glanced up at the sky, now gloomy on one side, and stopped in his tracks. Have you heard about some pureblood family's businesses being invaded by unknown individuals recently? Brian asked, his tone deceptively casual. Malfoy's mind, still preoccupied with the potential crisis that threatened to overthrow his family and endanger Narcissa and Draco perhaps as soon as tomorrow, took several long seconds to process this sudden change in topic. When Brian's words finally penetrated the fog of his anxiety, Lucius found himself momentarily at a loss. For a businessman of Lucius Malfoy's caliber and connections, the daily influx of information was vast and varied. Rumors and whispers of business dealings, both legitimate and shadowy, were as common as breathing. What Brian Watson had just mentioned, though somewhat surprising, didn't immediately strike Lucius as particularly urgent or alarming. I've heard some rumors, Lucius began, his voice trailing off as his quick mind began to race, analyzing the possible implications of Brian's query. In those few seconds of bewilderment, a flash of insight seemed to strike Lucius. His eyes widened almost imperceptibly as he stared into Brian's unfathomable gaze, a look of surprise flashing across his features before he schooled his expression back to careful neutrality. When he spoke again, his tone was deliberately nonchalant. But the Malfoy family's businesses in England haven't encountered such incidents, so I didn't pay much attention. It wasn't that the Malfoy enterprises hadn't been targeted, it was that any such intrusions hadn't yet been discovered. Remus had been far from incompetent in his covert investigations. He had simply had a stroke of bad luck. Over the past few days, through various channels both magical and mundane, Remus had painstakingly mapped out the unknown businesses of pureblood wizard families throughout magical Britain. Only the most paranoid and cautious of these families, those who concealed their business dealings away in the depths of Gringotts vaults, had managed to keep their secrets from Remus's determined probing. Before the sky completely lost its luster, an owl rode the surging waves of encroaching darkness towards Malfoy Manor. It circled in the sky a few times before making a sharp dive towards Brian in the garden. Lucius, his curiosity piqued but wary of appearing too interested, stepped back a few paces. He didn't want Brian Watson to think he was prying into matters that didn't concern him. However, when he saw the pleased smile that curved Brian's lips after unfolding the letter, a letter clearly longer than a standard piece of parchment, Lucius felt his curiosity surged again. Tonight, find someone to cause some chaos in one of the Malfoy family's workshops, Brian said, his tone casual as if he were discussing about the weather. His eyes fixed on Lucius as he continued, tomorrow, you'll escort this troublemaker to the ministry. After a pause, Brian asked casually. Any problems with that? Lucius realized that Brian Watson's visit was a move to protect someone who had been acting on Watson's orders, someone who had been causing trouble in secret. If Watson was coming to the Malfoy family to provide cover, it meant that this person's identity had been exposed. They might even now be in ministry custody. The question of who this person could be burned in Lucius's mind. Lucius pursed his lips, his mind racing through possibilities. But even as he speculated, a part of him recognized the futility of guessing. This was not some mystery to be unraveled through deduction alone, it was a very easy thing to find out. If the person had indeed been detained by the ministry, their identity would be a matter of record, easily discovered through the right channels. Yet, even as he realized this, Lucius found his thoughts drawn to an even more intriguing question. Why was Watson doing this? What was the ultimate goal behind these investigations? Was he searching for something specific, or was this part of a larger, more complex scheme? Lucius's brow furrowed deeply as he racked his brains, but as his gaze inadvertently met Brian Watson's deep purple eyes, Lucius felt his body tremble involuntarily and cold sweat immediately beaded on his forehead. In that moment, Lucius realized that the question of whether to refuse or agree to Watson's request was not a question at all. It was a foregone conclusion, a choice that had been made the moment Watson set foot on Malfoy property. Lucius Malfoy, for all his wealth and influence, for all the power he wielded in the magical world, had no right to refuse. Not to mention the deadly leverage Brian Watson had over him. If Watson decided to take his life, Lucius knew with chilling certainty that he would have no means of resistance. And perhaps even more terrifying was the knowledge that if Watson were determined to do so, he would accomplish it silently, leaving no trace, no evidence. Well then, Brian's voice cut through Lucius's spiraling thoughts like a knife through butter. Receiving the expected acquiescence, he nodded with evident satisfaction. With a soft call that was nearly lost in the howling wind, Brian summoned Fawkes from the distance. The phoenix appeared on his shoulder in a burst of flame that momentarily illuminated the gloomy garden. Brian turned to face Lucius, a smile appearing on his lips that did not reach his eyes. With a nod that seemed both farewell and a warning, he spoke, his words carrying easily despite the storm that begun to rage around them. Thank you for your support, Mr. Malfoy. I'll be leaving now. Leaving. The word escaped Lucius's lips before he could stop it, his carefully cultivated mask of composure slipped for a moment to reveal the confusion and fear beneath. But, the banquet. I'm well aware that I'm not a welcome guest, Mr. Malfoy. Brian's words were accompanied by a light chuckle. I'll leave now, and you won't need to risk breaking the law by having your wife use an unregistered part8. The casual mention of the part8 sent a jolt of fear through Lucius. How much did Watson know? Wait. The word burst from Lucius's lips, driven by a surge of panic that overwhelmed his usual caution. But as that intimidatingly heavy gaze fell upon him once more, Lucius realized he had no clear purpose for stopping Watson. His outcry had been purely instinctive, a desperate grab at understanding in a world that suddenly seemed to be slipping from his control. Observing the uneasy Lucius Malfoy, Brian displayed a remarkable level of patience. His posture relaxed, as he quietly waited for Lucius to gather his thoughts. If Lucius Malfoy Draco's father, the proud head of the Malfoy family, a renowned figure in the European magical world, seemed to shrink before Brian's eyes, leaving behind a man who looked small, vulnerable, and terribly afraid. Lucius's face, already pale from the stress of their encounter, now took on an almost ghostly sallowness. It was an expression more befitting a small wizard about to graduate, worried about his future prospects, than the powerful and influential man Lucius Malfoy was known to be. If Lucius continued, each word seeming to cost him great effort, if one day, that person really comes back, Mr. Watson, would you be willing to protect the Malfoy family? As if in response to the gravity of the moment, the night wind howled fiercer than ever. It tore across the manicured lawns of Malfoy Manor, whipping the branches of ancient trees into a frenzy and sending leaves spiraling into the darkening sky. Brian's response, when it came, was not immediate. He seemed to consider Lucius's words carefully, his deep purple eyes unreadable as they bore into Lucius's own. I only protect those who are worth protecting, Malfoy. With a soft laugh in these words, Brian Watson's figure and voice dissipated into the wind. 0498 Intentions. Brian had no intention of staying for the carefully prepared dinner at the Malfoy residence. He knew from the start that he wasn't a welcome guest. However, Narcissa's elaborately designed spoon part8 did amuse him somewhat. Brian had always thought highly of Lucius Malfoy. Despite his checkered past and many ideas that conflicted with Brian's own, there was no denying that Lucius Malfoy was a clear-headed, intelligent man. Although he had worked for Voldemort in his youth and was once deeply trusted by him, Lucius was different from the infamous, deranged Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban. Brian could see that in Lucius Malfoy's heart, family and lineage were far more important than loyalty to Voldemort. It was just that he now found himself in a difficult position to find a way to extricate himself without losing everything. The bonds of his past choices, the expectations of his pure-blood peers, and the looming shadow of Voldemort's potential return all were combined to keep Lucius ensnared in a perilous balance. As Brian contemplated these complexities, he felt a sense of reassurance. Dealing with intelligent individuals, even those with whom one disagreed, always made negotiations smoother. He was confident that Lucius, despite any initial resistance, would not cause trouble regarding the matter of Remus. Bang! Sorry, Fox, you're not suited for appearing in crowded places. Fox fluttered, trying to land on Brian's shoulder, but was blocked by Brian. Fox's ruby-like eyes showed clear dissatisfaction. Brian couldn't help but smile at the bird's almost human-like display of emotion. Why don't you find some amusement for yourself? Brian suggested with a light smile. There's no need to rush back to Hogwarts just yet. With a soft whoosh of displaced air, Fox took flight, its magnificent tail feathers trailing fire like embers that quickly faded into the night sky. Brian watched the phoenix disappear into the distance. Then, with a small shake of his head, he turned his attention back to the task at hand. Carefully, Brian surveyed his surroundings. The narrow alley gradually gave way to the more open expanse of Diagon Alley. The cobblestone street stretched out before him, lined with varied array of shops that catered to every magical need imaginable. Despite the lateness of the hour, a few witches and wizards still wandered along the street, window shopping or hurrying to complete last-minute errands. Across the way, the famous Leaky Cauldron stood as it had for centuries. Its battered sign creaking gently in the evening breeze. Fortunately, the attention of passing wizards was focused on the bustling Diagon Alley, and no one noticed that the renowned Brian Watson was among them. However, this tranquility ended as soon as he entered the grimy hall of the Leaky Cauldron. Tom, the nearly bald innkeeper whose wrinkled face bore resemblance to a shriveled walnut, was in the midst of a conversation with a short elderly wizard wearing an oversized top hat. Several unsavory-looking old wizards sat in the corner, sipping sherry from small glasses. One of them, with a long pipe, was filling the hall with smoke. The innkeeper glanced casually at the customer entering through the back door. His jaw dropped, and his rheumy eyes widened to an almost comical degree. Without a word of apology to the small wizard he'd been conversing with, Tom practically vaulted over the bar, his wrinkled hands trembling with excitement. "Mr. W. Watson!" Tom exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion. He looked as though he might faint from the sheer honor of Brian's presence. "What an extraordinary pleasure! How may I be of service to you this fine evening?" The effect of Brian's arrival rippled through the pub like a stone dropped in a still pond. Conversation ceased mid-sentence, jugs were set down with soft thuds, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. In the corner, the group of rough-looking wizards seemed to shrink into themselves, lowering their heads one by one as Brian's gentle yet penetrating gaze swept over them. The wizard with the pipe even hastily stuffed the long pipe into his sleeve. "It's been quite some time, Tom," Brian responded warmly, his voice carrying easily through the now silent pub. "I'd like a private room, as I'll be meeting someone to discuss important matters later. Of course, I might need something to eat before that." As Brian spoke, his mind drifted back to the summer when Sirius had escaped from Azkaban. At Fudge's insistence, Brian had taken up temporary residence at the Leaky Cauldron, apparently to keep an eye on Harry, who had run away from his Muggle relatives. During that time, Brian had become quite familiar with the ins and outs of the old pub, and with Tom himself. However, he noted with some amusement, the innkeeper's eagerness to please him had increased exponentially since then. Every pair of eyes in the pub followed Brian and Tom as they made their way towards the private rooms. The gathered witches and wizards watched with a mixture of awe and barely concealed curiosity. Many seemed to be wrestling with the desire to approach Brian, to shake his hand or engage him in conversation. But there seemed to be a repelling aura around Brian Watson. Even until Brian disappeared from view, no one dared to act on their intentions. Almost in the blink of an eye, a knock sounded at the door of Brian's private room. Tom entered, balancing a tray that was piled precariously high with variety of drinks. Surprisingly, there was hardly any food to be seen amidst the bottles and glasses. "Oh, Mr. Watson," Tom began, his voice quivering with barely contained excitement. "These are all from the patrons in the pub. Everyone out there is clamoring to buy you a drink." Brian had encountered similar situations before and had developed a graceful way of handling them. He skillfully reached into his robe and pulled out a handful of gleaming gold galleons, placing them on Tom's tray with a gentle smile. "Please convey my heartfelt thanks to them all, Tom," Brian said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "However, I can't accept such generosity without reciprocation. These galleons should be enough to provide everyone in the hall with a glass of your finest fire whiskey. My treat, as a token of my gratitude for their warm welcome." Tom's eyes widened even further. He bowed so low that his nose nearly touched the tray he was carrying. "You're a true gentleman, Mr. Watson," he exclaimed, his voice thick with respect. "Such generosity. I'll see to it right away, sir." With practiced care, Tom backed out of the room, closing the door with a soft click. Moments later, the muffled sounds of wild cheering penetrated the thick wooden door, bringing a genuine smile to Brian's face. When the clock hanging on the mottled, greyish-white wall of the private room showed 1 minute to 7, the sound of hurried high heels clicking on the wooden floor suddenly came from the corridor outside. Brian picked up a napkin and dabbed at his mouth. Just as he made the mess on the table disappear, there was a knock on the door. Without waiting for a response, the door swung open, revealing a figure that could only be described as a riot of color and extravagance. "Oh, Brian Watson." Rita Skeeter swept into the room like a tropical storm. Her choice of attire was, as always, flamboyant that bordered on the outrageous. A robe in the most vivid shade of banana yellow clung to her frame, its brightness almost painful to look at in the dim lighting of the private room. Her long nails were painted a dazzling pink, her eyeshadow a riot of colors, and her hair still in elaborate curls. Of course, Rita Skeeter would be incomplete without her signature accessory, the crocodile skin handbag that was as much a part of her persona as her quick quotes quill. It was clear that Rita had completely disregarded or perhaps conveniently forgotten the events surrounding the greyback incident. Her face showed no trace of the animosity or fear that one might expect given their last encounter. Instead, she beamed at Brian with an expression of utter delight, as if he were an old friend she'd been longing to see. With a curl, Rita slammed the door shut behind her, her gaze locked onto Brian, filled with an almost predatory gleam of anticipation. "Good evening, Rita," Brian greeted her, his voice calm as he gestured towards the chair opposite him. "Please, make yourself comfortable. We have quite a variety of drinks, courtesy of the generous patrons in the main hall. Although," he added, "I'm afraid your quill won't be necessary for our conversation this evening. Perhaps it's best left tucked away." A flicker of annoyance passed through Rita's bright green eyes, but she quickly masked it behind a practiced smile. She tucked her oversized handbag beneath the table, out of sight but certainly not out of mind. Then, leaning forward, she extended her hand across the table towards Brian. Her fingers with numerous flashy rings, seemed almost man-sized in their size. "I must say, Watson, I was quite surprised to receive your letter," Rita began, her tone dripping with false casualness. "How have you been faring lately? Oh, and did you happen to catch my article in the Daily Prophet last month? The one speculating on the truth behind that dreadful attack during the Quidditch World Cup final." Brian raised a glass of sherry, toasting Rita. "It was truly excellent," he replied, his voice laced with subtle irony. "I was particularly impressed by your objective portrayal of me as Cornelius Fudge's newly recruited henchman. Your depiction of mine alleged collusion with the Ministry was..." Rita's heavily made-up face remained blank, showing no sign of embarrassment at Brian's thinly veiled sarcasm. Instead, her eyes sparkled with an almost manic enthusiasm as she leaned in closer. "Oh, you know how it is, Watson," she said, waving a hand dismissively. "The public loves a bit of intrigue. I simply thought that a wizard of your caliber should have some spirit of rebellion. It adds spice to your image, you see." Brian chuckled softly, the sound rich with amusement and a hint of resignation. "Thank you very much for your frank suggestion, Rita. Your concern for my public image is truly touching." His eyes suddenly flickered towards Rita's handbag, a knowing glint in his gaze. "Oh, and could you please ask your quill to stop its continuous fidgeting in your handbag? I'd hate for it to have an unfortunate accident later." Rita's heavily powdered face froze for a moment, her practiced smile faltering slightly. She recovered quickly, but not before Brian caught the flash of surprise and irritation in her eyes. With a forced laugh, she nudged her handbag with her foot, as if disciplining a misbehaving pet. "Oh, this quill is getting a bit long in the tooth," she said casually, "sometimes it doesn't behave as well as it should. I really must look into getting a new one." Taking a deep breath, Rita seemed to gather herself. Her eyes, magnified behind her jeweled spectacles, fixed on Brian intensely. The predatory gleam was back, her earlier discomfort forgotten in the face of a potential scoop. "So, Watson," she began, her voice dripping with eagerness, "I was thinking we could have a little chat about that mysterious witch you mentioned. Cleodna, wasn't it? The public first heard this intriguing name from your lips, you know. They're absolutely fascinated." Rita paused for dramatic effect, her eyes never leaving Brian's face as she continued, "I mean, here's a witch as powerful as you, yet she avoids the limelight like you. It's all very mysterious, very alluring to our readers. You both belong to some secret organization, don't you?" Her voice dropped to a staged whisper, tinged with implication. "There's a history there, isn't there? Between you two, I mean. The public is very interested in your relationship." Rita's eyebrows wiggled suggestively. "Are you, oh, I don't know, lovers, perhaps?" Brian had anticipated this line of questioning. Unmoved by her probing questions and implications, he just smiled and snapped his fingers, producing a crisp sound. Bang! A sharp crack suddenly sounded in the small private room, startling Rita Skeeter. She almost thought Watson had lost his temper in embarrassment, but as the echoes of the sound faded, nothing seemed to have changed. The room remained as it was, with no visible effects from Brian's magical display. Rita's eyes darted around wildly, searching for some sign of what had just occurred. It was then that a small, neatly folded piece of parchment materialized in midair. It hovered for a moment, as if suspended by invisible strings, before gently floating down to land on the table directly in front of Rita. Rita stared at the parchment, her expression a mixture of confusion, curiosity, and lingering uneasiness. She made no move to touch it, instead looked up at Brian with questions burning in her eyes. "What's this?" she asked, her voice showing a hint of the fear she was trying to conceal. In that moment, it was clear that Rita Skeeter had suddenly remembered exactly who she was dealing with, not just a subject for her sensational articles, but one of the most powerful wizards of the age. Brian leaned back in his chair, interlacing his fingers as he looked at Rita with a calm, almost amused expression. "Why don't you read it and see for yourself?" 0499 Big News. Rita's eyes darted nervously around the room, her gaze finally settling on Brian's blank face. She tried to mask her growing unease with a smile that was meant to be curious but came across as forced and slightly agitated. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily, showing her inner turmoil. "Oh, you've brought me some big news, have you?" she said, her voice quavering slightly despite her best efforts to maintain her usual breezy tone. The tingling sensation that had begun at her scalp was now spreading down her neck, and she could feel her heart pounding against her ribs like a caged animal seeking escape. After a series of events, Brian Watson's reputation had become surprisingly good. He was now hailed as a hero by the vast majority of the wizarding community. His timely intervention during the chaotic night of the Quidditch World Cup final had potentially saved multiple wizarding nations around the globe from destruction. The wizarding world was overflowing with gratitude, singing praises of Watson's bravery and prowess. However, as is often the case with sudden fame and adoration, there were also dissenting voices amidst the chorus of approvals. These voices, though fewer in number, were no less passionate in their skepticism and criticism. Rita, being a well-informed reporter with her finger on the pulse of the wizarding world's gossip, had heard many of these unfavorable opinions. Some of them, she had to admit, weren't entirely without merit. She glanced at Watson probingly, her magnified eyes searching for any crack in his composed face. But the man before her remained as calm as a statue, his piercing gaze focused upon her with an intensity that made her want to squirm in her seat. Left with no other choice, Rita reached out with fingers that trembled slightly, picking up the parchment that lay on the table between them. Her plump fingers deftly unfolded the letter and she adjusted her bejeweled spectacles, pushing them further up her nose and leaned in closer to scrutinize the unusually long document. As her eyes skimmed over the parchment, familiar names began to jump out at her. These weren't just any names, they were the names of some of the most powerful and influential figures in the wizarding world. Ministers, department heads, prominent purebloods, and even a few names she recognized from international magical communities. Oh, Merlin's beard! The exclamation burst from her lips before she could stop it. Rita, who had been lazing in her chair with an air of casual indifference, suddenly sat upright. With her thick finger, she traced a path from the top of the parchment to the bottom, her crimson-painted lips moving silently as she mouthed the names and the damning information listed beside them. The details were staggering. Bribes accepted, laws circumvented, dark artifacts smuggled, and galleons upon galleons of ill-gotten gains carefully catalogued. It was a laundry list of corruption that reached to the very highest echelons of British ministry. Rita's mind whirled as she tried to process the horror of what she was reading. Brian observed Rita's reaction with great interest. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised by what he saw. He had expected Rita Skeeter, as the notorious gossipmonger and scandal breaker, to tremble with excitement upon seeing this list. But as the minutes ticked by, marked by the steady ticking of the old clock on the wall, Rita's eyebrows arched higher and higher, her lips were pressed together so tightly that they almost disappeared, leaving only a thin line of color, and her hands began to shake visibly. But according to Brian's judgment, this wasn't necessarily due to excitement. The cheap bronze candlestick on the table, its surface dulled by years of use and neglect, supported several stubby candles. They emitted a dim, yellowish light that cast long shadows across the room. Occasionally, bright sparks would leap from the steady flames, dancing in the air for a brief moment before vanishing into nothingness. Rita's gaze darted back and forth across the names on the parchment, her eyes moving with the rapidity of a seeker tracking a particularly elusive snitch. She read each line with painstaking care, as if trying to engrave the information permanently into her brain. It wasn't until Brian had leisurely finished 2 full glasses of sherry that she finally lowered the parchment from her eyes. Her face, usually covered with a thick layer of powder, had now truly turned pale. "I can't believe it, Watson," Rita finally spoke. The exaggerated, almost theatrical tone that was her trademark had vanished entirely. What remained was a voice that seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of her throat, raw but less nauseating. Rita's fingers clutched at a corner of the parchment so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. "This thing," she continued, her words emerging through gritted teeth, "could bring down the entire Ministry of Magic." Brian's response was not what Rita expected. Instead of the grim nod or triumphant smirk she had anticipated, he just shook his head with a soft chuckle. "Why would you think that?" he asked, his tone light and almost playful. "As one of the most famous current affairs reporters for the Daily Prophet, I thought you'd seen more of the world, Rita. But your reaction truly disappoints me." His words stung Rita's professional pride, cutting through her shock and reigniting some of her usual fire. Her eyes, magnified to an almost comical degree by her bejeweled spectacles, narrowed as she glared at the man sitting opposite her. For a moment, the fear in her gaze was obscured by a flash of something that bordered on hatred. "What do you want to do, Watson?" she demanded, her voice rising slightly in pitch. "Do you want me to expose this? To plaster it all over the front page of the Daily Prophet for everyone to see?" Brian's amusement seemed to grow with each passing moment. He leaned back in his chair, observing the bristling Rita Skeeter with undisguised interest. When he spoke, his voice was casual, almost careless, as if they were discussing nothing more important than the weather. "What if I do?" he asked, his eyebrows raised in mock innocence. For a brief, wild moment, Rita Skeeter felt an overwhelming urge to grab her crocodile-skin handbag and flee the room. Her fight-or-flight instinct was screaming at her to run, to put as much distance as possible between herself and this dangerous man with his even more dangerous document. But the cold reality quickly reasserted itself. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to her core, that without Watson's permission, she could never leave this room. Not especially now that she had seen such a potentially deadly document. Of course, Rita didn't think Watson would kill her right now. There were far too many witnesses who had seen her enter his private room. It would be impossible to contain. But she had no doubt that he possessed ways to ensure her silence. Perhaps a carefully arranged accident after she left the leaky cauldron, or a sudden, inexplicable loss of memory that would leave her unable to recall anything of importance. Brian Watson was no paragon of virtue like Dumbledore. Anyone who knew even a little about Watson was well aware of this fact. "Oh, why don't you just tell the ministry that I'm an illegal animagus, Watson?" Rita finally burst out, her carefully manicured nails digging into the palms of her hands. Her eyes were cold, empty of their usual mischievous glint. "Maybe I'll be lucky, and those disgusting dementors won't completely scramble my brain in Azkaban. Then, after I'm released, I might still be able to eke out the rest of my days with whatever gold I've managed to squirrel away." She paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. "But if I put this bombshell in the newspaper?" Rita's voice trailed off, and she shook her head vehemently. "Oh, Forgive my frankness, Watson, but I don't think this could ever see the light of day. And if I were to insist on publishing it anyway? A bitter laugh came from her lips. Well, I suppose my dream of writing that tell-all biography of Albus Dumbledore would have to remain just that, a dream. Assuming, of course, that I lived long enough to regret my decision. Looking at the enraged Rita, Brian chuckled, "You're much smarter than I imagined, Rita." The compliment, however, did nothing to improve Rita's mood. If anything, it seemed to fan the flames of her anger. She stood up abruptly, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. The candle light flickered, reflected in her eyes, which burned with a combination of fear and fury. It was clear that she resented being dragged into what she perceived as a deadly, troublesome affair. "Maybe you want to seize power for yourself, Watson," she spat, her words dripping with venom. "Perhaps you're aiming to replace Cornelius Fudge as the Minister of Magic. But don't you dare try to drag me down with this political dynamite." Rita's chest heaved as she fought to control her breathing. After a few moments, she continued, her voice laced with bitterness. "I know those politicians' true faces better than you do, Watson. I've seen behind their masks, witnessed their true natures. I know exactly where their bottom line is." Her lips curled into a sneer. "They might not mind me occasionally publishing news that embarrasses them. It keeps the masses entertained, after all. But if it truly threatens their positions of power..." She shook her head emphatically. "They won't hesitate for a second. They'll trample all over the very laws they themselves made, without a shred of remorse." Brian listened to Rita's emotional speech with an expression of interest, as if he were attending a mildly entertaining lecture. When she finished, he slowly brought his hands together in a leisurely applause. "A wise observation, indeed," he said, his tone genuinely admiring. "You've clearly learned much during your years of, shall we say, investigative reporting." He gestured towards Rita's chair. "But please, sit down. I haven't finished speaking, have I?" Rita hesitated for a long moment, visibly torn between her desire to maintain her stance and her curiosity about what Watson might say next. Finally, practicality won out over pride, and she lowered herself back into her seat. It wasn't just because she couldn't resist Brian Watson's command, though that certainly played a part, but also because she wanted to see what game Watson was playing. In her years as a reporter, Rita had developed a nose for stories, and right now, every instinct she possessed was telling her that there was more to this situation than met the eye. "You've probably read this list thoroughly by now," Brian began. "Later, you can copy part of it to take back with you. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the ministry to meet with Fudge. At that time, I'll inform him that you have such a list in your possession and are preparing to publish it in the Daily Prophet." Rita's eyes widened in alarm, and she opened her mouth to protest, but Brian held up a hand to silence her. "Don't get excited, listen to me," he said firmly. "This matter is of great importance, and it's entirely predictable that Fudge will personally negotiate with you, trying his utmost to persuade you not to publish this information. You can follow his instructions and agree not to publish the contents of the parchment." Brian spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, indicating he had finished speaking. Rita stared at him, her mouth hanging open in surprise. "Just like that?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Of course," Brian replied smoothly, "you can also negotiate terms with Fudge. Perhaps secure some privileges for yourself, or a generous number of galleons. You're a very experienced person, Rita, with an excellent sense of how far you can push things. I'm sure you know exactly where the limit lies." He paused, his expression growing serious. "There is, however, one thing I must remind you. Fudge will almost certainly ask if I gave you this list. When that happens, you must unwaveringly maintain your story. If he presses you on where you obtained this information..." Brian's lips curved into a small smile. "Well, you're exceptionally skilled at crafting convincing narratives, Rita. I have every confidence that you can provide our esteemed Minister of Magic with an answer that will satisfy his curiosity without revealing the truth." Rita slowly closed her mouth, her green eyes sparkling with a mixture of wariness and understanding. She had already begun to sense that Brian Watson's intentions were more complex than they initially appeared. It seemed unlikely that he truly meant to use this list to bring down the ministry, nor did he appear to want to back her into a corner from which there was no escape. Of course, she realized, he was indeed using her, but for some other, as yet unspeakable purpose. Before she could voice any of the questions swirling in her mind, Brian spoke again. This time, his voice carried the unmistakable weight of authority, reminding Rita forcefully of exactly who she was dealing with. "Control your curiosity, Rita," he said, his tone brooking no argument. Rita's breath caught in her throat, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she struggled to process everything she had heard. After a moment, she managed to speak, her voice wavering slightly. "You're asking for my help, aren't you, Watson? But why should I help you?" Brian's response was calm and leisurely. "Isn't this arrangement beneficial for you as well?" he asked rhetorically. As long as you don't insist on publishing the list and make some kind of promise to fudge the specifics of which I'll leave to your will, I don't believe he'll take any drastic action against you. And you'll indeed be holding on to a significant weakness of the Ministry of Magic. If something troublesome were to happen to you in the future, you might find this information to be a rather effective insurance policy, shall we say. Rita raised her eyebrows, momentarily rendered speechless by Watson's words. Well then, that's it. Brian's voice cut through her whirling thoughts, startling her back to the present moment. He didn't wait for Rita to give a clear response, seemingly content with her silent contemplation. With a casual air that opposed the seriousness of their conversation, he picked up his glass with some drink left and drained it in one gulp, letting out a contented sigh. Good night, Ms. Rita Skeeter. Before Rita could voice a response, Brian had already risen from his chair. He covered the short distance to the door in 2 long strides. His hand was on the doorknob, ready to turn it and step out into the corridor of the leaky cauldron. The abruptness of his departure jolted Rita into action. Just as Brian was about to step through the crack of the now open door, she found her voice. Wait, Watson. The words burst from her lips with urgency. Brian paused, his hand still on the doorknob, and turned slightly to face her. Rita stared at him, her gaze wary and searching. After hesitating for a moment, she said dryly. You surprise me too, Watson, with your power, your influence, no matter what you want to do, Fudge can't truly stop you. He wouldn't dare. She paused, moistening her lips nervously before continuing. But you're going to such lengths, I mean, this list. Her eyes flicked to the parchment still lying on the table, its contents now burned into her memory. It certainly wasn't easy to obtain, was it? The risk, the time it must have taken. She left the question unspoken, but it hung in the air between them. Why? Why go through all this trouble when he could simply act directly? A soft chuckle escaped Brian's lips, barely audible in the quiet room. He turned his head, preparing to leave, but his voice carried clearly over his shoulder, penetrating the heavy wooden door panel to reach Rita's ears. I'm not the Dark Lord, Rita. 0500 The Ministry. Ministry of Magic, first underground floor, Minister's office, early morning. The corridor outside the Minister for Magic's office was always a hive of activity on workdays, packed with Ministry employees from various departments needing to report affairs or get signatures. In the days following the attack at the Quidditch match, this situation was particularly extreme, with people queuing from Fudge's office door all the way to the elevator hall. Today was no exception to this new norm. The early morning light filtering through the enchanted windows did little to lift the mood of anxiety that filled the air. Normally at this hour, the minister's office door would be flung wide open to welcome guests, yet today, unlike the past few mornings, it remained resolutely shut. Even Dolores Umbridge, the senior undersecretary to the minister, was blocked by the closed door. She could be seen huffing and puffing repeatedly, attempting to gain entry. Her usually sugary voice took on a shrill edge as she called out, Minister? Minister Fudge. But her efforts were in vain, the door remained closed. The crowd of employees, their patience wearing thin, began to whisper among themselves. Theories flew back and forth like a game of magical catch. Did you see that group from the Aura office? A witch in midnight blue robes murmured to her colleague. They practically ran in there. Merlin's beard, what do you think it could be? Replied a wizard with an impressively curled mustache. Another attack? Surely not, a young witch gasped, clutching a stack of parchments. Not so soon after the Quidditch disaster. Their speculations grew wilder with each passing minute. What earth-shattering case could need such secrecy? Little did they know that the atmosphere inside the minister's luxurious office was even more charged than the corridor outside. A heated argument had been raging all morning in the office, growing more intense with each passing hour. Sirius and Dawlish had been at each other's throats since dawn, their voices rising and falling, neither willing to give an inch. The subject of their fierce argument was none other than Remus. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Aura office, observed the clash with thinly veiled irritation. His yellowish-brown hair seemed to bristle with each shouted accusation. His piercing yellow eyes darted between the two, occasionally narrowing in disapproval at Sirius, his subordinate who seemed to have forgotten all sense of hierarchy and propriety. Kingsley had attempted several times to soothe the situation. His deep, calming voice and reasonable arguments had fallen on deaf ears. Now he stood back, his bald head gleaming in the lamplight as he turned his head, watching the argument with a mixture of concern and resignation. That despicable fellow! Dawlish's shout reverberated off the office walls. The veins in his neck stood out like strings as he pointed an accusing finger in Sirius's direction. I've seen through it all, Black. He is trying to use every dirty trick in the book to obstruct the ministry's investigation, isn't he? Dawlish's grey hair, usually neatly combed, now stood on end as if he'd been struck by a mild shocking jinx. His wizard's robes, tailored to fit his muscular frame, strained at the joints as he leaned forward aggressively. And you, Black, he continued, his voice dropping to a menacing growl, you've been covering for him all along, haven't you? Trying to buy time, throwing us off the scent, pun very much intended. Sirius's response was equally heated. His grey eyes flashed with a cold fury. Watch your words, you ignorant oaf. His voice dripped with icy contempt as he continued, there isn't a shred of evidence proving Remus is guilty of anything. Did it ever occur to your thick skull that he might have just been there by accident? Sirius took a step closer to Dawlish. And let me make this crystal clear for you, since you seem to have trouble grasping simple concepts, he said, voicing each word as if speaking to a particularly slow child. Even if, and that's a massive if, Remus is somehow involved, he has every right to receive proper medical treatment at St. Mungo's before being subjected to the Ministry's so-called inquiry. Absurd. Dawlish roared, his face now turning violet. If they hadn't been standing in the minister's office under the watchful eyes of their superiors, Dawlish might have already drawn his wand to hex Sirius. In Dawlish's mind, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin were cut from the same cloth, dangerous, untrustworthy, and a menace to proper wizarding society. One had spent over a decade in Azkaban, only escaping judgment through a series of unlikely events and powerful connections. And the other. The law is meant to protect wizards. Dawlish growled through clenched teeth, saliva flying from his lips. His hand twitched towards his wand holster as he glared at Sirius with undisguised loathing. It wasn't written for the benefit of filthy, lowly werewolves. The moment those words left Dawlish's mouth, it was as if someone had cast Immobilis on the entire room. The tense atmosphere, which had been simmering like a volatile potion all morning, suddenly reached its boiling point. If the previous arguments had been a slowly burning fuse, Dawlish's unrestrained comment was the spark that ignited the powder keg. In a flash of movement almost too quick to follow, Sirius's wand appeared in his hand. With the skill and speed of a duelist, he pressed it directly towards Dawlish's face, the tip just a few inches from the nose. Sirius's eyes blazed with a combination of fury and barely contained magic, his chest heaving as he struggled to control his rage. Apologize. Sirius demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Apologize right now, Dawlish, or I swear by Merlin's grave, I'll give you a reason to spend a few days in St. Mungo's yourself. Dawlish also drew his own wand with equal speed. The two stood frozen in a deadlock, wands pointed at each other's faces, neither willing to make the first move or the first concession. Compared to St. Mungo's, Dawlish sneered, his wand hand steady. I'd rather send you straight back to Azkaban where you belong, Black. The tension in the room reached a fever pitch. It seemed that at any moment, curses would start flying, turning the minister's office into a battleground. Just as it seemed the situation would escalate into a full-blown duel, a new voice cut through the chaos. Rufus Scrimgeour, who had been watching the exchange with growing irritation, suddenly straightened to his full, impressive height. What do you two think you're doing? Scrimgeour's voice boomed through the office, drowning out all other noise. He strode between Sirius and Dawlish, his own wand drawn but pointed at the floor. His gaze swept from one man to the other. Have you both lost your minds? He continued, his voice dripping with scorn. For a criminal, are you going to blow up the minister's office? At these words, Sirius immediately redirected his furious glare from Dawlish to Scrimgeour. Meanwhile, a barely perceptible smirk of satisfaction flickered across Dawlish's face-rugged eyes. On the other side, Kingsley's eyes narrowed slightly. Unable to openly take a stance without compromising his own position, he instead turned his attention to the one person in the room who had remained surprisingly quiet throughout the entire ordeal. Cornelius Fudge sat behind his massive desk, seemingly oblivious to the near-duel that had almost erupted in his office. His round face was creased with a deep frown, his gaze unfocused as if looking at something far beyond the walls of his office. This behavior was entirely out of character for the usually image-conscious and self-opinionated Fudge. A heated conflict was literally unfolding few feet from his desk, yet he appeared completely indifferent to it. What could possibly be occupying his thoughts so completely that he would ignore such a volatile situation in his own office? Fudge had indeed been in this distracted state for most of the morning. He had listened half-heartedly to both sides of the argument for a while, nodding at appropriate intervals and making non-committal sounds. But as the debate had grown more heated, Fudge had withdrawn into his own thoughts, barely listening to the raised voices and accusations flying around his office. This wasn't normal, was it? Kingsley knew that Fudge should be all over this conflict, using it to his advantage or at least making a show of mediating. Instead, he sat in unusual silence. What was Fudge pondering so intently? What could be more pressing than a near brawl between two of his aurors? Unable to guess the minister's thoughts and aware of the need to defuse the immediate crisis, Kingsley finally spoke up. Perhaps we should all take a moment to collect ourselves. No one wants to see you and your colleague come to blows in the minister's office, Sirius. It would reflect poorly on all of us. Kingsley put particular emphasis on the words no one, his eyes flicking meaningfully towards Fudge. He hoped Sirius would catch his subtle hint that escalating this conflict could have far-reaching consequences beyond just this room. However, Sirius, still seething with righteous anger on behalf of his friend, seemed oblivious to Kingsley's attempt at mediation. Scrimgeour, on the other hand, didn't miss Kingsley's careful choice of words. He shot Kingsley a piercing glance, his lion-like eyes narrowing suspiciously. The tense standoff might have continued indefinitely if not for a sudden interruption. The heavy oak door of the office, which had been quiet for the past hour, suddenly reverberated with a series of sharp knocks. The person on the other side was practically pounding on the door, their voice carrying clearly through the thick wood, filled with excitement. "Minister!" The voice called out, the words tumbling over each other in their haste to be heard. "Minister Fudge! Are you there, Minister?" After nearly 2 months of working, Sirius had become quite familiar with the people in the ministry. He immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Dirk Cresswell, who had recently been appointed as the new head of the Goblin Liaison Office. Sirius had a pleasant, if not particularly close, relationship with Cresswell. It wasn't a connection he had actively sought out, but rather one that had developed spontaneously through their common acquaintance. Dirk had approached Sirius early on, eager to discuss about Brian Watson, a fellow Slytherin whom Dirk greatly admired. On days when Sirius wasn't out on field assignments, Dirk would often seek him out, showering him with questions about Brian's time at Hogwarts and his subsequent rise to prominence. Hearing Dirk's excited voice now, Sirius's brow furrowed in confusion, momentarily distracted from his anger, and lowered his wand. "There's someone you absolutely must see, Minister." Dirk continued to bang on the door when he received no immediate response. "It's urgent." Fudge, startled out of his reverie by the commotion, blinked rapidly as if coming out of a trance. His chubby face contorted into a mask of irritation as he called out in an irritable tone, "I'm in the middle of something extremely important, Dirk. If it's convenient, you can ask the visitor to get a number from Dolores and wait outside with everyone else." The knocking outside stopped for only a second before resuming. Dirk shouted at the top of his voice, "Are you absolutely certain about that, Minister?" Dirk's voice rose to a near shout, excitement. The words tumbled out in a rush, as if he feared the door might be silenced at any moment. "It's Mr. Watson. Brian Watson himself is right here, waiting to see you." Sirius's eyes widened. The anger on his face and the pressure he had been under for the past 2 days vanished. He was about to move to open the door, but Scrimgeour gave him a stern look and skillfully shifted sideways, blocking his path. At the mention of Brian's name, Fudge's face had lit up with visible relief. For a brief moment, it seemed as though all his worries had evaporated. But this expression of ease lasted for only a few fleeting seconds before his face tensed up once more, anxiety creeping back into his face. "Brian!" Fudge repeated, half rising from his chair. But then, as quickly as he had started to stand, Fudge sank back into his seat. His eyes darted nervously around the room, taking in the tense faces of the aura surrounding him. Ahem! Fudge made a show of clearing his throat, a poor attempt to cover his moment of visible indecision. He coughed a few times, adjusting his coat, which had gone slightly awry in his agitation. When he spoke again, he tried to inject a note of casual indifference into his voice. "All right then, Dirk. You may show him in." As Dirk's footsteps could be heard retreating from the door, presumably to fetch Brian, the atmosphere in the office shifted once again. Rufus Scrimgeour and John Dawlish exchanged a glance, their faces simultaneously darkening. After only a few seconds, the door swung open. Brian stepped into the minister's office. As soon as his eyes swept the room, he noted Rufus Scrimgeour and Dawlish's gloomy expressions. Their eyes were fixed on him with a mixture of suspicion and resentment. He saw the relief in Sirius's gaze, while Kingsley had a warm but cautious smile which did not escape his notice, nor did the nervous fidgeting of Fudge behind his desk. Brian could sense the tense atmosphere in the office without much effort. He could also guess what had just happened. Sirius and Dawlish were still holding their wands. As for the reason for the conflict, it went without saying. Nevertheless, Brian masked his initial reaction quickly. His face settled into an expression of polite puzzlement, as if he had just walked in on a mildly interesting but ultimately ordinary scene. With the air of someone genuinely confused by the atmosphere, he turned towards Fudge at the desk. "Have I perhaps come at an inconvenient moment, Minister?" Brian asked, his tone a perfect blend of concern and confusion. He gestured vaguely at the group, his eyebrows raised in questioning. "If this is a bad time, I'd be more than happy to come back later. I wouldn't want to interrupt anything important." Fudge, caught off guard by Brian's direct address, fumbled for a response. "Of course not!" he exclaimed, a forced smile stretching across his round face. He waved a hand dismissively, as if trying to brush away the tension in the room. "We were just, discussing some routine work. Nothing that can't wait, I assure you." 0501 Venus. "It appears I may have indeed arrived at a rather inconvenient moment." Brian stopped in the middle of the office, observing everyone's expressions. Everyone in the office noticed the obvious confusion on Brian's face. "Perhaps," Brian continued, his voice taking on a considerate tone, "it would be best if I were to wait outside for a while. At least until you've concluded your urgent business." Brian's display of confusion was so convincing that even Sirius and Fudge were unsure of what was going on with him. Fudge, his round face already flushed from the earlier confrontation, now took on an almost comical expression of bewilderment. He stared intently at Brian's unique light purple eyes, and after a moment of tense silence, he finally spoke. His voice came out hesitant, almost squeaky with nervousness. Don't you know what's happened, Brian?" "What?" Brian's response was instant, his brow furrowing even deeper. His gaze flicked from Fudge to Sirius, then back again, a perfect picture of growing concern. "Has something happened that concerns me?" "Oh, well," Fudge's hesitation was apparent. He shifted uncomfortably in his plush chair. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, he had managed to plaster a smile on his face, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "It's nothing, Brian. Nothing at all. We were just discussing a task for Rufus's department, you see. Routine business, very dull stuff." Fudge's attempt at nonchalance was about as convincing as a flobberworm trying to pass itself off as a dragon. Nevertheless, he pressed on, gesturing with his one chubby hand. "Come, sit down. Make yourself comfortable." His tone shifted to one of forced joviality as he changed the subject. "I must say, I thought you'd be as busy as I am these days. What with Durmstrang and Beauxbatons visiting Hogwarts next week for the Triwizard Tournament and all." "Your assumption is quite correct, Minister," Brian replied smoothly, pretending to not notice the inquiring look Sirius was giving him, a look that practically screamed for some kind of explanation. Instead, he let out a soft chuckle, filling the tense atmosphere of the office with a momentary lightness. Ignoring the vigilant gazes of Rufus and Kingsley, Brian moved to take a seat opposite Fudge. His robes rustled softly as he settled into the chair. "These past few days have indeed been something of a whirlwind," he continued, his voice taking on a more serious note. "In fact, there's an urgent matter that I felt I simply must brief you on. "Oh? Is that so?" Fudge's expression shifted again, a flicker of unease passing across his face. He paused for a moment, his fingers drumming nervously on the polished surface of his desk. Then, seeming to come to a decision, he turned to address the orators. "Perhaps you gentlemen would care to join us at the conference table," he suggested, gesturing towards the large table that covered one side of the spacious office. As the orators moved to take their seats, their chairs scraping softly against the luxurious carpet, Fudge turned his attention back to Brian. He took a slight breath, his chin quivering with the effort, before asking, "Could it be that you've encountered some difficulty in preparing for the tournament?" "I assure you, Minister, everything is progressing smoothly," Brian replied, his tone confident and reassuring. A small smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he continued, "This is, after all, the first Triwizard Tournament to be held in centuries. You can trust both myself and Headmaster Dumbledore, Hogwarts will not make any mistakes in this matter." Brian paused for a moment. "In fact, well, perhaps it's best if I begin with a somewhat more personal matter." As he spoke, he reached into an inner pocket of his robes. From within, he picked out a folded piece of parchment, which he placed on the desk in front of Fudge. "You see, Minister," Brian began, his voice taking on a slightly sheepish tone that was so at odds with his usual confident demeanor that it immediately captured everyone's attention. "The salary provided by Hogwarts, while generous, can hardly be expected to fully support my ongoing magical research." He gestured towards the parchment, which Fudge was now eyeing with undisguised curiosity. "What I have there is an application. I'm planning to open my own alchemy workshop to produce a new gadget I've recently invented." Brian leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a more light tone. "I was rather hoping, Minister, that you might be able to, well, to put it bluntly, pull some strings to accelerate the approval process." He showed a smile that managed to be both charming and slightly embarrassed. "I have to do this, I'm afraid my funds won't last much longer." A hush fell over the office following Brian's unexpected statement. Every eye in the room was fixed on Brian, expressions ranging from astonishment to disbelief etched on the faces of those present. Rufus Scrimgeour's reaction was particularly noticeable. His bright yellow eyes trembled violently in their sockets and his brow furrowed deeply. What in Merlin's name was going on? Wasn't Brian Watson here about Remus Lupin's situation? Sirius, for his part, nearly leapt from his chair the moment Brian's words were fully registered in his mind, but Kingsley gave him a swift, hard kick under the table, silently advising him to be patient. Swallowing his outburst, Sirius settled back into his chair, but his eyes remained fixed on Brian's face. Fudge, who over the years had become accustomed to countless individuals seeking favors from him, but never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Brian Watson, of all people, would approach him with a request in order to make/save money. This unexpected turn of events, beyond the initial shock it provoked, actually made Fudge feel quite relieved. "The Venus Learning Machine, Model 94, Fudge read aloud, his voice tinged with interest as he picked up the application Brian had submitted. His eyes schemed over the parchment, taking in the details. "Is this your brilliant idea, Brian?" An alchemical device, you say? What exactly can it do? Ah, I'm delighted you asked, Minister, Brian responded, his voice taking on an enthusiastic tone. I was just about to introduce it to you, in fact. But before I do, I must emphasize that this isn't solely my achievement. Many members of the Hogwarts faculty have contributed their wisdom to this project. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and numerous other professors who are unquestionable authorities in their respective fields, all have played a part in its development. Brian paused for a moment before continuing. Ah, but perhaps you'll allow me a moment of immodesty, the initial spark of inspiration did originate with me. The mention of Hogwarts and its faculty seemed to cast a spell over the room. Even the Aurors, who moments ago had been suspicious, had their attention captured. After all, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry enjoyed a worldwide reputation for excellence. Every witch and wizard who taught there was, without exception, counted among the most outstanding in their field. The mention of a device that combined the wisdom of such famous minds was enough to pique even the most skeptical interest. This gadget's primary function lies in teaching, Brian explained, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. But perhaps a demonstration would be more enlightening than just words. With your permission, Minister. At Fudge's nod of acquiescence, Brian rose from his chair. He took out his wand from his robes. Turning to face an empty space in the center of the office, Brian raised his wand and began to move it through the air in an intricate pattern. The effect was mesmerizing. Golden phantom sand seemed to seep out of the air itself, merging into a shimmering cloud in the center of the room. Countless beautiful, tiny particles of light swirled and danced in the void, following the graceful movements of Brian's wand. As the gathered wizards watched in rapt attention, these particles of light gradually began to converge, taking on a more solid form. What emerged before their eyes was unlike anything they had seen before. At its core, it resembled a metal chair, but that simple description hardly did justice to the complex and somewhat unsettling device that now stood in the minister's office. The space beneath the seat was fully enclosed, hinting at hidden mechanisms and magical components concealed within. But it was the structure behind the backrest that truly captured the eye. A series of snake-like metal rods bulged from it. At the end of each such rods was a small circular disc, similar to the suckers on an octopus's tentacles. These discs were all oriented towards the position where one's head would normally rest when seated, giving the unsettling impression that they were to emit something directly into the user's brain. Fudge, his earlier wariness forgotten in the face of this marvelous device, left his seat and began to circle the phantasmal representation. His eyes were wide with wonder as he examined the strange machine that supposedly combined the wisdom of many Hogwarts faculty members. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Fudge muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. Then he asked loudly, can this thing make people smarter? Brian's smile widened at the question. Allow me to demonstrate its capabilities, he said, raising his wand once more. With a complex flick of his wrist, a light screen suddenly shimmered into existence beside the chair, which was similar to a Muggle television broadcast. On this ethereal display, several squares appeared, each labeled with words written inside them of a different magical subject: transfiguration, charms, potions, and more. Let's consider a practical example, Brian suggested. Suppose we have a wizard who is struggling with the shield charm. He wishes to use this machine to improve his mastery of the spell. The process would be as follows. With careful movements, Brian tapped the charm square on the light screen with the tip of his wand. The display changed instantly, now showing a stylized graphic of a magnifying glass. Using his wand like a quill, Brian wrote shield charm within the circular space of the magnifying glass. As soon as he finished writing, a confirm button materialized on the screen. Brian tapped it without hesitation. Suddenly, the flexible rods extending from its back began to twist and squirm. From the suction cup-like discs at their ends, a pure white fluorescence began to emanate, bathing the office in an otherworldly glow. At this point, Brian explained, the machine would draw your consciousness into an illusory realm. Noticing Fudge's increasingly engrossed expression, Brian smiled before continuing. Within this illusion, you would encounter a wizard whose appearance I've set in advance. This illusory tutor possesses the majority of Professor Flitwick's experience and insights regarding the shield charm. He will guide you through customized practice sessions, pointing out any mistakes in your technique and offering specific advice on how to improve. Just imagine the possibilities, Minister. With just one of these machines, you could have unlimited private lessons with a virtual Professor Flitwick, a wizard who, as you may recall, was a formidable dueling champion in his youth, guiding you step by step to learn the shield charm. Brian's gaze swept across the room, making eye contact with each person present as he continued. Or perhaps you'd prefer to delve into the mysteries of transfiguration under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, with her profound expertise in the field, teaching you advanced transfiguration. And of course, if you wish to learn my own spirit fire charm, that option is readily available as well. I've personally encoded all the relevant knowledge into the system. Fudge's eyes had grown wide as saucers, his mouth slightly open as he considered the impact of such a device. Even Rufus Scrimgeour, fixed his eyes on the device and unconsciously clenched his fists after Brian's sales pitch. Now, I should mention, Brian added, his tone becoming slightly more businesslike, that for some basic, standard spells, users can begin learning immediately as soon as you buy the device. However, he held up a finger, his expression growing a bit more serious. For certain special, advanced magics, there may be a need for, shall we say, a modest additional payment. What price are you planning to set for this marvelous device, Brian? Although Fudge's personality had some fatal flaws, he couldn't have been a fool to have held the position of Minister for Magic for so many years. He immediately saw the value of this device and asked eagerly. As I'm sure you're all well aware, knowledge is very precious. Brian said with a smile. I'm planning to price each machine at 50,000 galleons. Fudge's eyebrows shot up so high they nearly disappeared into his hairline. Seeing his reaction, Brian quickly continued. I understand that the figure may seem shocking at first glance, Minister. But I assure you, it's a fair price when you consider the device's immense academic value and the complexity involved in its manufacture. His voice took on a tone of quiet confidence as he added, I firmly believe it's worth every nut. Of course, Minister, in recognition of the Ministry's support, I would be more than happy to donate one machine to the Ministry free of charge once the workshop begins production. Brian said, smiling warmly. Is that true? Fudge asked, his voice quivering with barely contained excitement. Of course, Brian smiled gently, the Ministry's strength is the guarantee of peace and prosperity in the wizarding world. As the senior advisor to the Ministry, I believe I should contribute a little of my own strength. This machine of yours, Mr. Watson, Rufus, who nominally controlled the Ministry's elite armed forces, also narrowed his eyes and stared at Brian. You mentioned earlier that it would even be capable of teaching others the magic you yourself have created. Is that correct? Indeed. Brian looked back at Rufus Scrimgeour, nodding with a smile. But you know, Rufus, while the machine can indeed provide instruction in advanced magic, most high-level spells have rather stringent requirements when it comes to magical talent. It's not something one can learn just by spending more money. 0502 over? Fudge glanced disapprovingly at Rufus Scrimgeour. The tension in the air was palpable. Fudge's bushy mustache twitched with irritation as he observed Scrimgeour's poorly concealed hostility towards Brian Watson. Fudge understood the animosity between Scrimgeour and Watson, which was harmless enough he was even pleased to see it. However, Rufus's blatant display of hostility on this particular occasion was very unwise and unprofessional. Personal magical research and inventions were sacred and very precious in the wizarding world, often treated with the utmost respect. Even though Brian had politely offered to let them use this marvelous creation to learn his and other magic, Rufus's critical and almost dismissive attitude was totally inappropriate. Fudge's eyes had widened comically when Brian casually mentioned the price of his invention, 50,000 galleons each. The astronomical sum had made Fudge's jaw drop in astonishment. Even the wealthiest and most influential wizarding families, when making their grandest donations to curry favor with the Ministry, rarely showed such wonderful generosity. And this wasn't simply a financial transaction, it was the donation of an alchemical artifact with incredible capabilities. Fudge's shrewd gaze darted around the room, taking in the chemistry of light and shadows, assessing the reactions of those present. With a warm smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, Fudge reached out and patted Brian's shoulder, his chubby fingers lingering for just a moment too long. Oh, thank you for your incredibly generous donation, Brian, he said, his voice dripping with honeyed appreciation. It's absolutely no problem at all. I assure you, the patent application and production license will already be being processed as we speak. Just leave all the tedious paperwork here with me, and I'll have my trusty assistant, Dolores, take care of every last detail for you quickly. We'll send you the official credentials by owl as soon as everything is finalized. Brian's face lit up with gratitude, his eyes shining with what appeared to be genuine appreciation. That's truly wonderful, Minister, he said, his voice warm and sincere. I can't thank you enough for your support. The two men walked side by side towards Fudge's imposing desk. Fudge's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, gone was the initial tension, replaced by an air of relaxed harmony. His gaze, when it fell upon Brian, now held a fondness that hadn't been present few moments ago. I must say, Brian, I'm thoroughly impressed, Fudge said, his voice booming with admiration. I had no idea your expertise in alchemy had advanced to such extraordinary heights. Ha! Are you finally planning to give Dumbledore a run for his money in the inventions department? Brian's response was both humble and witty, delivered with perfect timing. In the grand game of magical gobstones, Minister, I'm afraid I'll never be a match for Headmaster Dumbledore. This self-deprecating joke elicited a thunderous laugh from Fudge, his fat body shaking with humor. Sirius observed this scene with growing understanding and a hint of cynicism. Had he not been aware of Brian's true opinions of Fudge during their private conversations, he might have been fooled into believing that the two men before him were the closest of friends. Sirius's lips pursed slightly as he marveled at Brian's acting skills. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere surrounding Fudge and Brian, The aura enveloping Rufus Scrimgeour and John Dawlish grew increasingly gloomy. The two seasoned aurors exchanged knowing glances, sharing same suspicions. They didn't buy for a second that Brian Watson had chosen this particular moment to meet with the Minister of Magic purely for the sake of official favors. Just as the pleasant atmosphere reached its peak, Brian's demeanor underwent a sudden and dramatic shift. His face, previously vibrant with warmth and good humor, transformed in an instant. "It's like this, Minister," Brian said, his expression instantly becoming solemn. "I have another matter of great importance to discuss with you today," and this matter he trailed off, leaving the sentence hanging in the air. Brian's eyes darted deliberately around the conference table, observing each face with calculated hesitation. Oh! Fudge's heart skipped a beat. Since the moment Brian had entered his office, Fudge had been waiting for him to bring up the issue of Remus Lupin. The werewolf's situation was a ticking time bomb, and Fudge still hadn't figured out how to deal with Brian in this. It was this uncertainty that had bound his hand, allowing Lupin to continue his farce at St. Mungo's. Mustering his most reassuring tone, Fudge addressed Brian's apparent concerns. "It's quite all right, Brian," he said, his voice filled with forced nonchalance. "Rufus and the others here are all folks I trust. There's nothing you could say that they shouldn't be aware of." In truth, Fudge had made a split-second decision not to dismiss the others, hoping that their presence might provide some buffer against whatever bombshell Brian was about to drop after noticing his persistent concern about their presence. Well, if that's the case, Brian's hand disappeared into his pocket, emerging with another folded piece of parchment. Unlike the earlier documents, which had been handled with casual indifference, this parchment was treated with different care. Fudge watched Brian's movements closely, his eyes showing a hint of imperceptible confusion. Brian's voice took on a soft tone as he began to explain. "Yesterday, quite out of the blue, I received an invitation from Rita Skeeter, you know her, of course, that tenacious current affairs reporter for the Daily Prophet. She requested a meeting at the Leaky Cauldron, claiming she had something very important to discuss with me. Naturally, my curiosity was piqued, so I agreed to meet her." As he spoke, Brian extended the carefully folded parchment towards Fudge. "During our meeting, Rita Skeeter presented me with this list and revealed certain secrets. You should take a look first, Minister." Just the mention of Rita Skeeter's name caused visible distress to Fudge. Fine lines of worry etched themselves across his broad forehead, deepening with each passing second. With poorly concealed unease, he snatched the parchment from Brian's outstretched hand and hastily unfolded it. The moment Fudge's eyes fell upon the contents of the mysterious document, his expression froze in shock. Fumbling with uncharacteristic clumsiness, he took out his reading glasses from his robe pocket and perched them on his nose. Then, as if seeking refuge, he buried his entire face in the parchment, using it as a shield against the attentive eyes of those gathered in his office. The office fell silent. Brian sat with his fingers interlaced on the table, calmly watching Fudge, whose expression was hidden behind the letter. Judging by the trembling of his thick fingers gripping the edge of the parchment, this document had given Fudge quite a shock. The silence stretched on, becoming almost unbearable. Sirius, unable to see Brian's face from his position, could only exchange meaningful glances with Kingsley. Meanwhile, Rufus Scrimgeour's brow furrowed deeply, the wrinkles on his face becoming more obvious as he struggled to make sense of the situation. What in Merlin's name was happening? Rufus's piercing gaze bored into Watson's back. What earth-shattering information could that parchment contain? And why had Watson suddenly brought up Rita Skeeter, of all people? Could it be that Watson's presence here had nothing to do with that werewolf's situation? No, impossible. Rufus dismissed that thought almost as soon as it formed. It was unlikely that Brian Watson would stand idly by while that werewolf suffered. There was no doubt in Rufus's mind that Black had informed Watson of Lupin's predicament, that much was certain. So, what game was Watson playing? Slap. Crash. Just as Rufus's mind whirled with these unanswered questions, a sudden commotion shattered the tense silence. The sound of flesh striking wood rang out, followed immediately by a resounding crash. Fudge had lost all semblance of control. He slammed the parchment onto his desk with such force that the sound reverberated through the office like a thunderclap. In the same motion, he stood up abruptly, his violent movement knocking over the chair behind him. Rufus could see beads of sweat on the minister's forehead. It was hard to describe whether the expression on Fudge's fat face was one of rage or terror. "What's happened, Minister?" Rufus's gaze sharpened instantly. He rose, about to rush over, but the young man still sitting across from Fudge turned his head unhurriedly. The deep gaze he cast at Rufus was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, stopping him in his tracks and sending a chill down his spine. Fudge's voice, when he finally spoke, was a strangled mix of shock and fury. This is what Rita Skeeter gave you?" he demanded, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Where did she get it? What in the name of all that's magical does that woman think she's doing?" "Just as you might imagine, Minister," Brian rose from his seat, speaking calmly. "She wants to publish this list in the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter is a clever woman. She clearly knows what consequences her actions might bring and how much trouble it could cause her. That's precisely why she approached me. She's hoping I can offer her some form of protection. Before Fudge could explode, Brian continued, I'm equally aware of the consequences if this information reaches the public. That's why I refused her request outright. This made her hesitate about whether to proceed with this matter. You did the right thing, Brian. Fudge exclaimed, panting heavily. Does that foolish woman have even the slightest clue of what she's toying with? If she dares to go through with this, oh, I swear on Merlin's grave, she'll find herself in a world of trouble. There's absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. I won't be so agreeable this time. Indeed, Brian nodded slightly. He spoke calmly, as if he hadn't been the one to inform Fudge about this matter in the first place. I warned her that this wasn't like her usual attention-seeking articles. I also advised her to fully consider the consequences of her actions. This made her hesitate, but Minister, I think you should discuss this matter with her in person. Of course. Fudge stepped out from behind his desk and paced anxiously in front of everyone, hands clasped behind his back. I'll warn her face to face, and if she doesn't listen. Fudge paused mid-step. He first looked at Brian, hesitated for a few seconds, then shifted his gaze to the confused faces around the conference table. All right, Rufus, you'll come with me later. We'll go see that troublemaker, Rita Skeeter. Yes, Minister. Rufus strode firmly towards Fudge. As he drew close, his eyes flickered momentarily, a brief flash of uncertainty crossing his face. Then, lowering his head to bring his mouth close to Fudge's ear, he whispered urgently, about our earlier discussion. I mean, regarding Remus Lupin, the werewolf. Don't you think it would be prudent for the Aura office to transfer him from St. Mungo's to the Ministry? Perhaps we should take some precautionary measures. Fudge was on the verge of berating Scrimgeour loudly, ready to remind him about what should be their most pressing concern at this moment. However, the words died on his lips as a sudden realization struck him. The trouble caused by that werewolf was far from insignificant. In fact, one of those very troubles was currently standing in his office, watching this exchange with those uncomfortably perceptive eyes. Just as this thought flashed through Fudge's mind, knock, 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 a series of sharp knocks echoed through the room. Who is it? Fudge snapped, his patience wearing thin. The interruption had derailed his train of thought, leaving him feeling even more off balance than before. It's me, Tonks, Minister, came a clear, feminine voice from the other side of the door. The words were tinged with an unmistakable note of excitement, bordering on elation. Is Mr. Scrimgeour also present? I have something very important to report. Tonks. Fudge repeated, his brow furrowing as he tried to place the name. It took Fudge a second or two to remember who Tonks was. Ah, you mean that talented young lady from your department? The question was directed at Scrimgeour, but Fudge's mind was already racing ahead. It was highly unusual for staff members to report directly to higher levels, bypassing their immediate superiors. This breach of protocol caused both Fudge and Scrimgeour to frown simultaneously, their expressions showing disapproval. Go ask her what it's about. Fudge instructed Rufus while he turned towards the coat rack in the corner of his office, to fetch his signature lime green bowler hat. When the heavy oak door swung open, the excited Tonks was face to face with the angry face of her superior, Rufus Scrimgeour. The sudden confrontation startled her so severely that her vibrant hair cycled through a dizzying array of colors in an instant. What did you wish to report, Tonks? Rufus's voice was cold and sharp, his steely gaze falling at the now slightly cowering Tonks. Oh, Mr. Scrimgeour. Tonks took several hesitant steps backward, clearly intimidated by the fierce expression on her Scrimgeour's face. Her retreat, however, limited her view of the office's interior, preventing her from noticing Brian's presence. After taking a moment to steady herself, Tonks raised her voice, ensuring that her words would carry to everyone in the office. Lucius Malfoy is here to see you, Minister, and you as well, Mr. Scrimgeour. Lucius Malfoy. Fudge's confused voice echoed from the depths of the office as he repeated the name. Then, raising his voice to be heard clearly, he said, I'm afraid I don't have the time to see him now. Tell him to come back another time. You heard the minister's instructions, Tonks. Rufus's tone remained cold. Then, his eyes narrowed dangerously as he added, and I have a question for you, Tonks. Since when did you take it upon yourself to act as the minister's personal assistant? It was clear to everyone present that Tonks had upset her immediate superior by her abrupt and unconventional reporting. However, she didn't back down. Instead, she continued to speak loudly, her voice carrying a note of urgency. But Mr. Malfoy hasn't come alone, sir. He's brought in a criminal. The words tumbled out of her in a rush, as if she feared being silenced before she could deliver her news. He arrived at the Aura office and told me that a thief had attempted to break into the office of a Malfoy family factory manager just last night. The intruder was trying to steal a valuable gem-studded painting but was caught red-handed by the factory's security personnel. I thought, well, I thought this might be related to the case you are currently discussing, so I felt it was important to inform you immediately. Oh, is that true? Sirius let out an incredulous, joyful cry. He quickly dashed forward, squeezing past the stunned form of Scrimgeour. His eyes, blazing with a mixture of hope and disbelief, fixed themselves on Tonks's face. The real culprit has been caught? Is that what you are saying? It certainly seems so. Tonks replied, her gaze locking with Sirius's. Despite her best efforts to maintain a professional demeanor, a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she spoke. Inside the office, by the coat rack, a dark green bowler hat slipped from Fudge's fingers and fell to the floor with a soft thud. Fudge stood rooted to the spot, his face showing the mirror image of the shock etched on Scrimgeour's face. What seems to be the matter, Minister? Brian's voice cut through the stunned silence, his tone one of polite concern. Has the Ministry encountered some significant case recently? Is there any way I might be of assistance? Fudge's broad shoulders suddenly began to tremble, as if he were standing in a bitter wind rather than in his warm office. Slowly, with the creaking deliberation of an unoiled hinge, he shifted his gaze until it fixed on Brian's face. In the span of a few heartbeats, countless thoughts and emotions flashed across Fudge's mind, his eyes finally settling on Brian Watson's unique, exceptionally deep purple eyes. You don't know. Fudge's voice came as a shrill whisper, so unlike his usual tones that it might have belonged to a stranger. You're not aware of the situation with Remus Lupin. Remus? Brian blinked, his brow furrowing in apparent confusion. What's happened to Remus? For a moment, Fudge was rendered speechless, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Brian's frown deepened, and he turned towards the door, calling out in a voice tinged with growing concern. What's going on, Sirius? What's happened to Remus? Sirius, still standing in the doorway with Tonks, seemed to snap out of his own state of shock at Brian's words. He gently pulled Tonks past the statue-like form of Scrimgeour and into the office. It was only now, as he took in the scene before him, that he finally understood. Everything, every word, every action had been meticulously orchestrated by Brian. Though how his friend had managed to pull off such an intricate plan, Sirius had no idea. Recently, Sirius began, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions he was clearly experiencing, some workshops and companies reported break-ins to the Ministry. They claimed their offices had been invaded, although, curiously enough, nothing was actually stolen. We were sent out to guard these locations, and Remus was found in. Oh! Brian's exclamation interrupted Sirius's explanation. His frown deepened further as he turned to Fudge, his expression a perfect mix of confusion and concern. Is it possible, Minister, that this is all a terrible misunderstanding? I know Remus, he's not the sort of person who would engage in such activities. Is it possible that... Brian paused, as if carefully considering his next words before continuing. Could it be that Remus was actually searching for work? As far as I'm aware, since leaving his position at Hogwarts, he's been earnestly trying to forge a new path for himself. That's impossible. The shout came from Dawlish, who seemed to have finally found his voice. His face was covered with bewilderment, clearly struggling to keep up with the rapid turn of events. I'm merely suggesting a possibility. Brian's response was calm, seemingly nonchalant to Dawlish's outburst. He shrugged and said in a meaningful tone. Of course, this would need to be thoroughly investigated by the Ministry before any conclusions can be drawn. If Remus has indeed committed a crime, then naturally, he should face the full consequences of his actions. Isn't that right, Minister? At these words, Fudge's hand, still clutching the list that had caused such worry earlier, began to twitch irregularly. Under Brian's steady gaze, beads of sweat once again formed on the minister's broad forehead. Fudge's lips moved several times, as if he wanted to say something. He remained silent, clearly at a loss for what to say. Minister. Brian's voice was gentle, filled with what appeared to be genuine concern. Oh, ahem, yes, of course. Of course, that's precisely how it should be. Fudge finally managed to respond, taking several deep, steadying breaths. He forced a smile in Brian's direction, though the expression looked more like a grimace. Let me think. Yes, right, we absolutely need to conduct a thorough investigation. So then. Fudge paused to wipe the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. After another few seconds of silence, he addressed everyone in the office. Tonks, escort Lucius Malfoy's captive to the temporary holding cells. Ensure all proper protocols are followed. Rufus, you'll accompany me, along with Dawlish and Kingsley. We have an urgent matter to discuss with Rita Skeeter, one that concerns all of you as well. His gaze swept across the faces of his subordinates before landing on Sirius. And you, Black. I want you to confirm if the situation is as Brian has described. Find out if there's any possibility that Lupin was at those locations on legitimate business, perhaps he had appointments, or was following up on job leads. In any case, investigate thoroughly. If there's been a misunderstanding, I want it cleared up as soon as possible. With these instructions delivered, Fudge led the group from his office. The group moved with such swiftness that it almost appeared as if they were fleeing from some unseen disaster. In his rush, Fudge even forgot the common courtesy of bidding farewell to Brian. As the door swung shut behind the departing ministry officials, leaving Brian and Sirius alone in the suddenly quiet office, Sirius turned to Brian with an expression of stunned disbelief. Is it really over? What else did you expect? Brian's response came with a soft chuckle. His eyes twinkled with a mixture of mischief and satisfaction as he stared at Sirius. Ah, did you perhaps want to go a step further? Apply for compensation on Remus's behalf, maybe. 0503 The workshop. The autumn sunlight filtered through the windows of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, casting warm patches across the white sheets of Remus's bed. This time, mercifully, his injuries weren't particularly severe, just a nasty wound from an unfortunate tumble down the stairs. The healers had insisted on keeping him under observation for 2 full days. Though he had largely recovered, the hospital protocol required for him to remain under their care for several more days before receiving his official discharge papers. The politics surrounding his situation had grown increasingly complex. On the very day Brian made his premeditated appearance at the Ministry of Magic, Fudge, attempting to save face while simultaneously finding a diplomatic solution, dispatched Sirius on the mission. The mission involved negotiations with the Wildsmith family, the centuries-old owners of the Fluopao Company, to investigate whether Remus had indeed been falsely accused of trespassing. The transparency of this excuse was obvious to all involved parties. If Remus had genuinely been summoned for a legitimate discussion, as was now being suggested, the Wildsmiths would have surely spoken up when the ministry deployed Aurors to guard him in St. Mungo's. Upon receiving their assignments, both Sirius and Tonks had immediately wanted to storm St. Mungo's and liberate Remus from what they viewed as unjust confinement. It was only through Brian's careful persuasion that they were convinced to be patient. Brian had meticulously orchestrated a situation that gave Fudge an elegant path to retreat from his position without losing face. Fudge, also demonstrating a surprising amount of political shrewdness, recognized the lifeline being thrown to him. Instead of exposing the truth of the situation, which would have also undermined his authority and status, he chose to cooperate by offering Remus an opportunity to clear his name. However, Brian understood that immediately releasing Remus would have been a catastrophic blow to the minister's already fragile authority and dignity. So, Brian used his connections with Gringotts to arrange a secret meeting with the Wildsmith family. Through careful negotiation and perhaps a touch of creative documentation, he got an employment contract cleverly backdated by 3 months. The contract, written on expensive parchment with official seals and magical watermarks, stated in perfect legal language that the Fluopao had indeed employed Remus Lupin as a security consultant, thus providing a neat and face-saving resolution to the entire affair. As the crisp late October air swirled around them, Brian's attention turned to more practical matters. I've prepared a comprehensive document detailing the specifications for the general-purpose machine parts and their material requirements. Brian explained further. There's no immediate need for us to establish our own production facilities for these components. The Goblins, with their extensive network and expertise in quality control, will assist you in identifying and inspecting suitable supplier factories. Once you've personally verified their capabilities and standards to your satisfaction, you'll have full authority to negotiate and sign cooperation agreements with whichever facilities that meet our exacting requirements. The industrial district of Diagon Alley presented a stark contrast to the more familiar shopping areas. The midday sun was like aged fire whiskey pouring lazily onto the black cobblestones of the complex's entrance alley. The stones, worn smooth by countless feet and magical transport carts, gleamed with an almost metallic sheen under the autumn light. Brian, Sirius, and the recently discharged Remus wandered through the alley, their unhurried pace allowing them to appreciate the warm sunshine while engaging in detailed discussion about their plans. Their conversation occasionally paused as they breathed in the peculiar mixture of magical and industrial scents that permeated the air. As they ventured deeper into the industrial zone, the peaceful atmosphere gradually gave way to the thunderous symphony of magical machinery. The narrow alley suddenly expanded dramatically, becoming a proper street dozens of times wider than its entrance. On either side, impressive factory districts stretched into the distance, their towering chimneys reaching toward the sky like the wands of giants, releasing massive plumes of pearly white smoke that twisted and curled into fascinating shapes before dissipating into the blue sky. The workshops lining the street buzzed with activity, filled with workers wearing wide-ranging mix of magical and practical attire. Most of these laborers were native to the wizarding world, bearing the same battered, determined expressions as the hard-working residents of Hogsmeade who made their living from the soil and their magical crops. It was notably rare to find Muggle-born wizards among the workshop workers, particularly in the more menial positions. The logic was simple: if they were going to perform manual labor, they might as well return to the Muggle world where such work was often better waged. Instead, many of the workers were squibs, those born to magical families but lacking magical abilities themselves. With limited options in the wizarding world, these individuals had little choice but to seek employment in the factories, clinging to the borders of the magical world they could never fully join. These squib workers harbored deep-seated hopes that their future generations might possess the magical talent that had skipped them, dreaming of the day their children or grandchildren would receive their Hogwarts letters, complete their magical education, and secure respectable positions in the wizarding community, finally breaking free from their family's history of marginalization. Remus, his face showing his empathy, quickly averted his gaze from the workers' resigned expressions, their blank stares hitting too close to home for someone who had experienced his own form of societal rejection. What about the crucial components? Remus inquired, his voice carrying both professional interest and concern. Is there a viable way to mass-produce the magical cores that are essential for the functional aspects of our products? Brian's slow head shake was accompanied by a thoughtful frown. Not at present, he admitted. We're facing a significant challenge there. There isn't a single workshop in the current market capable of producing magical cores with the complexity our products require. While I've successfully designed the theoretical framework, we don't have the infrastructure and expertise for mass production. For now, we can only rely on me to manually engrave the magical runes by hand. Creating mass production machinery for these components would require highly specialized knowledge that even I don't have. In the short term, we'll need to rely on the expertise of the Goblin Workshop alchemists. Of course, if you believe it's necessary, we could also consider recruiting external talent with high salaries. Remus continued walking forward, his brow furrowed in concentration. The research and development costs will be astronomical, Brian, he observed, choosing his words carefully. While we've secured an agreement with the goblins, it would be unrealistic to expect them to continue providing unlimited funding indefinitely. Your assessment is absolutely correct, Brian responded with calm assurance. We can't rely solely on goblin investment, which is why I've developed a pre-sale strategy. Currently, we have 2 fully functional prototypes. I've already promised to donate one to the Ministry of Magic through Fudge. The second prototype will be entrusted to you for demonstration purposes. He continued outlining his marketing strategy. We'll begin with a comprehensive advertising campaign in the Daily Prophet, extending to prominent newspapers in countries with developed magical communities. My reputation, combined with the name of Hogwarts, should generate significant interest. You'll be able to conduct on-site demonstrations with the prototype for potential buyers. For interested parties, we'll implement a contract system requiring advance deposits to support our ongoing research and development efforts. We'll set a reasonable delivery timeline of 6 months from the contract date. If we achieve mass production capabilities within that period, there won't be any problems. If not, I'm prepared to manually produce the core components to fulfill our commitments until we perfect the semi-automation process for production and supply. After several moments of contemplative silence, Remus nodded, acknowledging the comprehensive logic of the plan. Don't let yourself feel overwhelmed, Remus, Brian said with a reassuring smile. You won't be facing these challenges alone. I'll also be actively involved, and if we encounter serious difficulties, Dumbledore himself won't hesitate to provide support. Remember what I told you, this workshop isn't just a business venture. We're establishing this workshop to ensure that if a war breaks out in the future, Hogwarts will maintain its financial independence and won't be financially constrained. Ah, look, we've arrived. Before them stood an impressive industrial complex covering an area equivalent to 2 Quidditch fields, a medium-sized facility by the standards of the Alchemy Industrial District. The factory compound housed 4 primary manufacturing buildings and an administrative building that proudly presented the distinctive Gringotts-style architecture with white marble exterior walls, looking grand and imposing. In front of the administrative building, the workshop's entire workforce stood in neat rows, waiting for their new boss, while Ragnok, accompanied by a group of goblin security personnel, maintained a vigilant watch over the large iron gates. That's Ragnok, Brian explained, smiling at the approaching goblin. He's the representative sent by Gringotts to help establish and stabilize the workshop's operations. Remember, Remus, there's no need for excessive formality with them. You're the decision maker here, they're just your subordinates, regardless of their species or background. I understand, Remus replied, drawing a deep, steadying breath to calm his nerves. For Remus, it was impossible not to be nervous. Although he had been through a lot in the wizarding world over the years, and had extensive connections and experiences, he had never managed or operated a workshop before. Especially since Brian had made it clear that if this workshop could be successfully established, it would be of great significance to them. Mr. Watson. The one-armed goblin Ragnok stopped in front of Brian, slightly out of breath from his hurried approach. He did a respectful bow, his remaining arm crossed over his chest in traditional goblin fashion. The entire workshop staff has assembled and awaits your guidance. Allow me to introduce Mr. Lupin, Brian gestured toward Remus. As previously discussed, he will be taking full responsibility for the workshop's production and operational management going forward. Mr. Lupin speaks with my complete authority, and I expect him to receive the same level of respect and cooperation you would show me. Of course, Ragnok quickly shifted his respectful posture toward Remus. It is indeed a great honor to work alongside you, Mr. Lupin. You can rest assured that every member of this workshop will fully comply with your management decisions. Would you care to address the assembled workers? Except for the half year he spent teaching at Hogwarts, Remus hadn't had many opportunities to receive genuine respect over the years, especially from a group of proud goblins. He pressed his lips together, glancing back at Brian and Sirius, drawing strength from their encouraging smiles. I'm equally honored to work with you, Mr. Ragnarok, Remus said, his clenched fist gradually relaxing as he took another deep breath. Turning back to the goblin, he gave a warm smile and asked. Shall we greet our staff together? 0504 Return. Brian deliberately hung back from the factory entrance, knowing that his presence, given his reputation and influence, might inadvertently steal focus from Remus's pivotal moment. The two men stood at a distance from the imposing main gate as they watched Remus guide the assembled workers into the gleaming white industrial building. The scene before them stirred deep emotions in both men's hearts, they both felt rather sentimental. I never thought I'd see this day, Sirius managed to get out, his words catching in his throat as he sniffled, the sound carrying both unrestrained joy and a deep, lingering sadness for all the years of struggle. Running a trembling hand through his dark hair, Sirius continued, his voice gruff in memories, you know, Brian, among our group back then, Remus always drew the shortest straw. He couldn't find work, landlords turned him away, and there were nights when he could barely scrape together enough for a proper meal. Yet Sirius's voice grew heavy with frustration and perhaps admiration, he constantly refused any financial assistance from James, Lily, or me, no matter how desperate things became. Brian turned to look at Sirius, noting how the man was frantically wiping at his reddened eyes with the sleeve of his robes. He suddenly felt a wave of sympathy at the sight. Beyond Remus's personal struggles, Sirius's entire generation had been through storms that would have crushed weaker spirits. The First Wizarding War, betrayal, loss, and years of aftermath had left deep scars on them all. James and Lily, Sirius whispered, his voice barely audible, they would be so relieved, so proud to see Remus today. Life isn't meant to be a mad dash to the finish line, the key is learning to appreciate and adapt to the new scenery that appear along the way. Brian said with a smile. Then, his expression turned thoughtful. Speaking of new scenery, I couldn't help but notice that Tonks seems to have developed quite an interest in our friend Remus. Tonks. Sirius's red-rimmed eyes widened comically, his mouth falling open in shock. That girl and Remus. The realization hit him like a stunning spell, and he slapped his forehead in theatrical frustration. Well, that certainly explains why she's been pestering me with endless questions about our Hogwarts days. I thought she was just being nostalgic. A spark of pure excitement ignited in Sirius's storm-grey eyes as his mind raced ahead to possibilities. Does this mean? He practically bounced on his feet, could Remus actually have a chance at having children of his own? Perhaps Brian responded with an amused chuckle, shaking his head at Sirius's enthusiasm. Then, his tone grew more serious as he turned the conversation. What about you, Sirius? Have you given any thought to your own future plans? The question seemed to catch Sirius off guard. While he had been practically glowing while discussing Remus's prospects, his expression now grew complicated. After a pause, he released a heavy sigh that carried years of regret and determination. My future is simple, I just want to be there for Harry, to watch him grow into the man James and Lily would have been proud of. You know, Brian said calmly, in that way, you and Severus share a remarkable similarity. Both men, he thought silently, were bound by chains of devotion to Harry's parents, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of old promises and enduring love. Oh, that git, Sirius grumbled reflexively. Their philosophical discussion of life paths ended there. While waiting for Remus to come out from his first meeting with the staff, they passed the time in casual conversation about lighter matters. Brian took the opportunity to warn Sirius that his position at the ministry might become more difficult following Remus's incident, but Sirius appeared remarkably unconcerned. Brian also understood why beyond his own considerable connections, Sirius had his own network within the ministry. Many of his former Hogwarts classmates now occupied influential positions within various departments. More importantly, despite his complicated history, Sirius's status as Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black still carried considerable weight in certain circles. Even if Rufus Scrimgeour harbored intentions of moving against him, he would need to carefully consider the political consequences of targeting someone with such deep roots in the upper echelons. A full hour passed before Remus finally emerged from the office building, surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd of workers. Their excited chatter carried across the grounds as Remus bid them farewell, his usually reserved demeanor replaced by barely contained excitement as he jogged toward his waiting friends. The excitement radiating from his eyes reminded them both of a young wizard who had just received unprecedented outstanding marks on all his OWL examinations. I see you've become quite the popular figure. Brian commented with a raised eyebrow and a knowing smile. The workers were caught off guard by the workshop's transformation. Remus exclaimed, practically vibrating with excitement. I assured them we'd resume production operations soon, and I even felt confident enough to promise them all a 10% pay increase. While most adult wizards possessed abundant magical energy, Remus's lycanthropy had forced him into extended periods of inactivity over the past decade. Now, with the responsibility of managing this workshop resting on his shoulders, he seemed to have found not just purpose but a source of confidence in his abilities. He eagerly shared his vision with Brian and Sirius, his rapid-fire delivery of plans and possibilities making the prematurely grey-streaked hair on his forehead seem incompatible with his youthful enthusiasm. Time is of the essence, Remus said, already mentally mapping out his next steps. This afternoon, I'm heading to Italy with Ragnarok. My goal is to have all the component cooperation agreements signed and sealed within the month. Meanwhile, we'll be renovating the assembly workshop to accommodate the production lines for the new machinery. The complexity of the tasks ahead, production scheduling, operational logistics, sales strategies would have seemed intimidating to most, but looking at Remus now it was clear he couldn't wait to immerse himself in every detail of the business. I'm afraid I need to return to Hogwarts as well, Brian interjected, addressing both Sirius and Remus. The delegations from Durmstrang and Bosbatons are scheduled to arrive tomorrow afternoon, and I need to go back early to prepare. According to the official schedule, the first task is set for November 24th. If you have time, you're both more than welcome to come and watch. The Triwizard Tournament, Sirius interjected, his face showing concern rather than the excitement one might expect. His gaze fixed intently on Brian as he continued, surely you and Dumbledore have taken precautions? This kind of high-profile event, if anyone harbors ill intentions toward Harry, they'll certainly try to use this as an opportunity to orchestrate some kind of accident. A deep, abyss-like light flickered in Brian's eyes. Don't worry, Harry won't be in danger. With Brian's assurance, Sirius seemed less worried, but he still couldn't completely relax. Harry was too much like his father. Often, it wasn't trouble finding him, but him finding trouble. Oh, before I forget, Remus suddenly exclaimed, reaching into his robes to withdraw a money pouch. He extended it toward Brian, explaining, this contains 1,000 galleons for Fred and George. His expression turned apologetic as he continued, I've realized that managing this workshop will demand far more of my attention than I initially anticipated. I won't be able to fulfill my promise to help them establish their shop. However, I made them a promise regarding this investment, and I intend to keep at least that part. So, could you please help me pass it on? I'll write to Fred and George explaining the situation personally. Those clever little troublemakers seem to be quite adept at securing funding lately, Sirius said with a grin, momentarily setting aside his worries about Harry. During the Quidditch World Cup final, Fred, George, and even Ron participated in Bagman's betting pool. They all managed to predict the outcome perfectly. By my estimation, they must have walked away with at least 1,000 or 2,000 galleons from Bagman. Bagman's betting pool. Brian's eyebrows shot up in surprise before he shook his head with a knowing smile. Some things never change, and Ludo Bagman's fondness for gambling was apparently one of them. Scene break. Oh, thank heavens you actually remembered to return to us. When Brian appeared directly in Dumbledore's office via Fox to report on Remus's situation, he found Professor McGonagall already there. After recovering from her initial surprise at his sudden appearance, she immediately expressed her displeasure. Why didn't you simply wait until after the Triwizard Tournament to grace us with your presence, Brian? Then you'd have had absolutely nothing to do. As long as my salary continues to arrive punctually, I have no complaints, ahem. Brian chuckled, but seeing Professor McGonagall's stern look, he quickly transformed his laughter into a discreet cough. I mean, Headmaster Dumbledore is the one who makes these decisions, Professor. We always value diverse perspectives, Brian, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. He had obviously already known that Remus was fine and seemed satisfied with Brian's handling of the situation. We were just discussing tomorrow evening's menu. Given that our guests may not be accustomed to Hogwarts food, we need to consider some dietary adjustments. Professor McGonagall continued quickly, determined to keep the conversation on track. Also, I'm wondering if we should convince the Bosbatons and Durmstrang students to stay in the castle. They're coming from so far away, and Hogwarts must show proper courtesy and etiquette. Oh, and there's the Goblet of Fire. The Goblet of Fire. Brian's tone sharpened with interest, recognizing this as far more significant than menu planning and sleeping arrangements. Ministry officials delivered the Goblet of Fire to Hogwarts just yesterday, Dumbledore explained, his bright blue eyes fixed meaningfully on Brian. In your absence, we temporarily placed it in Argus's office. However, I believe it would be more appropriate for you to take custody of it, Brian. Argus has been quite worried about potential tampering and he hasn't slept a wink since he began vigilantly watching his office. Ah, I see, Brian replied with a noncommittal smile. You can leave it to me, then. I'll ensure our mischievous young wizards don't find any opportunities to meddle with it. 0505 Arrival. The crisp autumn air of late October had settled over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, bringing with it an electric atmosphere of anticipation that hadn't been felt within the castle walls for generations. It had been precisely a week since the heads of houses had made their announcement throughout the castle, Dumstrang Institute and Bosbatons Academy of Magic would arrive on the evening of October 30th for participating in the legendary Tri-Wizard tournament. Though the students in physical education class had gotten an early glimpse of this exciting news, the official announcement had transformed the usual academic atmosphere into one crackling with excitement and speculation. The castle itself seemed to be holding its breath in anticipation. Even the professors, many of whom had spent decades teaching at Hogwarts, were caught up in the growing excitement. They had never witnessed such a grand occasion of a large-scale visit from other magical schools. As the day drew nearer, subtle yet noticeable changes began manifesting throughout the castle. The most apparent transformation, as Hermione had pointed out, and Harry and Ron also noticed, was in the demeanor and appearance of their female classmates, particularly those in the upper years. Where once simple hair ties and practical styles had been good enough, now elaborate braids, enchanted hair accessories, and meticulously crafted hairstyles decorated the heads of most upper-year young witches throughout the school. The professors, too, seemed to have undergone a transformation of some sorts, teaching their lessons with renewed vigor and passion, as if they had fears of potential criticism from visiting students, which would indeed be embarrassing. The weather had also taken a turn towards winter by late October. Despite the brilliant sunshine that painted the grounds in golden light, the air carried a chill that left Harry, Ron, and Seamus shivering as they made their way from their cozy Gryffindor dormitory down to the Great Hall. The female students typically woke up earlier than boys, and Hermione was no exception to this. As Harry's eyes found her familiar figure at the Gryffindor table, he noticed she was already well into her morning routine. Her SPEW badge gleamed on her robes as she sat before a nearly finished plate of scrambled eggs, and her milk glass was also half empty, telling she'd been awake in here for quite some time already. Blimey! Ron's exclamation carried a note of genuine wonder as he dropped onto the bench across from Hermione, his eyes wandering across the Great Hall's transformed interior. Would you look at this place? It's completely different. Indeed, Ron's amazement was reasonable. The Great Hall had undergone a magnificent transformation overnight, as if the castle itself had put on its finest attire for the approaching arrival of the visiting schools. Massive silk banners poured from the enchanted ceiling, each representing the 4 noble houses of Hogwarts. The Gryffindor banner was in its bold red silk and dazzling gold lion, while Ravenclaw's banner glistened in elegant blue silk, its bronze eagle soaring proudly. Hufflepuff's banner glowed warmly in yellow silk, with its black badger, and Slytherin's banner flowed in emerald green silk with its silver serpent gleaming. But it was the banner behind the staff table that truly dominated the hall's decorative arrangement. It displayed the Hogwarts coat of arms in its full glory, the 4 house mascots lion, eagle, badger, and snake united in perfect harmony around a large letter H, symbolizing the unity of the school despite its diverse houses. The usual morning chatter had taken on a different atmosphere, with lively discussions erupting at all 4 house tables. The typical topics of homework assignments and Quidditch scores, not of school as no competitions were held this year, had been temporarily forgotten, replaced by eager speculation about the approaching visitors and the Tri-Wizard tournament. Near the end of the Gryffindor table, discussion between Ginny and Colin captured the attention of many nearby students. Colin leaned forward, his eyes bright with curiosity as he asked what seemed like the question on everyone's minds. "How do you think they'll make their way here?" Colin's voice carried the infectious enthusiasm. "The Hogwarts Express, perhaps? They'll need to bring enough supplies for the entire academic year. Just imagine the mountain of trunks and luggage they'll need to transport." Ginny shook her head thoughtfully and said, "That would be quite problematic, wouldn't it? They'd have to somehow reach London first just to board the Hogwarts Express, and with such a large group of foreign wizards and witches, they'd be bound to draw attention from the Muggles." Harry, who had been listening intently to their conversation, found his thoughts initially drifting to the most obvious magical transportation method for him: flying broomsticks. The image of dozens of students soaring through the clouds on their brooms briefly captured his imagination, but his practical experience with long-distance flying quickly dismissed the notion. Even as someone who lived for the thrill of Quidditch and considered himself quite comfortable on a broomstick, Harry had to acknowledge the impracticality of such a journey. The physical strain of crossing multiple national borders by broomstick, not to mention the logistical nightmares of weather conditions and maintaining secrecy, made it an unrealistic option. His contemplation of magical transportation methods was interrupted by George's frustrated voice as he slumped into a seat near Ron. Professor McGonagall's being absolutely tight-lipped about the champion selection process, he grumbled, stabbing at his breakfast with unusual force. "All I got for my troubles was a stern reminder to concentrate on transfiguring my raccoon properly. As if that's more important than this." Ron's face fell slightly at this news, and he turned to Harry with a look of determination in his eyes. "You know, I've been thinking," he began, his voice taking on that particular tone it always did when he was trying to convince himself of something. "The tournament tasks themselves, they can't possibly all require participants to be of age, can they? I mean, think about all the dangerous situations we've handled already. If we could just find a way to participate." His voice trailed off momentarily before he added with particular emphasis, "1,000 galleons would certainly make up for our loss at the Quidditch World Cup, wouldn't it?" Harry remained tactfully silent, knowing full well the source of Ron's obsession. The incident with the leprechaun gold from Ludo Bagman still irked Ron deeply. Harry himself found it difficult to believe that the jovial, seemingly straightforward Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, would deceive students over some gold galleons. Most likely, Bagman had just made a mistake, but Harry knew that Ron and his twin brothers had written to Bagman to inquire about this matter, but they had never received a reply, which made the truth of the matter somewhat suspicious. Hermione, who had been engrossed in what appeared to be a particularly thick book about magical competitions throughout history, suddenly looked up from her reading. Her eyelashes fluttered as she prepared to suggest what was undoubtedly going to be a well-researched opinion on the matter. However, her words were cut short as her attention was caught by an unexpected figure entering the Great Hall. Professor Watson. The surprise in Hermione's voice drew several heads in the direction of her gaze. Harry felt his own excitement bubble up as he whispered in surprise, "When did he get back? Do you think this means Snape will have to give up teaching that last period this morning?" The prospect of any reduction in time spent in the potions classroom with Snape was always a cause for celebration among the Gryffindors. Surprisingly, Professor Watson didn't head to the staff table but instead made his way directly toward their section of the Gryffindor table. Hermione thought he might be coming to ask about last Friday's and this Wednesday's physical education training sessions, but instead, Professor Watson beckoned to Fred and George. "Fred, George, a moment of your time, if you please." With identical looks of confusion on their faces, they rose to follow him out of the Great Hall. "What do you reckon they've done this time?" Ron's brow furrowed as he watched his brothers leaving backs. The twins' reputation for causing trouble was deep-rooted, and being summoned by a professor usually spelled trouble. "I suspect," Hermione began, fixing Ron with one of her meaningful looks that meant she had already pieced together the puzzle, "that Professor Watson is taking preemptive measures. There will undoubtedly be students attempting to circumvent the rules and try to find ways to participate in the champion selection for the tournament, and knowing Fred and George." The twins returned sooner than anyone expected, but puzzlingly, their expressions were rather strange. They looked happy yet notably disappointed. More curiously still, George's robes seemed to be concealing something considerable, creating an obvious bulge in the robes. "What happened?" Ron's question burst forth the moment his brothers settled into their seats, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Well, the good news is," George's voice carried a distinctive note of triumph as he carefully pulled back a portion of his robes, revealing a large money pouch that clinked nicely with every movement. His eyebrows rose with barely contained pride as he announced, "We got Remus's investment, a full 1,000 galleons." Clang! The sound of Ron's spoon clattering against his plate echoed through their section of the table with a clear ring. "But there's bad news," Fred interjected, releasing a heavy sigh. "Remus won't be able to partner with us in opening the shop. According to Professor Watson, he's taken on the management of some workshop and simply doesn't have the time to spare for our project." "Remus is managing a workshop?" Harry's green eyes widened behind his round glasses, genuine surprise tinging his voice. "Whose business would that be?" "We tried to get that information out of Professor Watson." George's expression soured as he cast an irritated glance toward the staff table, where Professor McGonagall and Professor Watson were engaged in what appeared to be a serious conversation. "But you know how adults are, they always keep secrets from us." Harry's face scrunched in concentration, looking similar to his cousin Dudley attempting to solve a math problem. "But who would be willing to hire Remus, considering, well, I mean, besides Professor Dumbledore?" He left the specific mention of Lupin's condition unspoken, but his meaning was clear to those who knew the truth. Harry looked at Hermione and found that she was looking thoughtfully at Professor Watson, who was talking to Snape. "Oh!" Harry suddenly exclaimed, realizing. "That's possible. 1,000 galleons." Ron mumbled in a daze, "Can you imagine, Harry? That could have been us too. If only Bagman hadn't." His voice trailed off before strengthening with determination. "I need to find him. Maybe Dad can help recover what we're owed. We won fair and square, after all." The news of Remus becoming a workshop manager and the twins receiving a solid 1,000 galleons briefly became a hot topic within Harry's circle. Ron was distracted all day, barely paying attention to the impending arrival of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. But except for their small group, the rest of the students remained hooked on the imminent arrival of their international guests. The excitement continued to build throughout the day, creating an almost tangible current of anticipation that flowed through the castle's corridors. No one paid attention in class, all thinking about the arrival of students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang that evening. Even the normally dreaded potions class seemed less oppressive than usual, as if the upcoming celebrations had somewhat tempered even Snape's brooding nature. During the final morning period of physical education class, many students repeatedly attempted to extract information from Brian about the tournament's tasks and selection procedures, though their efforts were fruitless. When the final bell of the afternoon classes finally rang, its sound triggered an immediate flurry of activity throughout the castle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione practically sprinted to Gryffindor Tower. They hastily dropped off their bags and books in their dormitories as instructed, donned their cloaks against the evening chill, then hurried back down the staircases to join the gathering in the entrance hall. It was a cold, crisp evening, with night falling and a pale, translucent moon already hanging above the forbidden forest. The heads of houses moved with efficiency among their students, maintaining order with a mixture of stern commands and gentle guidance. The entire staff, except for Hagrid, had assembled in an impressive line behind the students, their formal robes and serious expressions giving an air of solemnness to the occasion. Even Filch had donned his moldy tailcoat for this formal occasion. Professor Watson and Headmaster Dumbledore were the only two professors standing in front of the student lines, facing the direction of the Black Lake, their expressions calm. The waiting crowd had begun to show signs of restlessness when Dumbledore's voice suddenly rang out across the gathering, unless I'm very much mistaken, the Beauxbatons delegation has arrived. Brian lifted his head slightly, his gaze deepening. Everything was finally about to begin. 0506 Influence. The crisp October air hung heavy with anticipation as the assembled crowd stood there waiting. Following Dumbledore's reminder, the gathering of young wizards finally spotted their target. High above the ancient forbidden forest, where towering pines swayed gently in the autumn breeze, and against a magnificent backdrop of snow-capped mountains whose peaks pierced through wispy clouds, a mysterious black speck materialized in the vast sky. The gathered students watched in joint astonishment as the object moved with astonishing pace, its size doubling and redoubling with each passing moment. The speck transformed into a blur, then into a more substantial shadow that darted through the air with remarkable elegance despite its growing mass. What in Merlin's name is that? Justin Finch-Fletchley, from Hufflepuff with wide eyes and flushed cheeks, exclaimed with excitement. Could it be a giant flying carpet? His imagination, like those of his fellow students, ran wild with possibilities. Standing nearby, Hermione wore her characteristic expression of academic disapproval. Under normal circumstances, she would have launched into a detailed lecture about the illegality of flying carpets in British magical territory, complete with records from the relevant ministry regulations. However, the extraordinary nature of this occasion blocked her usual instructive impulses, and she maintained an uncharacteristic silence. The young wizards tracked the enormous object's trajectory as it cut through the deep blue sky, its approach accompanied by an increasingly audible whistle. Dennis Creevey, his small body practically vibrating with excitement, even compared it to a house dashing through the air. The truth was very close to Dennis's description. When the mysterious object finally revealed itself fully as it soared over Hagrid's hut, the sight drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. There, suspended in mid-air, was a huge powder blue carriage pulled by a dozen magnificent winged horses. Each of those was a pure Abraxan, similar in skin tone to Palominos but as big as an elephant in their sizes. The carriage's landing was also spectacular. To counter the tremendous momentum built up during its flight, the massive vehicle touched down with an earth-shattering impact that sent tremors through the ground. The sound was like a clap of thunder, causing many of the younger students to cry out in alarm. Professor McGonagall, though visibly startled herself, her emerald green witch's hat had been knocked askew, quickly restored order with a sharp command for propriety, reminding the students of their duty to represent Hogwarts with dignity. As the dust cloud slowly dissipated, it revealed a deep furrow in the previously spotless grounds, stretching well over 100 feet across the lush grass. Filch observed this damage to his meticulously maintained lawn with dismay, his facial features creasing into deep furrows of disapproval. The moment Madame Maxime emerged from the carriage, Brian could hear the predicted chorus of astonished gasps from the students behind him. Despite their preparation for meeting foreign wizards, few had anticipated encountering someone, apart from trolls, who could rival Hagrid's extraordinary height. Led by the professors, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted outside the castle. This warm welcome visibly pleased the tall woman who had stepped into the golden light spilling from the castle's entrance hall. Her face softened into a gracious smile as she walked forward to greet Professor Dumbledore and Professor Watson, extending a hand that glittered with many sparkling jewels. The difference in height between the visitors and hosts created an almost comical scene during the formal greetings. Even Dumbledore, who stood quite tall himself, had to just incline his head to kiss her hand in the traditional greeting, while Professor Watson was forced to rise onto his tiptoes to accomplish the same courtesy, a sight that drew several poorly concealed smiles from the watching students. As Hogwarts figurehead, Dumbledore took the lead role in these formal proceedings, with Brian respectfully stepping back to stand beside the headmaster after the initial ceremonial greetings. However, Madame Maxime had other ideas. After exchanging the expected pleasantries with Dumbledore, she turned her attention to Brian, her large, dark eyes, which held a curious quality, fixed upon him with intense interest. I heard about that terrible attack at the Quidditch World Cup final, Watson. Madame Maxime's voice reverberated with a deep, melodious quality that seemed to fill the entire courtyard. Her French accent, though noticeable, only added to her air of sophistication. I had several students who were present at the time. Ze returned to Beauxbatons with the most extraordinary tales. Ze described the scene to me in vivid detail. Your magical power is truly awe-inspiring, Watson. A hushed silence fell over the grounds as students strained to catch every word of this conversation. The pride radiating from the Hogwarts students was almost tangible as they heard their professor being praised by the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Many straightened their backs and lifted their chins, as if they themselves had received the compliment. Brian's response was modest, his lips quirking into a slight smile as he observed the gigantic headmistress. Yes, Brian said, genuine surprise coloring his tone at her choice to raise this topic in such a public setting. His eyes sparkled with barely concealed amusement as he continued, "You've already witnessed my abilities in Paris, haven't you, madam? I'm quite skilled at creating impressive illusions." "Oh, not at all." The protest came immediately from several Hogwarts girls, their voices rising in unified disagreement. Their defensive reaction to their professor's modesty drew knowing smiles from both Dumbledore and Madame Maxime, the latter looking particularly pleased with this display of loyalty. As Madame Maxime stepped aside, she revealed her students to the waiting crowd, and the contrast between the two schools became immediately apparent. The Beauxbatons delegation stood in perfect formation, their powder blue silk uniforms creating a glitter of movement that caught the fading daylight. Each garment had been expertly tailored to its wearer, the fabric flowing like water with every slight movement. "They're so fancy!" Lavender's admiring exclamation carried clearly across the gathering. Her eyes were fixed on the silk uniforms that seemed to embody luxury and old-world aristocratic refinement. The difference between these elegant outfits and the practical black robes of Hogwarts was plain and impossible to ignore. "Yet, compared to them, we look quite shabby." Parvati's resentful comment followed quickly, her dark eyes darting accusingly toward Professor McGonagall, who had just ordered her to remove her decorative butterfly hairpin which was her only ornament. "Ridiculous," Hermione muttered, her tone quite disdainful, though it was unclear whether her scorn was directed at her classmates' superficial concerns or the impractical nature of the Beauxbatons uniforms. As her practical nature clearly found fault with the entire situation. Harry observed the scene thoughtfully, noting that while the Beauxbatons students certainly looked glamorous in their formal attire, their choice of clothing seemed poorly suited to the Scottish climate. The silk uniforms, while beautiful, had little protection against the biting October wind. There was no room beneath the precisely fitted garments for warm woolen sweaters or extra thermal layers. Already, many of the visiting students were visibly shivering, clutching their silk scarves tightly around their shoulders in a pointless attempt to ward off the cold. Just as the Hogwarts students were discussing the Beauxbatons students' attire. "Mr. Watson!" A young witch emerged from behind Madame Maxime. With one elegant motion, she pulled off her scarf, revealing her face. Her hair cascaded down her back in a silvery waterfall, catching what remained of the day's light and reflecting it back with an almost ethereal glow. "Hiss!" A collective gasp erupted from the Hogwarts queues. Many students stared incredulously at the attractive female student, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Incredible, Ron's voice came hoarse and filled with wonder, his eyes wide with amazement. "This girl, wow, she's really something." His reaction spoke for many of his fellow students who seemed equally captivated by the Beauxbatons girl. "Ah, it's you, Miss Delacour." Brian's lips curved into a polite smile as he addressed her. "Welcome to Hogwarts." The formal greeting, delivered with diplomatic courtesy but little warmth, seemed to displease the young witch. Fla's nose wrinkled slightly, a gesture that somehow managed to be both charming and disapproving, but before she could voice whatever thought had provoked this reaction, Madame Maxime intervened with maternal affection. "We'll catch up later, Fleur." Perhaps because Hogwarts students saw Professor Watson every day, they don't have a deep understanding of his current status in the wider wizarding world. The Beauxbatons students, however, viewed him through a different lens entirely. The duel at the Quidditch World Cup final had elevated Brian Watson to near-legendary status in their eyes, and their reactions made this abundantly clear. As Madame Maxime guided her students toward the entrance hall, each Beauxbatons student who passed by Professor Watson eyed him with awe and barely contained curiosity. Those who had wrapped their heads against the cold hastily removed their scarves, not wanting to appear discourteous. Their behavior caused a surge of pride among the watching Hogwarts students, who suddenly saw their professor through renewed eyes. If Dumbledore were sensible enough, Draco snickered secretly in the Slytherin ranks, he'd step down right now. Draco's words sparked agreement among the Slytherins. Every Slytherin student couldn't wait for Dumbledore to leave and for Professor Watson, who came from Slytherin, to take over. Quiet Snape, standing behind the Slytherin ranks, heard his house students' discussions and lazily flicked a few strands of hair from his forehead as he spoke. But there was almost no sense of command in his tone. Only after Madame Maxime and her elegant entourage had disappeared into the castle did Ron and his fellow students reluctantly tear their gazes away from the entrance. Many of the boys released disappointed sighs, their attention now turning to speculation about the upcoming arrival of the Durmstrang delegation. Excited whispers spread through the crowd as students debated whether their next guests might arrive in carriages pulled by dragons. The waiting continued, but the romantic atmosphere created by the Beauxbatons' arrival gradually gave way to physical discomfort as the temperature continued to drop. Even students wearing their thickest winter cloaks were shivering in the biting wind. Conversations dwindled as the young wizards focused on staying warm, their earlier excitement tempered by the desire to complete the welcoming ceremony as quickly as possible. Harry's gaze drifted longingly toward the Quidditch pitch, its tall stands barely visible in the gathering dusk. Under normal circumstances, he would have been there at this hour, completing his daily training routine. The thought of vigorous exercise seemed particularly appealing now, as he imagined the warmth it would bring to his cold numbed limbs. Instead, he stood here with his fellow students, foolishly waiting in the growing darkness for their final guests to arrive. In the midst of this anticipatory silence, Brian's soft observation carried clearly to those nearby. Madame Maxime looks no different from a few months ago, and the young wizards she brought seem very lively. Dumbledore's response was equally leisurely, his gentle smile was visible in the growing darkness. I agree with your observation, Brian. The grounds fell into expectant silence once more as all eyes turned skyward, watching for the first sign of the Durmstrang delegation's arrival. 0507 The banquet. The arrival of the Durmstrang delegation was just as spectacular and awe-inspiring as that of Beauxbatons, though in an entirely different way. The autumn evening air was crisp and clear, with a brilliant full moon casting its silvery light across the dark waters of the Black Lake. How on earth did that ship get here? Neville exclaimed in utter amazement, as an enormous and magnificent ship emerged from the depths of the Black Lake. Illuminated by the moonlight, it appeared almost ethereal, like a ghost ship from maritime legends. The polished wooden flanks gleamed wetly, while dozens of portholes cast warm, golden light across the rippling surface of the lake. The Black Lake isn't connected to any ocean. It's completely landlocked. Hermione stood beside him with her brow furrowed in deep concentration. Her fingers absently twirled a strand of her bushy brown hair as she contemplated. They surely didn't sail here through conventional means, she pondered thoughtfully, her eyes following the water still streaming from the ship's ropes. I guess the ship must have some sort of dimensional compression charm, allowing it to change size at will, combined with a specialized form of magical transportation that allows it to materialize in any sufficient body of water within a particular distance. Cool! Seamus exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. He drew in a sharp breath of admiration as the ship's massive anchor splashed into the dark waters with a tremendous crash, sending ripples across the previously mirror-smooth surface of the lake. The Durmstrang students began disembarking from their ship with military meticulousness. Through the softly glowing portholes, Harry and his fellow Hogwarts students could see their silhouettes moving around. As they emerged onto the deck, their body frames were imposing and somewhat intimidating. Harry's initial impression was that they all had the same hulking build as Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy's dumb bodyguards. However, as the delegation made their way across the sloping lawn, illuminated by the welcoming light spilling from Hogwarts' great oak doors, Harry realized their bulky frame was mostly due to their distinctive clothing. Each Durmstrang student was wrapped in thick, heavy cloaks made of some kind of rough, matted fur that appeared both warm and somewhat wild in nature. The material looked rough and primitive compared to the sleek, silver furs worn by their headmaster, who led the group with confident steps toward the castle. Ah, Dumbledore! The man called out with exaggerated warmth, his voice carrying clearly across the grounds. His accent was thick but accurate, each word carefully pronounced as he approached the steps where Dumbledore waited. It's been far too long, hasn't it? I trust you're well. Blooming, thank you, Professor Karkaroff, Dumbledore replied with genuine warmth, his bright blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles as he gave a welcoming smile. Karkaroff's voice maintained its honeyed tone, though there was something artificial about his warmth that Harry couldn't help but notice. Though he matched Dumbledore in height and slenderness, the similarities ended there. Where Dumbledore radiated genuine warmth and kindness, Karkaroff seemed to dress his facial features in a carefully constructed mask. As he gazed up at the towering silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, his thin lips curved into what appeared to be a pensive smile, but his eyes remained as cold and calculating as chips of ice, showing no real emotion. As Karkaroff began to lower his head, to inquire if Beauxbatons had arrived even though the massive powder blue carriage bearing the Beauxbatons crest and its magnificent 12-winged Abraxan horses were clearly visible nearby. As he looked away, he finally noticed a figure who had quietly emerged from behind Dumbledore. The man had been standing there all along, watching the proceedings with an inconspicuous smile, but Karkaroff had been too preoccupied with his grand entrance to notice this while climbing the slope. Ah, Professor Watson! Karkaroff's face split into a wide grin that revealed his yellowing teeth. I was just wondering why I hadn't caught sight of you. His voice carried a note of calculated pleasure, like a merchant discovering an unexpected opportunity as he asked, how have you been? Just idling away the time, Professor Karkaroff. Brian responded with characteristic modesty, his voice carrying a hint of amusement that showed he knew exactly what was coming next. You're still as modest and graceful as ever, Professor Watson. Karkaroff strode forward with eagerness. His silver furs swished dramatically with each step as he turned back toward his students. Even after accomplishing such remarkable feats. Oh, come look, Victor, this is the Brian Watson you've been talking about for months. Karkaroff gestured to the group of burly students behind him, then spun back to Brian with the air of a proud father showing off his most promising son. Ever since he witnessed your performance at the Quidditch match, this boy has been absolutely captivated. He speaks of little else. Your name comes up in nearly every conversation. Victor Krumm's presence sent an electric current of excitement through the gathered Hogwarts students. Oh my god, can you believe it, Harry? Ron practically squealed, clutching at Harry's arm. It's him, it's actually Krumm. We met him at the World Cup, remember when he called for Dad to help during the chaos? This is incredible, he's actually going to be Durmstrang's representative. Harry didn't need Ron's insistent reminder, he had already spotted the famous Quidditch player among the Durmstrang delegation. Krumm was impossible to miss with his distinctive features, that prominent hooked nose and those thick, dark eyebrows that seemed to always furrow in concentration. He carried himself with the same powerful presence he had shown on the Quidditch pitch, though here, among his classmates, there was something more approachable about him. Just like how the Beauxbatons students had looked at Professor Watson with a mixture of awe, curiosity, and admiration, many of the young Hogwarts wizards fell into a similar state upon hearing Krumm's name. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as young wizards pushed and shoved for a better view, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the international Quidditch star who was now respectfully speaking with Professor Watson. Harry, observing the commotion, noticed something curious. Hermione, usually so easily annoyed by what she considered Quidditch worship, seemed unusually calm, apparently not at all surprised to see a world-class Quidditch star among the Durmstrang delegation. This caught Harry's attention enough to voice his confusion. Don't you remember? Hermione replied with her typical matter-of-fact tone, though there was a hint of satisfaction in her voice at having known this detail. That night, before we parted ways with Krumm, he mentioned to Professor Watson that he was a Durmstrang student. Given his competitive nature, it seemed obvious he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to represent his school as champion. Harry's brow furrowed as he tried to recall the specific moment Hermione referenced. But the events of that particular night had been so chaotic, so filled with tension and fear, that the details had become somewhat muddled in his memory. Unlike Hermione, whose mind seemed to catalogue every detail with perfect clarity, Harry couldn't quite reconstruct that particular conversation. The Great Migration into the Great Hall proceeded with controlled chaos as the heads of houses shepherded their students inside, following the Durmstrang delegation. The Beauxbatons students had already claimed their territory at the Ravenclaw table, their powder blue uniforms creating a striking contrast against the sea of black Hogwarts robes. After much shuffling, whispering, and strategic maneuvering for optimal viewing positions, everyone finally settled into their places. Many young wizards, Ron included, found themselves in a constant state of distraction, their attention bouncing between two magnetic poles, Victor Krumm, who was already surrounded by an admiring crowd at the Slytherin table, and the breathtakingly beautiful Beauxbatons student who seemed to radiate an otherworldly allure. That girl must be part8. Ron said hoarsely to Harry, as he stared dreamily at the Beauxbatons girl. His eyes had taken on a slightly glazed look that Harry recognized from the Quidditch World Cup. How do you think Professor Watson knows her? I don't know. Hermione snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. Her response came before Harry could even form a reply, and there was no missing the irritation in her tone. Perhaps he caught her attention by standing there gawking like a mindless troll, much like you're doing right now. Ron appeared not to have heard a single word of Hermione's sarcastic reply. He remained mesmerized by Fleur, who was casting frequent, active glances toward Professor Watson at the staff table. Her silvery hair was catching the light of the floating candles with every movement. Dumbledore's voice suddenly filled the great hall, carrying easily to every corner despite its gentle tone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and, most particularly, our distinguished guests, he announced, his face beaming with genuine pleasure as he surveyed the assembled crowd, paying special attention to the visiting students. I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable. Fleur, having temporarily shifted her attention from the handsome professor, was now examining the great hall with an expression of barely concealed disdain. Her facial features arranged themselves into a look of sophisticated criticism as she released an unmistakably sarcastic laugh. Nobody's forcing you to stay. Hermione muttered darkly, her patience clearly wearing thin with the French students' apparent superiority complex. The feast that appeared before them today was truly extraordinary. The house elves had outdone themselves, preparing an international meal that showcased not only traditional British wizarding palate but also French cuisine and Eastern European dishes. Golden platters creaked under the weight of exotic delicacies and familiar comfort foods, while crystal goblets filled themselves with various beverages ranging from pumpkin juice to fine French wines, for the staff only, of course. However, few students could truly focus on the delicious food. Most of their attention was on the visiting students from the two schools, while those like Cedric Diggory, who aspired to become Hogwarts champion, were eagerly anticipating the announcement of the champion selection process. The appearance of the ministry representatives halfway through the feast created yet another ripple of interest through the hall. Phew! Ludo Bagman arrived looking somewhat disheveled, his round face flushed from apparent fatigue. After exchanging hurried greetings with Madame Maxime and Professor Karkaroff, he leaned in close to Dumbledore, speaking in what he probably thought was a discreet whisper. Barty expressed some concerns, Ludo explained between heavy breaths, so he's personally accompanying the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures on their inspection. Sounds exactly like Barty, Brian commented with a knowing chuckle, his eyes meeting Bagman's for a brief moment. Ludo quickly averted his gaze, showing an almost painful reluctance to maintain eye contact with Brian. The sharp pain that suddenly shot through Ron's shin finally managed to break the spell that had held him captive. Ouch! He yelped, shooting an angry glare at Hermione while rubbing his injured leg. Have you gone completely mental again? When you finally managed to tear your eyes away from her, Hermione replied without a shred of sympathy, perhaps you'll notice who's just arrived. What? Ron's irritation gave way to confusion, but Harry's subtle head nod toward the staff table finally directed his attention to where Ludo Bagman sat. His robes were slightly crooked but his smile was as bright as ever. Oh, it's Bagman. Ron's entire demeanor transformed instantly from annoyed to excited. He turned to Harry with renewed vigor, his previous grievances forgotten. It's Bagman, Harry. We should go ask to him about the situation. To be honest, Harry didn't want to spend more energy on this matter, but he knew how much it meant to Ron, and he understood the significance of several hundred galleons to him. As Harry hesitated, Ron looked troubled again. His gaze returned to Bagman, who was now toasting with others at the staff table, and said hesitantly. Maybe this isn't the best moment, Harry, I mean, Bagman's here for the Triwizard Tournament opening ceremony. We should probably wait for a more appropriate time. Before Harry could respond, Hermione's exasperated sigh cut through the air. Ron, seemingly eager to avoid another confrontation with her, quickly turned his attention to his brothers, Fred and George, who had been watching the discussion with unusual intensity. What about you two? Are you planning to confront Bagman about it? You lost quite a bit of money too. Just let us catch him alone, Fred said with grim determination. We're definitely not letting him wriggle out of this one. George added with equal resolve, completing his twins' thought as they often did. 0508 announcement. Ron's face lit up with renewed hope at Fred and George's determined declarations. He leaned forward eagerly across the ancient wooden table, his freckled face looking earnest in the warm candlelight of the great hall. Could you also ask him about that night? Ron's voice carried a mixture of hope and desperation. You know, whether he made a mistake and paid us with leprechaun gold instead of real galleons. Handle your own affairs, silly brother. George's refusal, though kindly meant, was firm and decisive, and he turned his attention back to the spectacular display of dishes before them. Ron's face darkened with anger, his mouth opening to release what would undoubtedly have been a tirade at his brothers, when an unexpected voice cut through the tension. Excuse me, are you finished with this bouillabaisse? The voice, melodious yet husky, with an unmistakable French accent, startled Harry from his observations. He turned, surprised to find that the Beauxbatons girl had somehow approached their table without making a sound. To describe this girl as merely pretty would be like calling a diamond merely shiny. The reactions of the boys nearby told the real story. Seamus had frozen with his fork halfway to his mouth, Neville had knocked over his pumpkin juice without noticing, Dean was staring blatantly, and Ron looked as though he'd been hit by a confendue's charm. Fleur Delacour stood there like a vision from a dream. She leaned forward slightly, causing her silvery blonde hair to cascade over one shoulder like liquid moonlight, revealing a graceful collarbone that seemed sculpted from the finest marble. Her skin possessed an almost luminous quality, seeming to glow like moonlight on fresh snow. Every feature of her face seemed precisely crafted by nature itself, from her high, elegant cheekbones to her perfectly curved lips and striking blue eyes that sparkled with intelligence and something else, something almost otherworldly. She appeared more mature than the 6th and 7th year Hogwarts students, both in appearance and physique. She was like a magnificent flower in full bloom, making everything around her seem somehow duller in comparison. The reaction from the female students was equally telling, though obviously different. Hermione, Ginny, and other girls watched her with expressions ranging from wariness to outright hostility, like cats encountering an unfamiliar presence in their territory. Their discomfort was tangible, creating an almost visible tension in the air. Harry wrinkled his nose slightly as her presence had brought with it a wave of perfume scent that he found overwhelming. Sure, he managed to say, pushing the dish towards her. You can take it. You have finished? She inquired again. Yes. Ron practically leaped to his feet, nearly knocking over several goblets in his haste. He grabbed the dish with slightly trembling hands, lifting it toward her as if presenting a precious offering. We're done. It was excellent, really excellent. The girl took the dish with elegance. She seemed to look straight through Ron as if he were made of glass, but after taking a few slow steps, she paused and turned back, her gaze settling on Harry with thoughtful curiosity. Which ooze are you in? She asked, her voice carrying genuine interest. I have eared at Hogwarts as 4 oozes. Gryffindor, Harry replied, gesturing toward the magnificent banner suspended from the enchanted ceiling, where a majestic golden lion stood against a field of deep crimson. Oh, Fliss said with slight disappointment, her silvery voice maintaining its husky quality as she continued with her distinctive accent, I have heard that Brian Watson is from Slytherin News. What about it? Hermione's voice came, her eyebrows drawing together in a deep furrow. Is Slytherin the best ooze at Hogwarts? Fla's question came with an enthusiasm, her blue eyes sparkling with barely concealed interest. This was truly an absurd question. Harry knew with absolute certainty that if this inquiry had come from anyone else, anyone who wasn't both a distinguished guest and possessing such otherworldly beauty, the reaction from the Gryffindor table would have been instant and potentially explosive. The question or suggestion that Slytherin might be superior to Gryffindor was practically blasphemous in this corner of the Great Hall. The best house at Hogwarts is Gryffindor. Hermione's retort came with an uncharacteristic sharpness. Hearing this response, Fleur looked at Hermione with slight surprise. She hadn't noticed this bushy-haired girl with slightly oversized front teeth before. But there was a flash of recognition in her eyes, not of Hermione personally, but of the hostility she detected there. It was a reaction she had encountered many times before. A small, indifferent smile appeared across her perfect lips as she continued to ask curiously. So, what does Mr. Watson teach at Hogwarts? A&D. If I may ask, where might one find his office? Harry answered truthfully, despite the weird signals he was beginning to receive from his female classmates. Professor Watson used to teach us defense against the dark arts. Now he's teaching a physical education class. He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing with precise directions. His office is on the 3rd floor. From the entrance hall, you take the main staircase up 3 flights, turn left at the landing, follow the corridor until you reach 2 turns, take both, walk a few more steps, and you'll see a door marked Student Safety Office. Physical education, Fleur repeated the words, her interest visibly piqued as she turned and walked back toward the Ravenclaw table. Whew, Ron expelled a long breath, as if he'd been holding it the entire time. His face was flushed, and his eyes remained slightly blank. If she's not a Vila, I'll eat Hagrid's blast-ended scroots raw, every last one of them. Shut up, Weasley. The simultaneous snap from both Ginny and Hermione carried enough venom to poison a basilisk. Their faces had darkened considerably, and Hermione whirled on Harry with the intensity of a charging hippogriff. Why did you tell her all that, Harry? Harry's expression was a perfect picture of bewildered innocence, like a first year caught in the wrong corridor. She's a guest, isn't she? His voice grew increasingly uncertain as he spoke. Besides, what I told her wasn't exactly a secret. Anyone could have answered. His words trailed off as he became aware of the growing number of disapproving females' faces turned in his direction. Not just Hermione and Ginny, but Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil, and the entire female population of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, along with several 7th-year girls were all fixing him with looks that could have curdled milk. Did I say something wrong? Harry's anxiety was beginning to rise as he found himself the target of this unexpected female group displeasure. You betrayed Professor Watson. Parvati's accusation burst forth with the force of a hex, her dark eyes flashing with indignation. That girl has ill intentions towards Professor Watson. The statement sent an uncomfortable tingle across Harry's scalp, but as his mind processed the accusation, confusion overtook his initial alarm. After all, Fleur was just a student, wasn't she? The idea that she could pose any real threat to Professor Watson seemed almost laughable. The tension was broken by the sudden disappearance of the golden plates, leaving the tables gleaming as if they had never been used. Dumbledore and Professor Watson rose in perfect synchronization, their movements drawing all eyes in the Great Hall. Brian separated from the staff table, striding towards a shadowy corner of the Great Hall where, as many now noticed for the first time, Filch had been lurking like a particularly suspicious gargoyle. His hands clutched a massive wooden chest that sparkled with jeweled inlays in the candlelight. Dumbledore began the explanation everyone had been anticipating for the past 2 months, the champion selection process for the Triwizard Tournament and a general overview of what those chosen few might face as tasks. This portion clearly belonged to the headmaster, while Professor Watson positioned himself to present the legendary artifact Dumbledore had referenced, the instrument of choosing champions. The goblet of fire emerged from its container, its appearance breathtaking. The goblet itself was roughly hewn from ancient wood, showing the marks of countless years of service. What made it extraordinary was not its crude craftsmanship but the dancing blue-white flames that filled it. The flames moved with an almost hypnotic rhythm, as if performing an ancient and mysterious dance. Every eye in the Great Hall was fixed on the magical artifact, its flames reflecting in hundreds of white eyes and creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere throughout the vast space. For the next 24 hours, until the conclusion of tomorrow's Halloween feast, this goblet will take on the sacred task of selecting the 3 students it deems most worthy to represent their respective schools. Brian's deep, resonant voice filled the hall. Tonight, we will place the goblet of fire in the entrance hall, where any eligible student wishing to participate may submit their name. However, there are 2 crucial matters that require clarification. His voice took on an even more serious tone as he continued, what sets this Triwizard Tournament apart from its historical predecessors is the unprecedented scope of its audience. We have implemented revolutionary magical technology that will allow the champions' trials to be witnessed in real time across multiple locations. This means that while you compete here at Hogwarts, witches and wizards in Diagon Alley, magical communities throughout France, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, and numerous other locations will observe your achievements as they unfold. I trust you understand the implications. Selection as a champion will result in instant, international recognition. Crash! The Great Hall erupted into barely controlled chaos. The announcement hit the assembled students like a tsunami, sending waves of excitement rippling through the crowd. Not only the Hogwarts students but also the visiting delegations from Bos Batons and Durmstrang, with the notable exception of Victor Krum, who maintained his stoic demeanor, wore expressions of stunned disbelief mixed with burning ambition. Is this true, Dumbledore? Madame Maxime's tall frame seemed to grow even larger as she turned to the Hogwarts headmaster in surprise. Why was I not informed of this development beforehand? Oh, I suppose Karkaroff's smooth voice carried an undertone of wariness, his dark eyes calculating as he spoke. Perhaps Hogwarts, as our gracious host, didn't deem it necessary to trouble us with such a minor detail. Brian believed it essential to demonstrate our significant advances in magical communication and cooperation, Dumbledore explained, his eyes twinkling. However, this particular project has faced numerous challenges. We weren't entirely certain of its successful completion until quite recently, but now, it seems, Brian's confidence has been justified. Silence! Brian's commanding voice cut through the growing tumult. Following from what I've just revealed, the champions will receive recognition proportionate with this expanded audience. This means rewards beyond mere honor. Not only the ultimate victor but each student selected as a champion by the Goblet of Fire will receive a substantial monetary prize upon the tournament's conclusion. How much are we talking about, Professor Watson? George's voice carried clearly across the hall, voicing the question on everyone's mind. The exact amount remains to be determined. Brian's smile held a hint of mischief, but we're looking at several hundred galleons, at minimum. Bang! At least dozens of students leaped onto their benches, sending cups and plates clattering as they cheered with unrestrained enthusiasm. The prospect of both fame and fortune had ignited a fire of ambition in many young hearts. And finally, this must be said. Brian's voice rose above the noise, his usual calm demeanor gradually drawing the excited young wizards back to order. Do not let the allure of honor and wealth cloud your judgment. Consider your choice with the utmost care and seriousness. Once the Goblet of Fire selects you as champion, you enter into a binding magical contract of the most serious nature. You will be constantly monitored, and you will have no choice but to participate until the tournament's conclusion. 0509 Visit. Few of the young wizards could tear their attention away from Professor Watson's earlier revelations, his final points falling on ears already buzzing with excitement and dreams of glory. The Great Hall, still warm from the feast, hummed with whispered conversations and barely contained enthusiasm. The Triwizard Tournament's grand prize of 1,000 galleons, though reserved exclusively for the ultimate champion, was only the beginning. Professor Watson had revealed that just the selection as a champion would catapult the chosen few into instant celebrity status throughout the European wizarding world. As if this weren't enough to set their young hearts racing, he added that even after the competition's conclusion, champions would receive a generous consolation prize of several hundred galleons. This announcement undoubtedly ignited a wildfire of excitement among the assembled students. Several Hogwarts students who had previously backed down at tales of the tournament's dangers were now reconsidering, their earlier fears melting away like morning mist under the warm sun of potential glory. The more proactive among them were already creating quite a commotion, scrambling to borrow quills and parchment from their peers, eager to submit their names to the Goblet of Fire the moment the feast concluded. The scratching of quills and rustling of parchment added to the symphony of excitement filling the hall. The age-line Fred's eyes sparkled with mischievous determination, catching the light of the floating candles above. He leaned forward, his voice barely containing his excitement. That's child's play, really. An aging potion will fool it without breaking a sweat. Once your name's nestled safely in that cup, you can just sit back and watch the show. After all, how could a mere magical artifact possibly distinguish between someone who's 17 and someone who's just shy of it? His freckled face bore the confident grin of someone who had already tasted victory in his mind. You're actually planning to enter? Ron asked dazedly, his voice thick with a mixture of disbelief and barely concealed envy. The golden gleam of imagined prize money seemed to dance in his eyes, making him slightly dizzy with possibility. But hang on, haven't you just received that 1,000 galleon investment from Remus? Who in their right mind would ever complain about having too much gold, you daft fool? George interjected with a dismissive wave of his hand, his tone telling that his younger brother had asked something ridiculously obvious. I must warn you. Hermione's voice cut through their excitement with concern as she drew in a deep, steadying breath. Her eyes, filled with genuine worry, darted between the twins before settling on Ron with a particularly sharp look. The tournament isn't just some game, it's historically proven to be incredibly dangerous. I don't believe underage wizards possess the necessary magical knowledge or experience to handle these tasks safely. We simply haven't learned enough yet. Come off it, Hermione. We're students in Professor Watson's PE class. Fred protested, his voice carrying a note of indignation as he straightened up in his seat. You're in that class too, you've seen firsthand what we're capable of now. But that's precisely the point, Hermione pressed on urgently, her words tumbling out in a rush of concern. She leaned forward, her eyes intense with conviction. You're not the only ones in the PE class. There are students who are adult there too. How could you possibly hope to compete against their experience and skill? We'll soon find out, won't we? George replied with unwavering confidence, his grin matching his twins. He turned to Fred, excitement crackling between them like visible electricity. Come on, brother, tonight's going to be one for the history books. Hermione had severely underestimated just how powerful the allure of championship and glory could affect these young wizards. Ron stood frozen, his gaze following his brother's leaving figures as they disappeared into the crowd, clearly torn between following them and heeding Hermione's warnings. Even Harry, who had never sought fame or fortune, had an expression of internal struggle, while the prize money held little appeal to him. The honor of being chosen as champion was a siren song few could resist. The crowd dispersed with remarkable speed, their footsteps echoing through the stone corridors like rolling thunder. Many students practically flew up the sweeping staircases, their robes billowing behind them like dark wings in their haste to return to their dormitories and prepare for what promised to be a historic night. The usual strict enforcement of curfews seemed suspended, even the notoriously vigilant Filch and his companion Mrs. Norris would surely make an exception on this extraordinary evening. Let's go, Professor Watson's commanding voice rang through the corridor as he ascended the stairs. Students instinctively parted before him like water around a rock, none daring to obstruct his progress. Meanwhile, Karkaroff shepherded his Durmstrang students toward the castle grounds, their heavy furs making soft shuffling sounds against the flagstone floor as they moved as one toward the exit, clearly having no intention of taking up residence within the castle. At the staff table, Bagman remained deep in conversation with Dumbledore, their discussion showing no signs of concluding despite the rapidly emptying Great Hall. Observing this scene, Ron let out a dejected sigh. Let's go, he muttered, his earlier excitement somewhat dampened by the night's developments. They followed the trailing end of the dispersing crowd up the marble staircase, their footsteps joining the symphony of movement echoing through the castle. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered an unexpected scene. Lavender and Parvati had stopped dead in their tracks, their faces clouded with concern as they whispered urgently about something in the corridor ahead. Neville stood nearby, his round face painted with surprise. What's wrong? Hermione approached her dorm mates with curiosity evident in her voice. Oh, that Beauxbatons girl. Lavender's voice dripped with barely concealed displeasure. We just saw her heading down that way. What? Not only did Hermione's eyebrows shoot up in surprise, but Ron and Harry's jaws dropped in perfect synchronization, their eyes blinking rapidly as they processed this information. She must be going to see Professor Watson. Parvati's voice rose with indignation, her dark eyes flashing as she turned accusingly toward Harry. She's probably trying to curry favor with Professor Watson. I bet she's hoping to gain an advantage over her classmates in becoming champion. Her voice dropped to a fierce whisper, but Professor Watson will see right through her schemes, I'm certain of it. Meanwhile, in the student safety office, Brian was attempting to settle in for what promised to be a long night. Having consumed more drinks than food during the welcoming feast out of courtesy to their guests, he was preparing a strong cup of tea for himself as soon as he returned to his office. Then, he walked behind his desk, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a simple wooden box. The box contained a selection of specially crafted biscuits, a thoughtful offering from the house elves who knew his preference for lighter sweetness compared to the standard Hogwarts treats. The familiar aroma of the freshly brewed tea mingled with the subtle sweetness of the biscuits, creating a comforting atmosphere in the modest office. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knuckles against wood shattered the peaceful moment. Brian had just settled into his chair with a steaming cup of tea, with extra leaves to combat the sleepless night ahead, when the unexpected visitor announced their presence. Come in. Brian's invitation carried a note of resignation, as if he'd anticipated this interruption. The door swung open to reveal Fleur Delacour, her presence immediately transforming the atmosphere of the simple office. She had gathered her silvery blonde hair into an elegant high ponytail, the style lending her an air of business-like sophistication that contrasted sharply with her earlier appearance in the Great Hall. Upon entering, she didn't immediately greet Brian, instead took her time to survey her surroundings with undisguised curiosity. Her perfectly sculpted eyebrows arched in surprise as she took in the modest furnishings and simple decor of the office belonging to the renowned Brian Watson. Is this Hogwarts style, Mr. Watson? Flea's voice carried a familiar warmth that seemed at odds with their brief acquaintance. Her accent wrapped around each word like silk as she continued her inspection of the office. Or is it your personal preference? This office looks more suited to a monastery. A well-mannered guest shouldn't criticize someone's home before even offering a proper greeting, Ms. Delacour. Brian's response came with a casual smile, though his eyes held a glimmer of amusement. He gestured toward a chair, inviting Fleur, who seemed to have grown several inches taller since their meeting 6 months ago, to take a seat. Rising from his own chair, he moved toward the window, intending to let in some fresh night air. Rather than accepting the offered seat, Fleur drifted interestedly toward Brian's desk, her curiosity drawing her to examine his workspace more closely. Her eyes fell first on the box of simple biscuits he'd just retrieved, then wandered to a substantial stack of unopened letters pushed to one side of the desk. Something about this sight caused her face to cloud with disapproval. Don't. A shiver ran through her frame as she noticed Brian's movement toward the window, and her voice took on a reproachful tone. Brrr, it's absolutely freezing here. Then perhaps you should count yourself fortunate that the Tri-Wizard tournament isn't being hosted at Damstrang. Brian's response came with a casual shrug as he abandoned his attempt at ventilation. Instead, he turned his attention to the fireplace, making the flames to leap higher with a subtle gesture before returning to settle himself on the office's comfortable sofa. What brings you here, Miss Delacour? Has Hogwarts somehow failed in its hosting duties, compelling you to lodge a complaint mere moments after the feast's conclusion? Oh, my concerns aren't with your school so much as with you specifically. Fleur's gaze fixed on Brian Watson, who sat across from her with fingers interlaced. This was their second meeting, their first having occurred at the Tri-Wizard tournament preparatory meeting 6 months ago. While Brian Watson's physical appearance remained largely unchanged, there was now a subtle but unmistakable air of calm authority about him, a quiet dignity that seemed to emanate from him and cause an involuntary flutter in one's chest when their eyes met unexpectedly. This sensation was completely foreign to Fleur, who had spent her life being the one who caused others to feel flustered and uncertain. When men encountered her, it was always they who struggled to maintain their composure, their eyes filling with that familiar desperate hunger that she had come to find so tediously predictable. Yet Brian Watson's light purple eyes remained clear and steady, without that nauseating eager possessiveness she had grown accustomed to detecting in male gazes. Mysterious and powerful. These words echoed in Fleur's mind as she assessed Brian Watson, finding them somehow inadequate to fully capture the spirit of the man before her. I wrote you 3 letters, Mr. Watson. Fleur leaned forward slightly, the flickering firelight tinting her faintly exposed collarbone a pale gold. Her naturally husky voice carried an unusual emotion. The most recent was just 2 months ago. She paused meaningfully, her blue eyes searching his face for any reaction. But I didn't receive even a single reply. I suppose, Mr. Watson, my letters likely reside in that rather substantial pile on your desk marked "No reply needed." Brian's response came with a smile that managed to be both thoughtful and slightly mischievous. The Hogwarts house elves handle the sorting of my letters. They must have made an unfortunate error in classification. Don't worry, I'll reprimand them severely. Humph. This excuse was really too perfunctory. Fleur snorted with disbelief. Her eyes continued their careful survey of the office, lingering momentarily on the mysterious black curtain that concealed one entire wall. Though curiosity clearly burned in her gaze, she refrained from inquiring about what might lie behind it. The plain simplicity of the office seemed to diminish her interest in further exploration. Her attention returned to Brian, who maintained his polite, slightly enigmatic smile. The flickering firelight created interesting patterns in his unusual purple eyes as she gathered her thoughts. May I ask you something, Mr. Watson? Her voice took on a more focused tone, dropping its earlier playful edge. What would you like to know? That which you defeated at the Quidditch World Cup. Sudden enthusiasm colored Fleur's tone as she leaned forward, staring seriously into Brian's eyes, and asked abruptly. What's your relationship with her? 0510 Lights and Shadows. The office windows were sealed tight against the autumn chill, their panes reflecting the dancing flames inside. Thick pine logs, freshly cut from the forbidden forest, crackled and popped in the massive stone fireplace, sending spirals of golden sparks up the chimney. The vigorous flames casted shadows across the book-lined walls, their heat radiating in powerful waves. Within minutes, the previously cool office transformed into something approaching the warmth of a volcanic hot spring. Fleur, her silvery blonde hair shimmering like moonlight on water, delicately flicked a strand from her face. Her slender hands moved gracefully through the warm air as she fanned herself, and her eyes sparkled with barely contained curiosity as she leaned forward in her chair. Who was that witch? She asked, her French accent giving a musical quality to her words. There was something special about her. I mean, she possessed an extraordinary beauty. When did your paths first cross? Beautiful. Brian let out a low, knowing chuckle. Wouldn't you say dangerous is a more fitting description? Oh, but monsieur, Fleur's eyes danced with mischief and keen intelligence as she settled more comfortably in her chair. Those are not mutually exclusive qualities, you know. Her gaze took on a probing intensity, and her voice dropped to a whispered gossipy tone. At Beaux Batons, it's all anyone can talk about. Some of my classmates are convinced you two were lovers, but that you cast her aside, and she attacked the Quidditch World Cup out of humiliation. Of course, I'm well aware she's currently imprisoned in that dreadful prison, but this... Well, forgive me, but doesn't this align perfectly with what seems to be something of a Hogwarts tradition? Hogwarts tradition. Now Brian was genuinely confused. Well, it's just whispered rumors, you know. Fla's long eyelashes fluttered bewitchingly as she spoke, her voice dropped even lower. Gellert Grindelwald was imprisoned in Nurmengard by your current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. There are rumors that they... Ahem. Brian coughed loudly, interrupting what Fleur was about to say. Otherwise, if the old man outside his door were to burst in, seething with indignation, the situation could quickly spiral out of control and he might not be able to restrain him. Please, Miss Delacour. Brian's forehead creased with several prominent lines of irritation. When you return to your school, I would greatly appreciate it if you could inform your classmates that the witch who attacked the World Cup was nothing more than a particularly dangerous dark witch I've been trying to capture. She is cunning and, as you've just said, have remarkable magical ability. She's managed to slip through my grasp before. Is that truly all there is to the story? Fla's tone made it clear she found his explanation inadequate, her disappointment practically radiating from her face. Miss Delacour, Brian's voice carried a note of growing exasperation, are you telling me you left your headmistress and fellow students behind just to come to my office and indulge in gossip? He leaned back in his chair, fixing her with a pointed look. After such an exhausting journey, I suggest you return to your quarters and get some proper rest. Once you've recovered your strength, you can focus on submitting your name to the Goblet of Fire. I clearly recall your bold claims about becoming Beauxbatons champion. I sincerely hope those words won't prove to be only empty boasting in the end. Oh, there isn't a single student at Beauxbatons who could possibly rival me, Fleur said, tossing her gleaming ponytail with a flourish. However, even she couldn't miss the growing displeasure in Brian's expression, so she tempered her enthusiasm somewhat and shrugged. I sought you out because we are guests here, aren't we, Mr. Watson? Surely Hogwarts should demonstrate proper hospitality. It would be most fitting to have someone show us around the castle properly, and you're the only person I'm acquainted with here. Brian pressed his lips together thoughtfully. He had to admit, Fleur had crafted quite a clever excuse for her presence. I must say, that seems like an entirely reasonable request, Brian. Just as Fleur was gazing at Brian with eager anticipation, waiting for his acquiescence, an elderly voice tinged with unmistakable amusement drifted in from beyond the heavy oak door. Watching Fla's sudden transformation from confident young woman to flustered schoolgirl, Brian smiled playfully. Please grace us with your presence, Headmaster Dumbledore. The heavy oak door swung open, and Dumbledore entered with a smile on his face. Looking at Fleur, who had leapt to her feet with such haste that her chair scraped against the stone floor, Dumbledore widened his eyes in an expression of expertly feigned surprise. Ah, unless my aging eyes deceive me, you must be Miss Fleur Delacour, he said, his smile warming the room as effectively as the crackling fire. Madame Maxime spoke of you quite extensively during our earlier conversation. She thinks very highly of you, believing you're the most likely student to represent Beauxbatons in the tournament. Oh, merci beaucoup, Headmaster Dumbledore, Fleur managed to stammer out, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Madame Maxime had always told them that even though Brian Watson was rising to prominence, the greatest wizard in magical Europe and even the wizarding world was still Albus Dumbledore. Previously, she had scoffed at such claims, but now, truly facing Dumbledore, facing those penetrating and wise blue eyes, she felt the extraordinariness of this old man who had lived and shaped magical history for over a century. Ah, I do hope I haven't interrupted anything of importance, Brian. Dumbledore turned his attention to Brian, his voice carrying a note of apology that might or might not have been genuine. I've just managed to send Ludo on his way. I fear I may have overindulged in Madame Rosmerta's excellent mead at the welcoming banquet, and thought perhaps a walk with pleasant company might help settle things. Oh, non, I shall take my leave immediately. Fla's words tumbled out before Brian could respond, her usual grace somewhat diminished as she hurriedly navigated around the sofa toward the door, her head bowed in embarrassment. Yet after just 2 cautious steps across the worn stone floor, she halted abruptly, gathering what remained of her courage to look directly at Dumbledore's kind gaze. Headmaster Dumbledore, might I ask when exactly you? Our distinguished headmaster had been standing guard outside the door for approximately 2 minutes while you were sharing those fascinating interpretations of Hogwarts traditions with me, Brian interjected teasingly, his voice rich with barely suppressed amusement. Ah, I didn't hear anything. Dumbledore clasped his long-fingered hands over his belly, tilting his silver-haired head back to study the rough-hewn ceiling blocks with exaggerated interest, as if discovering an extraordinary mural hidden in their ancient patterns. But then, with impeccable timing, he added, however, I must say that Miss Delacour's suggestion regarding a tour holds considerable merit. We should indeed showcase the countless wonders of Hogwarts' long and illustrious history to our honored guests who have journeyed so far. And I believe you're a suitable choice for this, Brian. No one knows Hogwarts better than you. The normally composed and confident Fleur, caught in the verbal crossfire between these 2 crafty men wizards, was like a little niffler trembling in fear. She had no idea how to handle this increasingly awkward situation. Very well. Brian's gaze settled on Fleur, who looked as though she would have given her entire vault at Gringotts for the ability to vanish through the floor to the level below. He released a slight sigh, equal parts resignation and amusement. Regarding your request for a tour of Hogwarts, I will make the necessary arrangements, Miss Delacour. If there are no other matters requiring attention, I suggest you return to your carriage for some rest. You'll need enough energy for tomorrow's extensive exploration of the castle grounds. Fla's hands clenched into frustrated fists as she shot Brian what she clearly intended to be a withering glare, though it came across as sulkier than threatening. She turned on her heel to leave, but then, as if seized by a sudden inspiration, she stopped for a second time. Before either of the two men could react, she spun around and darted toward Brian's desk with surprising speed. Under the amused and curious gazes of both Dumbledore and Brian, she snatched a piece of parchment from the stack on the desk and hastily scratched out her name and school affiliation. Bone Newt, Mr. Watson, Headmaster Dumbledore. Fleur clutched the precious parchment in her trembling hand as if it were a lifeline and fled from Brian's office with the speed of someone escaping a rampaging dragon. Ah, what a remarkably spirited young lady! Dumbledore's chuckle filled the room with warmth, his silver-white beard rustling gently in the cool breeze that had rushed through the briefly opened door. His knowing eyes fixed on Brian, clearly anticipating some form of response to his observation. Perhaps, Headmaster Dumbledore, you should indeed take that digestive walk around the grounds to help process the excess food you consumed at the banquet, Brian replied with exaggerated politeness. Whoosh! With a fluid motion of his wand, the heavy velvet curtains drew themselves closed one by one, their rings scraping softly against the ancient iron rods. The roaring fire in the massive fireplace diminished to barely more than glowing embers, casting the room in shadows. Dumbledore made his way to the comfortable sofa and lowered himself onto it, positioning himself to face the wall now shrouded by the dark curtain. With another whispered spell, the curtain drew back, revealing a chaotic dance of lights and shadows upon the stone surface. Brian stepped forward and streams of brilliant silver light flowed from his wand like liquid moonbeams, merging with the wall itself. The comfortable, almost casual atmosphere that had permeated the office during Fla's visit evaporated instantly, replaced by an almost tangible tension that seemed to press down upon both wizards. Studying the large, increasingly clear pattern of lights and shadows taking shape on the wall, Dumbledore's voice lost all its previous warmth as he asked with quiet intensity, "You're absolutely certain it won't be discovered, Brian?" "I've personally applied the most powerful concealment charms I know to the omnioculars capturing these images. The possibility of detection at any magical frequency has been virtually eliminated." As Brian completed his explanation, the final brilliant strand of silver light departed from his wand tip and merged with the flickering wall. The entire image shuddered once, like ripples in a disturbed pond, before turning into crystal clarity. The scene that materialized before them showed the dimly lit entrance hall, where a determined Fleur Delacour, her face set with fierce resolve, stepped across the silvery age line that Dumbledore himself had drawn few hours ago and dropped the hastily written parchment with her name into the wooden goblet burning with blue-white flames. 0511 Karkaroff. In the depths of the midnight hour, the fierce winds whistled their haunting melody across the Hogwarts grounds, their ghostly sound intertwining with the thunderous crashes of relentless waves against the cliffs below. The combination created an almost supernatural seaside symphony that echoed through the castle's stone corridors. The massive oak doors of the castle stood majestically open for the momentous Triwizard Tournament champion selection. The bitter October wind, carrying with it the crisp scent of autumn leaves and salt spray, poured through the entrance like an invisible flood. Its haunting sound was like of a banshee's sorrowful wail as it swept through the entrance hall. The entrance hall was illuminated as bright as a summer's day by the combined radiance of 4 massive bronze torches and the goblet of fire placed on the high platform. From the Hufflepuff basement corridor, Cedric and his loyal band of housemates emerged like thieves in the night, their excitement barely contained behind nervous grins and stifled laughter. Cedric's mates clustered around him, their eyes darting watchfully about the hall. After carefully ensuring they were alone in the vast space, they approached the goblet with growing excitement. The silvery age line encircling the magical artifact was gleaming like moonlight on water. Cedric crossed the boundary nervously and, in one fluid motion, tossed his carefully prepared parchment bearing his name and house into the dancing flames. The group held their collective breath, watching as the blue-white fire consumed his offering, accepting his bid for glory. Once they reconfirmed the goblet hadn't rejected and thrown out Cedric's entry, the group celebrated briefly before sneaking away. Throughout the long night, this scene had repeated itself countless times, each potential champion approaching the goblet with their own mixture of determination, fear, and hope. In the comfortable dimness of his office, Brian lounged on his leather sofa, holding a steaming cup of fragrant tea that sent white vapor curling through the air and said casually, "Diggory has impressively solid fundamentals and remarkable dedication. His performance in my physical education classes also consistently stands out. I believe he has a good chance of becoming Hogwarts champion." Dumbledore carefully picked cookie crumbs from his long beard. The evidence of his single-handed annihilation of Brian's carefully selected box of mild-flavored pastries lay scattered before him like the aftermath of a particularly pleasant battle. His blue eyes twinkled with warmth as he said, "Pomona will certainly be delighted." He paused thoughtfully, stroking his beard. I've always believed that Hufflepuffs deserve recognition for their kindness, loyalty, diligence, and their enduring commitment to what is right and just. Brian nodded slightly in agreement, his thoughts turning to the rich history of Hufflepuff House. After the other 3 Hogwarts founders had passed away one after another, Helga Hufflepuff became the school's first headmistress. In those dark and dangerous times, when the magical community lived under constant threat of persecution, she had stood alone as guardian of the school. Her dedication had been so complete that she had nearly exhausted both her personal wealth and her family's fortune in her determination to keep Hogwarts doors open to all who sought magical education. Moreover, Brian thought of the lesser-known but equally significant fact that it was Helga Hufflepuff who had first brought the house elves to Hogwarts at a time when such an action was considered radical. In an era when Muggle-born students were regarded as little more than dust beneath pure-blood's feet, Helga's compassionate act spoke volumes about her character. Brian had often pondered whether her decision had been influenced by the horrifying things she must have heard from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw about the house elves' conditions in the secret chambers beneath Azkaban. As the night wore on, more students crept into the entrance hall like shadows, each approaching the goblet with their own dreams of glory. Brian, watching from his vantage point, estimated that approximately a quarter of Hogwarts-eligible students of age had already submitted their names tonight. Outside, the moon hung like a blurred pearl behind thick clouds, its position shifting gradually across the vast expanse of the night sky. In the student safety office, Brian and Dumbledore sat in silence, each immersed in their respective books, their minds swimming in oceans of magical knowledge. Tick. The sudden, sharp tick of the clock announcing 1 o'clock shattered the quiet meditation. Through the continuous ghostly howls of the wind and the surrounding darkness, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the hall. Brian carefully marked his place in his spellbook and turned his attention to the unfolding scene. The Durmstrang group emerged from the shadows into the goblet's light, their thick fur cloaks wrapped tightly against the chill. Within their group, Victor Krumm's usually strong figure looked notably thin, as his body seemed a little hunched against some unseen discomfort. Dark circles shaded his eyes, prominent against his tanned complexion, and his characteristic thick black eyebrows drooped with evident exhaustion. "How are you holding up, Victor? Can you hold on?" Karkaroff's voice carried an unusual note of genuine concern, his typically stern demeanor softened by worry for his star student. The rest of the group showed varying degrees of fatigue, but none appeared as affected as Krumm. In response to Karkaroff's concern, Victor could only manage a weary shake of his head before being overwhelmed by a forceful need to blow his nose, and that sound echoed in the vast space. "When we return to the ship, you can take some sleeping draught to ease your discomfort, Victor," Karkaroff said, his voice carrying both concern and barely concealed frustration. His long, silver-streaked goatee quivered slightly as he spoke, revealing his agitation. "Beyond that, you must find the strength to endure." He paused, dark eyes scanning Krumm's face. "While I anticipated some difficulties, I hadn't expected England's relatively mild climate to affect you quite so severely. Our winters at Durmstrang are far more brutal, after all." From the group of students behind Karkaroff, a scrawny boy with long ears and nervous hands stepped forward hesitantly. Polyakov, whose small body seemed even smaller beneath his heavy fur cloak, gave his suggestion with the timidity of one well acquainted with his headmaster's volatile temper. "Perhaps, Headmaster Karkaroff, we could take Victor to the hospital." His voice quavered slightly in the vast space. "Surely Hogwarts must have medical facilities for their students." Karkaroff's caring expression vanished instantly, replaced by a mask of fury that twisted his facial features into something almost inhuman. He whirled around with such force that his silver furs created a whooshing sound in the quiet hall, fixing the boy with a glare that could have frozen flame. "Hospital." He spat, the word dripping with contempt and paranoid suspicion. His yellowed teeth flashed in the torchlight as he lurched on the now trembling student. "So, you would hand Victor over to them? Give Hogwarts the perfect opportunity to poison or sabotage our champion. Keep your foolish thoughts to yourself, you troublesome little boy, before they cause irreparable damage." The force of Karkaroff's outburst reverberated through the entrance hall. Polyakov seemed to shrink further into himself with each repetition, his face showing regret and embarrassment. Victor, perhaps trying to resolve the tense situation, tried to move past Karkaroff's protective posture toward the goblet of fire. Despite his illness, he maintained the powerful grace that had made him famous on the Quidditch pitch, though his movements were notably slower than usual. Another tremendous sneeze racked his body, but he pressed forward determinedly, clutching his entry parchment in one large hand. "Wait, Victor." Karkaroff's sharp command came. His entire behavior had shifted to one of alertness, dark eyes narrowing as they fixed upon the ancient artifact before them. He quickly positioned himself between Victor and the goblet, and he drew his wand. The wand tip ignited with a soft glow as he began a meticulous inspection of the area within the age line. The gathered Durmstrang students watched this display with a mixture of curiosity and uneasiness, their eyes darting between their headmaster's suspicious roaming and Krumm's confused expression. Victor's thick eyebrows drew together in a puzzled frown, creating deep furrows in his forehead as he observed Karkaroff's increasingly elaborate examination. Karkaroff waved his wand in the air as he circled the platform, Each tap of his wand against the goblet's surface produced subtle variations in the magical flames, which he studied with the intensity of a scholar examining an ancient text. What exactly are you looking for, Professor? Victor's usually gruff voice was made even hoarser by his illness. We must have the greatest caution, Viktor Karkaroff replied distractedly, his attention never wavering from his magical investigation. The flames of the goblet cast strange shadows across his angular face, deepening the lines of paranoia etched there. When you have lived as long as I have, seen what I have seen, you learn that appearances can be desperately deceiving. We are dealing with the most cunning wizard of our century, a master of deception who hides his true nature behind a carefully constructed mask of benevolence and virtue. His voice dropped to a whisper, though it carried clearly to his students. There is every possibility that this goblet has been enchanted to discriminate against and filter out the finest students from Dumstrang and Bosbatons. You mean Mr. Watson? Crumb asked incredulously. But he seems so straightforward and direct, he doesn't seem like someone who would do such things. Karkaroff's laugh was sharp and unpleasant. I'm talking about Albus Dumbledore. His yellowed teeth gleamed in the magical light as his lips curled into a knowing sneer. Your naive perception of Dumbledore's character reveals your youth, Victor. One does not become the greatest wizard of our time through simple righteousness and good intentions. When it comes to schemes and plots, even the Dark Lord. Karkaroff caught himself abruptly, the words disappearing in his throat as his head snapped around, with his dark eyes darting to every shadow in the vast hall, and his hand instinctively rose to his left forearm. Only after a thorough scan of their surroundings did he allow himself to relax slightly. As for Brian Watson, Karkaroff continued, finally stepping back from the goblet with obvious reluctance. He turned to face Crumb fully, his expression turning serious. I understand your admiration for his magical abilities, Victor, but don't forget what I told you about Watson, how he outmaneuvered both us and Bosbatons to make Hogwarts the host school for the Triwizard Tournament. His methods are no less cunning than Dumbledore's, perhaps even more aggressive. His gaze swept the entrance hall once more, taking in the cold stone walls and ancient tapestries with unveiled contempt. The torchlight caught the silver in his hair and beard, making him appear momentarily older, and creepier. In any case, we must be extremely careful. I even suspect that if Hogwarts doesn't win the tournament in the end, Watson might directly sabotage you and the Bosbatons champion. After all, his voice dropped to a whisper, those who appear most straightforward often harbor the deepest capacity for treachery. 0512 Truth. Karkaroff indeed doted on Viktor Krum. After Crumb put his name into the goblet of fire and confirmed there were no mishaps, Karkaroff immediately put his arm around Crumb's shoulders and steered him away, completely ignoring the disappointed expressions of the other students he had brought. Brian believed that even if the tournament rules required each school to provide a certain number of candidates, Karkaroff might have brought only Crumb to compete. For this surveillance, Brian had added some functionality to the Omnicular's terminal. It could now not only show images but also transmit sound. In the warmth of the office, neither Brian nor Dumbledore showed the slightest reaction to Karkaroff's earlier disparaging remarks about them. Their faces remained emotionless, calm even, as they watched the Dumstrang group fade from the magical surveillance image like ghosts dissolving into mist. This is unexpected. Brian slowly rose, walked to the fireplace, and took the brass kettle from the shelf to refill his cup with hot water. Holding the cup, he gazed through the gap in the curtains at the Dumstrang students and their teacher walking towards the ghostly ship by the lake in the darkness. I thought Voldemort would contact his old servant and have him act on his behalf. After all, compared to the difficulty of infiltrating Hogwarts, Karkaroff would find it easier to act. His voice trailed off, leaving the thought suspended in the warm air of the office. You don't understand Tom well enough, Brian, Dumbledore said calmly. Unless absolutely necessary, I believe he won't risk exposing his identity to his former followers before regaining his powers. Especially since, after his defeat by Harry years ago, Professor Karkaroff's actions might not seem particularly loyal in Tom's eyes. Brian nodded slightly, keeping his gaze on the Dumstrang group until they returned to their ship. The night sky above was a canvas of darkness, with the moon struggling to pierce through dense layers of clouds. What little light managed to break through aided only to emphasize the overwhelming darkness, making the shadows seem deeper and the autumn chill more penetrating. Shifting his attention, Brian surveyed the rest of the grounds. The Bosbatons' carriage was completely dark with all lights extinguished. The sudden sound of movement from the entrance hall drew their attention sharply back to the magical surveillance. Though no figure was visible to the eye, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed through the space, descending cautiously the grand staircase. The invisible one made its way to the entrance hall, finally coming to a stop before the age line drawn by Dumbledore. The hidden figure seemed to be conflicted and hesitant, not acting rashly. For a moment, only the crackling of burning torches and the sharp, frightening wind howls could be heard in the hall. This silence lasted for about 10 minutes. Finally, determination won out over caution. The invisible student stepped across the magical boundary. Dumbledore's age line responded with wisps of silvery mist, like breath on a cold morning. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3 when nothing immediate happened. a soft sound of suppressed cheer escaped the invisible figure's lips. Standing beneath the goblet of fire, she clutched her carefully prepared parchment, her invisible smile already tasting the sweetness of anticipated glory. However, fate and Dumbledore's magic had other plans. Without warning, an invisible force seized her with the strength of a giant, spinning her through the air like a medieval trebuchet's projectile before unceremoniously depositing her well outside the age line. Oh! Her cry of surprise echoed through the hall as she landed roughly on the polished marble floor, the impact forcing her invisibility to waver. As the pain became bearable, she struggled to get up, and instinctively touched her face. Then, she felt a bushy beard. Oh! The Ravenclaw girl cried out for the second time. Where once had been the smooth face of a young girl, there now grew a magnificent beard worthy of a medieval wizard. The embarrassment was complete when she realized her disillusionment charm had failed completely, leaving her transformed state visible to any who might pass by. Overcome with shame, the Ravenclaw girl fled up the stairs, her sobs echoing in the empty corridor. To be fair, Miss Fawcett's disillusionment charm was quite proficient. Brian chuckled. I agree with your assessment, Brian. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with amusement as he responded, at Hogwarts, Ravenclaw students invest the most effort in their studies, so their grades are generally better than the other three houses. It's always been that way. Honestly, I didn't expect anyone to brew an aging potion so quickly. Miss Fawcett must have been well prepared in advance. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a rhythmic sound of something hitting the floor interrupted Brian and Dumbledore's conversation, drawing their attention back to the commotion in the entrance hall. Professor Moody. Brian's voice carried a note of suspicion as he watched the figure materialize from the darkness. What's he doing down here at this hour? I guess Alastor is on patrol, Dumbledore said calmly, stroking his silvery beard. Alastor has fought evil his entire life. His experience and instincts are no weaker than ours. Clearly, he too realizes that if someone were to try something, tonight would undoubtedly be the most opportune moment. The scene unfolded exactly as Dumbledore suggested. Professor Moody stopped outside the age line, leaning on his staff. His blue magical eye spun wildly in its socket, seemingly observing if any ill-intentioned individuals were lurking nearby. After a minute, having confirmed the area was safe, he began circling the goblet of fire. Both his eyes were fixed on the rough surface of the goblet, as if, like Karkaroff, he was checking whether anyone had tampered with it. After a while, Professor Moody stopped. He gazed for a moment at the sleeping portraits on the wall, then turned and left the entrance hall, heading towards the castle grounds. Planning to patrol the grounds. Brian took a sip of hot tea and shook his head slightly. He should have put on some extra clothes. It's not that warm outside. If he falls ill, I'll have to cover the defense against the dark arts classes again. Dumbledore smiled helplessly. It must be said that sometimes, the Slytherin traits in Brian were very obvious. One shouldn't expect him to be particularly tolerant towards people he didn't like. Dumbledore was about to make some excuses for Alastor's rash behavior in the entrance hall at the beginning of the school year, but suddenly, the very rhythmic sound of a staff hitting the floor was heard again, interrupting what Dumbledore was about to say. Moody, who had left the castle just minutes ago, had returned. He didn't go upstairs directly but stopped once again outside the age line. His magical eye swiveled left and right a few times before locking onto the goblet of fire placed in the center of the circle. The broken face that appeared in the center of the omniocular's captured image wore a deep expression. Thud. Brian slowly placed his teacup on the mantelpiece, staring directly at the light and shadows, his eyebrows slightly raised, his purple eyes as deep as an abyss. On the sofa, Dumbledore's back quietly left the soft backrest. His face turning expressionless, a hint of coldness shone through his blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles. In the breeze formed by the heat radiating from the fireplace and the chill squeezing through the door cracks, Dumbledore's silver hair and beard swayed gently. After standing in silence for a while, Moody, with a grave expression, crossed the age line and positioned himself under the goblet of fire. He put his hand in his pocket and when he took it out, his palm held a folded piece of paper. A flash of pale spell light appeared, and the blue-white flames erupting from the goblet of fire began to shake violently. Even the roughly carved goblet itself shook fiercely, as if resisting something. But finally, this resistance was suppressed, everything returned to calm, and the piece of parchment in Professor Moody's hand disappeared into the flames that had just been disturbed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Moody's motion of opening the flask he always carried was almost desperate. He took several large swigs of the drink, and the irregular breathing and sudden liquid rushing down his throat caused him to cough violently twice. Seeming to realize he had made a lot of noise, Professor Moody limped away, leaning on his staff. He didn't go upstairs but instead quickly walked towards the side of the entrance hall, his figure swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the underground passage leading to Slytherin. How interesting! In the sky, the clouds parted, revealing the moon. Brian picked up his teacup again, calmly looking at Dumbledore, who returned the calm gaze, and repeated, "How interesting!" The clouds, heavy and ominous just moments before, gradually parted like a theatrical curtain drawing back, revealing a brilliant full moon that cast its ethereal silver light across the Scottish Highlands, as all the dust finally settled. In the office, Brian and Dumbledore sat facing each other on the sofa. Both of their expressions were calmer than the other had expected, no shock, no anger, no agitation or confusion. There was only a hint of relief now that the final answer had been revealed. The once roaring flames in the massive stone fireplace had dwindled to glowing embers and the light from the wall portraits became the only illumination in the office. Brian leaned back into the soft sofa, his gaze following the wisps of steam rising from his teacup as he absently stroked his chin. The flask contained polyjuice potion. I share your conclusion, Brian. Dumbledore's response came with his characteristic tranquility. This reveals at least one crucial detail: the genuine Alastor must still be alive. The impostor must be keeping him close by to harvest his hair for the potion. I believe Alastor should be somewhere in the impostor's office. What do you think, Brian? A reasonable conclusion, indeed. Brian responded with a slight incline of his head, his penetrating gaze cutting through the room's misty atmosphere to study Dumbledore's aged face, which bore a somewhat cryptic expression. Brian couldn't suppress a surge of admiration for the man before him. Despite Alastor Moody having been Dumbledore's trusted confidant and friend for countless years, the discovery of his friend's dire predicament hadn't shattered the Dumbledore's composed demeanor. He showed no apparent worry for Moody's fate. When circumstances demanded clear-headed analysis and cold, calculating rationality, Albus Dumbledore demonstrated why he was renowned as the greatest wizard of the age. His ability to set aside personal feelings in favor of logical deduction was truly remarkable. What continues to perplex me, Brian began after several moments of contemplative silence, his eyes meeting the brilliant blue gaze that peered out from behind Dumbledore's signature half-moon spectacles. I recall a conversation from last year, during the incident when the Dementors invaded the school grounds in pursuit of Sirius. You said you noted certain peculiar changes in my patroness charm. At that time, you mentioned possessing the ability to perceive, to some degree, the state of an individual's soul. Professor Dumbledore, given this capability, shouldn't you have been able to detect the polyjuice deception, especially considering Professor Moody was your old friend? I won't attempt to justify what was clearly an oversight on my part, Brian, and it was indeed a terrible mistake. For the first time that evening, a trace of bitterness crept into Dumbledore's expression, manifesting at the corners of his mouth in a way that aligned more closely with what others might expect from someone who had discovered such a betrayal. I placed my complete trust in Alastor Moody. He served not only as my capable assistant but also as an unwavering supporter through countless situations, and I allowed this trust to breed complacency. It blinded me to the impostor's suspicious behavior after their arrival at Hogwarts. As for the matter of perceiving one's soul, Dumbledore paused meaningfully, his eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to outshine the dim illumination of the office. While I do indeed possess this remarkable ability, such extraordinary magic isn't as straightforward as summoning a plate of sherbet lemons from the kitchen with a simple charm. It takes a considerable toll on the wielder. Until I glimpse Tom's ultimate fate, I hope to carefully maintain my health. If Tom were to learn that I've grown so frail that I need assistance just to walk these halls, it would bring him considerable satisfaction. Additionally, as a professor, I wish to maintain a certain dignity in front of my former students. Brian gazed deeply at Dumbledore, whose eyes remained frank and steady, uncertain whether this explanation was a cover-up or the truth. 0513 Identity. For years, the wizarding world had engaged in endless speculation regarding the extent of Albus Dumbledore's remaining powers. Since his legendary duel with Grindelwald, which had become the stuff of magical history, few credible reports existed of Dumbledore engaging in magical combat. Many in the wizarding community had concluded that Albus Dumbledore, having surpassed his first century of life, retained little of his former magical might. They continued to revere him primarily for his accumulated wisdom and high reputation rather than his current capabilities. Even those who worked closely with Dumbledore had come to view him more as a spiritual guide and source of moral support, placing their faith in his wisdom rather than his magical prowess. Perhaps Brian counted among the few who truly understood the depth of Dumbledore's abilities. A subtle yet persistent aura of latent power emanated from Dumbledore's aged body, serving as a constant reminder that this centenarian wizard possessed far more strength than others suspected. Brian had even begun to harbor suspicions that Dumbledore held some form of magical trump card, one he had been carefully preserving specifically to counter Voldemort, or possibly to use against Brian himself, should circumstances ever require it. Do you think? Brian shifted his gaze toward the window, where moonlight streamed through the leaded glass, his voice dropping to barely more than a whisper, Headmaster Dumbledore, that we should attempt to ascertain the impostor's true identity. Naturally. Dumbledore rose from the sofa with surprising grace for one his age. While we've reached our understanding about permitting Tom to regain his power, we should at minimum know to whom we've been paying a professor's salary. Come, Brian, let's unravel this final mystery. The night had grown bitter cold, and Hogwarts, perched majestically upon its highland cliffs, had succumbed to deep slumber. Throughout the vast castle, it appeared that only the headmaster and the head of student security remained awake, though surely the industrious house elves toiled away in the kitchens far below, preparing for tomorrow's breakfast feast. Dumbledore and Brian walked through the ancient stone bridge suspended thousands of feet above the black waters of the lake, their footsteps echoing off the weathered stones. They navigated the maze-like corridors, their way lit only by occasional torches that cast long shadows on the castle walls, until finally arriving at the imposing tower that housed Dumbledore's private office. Within the headmaster's office, Fawkes the Phoenix dozed upon his golden perch above the ornate fire basin. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses hung in their frames, their figures snoring softly or muttering in their sleep. The circular chamber hummed with the gentle whirring and clicking of dozens of mysterious silver instruments, delicate alchemical devices whose purposes were known only to Dumbledore himself. "Please, make yourself comfortable, Brian. We'll require the assistance of certain specialized tools." Brian settled into an armchair while Dumbledore moved with surprising jolliness toward the towering bookshelf, retrieving an extraordinarily complex silver mechanism from a lower compartment and placed it carefully upon his massive claw-footed desk. Brian noticed, with some amusement, a hint of barely contained excitement in Dumbledore's movements, rather similar to that of Hermione encountering a particularly challenging examination question. "Now then." Dumbledore withdrew his wand with a flourish and delivered a gentle tap to the mysterious device. Brian felt a subtle yet unmistakable wave of magical energy suddenly pulse outward, rapidly expanding beyond the confines of the office like ripples in an invisible pond. After approximately 15 seconds of tense anticipation, the device unexpectedly sprang to life, producing a series of melodious chimes that echoed off the stone walls. The delicate silver tubes protruding from its upper surface began emitting pale green smoke that merged and swirled in the air above the desk. Brian instinctively rose to his feet, and both he and Dumbledore observed with rapt attention as these ethereal wisps gradually thickened and began to take recognizable form, waiting with bated breath for the final revelation. Bang! Just moments before the answer could fully materialize, a brilliant flash of emerald light suddenly erupted within the smoke. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened instantly, his reflexes still lightning quick as he swiftly brought down his wand in a decisive motion. The carefully formed smoke pattern scattered at his intervention, and that ominous green light dissipated like morning mist before the sun. "Oh, how fascinating indeed." This time, it was Dumbledore who broke the tense silence, his voice carrying an unmistakable note of enthusiasm. "Extremely vigilant and careful, our mystery guest. I believe precautionary measures have been implemented at every conceivable level, extending even to the very soul." Dumbledore's bright blue eyes met Brian's, a knowing smile appearing across his aged face as he continued. "This unknown gentleman or lady has employed a rather ingenious method of disguising their soul's signature. I very nearly triggered their protective enchantment, but, in my considered opinion, this doesn't appear to be the handiwork of an ordinary wizard or perhaps any wizard." If Brian failed to grasp Dumbledore's implication now, he would truly deserve to be counted among the dullest minds ever to walk Hogwarts halls. In fact, it was a conclusion that required remarkably little deliberation to reach. After a prolonged moment of heavy silence, broken only by the soft whirring of silver instruments, Brian released a deep sigh and shook his head in resignation. "Cleodna, this foolish woman," he muttered, his voice tinged with exasperation, "she seems determined to spend whatever remains of her life behind the cold walls of Azkaban prison." Scene break. The last day of October fell upon Hogwarts with an air of unusual anticipation. While Saturdays typically saw students indulging in their warm beds until well past breakfast time, this particular morning was remarkably different. The stone corridors echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps as young wizards and witches descended the staircases earlier than usual for a weekend morning. As they rushed through the gigantic wooden doors into the entrance hall, they collectively gasped in wonder at the sight that they saw. The great hall had undergone yet another magnificent transformation. The enchanted ceiling above, which perfectly mirrored the early morning sky, now had an enormous flock of live bats. Hundreds of carved jack-o'-lanterns peered down at the students with flickering, mysterious expressions from every corner. The stone walls were adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations, shimmering orange and black ribbons that seemed to dance, floating candles that cast an eerie glow, and skeletons that did twirls in mid-air. The young wizards suddenly realized, today was Halloween. In previous years, the Halloween feast had always been a source of excitement and anticipation that students spoke about for months after that. This year, however, the traditional festivities had been overshadowed by something even more extraordinary, the legendary Tri-Wizard Tournament. Near the enormous oak front doors, Hagrid's masterpiece pumpkins stood like watchmen, each one magically enlarged through careful application of the engorgement charm until they matched small cottages in size. Their orange surfaces gleamed in the morning light, but few students lingered to admire them. Instead, the crowd gathering in the entrance hall buzzing with excitement, and all eyes were fixed upon the Weasley twins, Fred and George, who were about to attempt a great experiment. "Their foolhardiness truly knows no bounds," Hermione said with indignation as she watched the scene unfold. "What makes them think they can succeed?" Her voice carried that familiar tone of intellectual superiority as she continued in a matter-of-fact tone, "An aging potion, of all things. Do they honestly believe Professor Dumbledore would be deceived by such a simple potion?" Harry, also anticipating the outcome, heard Hermione's criticism and said fairly, "You can't really blame them, though," he said thoughtfully, running a hand through his messy black hair. "And I bet they aren't the only ones trying this. The promise of becoming a champion, instantly achieving fame throughout the wizarding world, not to mention winning a large sum of galleons, it's the kind of temptation that would make anyone at least consider bending the rules." "Yeah, Dumbledore's brilliant, no question about that," Ron interjected, his freckled face vibrant with excitement as he watched his older brother's preparations. His bright blue eyes sparkled with barely contained enthusiasm, clearly disagreeing with Hermione's assessment. While Hermione shot Harry a disapproving glare, Ron pressed on with his theory, "But that's exactly why this might work. A wizard of his caliber would be focused on detecting powerful magical tampering, not simple potions. He'd probably be looking for someone trying to break his age line with advanced spells, not thinking about basic tricks like this." "Oh, your logic is absolutely fascinating, Ron." Hermione's voice dripped with sarcasm as she rolled her eyes dramatically. "But have you considered the bigger implications if such simple tricks actually succeeded? Imagine the diplomatic nightmare if Hogwarts champion turned out to be an underage student. How would Professor Dumbledore and Professor Watson explain such a breach to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang? Remember, Hogwarts wasn't automatically chosen to host this tournament, they must have worked tremendously hard to secure this honor." Her words landed like a bucket of cold water on both Harry and Ron. The truth was, they hadn't considered these larger consequences, and Harry was certain that Fred and George, in their enthusiasm, hadn't either. "Perhaps we should stop them," Harry suggested hesitantly, watching as the twins continued their preparations, their matching grins growing wider by the moment as they joked with their admirers. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Watson were two wizards Harry respected the most. While the prospect of becoming Hogwarts champion had undoubtedly crossed his mind more than once, he would much rather remain a spectator than risk causing difficulties for two wizards he deeply respected. Ron's previous enthusiasm was notably diminished as he shifted uncomfortably, his gaze toward his brothers now was tinged with concern rather than excitement. He had secretly harbored hopes of trying the same method if Fred and George's method was successful. Now, after Hermione's reminder of the potential consequences and considering Professor Watson's kindness to their family, Ron realized that if becoming a champion would cause trouble for Professor Watson, his mother would likely tear him apart before he could even participate in the first task. "Oh, I don't think we need to," Hermione said confidently, crossing her arms as she watched the twins' preparations with disapproval. "They'll soon learn their lesson. They've completely forgotten Professor Watson's explicit warning about age restriction attempts." Meanwhile, at another corner of the castle grounds, a different scene was unfolding in the crisp morning air. Before you stretches one of Hogwarts' most famous natural landmarks, renowned throughout magical Britain, the magnificent Black Lake. Brian's voice carried across the misty shore with infectious enthusiasm. The early morning sun struggled to pierce through the autumn mist that clung to the lake's surface like a protective blanket. As the season marched steadily toward winter, a line of ancient paddles along the shoreline swayed their deep bright green branches in a hypnotic dance, their leaves occasionally catching the weak sunlight and throwing off golden sparkles. Brian was speaking enthusiastically, at least, his expression said so. He was introducing the Black Lake to a group of visitors from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang with passionate fervor. And he seemed completely oblivious to their mixed reactions, some still fighting off sleep, others looking bewildered at his early morning energy. Earlier this morning, Mr. Brian Watson had eagerly appeared at the quarters of both visiting schools, extending an invitation for a comprehensive tour of Hogwarts. Naturally, no one had declined the opportunity to spend time with the famous Brian Watson, especially when he offered to introduce the historical and magical wonders of Hogwarts, an institution that had significant importance in the world of magical education. To everyone's surprise, however, their first destination had been the chilly lakeshore, where Brian had launched into an extended essay about the vast body of water before them. Among the visitors, Fleur stood out, her silvery blonde hair catching the morning light as she silently fumed. Her facial features were set in barely concealed irritation as she glared angrily at Brian Watson, gritting her teeth. The previous night, when she had left Brian's office, she had felt secretly triumphant. After all, Dumbledore had agreed on Brian's behalf to have him give her a tour of Hogwarts, and she thought it would be a good opportunity to spend time alone with Brian. But to her immense disappointment, the man had transformed what she had hoped would be an intimate tour into a group expedition. "The Black Lake is home to an extraordinary variety of magical aquatic beings," Brian continued, his voice filled with intellectual enthusiasm. "Its depths harbor communities of mer people, colonies of Grindylows, and most notably, a remarkable giant squid. According to Hogwarts historical records, this magnificent creature has dwelled in these waters since the school's founding. It may well have witnessed the four great founders themselves walking these shores." This captured the attention of many previously disinterested students, who suddenly perked up and began scanning the lake's surface eagerly, hoping to catch a glimpse of such legendary creature. "Now then, ladies and gentlemen, please follow me closely. We're now going to visit another noteworthy landmark on the Hogwarts grounds." Brian clapped his hands forcefully, deliberately pushing past a cluster of shivering Beauxbatons students who huddled together against the biting wind. He pretended not to notice Fla's increasingly hostile glare as she protectively held onto an elegantly dressed adorable little girl. The Whomping Willow. Leading his group across the frost-covered lawn to the opposite side of the grounds, Brian gestured dramatically toward an enormous tree that was already showing signs of agitation, its massive branches swaying threateningly at the approach of so many potential targets. This remarkable specimen is an extraordinarily rare magical plant with highly specific growing requirements, Brian explained. It can only thrive in locations with exceptionally high concentrations of magical energy. To my knowledge, this is the only one of its kind in all of Britain. However, with a subtle gesture of his finger, Brian levitated a substantial clump of moss from near his feet, guiding it slowly through the air toward the agitated tree. Crack! The sound of the Whomping Willow's strike cut through the morning air like a whip, followed by an explosive impact as the moss disintegrated under the tree's powerful blow. Fragments of debris rained down upon the watching guests like raindrops. As this demonstration clearly explains, it is an extremely dangerous plant. Brian's voice took on a more serious edge as he addressed the guests, who were still letting out surprised yelps and brushing debris from their clothes and hair. Since you will be living at Hogwarts for the entire academic year, I must emphasize this warning: never approach this tree out of curiosity during your free time. Every year, we have several overconfident first-year students who try to prove their agility by challenging it. As for the eventual fate of these unfortunate students, well, you're welcome to inquire with Madame Pomfrey, our exceptional school nurse, for the rather painful details. 0514 Bad luck. The peaceful morning air was suddenly shattered by a bone-chilling shriek that echoed across the grounds. The demolished moss, now transformed into 1,000 tiny projectiles, pelted the faces of the front row students with surprising force, each impact creating a sharp, crackling sound like miniature firecrackers. The unexpected assault sent the young wizards stumbling backward in pain and surprise, creating a domino effect as they collided with those behind them. The once orderly gathering dissolved into chaos, with students shouting in various languages and trying to shield their faces from the organic shrapnel. As the initial pandemonium subsided and the last pieces of moss settled on the frost-covered ground, Brian made an interesting observation. Rather than instilling the intended caution, his demonstration and explanation had sparked fascination among the visitors. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students, far from being properly intimidated, were studying the Whomping Willow with undisguised interest. Their eyes tracked the movement of its powerful branches as they sliced lethally through the air, completely disregarding Brian's earnest warnings about the tree's dangerous nature. A worried crease appeared on Brian's forehead as he contemplated the situation. Perhaps, he pondered, it would be wise to suggest to Hagrid to erect some protective barriers around the Whomping Willow. After all, these Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students were guests from foreign magical schools. Any injury outside of the official tournament events could potentially spark an international diplomatic incident, something that could jeopardize not only the current tournament but future inter-school relations as well. Professor Watson, a young Beauxbatons which called out eagerly, her accent giving her words a melodious tone, what fascinating sight will you show us next? Well, for our next destination Brian began, but before he could complete his thought, another voice cut through the crisp morning air. Professor Watson. Brian felt his eye twitch involuntarily as he recognized the source of the interruption. Among the clustered Beauxbatons students, a familiar figure had raised her hand. Might it be possible, the voice continued with carefully crafted innocence, for us to visit that particular chamber within Hogwarts? Fleur Delacour stood out among her peers like a ray of moonlight in darkness. She had little interest in Hogwarts grounds, which to her appeared crude and unkempt compared to the artistic magnificence of Beauxbatons. Where her own school had perfectly manicured gardens and elegantly designed architecture, Hogwarts seemed to her like little more than an ancient, weathered fortress. Nevertheless, certain aspects of the castle had captured her attention. She looked at Brian, whose forehead was now creased with visible irritation, and a mischievous smile appeared across her face, and her eyes were sparkling with barely concealed amusement. I'm referring, of course, to the legendary Chamber of Secrets, she elaborated, her voice taking on an almost theatrical tone of admiration. The place where you confronted and defeated that fearsome basilisk, finally lifting the 1,000-year shadow that had haunted Hogwarts Muggle-born students for generations. Fleur tossed her silvery hair, and gazed at Brian with exaggerated adoration, feigned, of course. If possible, I'd love to see the secret chamber left behind by the legendary wizard Salazar Slytherin. Fleur's tone was like that of a teenage witch meeting her idol. This caused a problem, as the object of affection for virtually every male student at Beauxbatons, her suddenly apparent fascination with Brian Watson caused an instant shift in the atmosphere. The Beauxbatons boys, who had moments ago looked at Brian with admiration and respect, now directed barely concealed hostility towards him. Brian didn't care about those hostile glances, but Fleur's request did trouble him. Before he could voice a tactful response, another voice joined the conversation. Surely, Professor Watson, you wouldn't deny such a modest request. Karkaroff's voice oozed false sweetness, his smile as thin and sharp as a blade, never reaching his cold, calculating eyes. Earlier this morning, when Brian had arrived at the ghostly Durmstrang ship to invite the students for a tour of Hogwarts, Karkaroff immediately insisted on joining the group, claiming he'd long admired Hogwarts. But Brian knew better. This man was probably worried he might try something underhanded with his students. The Chamber of Secrets, of course, was strictly off limits. Visiting it was impossible. Even with the basilisk gone, the chamber held Hogwarts' most closely guarded secrets, and was not something to be displayed like a tourist attraction. I deeply regret, Miss Delacour, Brian began, his voice carrying carefully cultivated regret, that I cannot fulfill your request. You see, during my confrontation with the basilisk, the battle that ensued was particularly fierce. The chamber, already deteriorating from centuries of neglect, suffered significant structural damage. For everyone's safety, we've had to completely seal off that area. Entering it is now impossible for anyone. Brian noticed Karkaroff preparing to interject and quickly shot him a meaningful look, one that carried clear warning beneath its professional courtesy. Karkaroff, reading the message in Brian's eyes, thought better of whatever he had been about to say. Besides, Brian continued smoothly, turning back to address the whole group with a charming smile, I assure you there's nothing particularly interesting to see there now. The chamber is little more than a collection of fallen stones and decomposing creature remains half buried in putrid mud. Hardly worth your time or attention. How horrible. The mention of decomposing creature remains had an instant effect on young Gabrielle, who clutched her sister's hand more tightly. Please, sister, I don't want to go there, she pleaded, her voice trembling slightly. Fleur, usually presenting a haughty demeanor, was surprisingly affectionate towards her sister. She immediately softened, and bent down slightly to comfort Gabrielle with gentle words. Even in this moment of sisterly affection, however, she managed to shoot Brian a resentful look, clearly aware that his explanation was just an excuse. Professor Watson, Gabrielle's voice, still holding a trace of uncertainty but brightening with curiosity, broke through the tension. Could we perhaps visit that place instead? The young girl, still holding tightly to her sister's hand, pointed toward the edge of the forbidden forest. Her voice, clear and sweet as a bell, carried the innocent enthusiasm that only a child could maintain after such a gruesome discussion. Perhaps due to her Vila heritage, Fla's sister Gabrielle appeared even younger than her actual age, giving her the appearance of a delicate porcelain doll. Ah, over there. Brian's entire demeanor changed as he looked at her. Even he wasn't immune to the request of such an adorable little girl. Of course, we can visit there. In fact, he continued, his smile growing warmer, that was already on our itinerary for today. Brian's expression softened further as he spoke to Gabrielle. That house belongs to Rubeus Hagrid, who is both Hogwarts gamekeeper and our professor of care of magical creatures. For nearly 50 years, Hagrid has dedicated himself to this school, personally guiding countless young witches and wizards who arrived knowing nothing of magic. He's watched over them, supported them, and helped shape them into the outstanding witches and wizards they would become. It can be said that at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, apart from our headmaster Albus Dumbledore, he is the most respectable wizard. That's amazing, Gabrielle exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Fleur, who had spent considerable time with Brian Watson in Paris, found herself taken aback by his tone. She had been present at the gathering where Brian had met with many notable figures in the European magical world, distinguished academicians, powerful political figures, and wealthy businessmen. Throughout all these encounters, he had maintained an air of professional courtesy and respect. But never, in all their interactions, had she witnessed him speak to someone with such genuine warmth as he did now when describing Hagrid. Fla's eyelashes fluttered as she glanced at Gabrielle beside her, then looked back at Brian with a somewhat gritted teeth expression. Well then, shall we proceed? Brian gestured toward Hagrid's hut. During your stay at Hogwarts, Hagrid will be teaching all of you care of magical creatures. He's one of the most welcoming souls you'll ever meet. Don't be surprised if you find yourself invited in for a cup of tea and some of his unique baking. Fleur was about to follow the group when she realized Gabrielle's hand was no longer in hers. To her astonishment, she watched as her typically shy sister darted to the front of the gathering, falling into step beside Brian with obvious delight. Well, this is unexpected, a Beauxbatons student commented with poorly concealed amusement, noting Fla's shocked expression. Gabrielle usually shies away from strangers, but she seems quite taken with Professor Watson. For some reason, Fleur felt an inexplicable pang in her chest at these words. While most of the visitors weren't interested in Hagrid's modest hut and its accompanying vegetable garden, Gabrielle showed genuine fascination with every detail. Coming from Beauxbatons, where every plant was carefully selected and maintained for its aesthetic value, Hagrid's practical garden represented something entirely new and intriguing to her young eyes. Professor Watson, she asked, leaning against the rough wooden fence and peering into the garden with undisguised curiosity, did Mr. Hagrid grow all those big pumpkins we saw in the Great Hall? The garden before them showed signs of recent harvest. The largest pumpkins had already been transformed into the impressive jack-o'-lanterns now adorning the Great Hall, while the medium-sized ones had made their way to the kitchen. What remained were the smaller varieties, some still clinging to their vines, no larger than a baby's fist, looking quite adorable. Indeed, he did, Brian replied, his voice gentle as he patted her head kindly. Would you like me to select one for you to take as a memento? Just as Gabrielle's face lit up with joy at the offer, Fleur pushed her way through the crowd. Perhaps due to their previous acquaintance in Paris, before Brian had achieved such fame, the Brian Watson that others feared wasn't so intimidating to her. She gave him a stern look and said, "There's no need to trouble someone we barely know, Gabrielle. I can help you myself." Miss Delacour, wait. The pumpkin patch has Brian's warning came too late, as Fleur, determined to prove her competence as a sister, had already darted around the fence and into Hagrid's garden. Bang! The explosion came with a brilliant flash of light and a thunderous boom that echoed across the grounds. Fleur was thrown backward, her face blackened with soot, crying out in pain as she landed unceremoniously in the muddy ground between the pumpkin vines. The force of her fall had torn her uniform, revealing a glimpse of her pale, smooth calf, a sight that caused every male student from both visiting schools to gawk shamelessly. Blast-ended screws. Brian finished with a mixture of sympathy and resignation, watching as the proud Fleur Delacour discovered firsthand why Hagrid's garden wasn't as ordinary as it appeared. 0515 The incident. The enraged blast-ended screw emitted a thunderous, ear-splitting roar that reverberated across the Hogwarts grounds, causing nearly half of the people present to jolt in surprise. The few Hogwarts students who had been leisurely strolling around the grounds on this crisp autumn day suddenly froze in their tracks, their faces etched with concern as they turned their worried gazes towards Hagrid's rustic wooden hut. Some of the more curious and brave students were already breaking into a jog, as they rushed over to investigate the source of the commotion. To be perfectly honest, even Brian was startled by the unexpected commotion. Beside him, Gabrielle was panicked. Her sky-blue eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she called out to her sister in a voice that quavered with fear and concern. The little girl's silvery blonde hair whipped around her face as she frantically attempted to dash into the tangled mess of vines and leaves of the pumpkin patch. However, just as Gabrielle was about to plunge recklessly into the chaotic tangle of vines, Fleur's voice rang out tinged with a mix of pain and protective instinct. "En approche pas, Gabrielle. Cenest pas sur ici." Her French words, translating to "Don't come any closer, Gabrielle. It's not safe here." Gabrielle slipped to an abrupt halt at her sister's words, her momentum causing her to stumble slightly. She stood there, frozen in place, her small body trembling with a mixture of fear and helplessness as she was unsure of what to do. Karkaroff was also visibly startled by the sudden explosion. However, he quickly regained his composure, smoothing out his facial features into a mask of indifference. His cold eyes flickered towards Fleur Delacour, who had fallen among the sprawling vines of pumpkins. A hint of amusement, perhaps even satisfaction, glimmered in his gaze as he struggled to keep a straight face. Turning to Watson, he said in his thickly accented English, a note of false concern barely concealing his underlying schadenfreude, Beauxbatons' potential champion is injured, Professor Watson. I think we should inform Madame Maxime. Do you want me to go? Brian's piercing eyes flicked briefly towards Karkaroff, taking in the man's poorly concealed glee. However, he chose not to respond to this thinly veiled attempt at shirking responsibility. Instead, Brian nimbly leapt over the old wooden fence that enclosed Hagrid's vegetable garden. His long strides carried him swiftly to Fleur's side, where he crouched down to carefully examine her injuries. The peaceful autumn afternoon was further disrupted by Hagrid's booming voice as he came lumbering around from behind his house. "What's going on? What happened?" he called out, his beetle-black eyes wide with concern. Hagrid's massive body casted a long shadow as he approached. His moleskin overcoat was splattered with mud, and his enormous dragon-hide boots were caked with it, suggesting he had just returned from one of his frequent excursions into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As Hagrid drew closer, his puzzled expression deepened at the sight of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students gathered around his beloved vegetable garden. However, when his gaze fell upon Professor Watson crouched among the lush vines, examining a lying female student, his bushy eyebrows knitted together in concern. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, his heavy steps causing small tremors in the ground as he hurried towards the garden. "Oh, it's Professor Watson and that Beauxbatons girl," Hagrid began, but his words were cut short by the arrival of three more figures sprinting towards the scene. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had evidently been on their way to visit Hagrid when they heard the commotion. Now they came running across the grounds, their robes flapping wildly behind them, and faces flushed with exertion and curiosity. They weren't the only Hogwarts students who had gathered, drawn by the unusual noise and the growing crowd, but they were the only ones brave, or perhaps reckless, enough to follow Hagrid into the pumpkin patch itself. Harry, his messy black hair even more disheveled than usual from the run, was the first to speak as his eyes quickly scanned the scene before him. "It's the blast-ended screws," he exclaimed, immediately grasping the situation with only a glance. After all, they had been dealing with Hagrid's new favorite pets for some time now. Karkaroff, who had been observing the unfolding drama with a mix of disdain and amusement, glanced carelessly at Harry. He was about to turn his gaze back to Fleur, no doubt to further relish in her misfortune, but before he could do so, his body suddenly went stiff. His eyes, usually cold and calculating, widened in shock as they fixed upon Harry's forehead. During the boy's sprint across the grounds, his unruly hair had parted, revealing the lightning-shaped scar that had made him famous throughout the wizarding world. Karkaroff stared, transfixed, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, Hagrid's initial concern had converted into full-blown panic as he realized the implications of his cultivated pets injuring a Beauxbatons champion candidate. The incident with Buckbeak injuring Draco Malfoy the previous year was still fresh in his mind, a painful reminder of how quickly things could go wrong. With a trembling voice, he said, "I'll go fetch Professor Dumbledore." His words carried a note of desperation, as if hoping that the headmaster could somehow make this all go away. However, before Hagrid could take more than a step, Brian's calm voice came through the air, stopping him in his tracks. "That won't be necessary, Hagrid," he said, his tone calm and reassuring. "Let's assess the situation first." Brian turned his attention back to Fleur, who was still lying among the pumpkin vines. Her school uniform was now in disarray. The hem of her powder blue skirt was torn, likely caught and ripped by the agitated blast-ended Scroot during its explosive outburst. The tear exposed her calf, which, upon closer inspection, showed no obvious injuries. This was to be expected. If the Scroot's explosions were truly that damaging, Hagrid wouldn't have dared bring them to class, regardless of his penchant for dangerous creatures. Nevertheless, Fleur's exposed skin was an unnatural shade of red, as if she had been briefly exposed to intense heat. It appeared that while the Scroot's blast hadn't caused any serious harm, it had managed to scorch her with its fiery expulsion. "How do you feel?" Brian looked up at Fleur, his eyes meeting hers, and asked calmly. When the incident first occurred, Fleur had indeed been shocked, embarrassed, and more than a little angry. The indignity of being knocked off her feet by a magical creature in front of her peers and potential rivals was not lost on her. However, now that the initial surprise had worn off, she seemed more composed. In fact, there was even a hint of secret delight dancing in her blue eyes as she met Brian's concerned gaze. Facing his inquiry, she wrinkled her pert nose slightly. "It hurts a bit," Fleur said in a weak voice. She bit her lower lip, as if trying to suppress a wince, though whether from genuine pain or for dramatic effect was hard to discern. Brian nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowing slightly as he considered the situation. "It seems we need to visit the hospital wing," he said, his tone matter-of-fact but not unkind. "Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey is very professional in healing. She'll give you a thorough examination and have you right as rain in no time." With a subtle movement of his long fingers, Brian performed a wordless spell. An unripe pumpkin nearby detached from its vine, rising into the air as if plucked by an invisible hand. As it levitated, the gourd began to transform, its shape twisting and elongating in a complex series of transfigurations. Within moments, what had once been a simple pumpkin had become an elegant stretcher for Fleur. With a flick of his wand, Brian gently levitated Fleur from the ground onto the conjured stretcher. The magic was so smooth and controlled that Fleur barely felt the movement, settling onto the surprisingly comfortable surface with a small gasp of appreciation. As Brian prepared to guide the stretcher towards the castle, his eyes noticed the mud staining the hem of Fleur's skirt. He hesitated for a moment, a flicker of indecision crossing his face. Then, he shrugged off his own robe and carefully draped it over Fleur's body. "Professor Karkaroff." Brian turned his head towards Karkaroff, who was still almost mesmerized by Harry's scar. "What?" Karkaroff was startled out of his trance-like state, his gaze reluctantly tearing away from Harry's forehead. He blinked rapidly, as if coming back to reality, and focused on Brian with a slightly dazed expression. "I need to take Miss Delacour to Hogwarts Hospital wing to treat her injuries," Brian said calmly. "Would you mind informing Madame Maxime?" Karkaroff's face twisted into a grimace. It was clear he didn't want to leave, especially now that he had spotted Harry Potter. His eyes kept darting back to the famous scar, as if charmed. However, he had no suitable reason to stay, especially since he had just volunteered to notify Madame Maxime himself. Trapped by his own words, Karkaroff gave a curt nod and turned on his heel, his silver furs swirling around him as he strode away, casting one last longing look at Harry over his shoulder. Well then, Brian turned to the still shocked Hagrid, who looked as if he might faint at any moment. "I was just giving these visitors from afar a tour of Hogwarts grounds. Hagrid, if possible, could you continue the tour for me? It would be impolite to leave it unfinished." Hagrid moved his lips, forming words that didn't quite make it past his throat. His face had turned a shade of pale, the color standing out starkly against his wild black beard. He knew it wasn't quite appropriate for him to stay out of this situation, given that it was his creatures that had caused the problem. However, Professor Watson was already guiding the floating stretcher towards the castle, with the little Delacour girl trotting anxiously at his side. "Oh," and Brian suddenly stopped about 60 feet away and called back to Hagrid, his voice carrying clearly across the distance. Don't take these children into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid. With that final caution, he set off again, the stretcher floating beside him as they made their way towards the Hogwarts castle. As the small group disappeared into the distance, Harry turned to ask Hermione, his face edged with worry. There won't be any problems, will there, Hermione? Hermione had an equally troubled expression. She chewed on her lower lip thoughtfully before responding. If you're asking about the injuries that Miss Delacour received, Harry, she began, choosing her words carefully, I don't think there will be any serious physical problems. Blast-ended screws, while certainly unpleasant, don't cause particularly severe harm. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey can heal her in the blink of an eye. She paused, her brow furrowing. But if you're asking about the seriousness of this incident in terms of inter-school relations or the upcoming tournament, Hermione let out a deep sigh. That depends entirely on Beauxbaton's attitude. If they choose to make an issue of it, this could possibly cause quite a stir. As the golden afternoon light began to fade into the softer hues of early evening, the Hogwarts Hospital wing was just beginning its normal operations after the quiet period following the start of term. From now until the end of the academic year, Madame Pomfrey would find herself with hardly a moment's rest. After all, nothing in the world could stop imaginative young wizards from getting into mischief, concocting ill-advised potions, or mishandling spells in ways that often resulted in visits to her place. As Brian guided the floating stretcher through the heavy oak doors of the hospital wing, with Gabrielle trotting anxiously at his side, he was somewhat surprised to see a familiar face among the occupied beds. Neville was perched on the edge of one of the white beds, looking rather sheepish. At first glance, he didn't appear to have any visible injuries, but upon closer inspection, there was one glaring issue: his left ear had somehow migrated to the center of his forehead, sitting there like a fleshy, misplaced third eye. I was practicing the switching spell that Professor McGonagall assigned, Neville explained in response to Professor Watson's raised eyebrow, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Despite the seriousness of their own situation, both Fleur and Gabrielle couldn't help but giggle at the sight. What's the matter, Brian? Madame Pomfrey's voice came first before her as she walked out from one of the private wards. Upon seeing Brian, her face initially darkened, no doubt remembering past incidents where he had brought in queues of injured students after particularly eventful defense against the dark arts and PE lessons. However, when she realized he wasn't followed by a parade of wailing students, she seemed to breathe a visible sigh of relief. Her stern facial features softened slightly as she quickly walked over to assess the situation. This young lady from Beauxbatons, Brian indicated Fleur on the stretcher with a gesture of his hand. Her leg was slightly injured while visiting Hagrid's vegetable garden. Oh, Madame Pomfrey's eyebrows rose slightly as she lifted the robe covering Fleur. Her experienced eyes took in the situation at a glance. Students injured by Hagrid's latest batch of interesting creatures were neither the first nor would they be the last to grace her hospital wing. Don't worry, child. Madame Pomfrey's attitude was noticeably much gentler towards guests. Her voice took on a soothing, almost maternal tone as she spoke to Fleur, a dab of essence of Dittany will heal it right up. Of course, considering you might have been a bit shocked by the incident, I think you should have a cup of hot chocolate with a calming draft. It'll soothe your nerves and help you relax. Fleur's face lit up with a dazzling smile, her natural Vila charm seeming to make the entire room a bit brighter. Thank you, madam. In fact, Fleur was well aware that her injuries were far from serious. Even if left untreated, they would have healed on their own in a matter of days. But she was clearly delighted by this unexpected turn of events. The prospect of spending time alone with Brian, away from the prying eyes of her classmates, was an opportunity too good to pass up. As the culprit, Fleur tossed her silvery blonde hair over her shoulder. She focused her gaze on Brian, her smile brightening even further, and said eagerly, "You'll stay here, won't you?" Brian, of course, couldn't possibly leave. If Madame Maxime were to arrive later only to find that he had left Fleur here unattended, she would undoubtedly be displeased. The fact that this was actually a result of Fleur's own mischief didn't change the social obligations at play. He nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Of course, Miss Delacour. I'll stay until Madame Maxime arrives. Madame Pomfrey sensed something unusual but chose not to comment, and gently guided the floating stretcher carrying Fleur into a private room to treat her injuries. The crisp white curtains swished closed behind them, leaving Brian and Gabrielle in the main area of the hospital wing. As soon as her sister was out of range, Gabrielle turned to Brian, her big blue eyes, similar to Fleur's, widened with an almost conspiratorial gleam. She beckoned Brian to lean down, as if she had a great secret to tell. When he did crouch down to her level, she whispered, "Sister likes you." Brian's eyebrows rose. "Oh, does she?" he replied, his tone gentle and amused. He reached out to adjust a stray lock of Gabrielle's silvery hair that had fallen across her forehead. "Did she tell you that?" Gabrielle's response was a curious mix of honesty and childish determination. She shook her head slightly, but then nodded insistently. Her small face scrunched up in concentration as she searched for the right words in English. "Sister talked about you all summer," she told, her voice still a whisper as if she was sharing a great secret. She said you're more special than any boy she's ever met. Then, with the solemn air of someone reporting a crucial piece of evidence, Gabrielle pointed at the robe draped over Brian's arm, the one he had covered with Fleur earlier. Her blue eyes were serious, as she continued, and besides Papa, she never lets any other boys touch her, not even their clothes. 0516 Future. The light drizzle that had begun to fall over Hogwarts grounds seemed to mirror Fliss' dampened spirits as her plan to spend time alone with Brian at the hospital wing ultimately fell through. The soft pitter-patter of raindrops against the castle's ancient stone walls created a melancholic backdrop to the events unfolding inside it. Madame Maxime arrived at the hospital wing very quickly. Upon learning about the incident, she looked quite displeased, but couldn't express her anger openly. After all, Fliss' injury was partly due to her own recklessness, a fact that didn't escape her notice. Moreover, the actual harm suffered by her student was minimal. At most, Fleur had lost a few leg hairs in the encounter with the blast-ended Screw-It. Madame Maxime couldn't help but think that a simple fall on the marble stairs of Beau's Batons might have caused more damage. Still, the incident left an uneasy feeling in the pit of Madame Maxime's stomach. Her eyes now held a hint of worry as they darted between Fleur and the Hogwarts staff present. Beau's Batons' prime candidate encountering a problem before the Triwizard Tournament had even officially begun was undoubtedly a bad omen. To prevent any further such accidents from happening again, Madame Maxime took up a vigilant position by Fliss' bedside. Brian also wanted to demonstrate Hogwarts' sense of responsibility, and didn't leave either. As the afternoon wore on, the light drizzle outside intensified, casting a gloomy shroud over the grounds. The pitter-patter of rain against the hospital wing's windows created a soothing yet somewhat melancholic ambience. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to seep into the stones of the castle, making the air in the hospital wing feel heavy and muggy. Gabrielle, who had risen early that morning in excitement for the day's adventures, found herself succumbing to the dreary atmosphere. Sitting by Fliss' bed, she gradually began to droop, her eyelids growing heavier with each passing minute. Before long, she had fallen into a deep slumber, her head resting gently on her sister's leg. Being a caring older sister, Fleur couldn't help but worry about Gabrielle's well-being. Her eyes darted between her sleeping sister and the less-than-warm environment of the hospital wing. The stone walls, while providing excellent insulation during the scorching summer months, now seemed to radiate a chill. Concerned that Gabrielle might catch a cold in these unfamiliar surroundings, Fleur made the decision to return to their carriage. "Perhaps it would be best if we returned to our quarters," Fleur suggested, her melodious voice tinged with a hint of reluctance. Madame Maxime, understanding Fliss' suggestion, nodded in agreement. She gently picked up the sleeping Gabrielle into her arms. The young girl didn't wake up and remained peacefully oblivious as they made their way back to the Beau's Batons carriage. The journey across the Hogwarts grounds was dull. The misty rain cloaked the landscape in an ethereal haze, blurring the lines between earth and sky. Madame Maxime's giant body led the way, Gabrielle held protectively against her chest, while Fleur walked alongside, her usual grace somewhat dampened by the day's events. Upon reaching the powder blue carriage that was their temporary home, Fleur heaved a sigh of relief as Gabrielle was safely rested within its warm interior. She smoothed her repaired skirt before turning her attention to the figure standing a short distance away. Brian Watson stood about 10 feet from the carriage, the misty rain creating a halo effect around his tall, lean body. Fliss' heart skipped a beat as she looked at him, taking in every detail of his appearance. To Fleur, Brian Watson was something entirely different from the young men she was accustomed to. At Beau's Batons, Fleur had never lacked admirers. Her Vila heritage ensured a constant stream of suitors, and she had experience in conversation and interaction with handsome boys. But Brian Watson was different. His physical appearance, while undeniably attractive, was perhaps the least remarkable of his qualities. It was his air of mystery, the intense sense of power that seemed to radiate from him, that truly set him apart. Fliss' intuition from her Vila heritage, or perhaps intuition honed over years of dealing with fanatical admirers, gave her a unique insight. She could sense, with a certainty that both intrigued and frustrated her, that Brian had never harbored any romantic thoughts towards her. This realization was as shocking as it was stimulating to Fleur. Never before had she encountered someone immune to her charms, at least not those of her age. It even sparked a competitive fire within her. "Would you like to come in for a bit, Mr. Watson?" Fleur asked, her voice carrying a hint of hope despite her try at casual indifference. Brian's response was as polite as it was disappointing. "Thank you for the kind invitation, Miss Delacour," he said, his smile gracious but distant. But entering the living quarters of so many young ladies wouldn't be a gentlemanly behavior. This rejection, while not unexpected, still stung. Fleur had observed Brian's careful maintenance of boundaries with everyone, which she had also noticed even during their encounters in Paris. Determined not to let her disappointment show, Fleur gave a sweet smile. "Then, I'll see you tonight." "See you tonight, Miss Delacour," Brian replied with a slight nod. "I hope you succeed in becoming the Beau's Batons champion." As soon as the carriage door closed behind Fleur, the friendly smile on Brian's face vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow and a hint of worry in his eyes. If he wasn't blind, he should have noticed the trace of affection in Fleur's gaze every time she looked at him. And Fleur was different from the young witches in the upper years at Hogwarts. Those girls' attitudes towards him were more akin to hero worship, their attempts to pass him love letters more of a playful game than a genuine expression of feeling. But Fleur was different. This girl seemed to genuinely hope for something to blossom between them, and she wasn't shy about showing her feelings. Brian could have ignored it, written it off as a passing fancy of a young girl away from home for the first time. But he felt that such a passive approach wasn't quite right. The truth was, there was nothing inherently wrong with Fleur. The problem lay with Brian himself. His identity as a time traveler, the weight of knowledge about a future that might never come to pass, and his long-term self-imposed isolation had created barriers around his heart. He found himself instinctively rejecting anyone or anything that threatened to breach those walls, to touch upon the secrets he held so closely. Moreover, and this thought caused Brian's expression to cool further, the wizarding world was in a state of barely contained turmoil. Signs were everywhere, for those who knew how to read them, that the existing structure and system could no longer quell the growing discontent among the different classes and beings of the magical community. Muggle technology had surged forward, its advances moving at a relentless pace, posing an undeniable threat to the magical world's long-held secrecy. The future development of surveillance, digital information, and global networks would make it harder to maintain the delicate illusion that magic was mere fantasy. With every new device and breakthrough, wizards would face increased risk of exposure and, with it, the terrifying prospect of renewed persecution from Muggle societies that could now more easily detect and track magical activity. And then there was Voldemort on the brink of return. Add to this the ancient, thousand-year-long struggle between the legendary wizard Merlin, the four Hogwarts founders, and the dark wizard Herpo, a conflict that was now beginning to resurface after centuries of dormancy, and the future looked more unstable than ever. In such tumultuous times, Brian couldn't afford to have any weaknesses. After taking a moment to steady himself, to confirm his resolve, Brian cast his gaze around the mist-shrouded grounds. There was no sign of Hagrid in the gloomy landscape. It seemed that after the shock of the day's events, Het wasn't in the mood to continue showing the guests around. Brian couldn't blame him. With a sigh, Brian turned his steps back towards the castle. Before the evening feast, he had planned to rest in his office. The previous night had been nearly sleepless, and he had risen early this morning to prepare the tour for the foreign delegations. He knew that after tonight's feast, he could anticipate a heated argument, likely involving Karkaroff and Madame Maxime over the Scroot incident, so he needed to reserve enough energy to handle the situation. But as is often the case in the unpredictable world of Hogwarts, things didn't go as planned. Brian had barely managed to get a little over an hour of irregular rest before being jolted awake by urgent knocking on his office door. Groggily, he made his way to the door, his mind still foggy with sleep. As he opened it, he found himself face to face with a rather flustered-looking Professor McGonagall. "Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't know you were resting," McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes widening slightly at the sight of Brian in his pajamas, rubbing his sleepy eyes. However, her surprise quickly gave way to a cooler expression, her lips pressing into a thin line that showed disapproval. It was clear she viewed napping in one's office during the day as a form of laziness. "What brings you here?" Brian asked, unable to suppress a yawn. He blinked rapidly, trying to chase away the last remnants of sleep. "How can I be of service, Professor?" Professor McGonagall's posture straightened, her voice taking on a more formal tone. "Someone from the Ministry has arrived, Brian. Specifically, Barty Crouch from the Department of International Magical Cooperation. He's here for tonight's feast." She pressed her lips together, her expression conveying the urgency of the situation. "You've worked with him before, so Albus hopes you can help entertain him." Brian's mind quickly shifted into gear, the mention of Barty Crouch dispelling the last of his drowsiness. "Where are they?" he asked, already moving to change out of his pajamas. "Just downstairs," Professor McGonagall replied briskly, her foot tapping on the stone floor. In the small room behind the Great Hall. With Professor McGonagall constantly urging him to hurry, Brian didn't have much time to make himself presentable. He hastily changed his clothes, his fingers fumbling slightly with the buttons of his robes in his rush. As they made their way downstairs, Brian attempted to tame his unruly hair, all while explaining to McGonagall how the rumors about Hagrid attacking the Beauxbatons girl, which were now spreading like wildfire through the school, had started. This mishap, coming on the heels of the blast-ended Scroot incident, undoubtedly angered McGonagall, who cared deeply about the school's reputation. Her face grew increasingly pinched as Brian recounted the events, and even he didn't escape her sharp reproach. "You knew Hagrid always likes to keep strange creatures, but you still took them there, Brian," McGonagall exclaimed, her face ashen with anger. Her Scottish accent became more distinct, as it often did when she was upset. "Do you not realize how many eyes are on Hogwarts at this moment? If this gets out, I can just imagine the Daily Prophet's headlines now," Hogwarts employs underhanded tactics to sabotage Beauxbaton's leading candidate. By the time they reached the small room behind the Great Hall, Brian was almost eager to face Barty Crouch. In the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, even in the entire wizarding world, only Professor McGonagall dared to scold him like an underage wizard, disregarding his status and power. As they entered the room, Brian noticed that Ludo Bagman hadn't travelled with Barty Crouch. Instead, Dumbledore and Crouch were talking by the fireplace, their backs to the door. From behind, Crouch's posture looked unusually hunched, looking tired to the point where he wasn't maintaining his usually rigid posture. "Ah, you're here, Brian." Dumbledore turned around, his blue eyes twinkling as he smiled calmly at the new arrivals. Brian's gaze focused on Crouch, who had also turned to face them. He was about to greet him with a smile, his hand already outstretched in greeting. After all, he had worked closely with Crouch in Paris for over 2 months, and while they weren't in the same faction, Brian admired certain qualities of him. But as Barty Crouch's gaze met his, Brian's outstretched hand paused mid-air for a moment, and he almost couldn't maintain his smile. Fortunately, he recovered quickly, not showing any outward signs of his internal surprise. Instead, he forced a jovial tone into his voice as he said, "How have you been lately, Barty? I heard you personally inspected those dragon reserves." Brian's laughter sounded somewhat forced to his own ears, and was deeper than usual. "I was just listening to Barty's stories about his inspection," Dumbledore interjected smoothly, but there was a flicker in his bright blue eyes. He looked at Brian, still smiling calmly. "You should hear them too, Brian. Thanks to Barty's efforts, our first task can proceed as scheduled." 0517 Barty Crouch. Barty Crouch Sr. looked haggard, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, and his eyes, once sharp and alert, now darted about the room with an unsettling nervousness. Crouch seemed unusually sensitive to the cold, despite the warmth emanating from the roaring fire. He huddled closer to the hearth, his shoulders hunched and trembling slightly, as if trying to absorb every ounce of heat. After casting an impatient glance at Brian, he quickly averted his gaze, fixing his eyes intently on the dancing flames. It was as if he yearned to melt into the fire itself, to escape the penetrating gazes of those around him. Brian casually moved to Crouch's other side, standing beside him with Dumbledore on the opposite flank. "What's wrong?" Brian asked, his tone carefully controlled to sound casual. His eyes, however, missed nothing as they scanned Crouch's face. "Did something happen?" "Nothing whatsoever," Barty snapped, his tone matching the impatient expression that flashed across his face. He shrugged his shoulders dismissively, inching even closer to the fireplace. The flames cast an orange glow on his sallow skin, creating an almost ghoulish effect. Despite his rough denial, Crouch seemed compelled to offer an explanation. His words tumbled out in a rush. "I've been traversing half of Europe these days, first Norway, then Wales and Romania. Everything progressed smoothly enough at first. The dragon reserves in those locations had already carefully selected their most suitable specimens for the champions to face. But when we reached the Hungarian Horntail, things went awry. The staff there wanted the big fella to get used to its cage early, but they forgot it's the time when it least wants anyone near." With obvious reluctance, as if the very movement caused him pain, Barty pulled back his sleeve to reveal an angry red burn that sprawled across his forearm like a gruesome tattoo. "The timing couldn't have been worse," he continued, his words tumbling out in an almost agitated rush. "We nearly lost the entire handling team. The healers at St. Mungo's kept me confined to a bed for 2 endless days, and even then, the head healer insisted I needed at least another week of recovery. Absolutely impossible, of course. Young Weasley in the office means well, perhaps too well. His enthusiasm practically bubbles over, but he's too young, lacks the experience. And with the champion selection looming." His voice trailed off abruptly, as if he'd suddenly remembered he was saying too much. He stood there, breathing heavily, as if the explanation had drained him of his last reserves of energy. Dumbledore, his blue eyes twinkling with concern behind his half-moon spectacles, spoke up. "Barty, you truly look like you need proper rest." To both Brian and Dumbledore's surprise, Barty strongly agreed. "Oh, yes, yes indeed," he exclaimed, his gaze once again fixed on the dancing flames. The fire reflected in his eyes, giving them an almost feverish gleam. "If you wouldn't mind, Dumbledore, and you too, Brian, I desperately need a moment of privacy before tonight's feast begins. The champion selection is only the beginning. I have to rush back to the ministry later. So many matters requiring my personal attention." He released a weary sigh that seemed to deflate his entire being, his eyes drifting closed as exhaustion etched deeper lines into his face. His arm rested heavily on the mantelpiece, his body swaying slightly as if he might succumb to sleep at any moment. Brian, sensing the need to give Crouch some space, turned to Dumbledore and said, "Let's give Barty some space, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Much appreciated, Brian," Barty mumbled, his eyes still firmly shut. His voice was dry, almost raspy, as he added, "Solitude is exactly what I require right now. I must admit, that Saint Mungo's healer may have had a point after all. This cursed arm is absolutely screaming. The walls of the small room were adorned with numerous portraits, their occupants watching the scene unfold with varying degrees of interest. Some of the figures gazed at Barty Crouch with admiring eyes, clearly impressed by his dedication to duty even in the face of physical discomfort. As Dumbledore and Brian made their way to the door, Dumbledore turned back, addressing Crouch's hunched form. "If you need any help, Barty," he said, his voice carrying a note of genuine concern, "don't hesitate to send word through any of the portraits. They can locate me wherever I might be within these walls." With that, they left Crouch alone in the room, with the crackling fire as his only companion. The spacious great hall, usually bustling with activity, was relatively quiet. However, a large crowd of young wizards had gathered in the entrance hall, their excited chatter filling the air as they pointed at the goblet of fire. The ancient artifact stood proudly in the center of the hall, erupting with mesmerizing blue-white flames that cast an otherworldly glow on the eager faces surrounding it. The students were so engrossed in the spectacle that they failed to notice Professor Dumbledore and Professor Watson quietly exiting from the front of the hall. Outside, the drizzling rain had prematurely darkened the sky, casting a gloomy shroud over the Hogwarts grounds. Considering the limited time remaining before the evening feast, Dumbledore and Brian opted not to return upstairs. Instead, they left the great hall through a discreet side door, their footsteps echoing softly as they made their way to a small, secluded courtyard nestled between several of the castle's imposing towers. The dark green lawn, freshly washed by the gentle rain, had taken on an eerie, almost black hue. Raindrops glistened on each blade of grass, creating a gleaming carpet that seemed to absorb what little light remained in the gloomy evening. At the heart of this lush area stood an ancient spruce tree, its knotted branches reaching towards sky like grasping fingers. Surrounding the tree was a circular flower bed, meticulously constructed from warm goose-gray stones. The leaves of the old spruce rustled ominously as they were struck by the falling rain, creating a dark, almost terrifying symphony that perfectly matched the foreboding atmosphere. This secluded courtyard, rarely visited even on the brightest of days, now had only Dumbledore and Brian. The two wizards stood in contemplative silence, the weight of their recent discovery hanging heavily in the air between them. Brian's gaze swept across the courtyard once, taking in every detail, before settling on Hogwarts' highest and most imposing structure, the Astronomy Tower. Its silhouette loomed against the darkening sky overlooking their meeting. Was it Voldemort's doing? Though he was asking a question, Brian's tone was very calm. Dumbledore, his long silver beard glistening with tiny droplets of rain, stroked his chin. His deep gaze seemed to pierce the dark clouds above, as if searching for answers in the turbulent skies, and replied thoughtfully. "I believe so." A long silence enveloped the two. Neither spoke, both lost in quiet contemplation of the problem at hand. The only sounds were the soft patter of rain on leaves and the distant, muffled excitement emanating from the castle. Brian's mind raced with questions and theories. If Voldemort already had an agent working for him inside Hogwarts, why would he also seek to control Barty Crouch? After all, Crouch wasn't just any ministry official, he was effectively the second-in-command at the British Ministry of Magic. His position was incredibly sensitive. If someone were to accidentally discover he was under the Imperious Curse, it would certainly not bode well for Voldemort in his current vulnerable state. Logically, Voldemort should take extraordinary cautions to remain hidden in the shadows, avoiding any action that might reveal his presence to the wizarding world at large. Yet here he was, not only taking this enormous risk but doing so directly under the watchful eyes of both Dumbledore and Brian. It was indeed a puzzling matter. Brian had some vague theories forming in his mind, but nothing concrete enough to voice aloud. When it came to understanding Voldemort's twisted psyche, Dumbledore certainly had an edge over Brian. After all, he had been the one to first introduce young Tom Riddle to the magical world, personally extending his Hogwarts acceptance letter to that peculiar, overbearing boy in the London orphanage. He had watched firsthand as that brilliant but troubled child transformed himself into the most feared dark wizard of the age, whose very name most people feared to speak. Sensing the shift in Brian's demeanor, Dumbledore broke the silence. "I don't think Tom chose to act on Barty to control the ministry through him. Oh, I have no doubt that's part of his long-term strategy, but certainly not his immediate concern." He paused, his blue eyes twinkling with a mix of concern and deep thought. "My assessment is, and I guess you've reached a similar conclusion, Brian, is that something unexpected will unfold during tonight's Halloween feast, barely an hour from now. This is certainly no spontaneous scheme, it will be the result of Tom's meticulous planning. However, it's reasonable to anticipate that both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will react rather unfavorably to the prospect of Hogwarts having two champions in the tournament. Of course, if Hogwarts had only one champion, and he was an underage wizard under 17, Madame Maxime and Professor Karkaroff might not raise such strong objections." Brian nodded, his quick mind immediately grasping the implications of Dumbledore's words. "I see what you mean," he said, his brow furrowing slightly. "You think Voldemort is worried these two schools might firmly resist the champion selection results, so he needs a wizard with authority to speak up. A small frown creased Brian's forehead as he continued, "It's surprising he's so cautious and can consider problems at this level. I thought after losing most of his soul, his mind wouldn't be so sharp anymore." Though his words were clearly meant in jest, there was an undercurrent of genuine surprise in his tone. If Dumbledore's guess was correct, Voldemort had indeed demonstrated a level of foresight and strategic thinking that was somewhat unexpected. Whether the truth aligned with Dumbledore's theory didn't require much speculation. Barty's behavior at the evening's feast would undoubtedly reveal his true purpose. He had obviously come to Hogwarts with a specific goal in mind, otherwise, he could have easily feigned continued illness at St. Mungo's. The real cause for concern, however, lay beyond this immediate situation. If Voldemort had indeed controlled Barty Crouch solely to ensure the addition of an extra participant in the Triwizard Tournament, what would be his next move after achieving this goal? Would he cruelly discard Barty as a sacrificial pawn after his usefulness was exhausted? Or would he seek to use him as a strategic foothold within the Ministry of Magic? Whichever path Voldemort chose, it was clear that Dumbledore and Brian couldn't simply stand idly by and watch events unfold. Yet intervening now would be unwise. Voldemort had finally extended a tentacle from the darkness. This was his most vulnerable moment. Any hint that he might have been exposed would likely drive him back into hiding, potentially setting back their efforts to control his plans by months or even years. Brian's thoughts turned to another puzzling aspect of the situation. Had Voldemort been lurking in Barty Crouch's home ever since leaving Little Hangleton? But upon further reflection, he dismissed this idea as unlikely. As a well-known high-ranking official in the British Ministry of Magic, Barty Crouch's residence would undoubtedly have a constant stream of visitors, both expected and unexpected. Such an environment would be far too uncomfortable and risky for Voldemort in his current weakened state. After long moments of contemplation, Brian finally spoke. "I'll have Sirius pay more attention to Barty's recent condition," he said, his voice low and determined. "Of course, I'll tell Sirius to keep his distance from Barty Crouch." Dumbledore pondered this suggestion for a moment before nodding, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. In the void above them, the wild wind roared furiously like an ancient war horn calling warriors to battle. Standing in the darkened courtyard, Dumbledore and Brian faced the rolling darkness, their figures silhouetted against the encroaching night. They seemed like a living barrier, separating the gloomy, ominous courtyard from the brightly lit Great Hall outside, where hundreds of students eagerly awaited the evening's event, blissfully unaware of the dark clouds gathering on the horizon of their world. 0518 Feast. The Halloween feast had always been a highlight at Hogwarts. The ancient stone walls of the castle had witnessed countless such celebrations, but none quite as anticipated as this particular evening. You'd be hard-pressed to find any feast more lavish or grand than the Halloween banquet during your entire magical education at Hogwarts, and this year, the impending announcement of the Triwizard Tournament champions added an electric undercurrent of excitement to the already spectacular event. The feast was officially scheduled to commence at 6 o'clock, but the enthusiasm of the young witches and wizards couldn't be contained. Students began trickling down to the Great Hall as early as 4 in the afternoon. Some particularly eager ones had even stationed themselves in the entrance hall since dawn, their eyes never leaving the Goblet of Fire's mesmerizing blue flames, hoping to catch a glimpse of those who might have submitted their names. As the clock struck 5:30, the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall perfectly mirrored the outside sky as it transformed into an inky expanse of darkness, scattered with twinkling stars. It was at this moment that Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way into the Great Hall together, their school robes slightly disheveled from what had proven to be an extraordinarily eventful day. The trio had originally planned to spend their entire Saturday at Hagrid's cozy hut, secretly hoping to coax out some information about the upcoming Triwizard Tournament tasks from him. However, their plans had been dramatically derailed by the morning's unfortunate incident involving the Beauxbatons girl, which had set in motion a chain of unexpected events that kept them occupied throughout the day. They were thrust into the role of impromptu tour guides, accompanying a flustered Hagrid as he attempted to show the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students around the Hogwarts castle. Hagrid was visibly distracted and anxious about Fla's injury, leaving the three of them to essentially conduct the tour themselves. Without Professor Watson's natural charm and eloquence, they had desperately racked their brains to showcase the castle's most impressive features. In a stroke of inspiration, they had even managed to convince the usually protective Professor Sprout to unlock the greenhouses where countless magical plants were cultivated under her careful supervision. Despite their enthusiastic efforts, the visiting students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons remained largely unimpressed by the Hogwarts tour. Throughout the tour, a steady stream of complaints and barely concealed mockery continued, with many of the foreign students abandoning the tour halfway through. The constant criticism had grated on Hermione's nerves in particular, leading to several heated exchanges with a group of particularly critical Beauxbatons witches. Victor Crumb, however, had been a surprising bright spot in their challenging day. Despite his visible illness, he persevered until the very end of the tour. Ron even managed to get his long-desired autograph, though he'd nearly fainted from excitement in the process. In the afternoon, Hagrid had tried to thank them for their help with an enormous pot of beef stew. However, Hagrid's distracted state had led to some rather unfortunate culinary mishaps. The moment of truth came when Hermione, spooning through her portion, discovered a large claw lurking beneath the surface of her stew. The discovery effectively destroyed the appetite of all three of them, though they made valiant attempts to appear grateful, pushing the mysterious meat around each other's bowls while exchanging worried glances, trying to avoid Hagrid's questioning look. In the afternoon, Hermione decided to teach Freedom Wizard chess to broaden its horizon beyond just housework. Her intention was also to help the house elf develop some recreational skills. However, the attempt was more traumatic than therapeutic. Each time Freedom lost a game which happened with alarming regularity, she would leap up from her tiny stool as if struck by lightning, her tennis ball-sized eyes filling with tears. These episodes would consistently end with the distressed house elf wailing apologies to Hermione before attempting to punish herself by ramming her head into Hagrid's roaring fireplace, sending clouds of soot and sparks flying across the room. After the third such incident, which had required both Harry and Ron to physically restrain the distressed elf, Ron had thrown up his hands in exasperation. "If you ask me, Hermione, it's just not cut out for this. Even Neville's better at it," he had said with a resigned shrug after another inevitable victory, his words earning him a withering glare from Hermione. Meanwhile, Harry had tried in consoling Hagrid, who sat in his massive armchair looking utterly dejected. Harry tried repeatedly to convince him that Professor Watson would handle the morning's incident, and that the Ministry wouldn't seriously consider executing the blast-ended Scroots over this unfortunate event, though Harry privately thought that wouldn't be such a bad thing. But his words of comfort seemed to bounce off Hagrid like spells off a dragon's hide. Hagrid was still gloomy, and finally, even Harry's patience began to wear thin. "Then go apologize, Hagrid," Harry exclaimed with an exasperated sigh. "I think if the Beauxbatons headmistress forgives you, the Ministry won't have any reason to be overzealous and kill the Scroots." To Harry's surprise and relief, this suggestion was like a jolt of electricity on Hagrid. "Oh, that's a brilliant idea." Hagrid, who had been dejected all day, immediately perked up. His entire massive body seemed to inflate with renewed hope. What followed was a whirlwind of activity that left the trio slightly dazed. They watched in amazement as Hagrid transformed himself, washing his wild hair with a peculiar perfume that smelled more like industrial-strength insect repellent than anything remotely sweet-smelling. The giant man then eagerly departed for the Beauxbatons carriage, leaving the three teenagers alone in his hut, surrounded by the overwhelming scent of his cologne. Few minutes later, as they finally made their way toward the Great Hall for the feast, Ron's nose was still wrinkled from the lingering memory of that smell. "Is Hagrid hoping to knock out the Beauxbatons headmistress with that odor and then get her forgiveness?" he said, his freckled face contorted in a grimace as they reached the last step of the entrance hall. "If you ask me, he shouldn't worry about the Ministry killing those Scroots at all. I bet they couldn't find a way to crack their shells if they tried. Of course, if the Beauxbatons headmistress decided to do it herself, that'd be a different story. She'd just need to take a stroll through Hagrid's pumpkin patch, and not a single Scroot would survive. You know what I mean." "Don't be silly, Ron," Hermione giggled, her mood lightening slightly at Ron's joke after what had been an overwhelmingly frustrating day. Her brown eyes sparkled with knowing amusement as she added, "Hagrid didn't go to see Madame Maxime to apologize. Didn't you notice his suit and hairstyle? He's been planning to ask her out." As they entered the entrance hall, the sight before them momentarily stopped their conversation. The goblet of fire, which had stood in the hall for the past day, had been relocated to a position directly in front of Professor Dumbledore's chair. The Great Hall itself was a breathtaking sight, illuminated by thousands of floating candles that cast a warm, golden glow over everything below. The enchanted ceiling perfectly mirrored the night sky outside, scattered with twinkling stars that seemed to dance among the floating candles. The usual house banners had been supplemented with additional decorations for the occasion. Intricate jack-o'-lanterns grinned from every corner, their carved faces flickering with light, while enchanted bats fluttered silently near the ceiling, adding a touch of spooky ambience to the surroundings. The hall was already packed to bursting with students from all three schools, their excited chatter creating a constant buzz of anticipation that filled the vast space. Hermione, displaying her usual quick thinking, grabbed both Harry and Ron by their sleeves and deftly maneuvered them through the crowd to find seats. Upon settling at the Gryffindor table, they noticed that Fred and George Weasley's chins were now perfectly smooth, having finally recovered from their failed attempt to fool the age line. Hermione couldn't resist raising an eyebrow and saying with a knowing smirk, "I suppose you've learned your lesson now, haven't you?" "Oh. I believe true champions are those who challenge the rules, Miss Nosy Know-It-All," Fred replied, his tone resentful but his eyes twinkling with their usual mischief. Harry's attention was drawn to the staff table, where he noticed an additional figure among the usual faces. Besides Ludo Bagman, whose enthusiasm seemed unchanged from yesterday's opening ceremony, there sat Barty Crouch, whom they had last seen during the chaotic aftermath of the Quidditch World Cup final that summer. However, Crouch looked noticeably different now. His face was haggard and sickly, and he looked particularly listless. "I think he should realize that without Winky's help, he can't manage life on his own," Hermione said with unusual harshness, her eyes fixed on Crouch's hunched body. "He should feel remorse for his actions and ask for Winky's forgiveness." Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing that Hermione's view was entirely wishful thinking. The reality was that Barty Crouch, as the prestigious head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, would never lower himself to apologize to a house elf. If he wanted, he could easily buy 100 house elves to manage his daily affairs. Wonder who'll be the Hogwarts champion? Harry skillfully redirected the conversation, knowing from experience that any discussion involving house elves with Hermione was bound to become a passionate crusade for elf rights. Fred, ever ready to join a conversation, especially one that steered away from their failed attempt to enter the tournament, jumped in immediately. Hope it's Angelina. Angelina Johnson was the only Gryffindor upperclassman they knew for certain had submitted her name to the Goblet of Fire, though others should also have entered their names privately. Me too. Hermione, successfully distracted from her house elf advocacy, waved enthusiastically at Angelina, who was sitting a few seats away, with her fists clenched and her dark skin looking pale with nervousness. Good luck, Angelina. Hope you become the Hogwarts champion. The friendship between Hermione and Angelina had blossomed ever since their discussion about love with Professor Watson in the library. Oh, thanks. Angelina turned to Hermione, flashing a nervous smile. The Halloween feast seemed to stretch on endlessly, each minute feeling longer than the last. Perhaps because it was their sumptuous feast in 2 consecutive days, the students appeared less impressed by the usual array of magnificent dishes that appeared before them. Throughout the vast hall, students constantly craned their necks, looking around impatiently. Every face showed signs of rising anxiety, from the first years who wouldn't be affected by the selection to the potential champions who sat rigid with anticipation. Who do you think will come to announce the results? Neville suddenly asked this question, his round face flushed with excitement. His words sparked an immediate and intense discussion among those within the hearing range. Ron, never one to miss an opportunity to voice his opinion, jumped in immediately. Professor Dumbledore or Professor Watson, it's got to be one of them, he said, his words slightly muffled as he simultaneously attempted to stuff an entire treacle tart into his mouth. Hermione shot him a disapproving look, but Ron seemed oblivious, too focused on his dessert and the conversation at hand. The discussion about this question helped to pass some of the unbearable waiting time. Theories flew back and forth. Some suggested it might be Ludo Bagman, given his position in the Department of Magical Games and Sports, while others argued that as the host school, it should be a Hogwarts professor. A few even jokingly suggested that the goblet itself might sprout a mouth and announce the champions. Finally, after what felt like ages, the golden plates magically returned to their original spotless state, gleaming in the candlelight as if they had never been used. The noise in the great hall suddenly swelled with anticipation, then just as quickly died down as Professor Watson rose to his feet. Oh, Hermione sighed, unable to completely hide her disappointment. In the earlier discussion prompted by Neville's question, she had firmly supported Professor Dumbledore, believing that as Hogwarts headmaster, he should be the one to preside over such a momentous occasion. The great hall fell into an immediate and complete silence. Hundreds of eyes from the lower part of the hall focused intently on Professor Watson's tall figure, while at the staff table, Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime appeared just as tense and expectant as everyone else. Ludo Bagman, in stark contrast, wore his characteristic broad smile, periodically winking at students from various schools as if they were all sharing some wonderful joke, while Crouch looked utterly bored, as if he couldn't wait to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian's voice carried clearly through the hushed hall as he elegantly walked around Professor Snape's chair to position himself in the space between the staff table and the student tables, coming to stop beside the small table where the Goblet of Fire continued its dance of blue-white flames. He smiled at everyone and continued, "The agonizing, everlasting feast has come to an end. Now, it's time to reveal the answers for you, and for myself as well. 0519 champions." The great hall, already thrumming with anticipation, fell into an expectant hush as Brian stood before the assembled students. His eyes swept across the sea of faces before him, taking in the barely contained excitement that seemed to radiate from every corner of the room. Brian smiled gently and said, "I stand before you at this historic moment to offer my heartfelt congratulations in advance to the 3 young wizards who will shortly be chosen by the Goblet of Fire as champions." He paused, letting his words settle in the hushed atmosphere. This Tri-Wizard tournament, the first to grace these halls in centuries, marks a momentous occasion. Whether or not future generations continue this tradition, your names will be etched into the annals of magical history, and tales of your courage and achievements during these trials will echo through these corridors for generations to come. The allure of being remembered through history was tangible. Throughout the hall, students shifted in their seats, their breathing quickening as they imagined their names engraved into the annals of wizarding lore. Brian's expression then became more solemn, his brow furrowing slightly as he continued. "However, I also want to say something to those brave young wizards who, despite submitting their names, may not be chosen by the Goblet of Fire." He paused, his eyes sweeping across the gathered students with concern. "In our lives, which feel both eternally long and impossibly brief, we encounter trials that test our spirit at every turn. The glory of overcoming these daily challenges often surpasses any acclaim one might find in formal competition. So, I hope each of you, chosen or not, will maintain your spirit of optimism and face whatever comes in life with unwavering determination. Never allow yourselves to feel inferior or defeated by this single moment in time. As Brian's words echoed through the hall, their impact was immediately evident. At the staff table, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval as he led the applause. Beside him, Professor McGonagall's usual stern demeanor softened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she clapped vigorously. The response from the students was initially scattered, like the first drops of rain before a downpour. But as the meaning of Brian's words sank in, the applause swelled, growing in volume and intensity until it became a thunderous roar. Such wise words! Dumbledore's voice was thick with emotion as he turned to Professor Snape on his right, sniffing slightly as if holding back tears. Unsurprisingly, Snape's sallow face darkened at this display of sentiment, his lips curling into a barely perceptible sneer. The effect of Brian's speech was undeniable. Many of the young wizards who had been visibly anxious moments before now appeared noticeably calmer. As the applause began to die down, Brian raised his hands, gently silencing the roaring applause. Well, the Goblet of Fire is about to make its decision. He paused, allowing the tension to build. I estimate it will take about another minute. When I call each champion's name, they will proceed to the top of the hall, walking along the staff table to enter the next chamber. Brian gestured towards the room where Barty Crouch had been resting earlier, his movement drawing all eyes to the small door behind the staff table. The champions will receive their initial instructions for the trials there. With a flourish, Brian drew his wand and waved it in a dramatic arc, and instantly, all the candles except those within the carved pumpkin lanterns were extinguished. The great hall was plunged into a state of semi-darkness, the sudden dimming eliciting a collective gasp from the students. In this new, shadowy environment, the Goblet of Fire stood out even more starkly, its blue-white flames casting an otherworldly glow over the scene. Every eye in the hall was now fixed upon the goblet, watching for the slightest change in its ethereal fire. Students leaned forward in their seats, some gripping the edges of the tables so tightly their knuckles turned white. Even the usually composed staff members seemed to be holding their breath in anticipation. Brian took up his position beside the Goblet of Fire, his tall figure casting a long shadow in its flickering light. His eyes swept over the sea of faces before him, taking in the numerous expressions of hope, fear, and excitement. He noted how even the most talkative students had fallen silent, their usual chatter replaced by the barest whisper of anxious breathing. Even Fleur Delacour, who had exuded confidence while talking about becoming the champion in his office, now sat with her back straight, and her facial features tight with nervous anticipation. The silence in the hall was so clear that when a voice suddenly called out, "It's coming," the words seemed to explode in the air, causing several students to jump in their seats. Brian, who had already sensed the change in the goblet's energy, smoothly shifted his gaze to the flames, which were now turning a deep, pulsing red. With ease, he reached out his hand, the gesture drawing everyone's attention away from the crackling sparks that had begun to fly from the goblet's rim. "The Durmstrang champion is," Brian's voice rang out clear and strong, building the suspense for one final moment before he unfolded the parchment that had materialized in his hand. A slight smile appeared across his lips as he read the name, and then, in a voice that seemed to fill every corner of the vast hall, he announced, "Victor Krum." The tension that had been building all evening was released in a single, explosive moment of jubilation. Every voice in the hall seemed to rise in unison, creating a wall of sound that was almost physical in its intensity. Except for the few Durmstrang boys who weren't chosen, every young wizard was shouting with all their might, even though they might not have known exactly what they were so happy about. At the Gryffindor table, Ron's voice could be heard above the noise, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted in approval, not at all surprising. Beside him, Hermione, following Harry's lead, had risen to her feet, adding her own cheers to the noise. While she didn't share Ron and Harry's fanatical admiration for Krum, she couldn't help but feel a surge of approval. On the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, before Professor Watson arrived, it was Krum who had accepted her request and brought Mr. Weasley to the box to help. In that perilous situation, Krum's willingness to risk himself for a group of strangers was enough to prove his kindness and courage. From the staff table, Professor Karkaroff's voice boomed out like a bell, easily audible even over the thunderous applause. "Bravo, Victor!" he roared, his face split by a triumphant grin. "I knew you were destined to be the champion." In stark contrast to the excitement around him, Victor Krum himself seemed almost unaffected by his selection. He rose from his seat beside Draco with a kind of lethargic grace, as he made his way towards the chamber Brian had indicated. Only when passing by Brian did he respectfully nod his head, which Brian returned with a smile. This young man was much more likable than Karkaroff. As Krum disappeared into the side chamber, the applause gradually began to subside. Like a tide receding from the shore, the excitement in the hall receded, replaced once more by that electric anticipation as all eyes returned to the Goblet of Fire. Brian deftly caught the second piece of parchment as it was ejected from the once again reddening flames. Even before he unfolded the slip, Brian knew whose name would be written upon it because this particular piece of parchment had been torn from his own notebook. The Beaux Batons champion. In the instant their eyes met, Fleur confirmed whose name was about to resound through the hall. Is Fleur Delacour? And sure enough, her name was uttered from the lips of the man she admired. Once again, the hall erupted in applause, though this time there was a noticeable difference in its tone. Just like before, except for the Beaux Batons students who weren't chosen, many Hogwarts students once again applauded enthusiastically for Fleur, while many of the male students cheered with perhaps more enthusiasm than was strictly necessary. The applause from the female population was noticeably more subdued, tinged with a hint of jealousy and resentment. Fleur rose from her seat with her silvery hair catching the light as she tossed it over her shoulder. As she glided past Brian, she slowed her pace slightly, her radiant smile directed solely at him. Thank you. I wish you the very best of luck, Miss Delacour. Brian nodded, smiling gentlemanly. As Fleur followed in Crumb's footsteps towards the side chamber, the hall once again fell into an anticipatory hush. The atmosphere in the Great Hall reached new heights of tension as the moment approached for the selection of Hogwarts champion. Even the usually composed heads of houses were unable to maintain their typical air of detached observation. Their eyes, like everyone else's, were fixed on the third piece of parchment now resting in Brian's hand. Among the students, the atmosphere was even more charged. Many sat with their fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles had turned white, and their bodies were stiff with tension. They resembled gamblers waiting for the final card to be revealed after betting their entire fortune on a single hand. Brian was well aware of the swelling tension, and knew that to prolong this moment of suspense would be to invite the resentment of everyone present. He smoothly unfolded the parchment. As the name written there came into view, a genuine smile spread across his face, reaching all the way to his eyes. Well then Brian's gaze swept across the hall, coming to rest on the Hufflepuff table, where a slender, upright young man sat, his handsome face showing hopeful anticipation. You can cheer for Mr. Cedric Diggory. At the Gryffindor table, Angelina Johnson's disappointed sigh was completely drowned out by Ron's protests, which in turn were rendered inaudible by the explosive celebration erupting from the Hufflepuff table. Every single Hufflepuff student seemed to have leapt to their feet as one, their combined voices creating a wall of joyous noise. Harry watched as his classmates from Professor Watson's physical education class, Hannah, Ernie, Justin, Susan, Megan, and others, abandoned all pretense of decorum and rushed to surround Cedric. Their faces were lit with pride and excitement as they cheered for their housemate. Honestly, for a moment, Harry felt a twinge of envy. He had experienced such adoration only once before, when he had led Gryffindor to win championship in the previous year's Quidditch final against Malfoy and the Slytherin team. Almost instinctively, Harry's gaze drifted towards the Slytherin table, seeking out Malfoy and his cronies. As expected, their faces were twisted with disdain, eyeing Cedric as if he were nothing more than a lucky fool who had stumbled into undeserved glory. The sight of their bitter jealousy lifted Harry's spirits considerably. A smile spread across his face as he joined in the applause with renewed vigor. After all, Cedric would soon be representing not just Hufflepuff, but all of Hogwarts in the tournament. Moreover, he was a fellow student in Professor Watson's physical education class. At the center of this storm of celebration, Cedric appeared somewhat dazed. Despite having dreamed of this moment for so long, now that it had finally arrived, he seemed at a loss. His eyes, wide with disbelief and joy, darted over the sea of faces before him, eventually landing on the Ravenclaw table. There, he locked gazes with a beautiful girl whose cheeks were flushed pink with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him with undisguised admiration. The sight caused Cedric's heart to skip a beat, and his handsome face flushed an even deeper shade of red. At the staff table, the reactions were equally varied. Professor McGonagall's initial flash of disappointment lasted barely a second before she turned to congratulate the overjoyed Professor Sprout. Oh, congratulations, Pomona. The other staff members quickly followed suit, offering their own congratulations to the beaming head of Hufflepuff. In the midst of this jubilant chaos, only two figures managed to maintain their composure, Albus Dumbledore and Brian Watson. Their calm demeanors stood out in stark contrast to the excitement swirling around them, like the eye of a storm. Excellent! Brian's voice, magically amplified, cut through the noise of the hall. He cast a discreet glance towards Harry, noting with approval his enthusiastic applause for Cedric. Turning back to address the entire hall, Brian continued, his tone pleasant but authoritative. Now that we have our three champions, I know each of you will offer your unwavering support to your school's representative, and I have every confidence that these three exceptional young people will bring honor to their. But his words were suddenly cut short by a sound that seemed to freeze the very air in the hall. Crack! It was as if someone had cast a powerful silencing charm over the entire gathering. The abrupt quiet was almost painful in its intensity as every eye in the room turned once more to the goblet of fire. To everyone's astonishment, the magical artifact had once again erupted into flames. A long tongue of flame shot into the air, bearing another piece of parchment. The sight elicited a collective gasp from the gathered students and staff. Harry observed with growing unease that the expression of surprise on Professor Watson's face mirrored that of everyone else in the hall. His hand shot out, catching the parchment before it could flutter to the ground. As Brian raised the slip of parchment, his brow furrowed in concentration, the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. The silence was so clear that the rustle of the parchment as he unfolded it sounded unnaturally loud. But when Professor Watson's eyes fell upon the name written there, all of his surprise vanished in an instant. Instead of immediately announcing the name, Brian turned towards the staff table, causing the young wizards to lose the chance to observe his expression. Brian looked directly into Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. In the prolonged silence, the gazes of these two men, the focus of everyone's attention, met in mid-air. More than one person found themselves thinking that this silence felt incredibly, unbearably long. Finally, Professor Dumbledore seemed to receive the message Professor Watson was conveying. He blinked his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles, as he leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxing from its previously tense state. Professor Watson turned his head back. In the blue-white firelight, his face was pale yet calm. Professor Watson once again raised the fourth piece of parchment he had retrieved from the goblet of fire, and in the next second, a name resounded through the hall. Hermione Granger. 0520 Not me. Hermione sat there, realizing that everyone in the Great Hall had turned to look at her. Of course, this wasn't entirely accurate, she wasn't unanimously known throughout the school, and there were quite a few students, particularly in other years, who had no idea who Hermione Granger was. But after a bout of whispered inquiries and pointed fingers, their gazes quickly found her by anchoring on the unmistakable figure of the famous Harry Potter seated beside her. Hermione sat there, stunned into immobility. Her mouth hung slightly open, brown eyes now clouded with confusion and fear. Her thin frame trembled under the gaze of countless people, as if just waking from a deep sleep, when consciousness couldn't fully control the body yet. The usual eruption of applause that had followed the announcement of the other champions was conspicuously absent. Instead, a low, growing buzzing began to spread through the hall, similar to a swarm of angry bees. Some students, driven by curiosity or disbelief, even stood up from their seats, craning their necks to get a better look at the girl who had inexplicably become the fourth Triwizard champion. Through it all, Hermione remained frozen in her seat, as if she had been hit by a Petrificus totalis charm. At the high table, the staff's reactions were equally dramatic. Professor McGonagall stood up from the high table and quickly walked to Professor Dumbledore's side. Her face had turned ashen, the color draining from her cheeks as she leaned in close, whispering urgently into the headmaster's ear. Dumbledore listened intently, his long fingers steepled before him, his brow furrowing slightly as he processed this unexpected turn of events. Ludo Bagman and Karkaroff, reacting with confusion and indignation respectively, also rose from their seats. They seemed to think that Professor Watson had made some sort of an ill-timed joke. They hurried around the table, and rushed to his side. Upon reaching him, they craned their necks left and right, to stare at the slip of paper he still held in his hand. Time seemed to slow to an excruciating crawl, each second stretching out like hours in the atmosphere of mounting despair. Hermione's trembling intensified, yet, paradoxically, this physical manifestation of her distress seemed to allow her to regain some semblance of control over her movements. With agonizing slowness, she turned her head to look at Harry and Ron, her closest friends. Their reactions, she knew instinctively, would be the most important. Then, gathering her courage, she let her gaze sweep across every face at the Gryffindor table that was turned towards her. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with tears, turning the familiar faces of her housemates into watery, indistinct blurs. Harry's face showed only bewilderment and confusion, his eyes wide behind his round glasses, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly as he struggled to process what had just happened. In a way, his obvious shock was a comfort for her, at least he didn't seem angry or accusatory. Ron's reaction, however, was far more difficult to bear. Hermione had never seen him look so unfamiliar. His face was contorted into fury, every freckle standing out bluntly against his reddening skin. He now glared at her with an intensity that made her flinch. And the others, Fred and George Weasley, their usual mischievous grins were replaced by looks of utter disbelief. Ginny, her eyes were widened with shock, they were all looking at her as if they were seeing her for the first time, as if the Hermione they thought they knew had been replaced by a stranger. Neville's round face was pale with surprise. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas both exchanged bewildered glances before turning back to stare at her. Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell, their mouths were hanging open in identical expressions of shock, all of their eyes were full of confusion and disbelief. But what Hermione found most unbearable were the looks from Parvati, Lavender, and Angelina. Hermione's gaze only lingered on their eyes for a moment before she had to look away, unable to bear the meaning in their stares. In those brief seconds, she saw resentment, disbelief, and worst of all, the clear conviction that she was nothing more than a lucky fool who had somehow cheated her way into glory. The weight of their judgment, the intense sense of betrayal emanating from her housemates, was too much to bear. "I didn't." Hermione's voice broke, a sob catching in her throat. The situation felt utterly desperate, spiraling out of control in a way she had never experienced before. In that moment of crushing despair, Hermione's mind raced back to her first days at Hogwarts. She remembered vividly how she had maintained a facade of humility, studying to the point of exhaustion in an attempt to hide the deep-seated insecurity stemming from her Muggle background. Those early efforts had indeed earned her the favor of many professors and the unwilling respect of some classmates, but the harsh truth was that most of her peers had either ignored her or even found her relentless pursuit of knowledge annoying. It had been Harry and Ron's friendship, their acceptance of her ways and their willingness to stand by her, that had rescued her from that initial state of bewildered helplessness. And now, in this moment of crisis, it seemed they were all she could rely on. The thought both comforted and terrified her. What if they, too, turned away? I didn't, Hermione repeated, her thin shoulders shaking violently with suppressed sobs. If they hadn't been in the Great Hall, if she hadn't been enduring the stares of so many people, Hermione might have broken down completely, dissolving into a flood of tears. Just as she felt she might shatter under the pressure, a small miracle occurred. Harry, his initial shock giving way to concern for Hermione, took a deep breath. His mind was still foggy with confusion, but his gaze towards her became firm and resolute. It was a look that said, without words, that he believed her, and that he would stand by her no matter what. And Ron, despite his initial anger, seemed to be wrestling with his emotions. His mouth twitched slightly, the angry lines between his brows softening, though his eyes still flickered with uncertainty. At the front of the hall, Karkaroff's eyes bored into the slip of paper in Brian's hand, as if he could change its contents through sheer force of will. Brian, maintaining his composure in the face of the chaos around him, casually tossed the paper to Karkaroff. Then, he calmly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the sea of faces before settling on the back half of the Gryffindor table. His voice, magically amplified, cut through the low buzz as he repeated. Hermione Granger, come. Go through that door. But, Hermione remained frozen, unable to make her body obey the instruction. Go on. Harry's voice was heavy with concern, tinged with a hint of annoyance, not at Hermione, but at the situation they found were in. He gently patted Hermione's arm, the contact seeming to jolt her back to reality. Her body gave a violent shudder, as if Harry's touch had been electrically charged. Go quickly, Hermione. This urging came from Neville. The shock in his round eyes from earlier had disappeared, replaced by genuine concern for her. This silent support from some people finally gave Hermione a bit of courage. With great effort, Hermione stood up, her movements shaky and uncertain. In her distress, she stepped on the hem of her robe, stumbling slightly. The small mishap seemed to symbolize her current state, off balance, vulnerable, struggling to maintain her composure. As she began her long walk to the front of the hall, Hermione still couldn't bring herself to look at the people at the nearby Hufflepuff table. She could feel their resentment radiating towards her in waves. Although most of the Gryffindors were looking at her with shock, compared to the Hufflepuffs, their gazes could almost be considered gentle. Hermione knew why the Hufflepuffs were so hostile. Their moment of success, their rare chance to shine, had been snatched away in an instant. It wasn't something that required much thought to understand their bitterness. Hermione walked along the aisle between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables, feeling as if this path was exceptionally long, the high table seeming eternally out of reach. Each step felt like a massive effort, her legs heavy as if she were wading through thick mud. She could feel hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes fixed upon her, each gaze like a spotlight, hot and taxing. The buzzing of discussions grew louder, voices rising and falling in a cacophony of speculation and disbelief. It seemed like a full hour had passed, though in reality it was only a minute or two, before she finally reached Professor Watson's side. Gathering what little courage she had left, Hermione forced herself to look up at Professor Watson. He was the only one she felt she could bear to observe at this moment. To her immense relief, she found that he was indeed looking at her, but unlike her classmates, there was no shock in his expression. This wasn't entirely surprising. It seemed that nothing could ever truly catch Professor Watson off guard. What comforted Hermione most was that he didn't seem to view her as a deceitful young witch trying to cheat her way to glory. He looked at her just as he always did, his gaze was calm and reassuring. More than that, his eyes even held a hint of concern. At this moment, Hermione was particularly sensitive to catching such emotions. Perhaps it was this glimmer of concern that finally broke through Hermione's fragile composure. Her wobbly steps suddenly halted, and she cried out, her voice dense with unshed tears, "It wasn't me, Professor." "It's all right, Miss Granger," Brian said softly, patting Hermione's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Then, turning his head towards Professor McGonagall, who was standing beside Dumbledore with her hand over her mouth, looking utterly distressed, he spoke in a steady voice that showed none of the tension of the moment. "Professor McGonagall, I think Miss Granger needs some assistance. Would you mind accompanying her to the small room first?" Professor McGonagall didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately left Dumbledore's side, as she walked around the table and strode towards Hermione. For her part, Hermione had been bracing herself for a scolding. She knew how much Professor McGonagall cared about Gryffindor's reputation, and the moment the Goblet of Fire had spit out her name, both Gryffindor and Hogwarts had been placed in an awkward and potentially embarrassing position. But when Professor McGonagall reached her, her words were unexpected in their gentleness. "Come along, Miss Granger," she said, putting an arm around Hermione's shoulders. Her voice was softer and kinder than Hermione had ever heard it. With Professor McGonagall's guidance, Hermione quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, vanishing into the side room where the other champions waited. Brian watched this young witch, who seemed destined to face trials beyond her years, walk away. Then, with a subtle shift in his demeanor, he turned to look at the staff table. Dumbledore had risen to his feet, his bright blue eyes meeting Brian's gaze. For a moment, a hint of coldness flickered in those usually twinkling orbs. Most of the staff at the table still couldn't shake off their shock, though Professor Snape looked somewhat gleeful. Barty Crouch Sr., in stark contrast to the emotional turmoil around him, maintained his stern expression, as if what had just happened was of no concern to him whatsoever. A soft crack, audible only to those near the staff table, drew Brian's attention to Madame Maxime. She was visibly struggling to contain her anger, her massive body was trembling with suppressed rage. The source of the sound became apparent as Brian noticed the tabletop under her palm had cracked under the pressure of her grip. Turning back to face the sea of young, confused faces before him, Brian gestured towards the Goblet of Fire. Its blue-white flames were gradually extinguishing, fading away as if the task had drained its magical energy. As you have seen, Brian's voice carried easily across the hall, the selection of champions has come to an end. Now, the head boy and girl, and the prefects of each house, please lead your fellow students back to your dormitories promptly. I do not wish to see anyone wandering around the castle tonight, breaking school rules. His words were met with a surge of dissatisfied murmurs from the students. Many voices called out, demanding explanations, seeking answers to the unprecedented turn of events they had just witnessed, but Brian's figure, standing before the staff table, seemed to suddenly grow taller, becoming more imposing. A heavy pressure, accompanied by a faint rolling thunder that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, swept out from him in all directions. The young witches and wizards fell silent one by one, their protests dying in their throats. Almost against their will, they began to rise from their seats, moving towards the entrance hall with an obedience that seemed born more of instinct than conscious decision. Even those closest to Brian, Karkaroff, his face contorted in fury, and Bagman, who had been practically bouncing with bizarre excitement, both felt the full force of the pressure emanating from Brian's body. They shivered involuntarily, as if hit head-on by a particularly potent freezing charm. As the last of the students marched out of the Great Hall, Brian turned his attention to the remaining staff members. "Come." Brian beckoned to Professor Karkaroff and the relevant staff at the high table, saying calmly, "Let's get this sorted out." With those words, Brian turned and strode towards the side chamber where Hermione and the other champions waited. 0521 Debate. The side chamber crackled with tension as Dumbledore and Brian strode in, followed closely by a parade of agitated wizards and witches. Madame Maxime's imposing figure ducked through the doorway. Karkaroff, his face a mask of barely contained fury, stalked in behind her, his cold eyes darting suspiciously around the room. The two high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials, Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, entered next, with their contrasting demeanors. Crouch's looked stern and rigid while Bagman was barely suppressing excitement. Snape glided in silently and Moody was the last to enter, his magical eye humming ceaselessly as it swept across the now empty Great Hall before he closed the heavy oak door with a resounding thud. The portraits on the walls, which had been humming with whispered conversations and excited movements just moments ago, fell into an expectant silence as the group entered. Their occupants leaned forward in their frames, eyes wide and ears straining, eager to witness how this bizarre situation would unfold. Each of the portrait occupants silently hoped to be the first to spread the news to their other portrait friends throughout the castle. Brian's eyes immediately sought out Hermione, finding her still enveloped in Professor McGonagall's embrace. Despite the roaring fire that dominated one wall of the chamber, its flames casting a warm, flickering light across the room, Hermione's thin shoulders continued to tremble slightly. Fleur, Crumb, and Cedric, the three champions, stood in a loose cluster near the fireplace. Their expressions showed that they had already been informed of the situation by Professor McGonagall. Brian could detect the anger simmering beneath Fleur's carefully controlled expression. The room was thick with tension, each person lost in their own thoughts and reactions to the unprecedented fourth champion. Yet, amidst this sea of concern and confusion, one face stood out starkly. Ludo Bagman, his face burning with intrigue, surveyed Hermione with an expression that bordered on excitement. His eyes gleamed with a calculating light that set him apart from the others. Brian's gaze flickered to Bagman, instantly recognizing the man's ulterior motives. The tense silence was shattered by Fleur's voice, high and clear, tinged with barely suppressed anger. "Madame Maxime!" she called out, her French accent becoming more distinct in her agitation. She had expected an explanation from Brian upon his entry, but he had just given her a cursory glance, which clearly stoked the flames of her indignation. With a dramatic toss of her silvery hair, Fleur strode towards her headmistress, her movements graceful even in her anger. This professor told us that this little girl has somehow been chosen as a champion. Professor McGonagall's lips thinned to a barely visible line, her silence speaking volumes about her disapproval of Fleur's tone and choice of words. Her arms tightened subtly around Hermione's shoulders. Madame Maxime, responding to her student's call, stretched herself up to her full, impressive height. Her massive form seemed to fill the room, her headdress brushing against the candle-filled chandelier that hung from the ceiling. When she spoke, her voice was laden with indignation and confusion. What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore? Madame Maxime's piercing gaze flickered between Dumbledore and Watson before settling on the former, clearly identifying him as the ultimate authority in this situation. Karkaroff, however, made the opposite choice. With a cold smile that didn't reach his eyes, he turned to Brian. Yet, even as he addressed Brian, Karkaroff carefully avoided direct eye contact, still unnerved by their earlier encounter outside at Great Hall. I, too, would like an explanation, Watson, Karkaroff said, his voice dripping with false politeness as he moved towards a confused-looking Crumb. Since when has Hogwarts been allowed 2 champions? I must have missed that particular announcement unless, of course, this is yet another unilateral decision of yours, Watson, just as you decided to live broadcast the Triwizard Tournament to the public. It's impossible, Bagman said with an inappropriately cheerful smile that seemed bizarrely out of place in the tense atmosphere. There has never been such a tradition, but I must say, in all fairness, that Brian's decision to broadcast the tournament live was a stroke of genius, wouldn't you agree, Barty? Barty Crouch, who had headed straight for the fireplace upon entering, stood with his back to the room, warming himself by the flames. The firelight cast deep shadows across his face, obscuring his expression. He responded to Ludo's question with only a noncommittal grunt. Madame Maxime, clearly frustrated by the curve the conversation had taken, interjected forcefully. That is not the issue we are discussing. Her voice boomed through the chamber, causing several portrait occupants to flinch in their frames. It is completely unacceptable for Hogwarts to have 2 champions. This is an insult to the principles of fair competition. Her massive hand gestured emphatically as she spoke. Unless, of course, you withdraw this girl from the tournament immediately. At these words, Hermione, still curled in Professor McGonagall's protective embrace, bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Her eyes, wide and pleading, sought out Professors Dumbledore and Watson. Brian caught Hermione's pleading gaze and understood immediately that she wasn't asking for help to maintain her champion status, but rather the opposite. However, Brian knew that he couldn't give Hermione the response she desired. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Madam. Brian addressed Madame Maxime, though his words were clearly for everyone in the room. As he spoke, a subtle change came over him. Those closest to Brian noticed that the pale purple of his eyes seemed to shift, as if 2 golden flames had replaced his pupils. Simultaneously, the temperature in the room spiked dramatically, a suffocating heat that the fireplace alone couldn't possibly account for. Moody, standing vigilant by the door, and Barty Crouch, still facing the fireplace, both unconsciously shifted their shoulders, as if trying to shrug off the oppressive warmth that had suddenly enveloped them. Brian continued, the magical backlash from attempting to break the Goblet of Fire's binding contract would enough to strip Miss Hermione Granger of her magical abilities entirely. I don't believe anyone in this room has the right or authority to impose such a devastating punishment on an innocent student. At the mention of losing her magical abilities essentially being reduced to a squib, Hermione's already pale face turned ashen. Her cheeks and lips, still bearing the traces of her earlier tears, now seemed empty of all color. She looked as if she might faint any moment. Karkaroff, his eyes growing colder with each passing moment, paid no heed to Hermione's distress. This is not our fault, Watson. He turned deliberately to address Dumbledore instead, his voice dripping with accusation. As we understood it, Dumbledore, your age line was supposed to keep out underage competitors. Had we known otherwise, we would certainly have brought more candidates from our own schools. Since entering the room, Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze hadn't left Hermione's eyes. His look was intense, penetrating, as if he were examining her very soul through her tear-filled brown eyes. Karkaroff's accusation didn't seem to faze him as he calmly asked, "You can be absolutely certain you did not put your name into the Goblet of Fire, Hermione?" Hermione, her voice trembling with emotion, responded immediately. "I didn't, Professor Dumbledore." She rarely had the opportunity to interact directly with Dumbledore, and the last time she had been in such close proximity to him was when he had hinted at her using the time turner to go back and capture Peter Pettigrew. Even now, with her mind spinning from the events of the evening, Hermione didn't understand why this had happened to her. But as her rationality slowly reasserted itself, she knew that only Professor Dumbledore and Professor Watson could help clear her of suspicion. Her voice was still dense with emotion as she said, "I've been with Harry and Ron all day, Professor. I didn't do it." Dumbledore pressed gently, his eyes never leaving hers. Did you ask an older student to submit your name into the goblet of fire for you? Hermione froze for a moment, her eyes widening as she realized for the first time that there could have been such a simple way to bypass Professor Dumbledore's age line. The thought had never occurred to her before this moment. But she quickly came to her senses, shaking her head vigorously at everyone in the room. Karkaroff, watching this exchange with growing impatience, sneered openly. She's obviously lying, he said, looking at Hermione with undisguised contempt. If you knew Miss Granger well enough. Professor McGonagall's chest swelled with righteous indignation. In that moment, she no longer cared about maintaining the image of Hogwarts or Gryffindor. Her sole focus was on defending her student. Her fierce glare was fixed on Professor Karkaroff as she continued, her voice trembling with controlled fury. You would know that Miss Granger is the most exceptional young witch Gryffindor has seen in many years. She is intelligent, hardworking, and modest. Her grades are the best in her year. Every professor at Hogwarts who has taught her can vouch for her character, Professor Watson, and I personally have absolute confidence that Miss Granger is not lying. Madame Maxime, who had been listening to this exchange with growing impatience, interjected. That is entirely irrelevant, she said, her brow furrowed in frustration. Despite her words, however, she couldn't help but glance at Hermione with a hint of surprise, clearly impressed by Professor McGonagall's emotional defense. Indeed, Karkaroff, seizing on Madame Maxime's words, nodded curtly in her direction before turning back to Professor McGonagall. The cold smile he had been maintaining throughout the conversation had vanished, replaced by open hostility. Academic achievements prove nothing, he sneered. Perhaps she obtained her impressive grades through the same means she used to become a champion, through deception and trickery. Do you truly believe we are all such incompetent fools, Karkaroff? To Brian's surprise, it was Snape who broke the tense silence. Leaning against the wall, his voice dripped with lazy disdain, as he came to Hermione's defense. Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Brian stepped forward once more. I think we need to reach a consensus before we can discuss what happens next, he began, his gaze sweeping across the room. The Goblet of Fire is an artifact of immense magical power, possessing sophisticated abilities of discernment and judgment. If Miss Granger had simply convinced an older student to submit her name, the goblet would not have made such a fundamental error as to select 4 champions instead of 3. Unless someone tampered with it. And I must point out, with all due respect, that at present within Hogwarts, only those of us gathered in this room would possess the magical knowledge and ability to interfere with the Goblet of Fire's magic. Brian's gaze swept the room as he delivered the coup de grace. Madame Maxime, Professor Karkaroff, surely you must agree that Hermione Granger, a 4th-year student, regardless of her academic achievements, doesn't have the ability to convince any of us to assist her in such a deception. A heavy silence fell over the room as Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and the 3 legitimate champions observed the Hogwarts staff members. Brian's argument was convincing, presenting a logical case that seemed to prove the innocence of the young witch who had been unexpectedly drawn into this situation. Hermione's face finally regained some color, the faintest hint of pink returning to her cheeks. Her emotions had been on a roller coaster ride since Karkaroff's earlier assessment of her, but now she realized that she had finally been cleared of the shameful suspicion that had been hanging over her. The room's occupants seemed to be processing Brian's words, each coming to their own conclusions. It was clear that accusing Severus Snape of helping this irritating little witch cheat would be not only inappropriate but potentially dangerous. Moody, with his reputation and magical eye, was clearly not someone to be trifled with. And suggesting that Watson, Dumbledore, or the equally renowned Minerva McGonagall would help a student cheat in such a manner would make one seem not just accusatory, but utterly insane. Karkaroff's yellowish eyes darted around his sockets almost as quickly as Moody's magical eye, his mind clearly racing as he sought a way out of the logical trap Brian had set. After a moment of reluctant consideration, he turned to the 2 high-ranking officials from the British Ministry of Magic. His voice, which had been harsh and cold throughout the confrontation, suddenly shifted to an oily, fawning tone. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman, he began, his eyes narrowing as he addressed the 2 men. You 2 are our impartial judges. Surely you agree that this situation is extremely inappropriate, don't you? 0522 Conclusion. The tension in the room reached a fever pitch as Karkaroff threw his question to the 2 high-ranking officials from the British Ministry of Magic. Ludo Bagman, his face alight with barely contained excitement, seemed ready to burst with his eagerness to express his views. However, upon catching sight of Watson's expressionless face, Bagman suddenly fell silent. He then cautiously looked towards Barty Crouch. Hermione immediately turned her gaze to Crouch, not expecting her fate to lie in the hands of this ministry official she disliked. Barty Crouch stood just outside the circle of warm firelight with half his face hidden in shadow. He looked somewhat strange, the shadowed half making him appear much older, almost skeletal. Yet when he spoke, it was still as stiff as always. Brian is correct, Hermione Granger has no other choice, and we are bound by the ancient rules that govern this tournament. The stipulations regarding the Goblet of Fire are explicitly clear, Any individual whose name emerges from its flames is magically bound to compete, regardless of the circumstances. Well, that settles it then. Bagman exclaimed, his face splitting into a relieved smile as he turned eagerly toward Karkaroff and Madame Maxime. His expression showed that he believed the matter had been resolved as neatly as a well-executed Quidditch play, though the tension in the room said otherwise. Karkaroff seemed to have absorbed the essence of Crouch's tone, but twisted it to suit his own purposes. His voice was no longer smooth and ingratiating, but became harsh and sharp. The smile that had been plastered on his face throughout the confrontation vanished, replaced by barely contained fury. Veins bulged on the back of his tightly clenched fist, his knuckles turning white with the force of his grip. If it must be so. Karkaroff spat, his words dripping with venom. His cold and calculating eyes swept across the room before settling on Brian. Then we must proceed with the only logical solution. Bring forth the Goblet of Fire once more. We will continue adding names until each school has 2 champions competing. That is the only impartial resolution, Watson. I'm terribly sorry, Karkaroff. Bagman, caught off guard by this sudden shift in the conversation, looked distinctly uncomfortable. His eyes darted between Brian and Dumbledore, seeking some indication of how to respond. When neither wizard immediately spoke, Bagman cleared his throat nervously and his words tumbled out awkwardly, like a student unsure of their answer. But I'm afraid that's simply not possible. The goblet has already extinguished itself, it won't reignite until the next tournament cycle begins. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire. Fleur, her silvery hair gleaming in the firelight, turned her piercing gaze towards Brian. Her expression was a mixture of curiosity and frustration, clearly wanting to gauge his reaction to this latest development. Victor Crumb, his heavy brows furrowed in concentration, looked towards Hermione. He had formed a good impression of this witch from Hogwarts during their brief encounter on the night of the World Cup final. On the night of the World Cup final, she had dared to stand against dark wizards who were much more powerful than her in the box, which was enough to prove her bravery. Cedric, as Hogwarts official champion, seemed somewhat lost in the chaos that had erupted around him. He stood slightly apart from the others, his expression showing a mixture of confusion and concern. It was clear that in the heat of the argument over Hermione's unexpected selection, Cedric's own position as champion had been nearly forgotten. Karkaroff, his face flushed with anger, broke the silence with a furious outburst. Then mark my words, Durmstrang will withdraw from all future tournaments. He roared, his voice rising to a near shout. We've had so many meetings, Watson, after all those negotiation and compromises, I never expected something like this to happen. I'm half inclined to leave right this instant. The gates of Hogwarts are always open, Karkaroff. You're welcome to leave at any time, but your champion must stay, Brian said coldly, just as I cannot stand idly by while Miss Granger risks being reduced to a squib by the goblet's contract backlash, the same protection extends to Mr. Crumb. Karkaroff's face, already flushed with anger, turned an even deeper shade of red. He stared hard at Brian, his yellowed teeth bared in a snarl of frustration. When he spoke, his words came out in a hiss, dripping with barely contained rage. You're threatening me, Watson. I swear by all that's magical, I will file a formal complaint with the Confederation. Don't think your position as vice president will shield you from the consequences of your professional failures. The tension in the room reached a breaking point, only to be shattered by a new voice that roared from the doorway, accompanied by the distinctive sound of a wooden leg striking the stone. Empty threats, Karkaroff. Moody's gruff voice cut through the tension. He limped towards Karkaroff, his magical eye whirling in its socket as he fixed both of his eyes on him. You won't abandon this tournament, and we all know it. I've been listening to you whine as if you're the biggest victim in this affair, while the true victim hasn't uttered a single word in her own defense. Moody's wooden leg made a loud, rhythmic thunking noise with each step as he approached. Karkaroff, faced with Moody's intimidating approach, instinctively took a step back. Then, realizing that all eyes were upon him, he forced himself to step forward again, his face showing anger. I'm afraid I can't understand what you mean, Karkaroff said, trying to muster his dignity. Aren't Durmstrang and Beauxbatons victims? And who is this true victim you speak of? Oh, I know precisely what thoughts lurk in that head of yours. Moody's voice boomed through the chamber. You still cling to the suspicion that someone from Hogwarts deliberately planted Hermione Granger's name in the Goblet of Fire, hoping to double their chances of victory. Madame Maxime, who had been watching the exchange with growing impatience, finally interjected. Isn't that the case? She said irritably, tilting her massive chin up. Moody showed unexpected restraint in addressing Madame Maxime's interruption, though his contempt for the argument was palpable in his voice. Everyone in this room knows full well that Miss Hermione Granger is just an underage witch. If someone truly intended to give Hogwarts an additional advantage, why would they choose someone who appears to have such slim chances of victory? Moody's mismatched eyes, both normal and magical, were fixed on Karkaroff with intensity. His scarred face twisted into a terrible smile that made several people in the room shift uncomfortably. When Moody spoke again, his voice had taken on a dangerous edge. In my view, there are only two possibilities. Either the perpetrator who did this has a deep grudge against Miss Granger and wants her to die in these tasks, or... He paused, letting the tension build before continuing, Miss Granger is just an innocent person caught up in this. The true target is Hogwarts itself. Someone wants to see us embroiled in scandal and controversy. After all, what could be more damaging to Hogwarts' reputation than having two champions, only to see one perish in the tournament? The blunt assessment sent a chill through the room. Hermione felt her scalp tingle with fear, and she was aware of Professor McGonagall's grip on her arm tightening protectively. McGonagall's face, illuminated by the flickering firelight, was etched with worry as she turned towards Dumbledore and Brian. Albus, Brian, should we? McGonagall began, her voice tight with concern. Think of alternative methods to safely remove Hermione from the champion's position. Karkaroff had clearly understood what Moody was implying. He was prepared to refute loudly, but McGonagall's words made him quiet for a moment. If there really was a way to get this annoying girl who was obviously a mudblood out of the tournament, that would be best. There might be a way. It was Dumbledore who broke this tense silence, his words sending a shock through the group. Was there really a method to release Granger from her champion status without destroying her magical abilities? If so, what had they been arguing about all this time? Had Dumbledore simply been observing their arguments with silent amusement? Even Brian's brow moved imperceptibly. If we can reach unanimous agreement to destroy the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore continued calmly, then the magical contract's backlash would cease to exist. Miss Granger could safely withdraw from the tournament tasks, while we can recognize the legitimacy of the other three champions. Dumbledore's eyes settled calmly on Brian as he finished speaking. Brian's eyelid twitched and he understood Dumbledore's meaning. Destroy the Goblet of Fire, one of the most ancient and powerful magical artifacts in existence? The very idea seemed outrageous. Karkaroff, who had been the most vocal throughout the evening, fell into a stunned silence. In his mind, he thought Dumbledore must surely be joking. The Goblet of Fire was not just an extremely valuable magical artifact, but a historical relic of immense significance. Neither the Ministry of Magic nor the International Confederation of Wizards would ever agree to its destruction. And yet, if Dumbledore were to insist... Moody's magical eye, which had been whirling ceaselessly throughout the confrontation, seemed to freeze in its socket at Dumbledore's unexpected proposal. He had never imagined that his speculation would lead to such a drastic suggestion. The tense silence was broken by Barty Crouch, who straightened his hunched body for the first time that evening. His voice, when he spoke, was sharp and authoritative. I absolutely forbid it. He didn't look at Dumbledore, but instead stepped out of the firelight and stared at Karkaroff with a frightening gaze. The Goblet of Fire is a precious artifact that has been passed down for many centuries. I will not permit its destruction the first time it has fulfilled its purpose in generations. The Ministry of Magic absolutely and explicitly rejects this proposal. Karkaroff was frightened by Crouch's gaze. He was full of grievances, his lips quivering a few times, seemingly trying to explain that he wasn't the one who proposed the idea. Crouch, his voice brooking no argument, continued. If you think it's unfair, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, then we'll all agree that Hogwarts' final score in the competition will be the average of Cedric Diggory and Hermione Granger's individual scores. That's the final solution, and everyone must participate in the competition. Following your own logic, Karkaroff, Moody interjected with a wickedly triumphant smile, it's actually Dumbledore who should be raising objections now, isn't it? No one would reasonably expect an underage witch to excel in this competition. Hogwarts now bears the burden of a competitor who will be dragging them down in the overall standing. Dragging them down. Even though Hermione's heart was filled with so many worries right now, she still found a moment to be angry at Professor Moody's words. After Crouch's declaration and Moody's pointed observation, Dumbledore and Brian's gazes met briefly, before they looked away. Brian, his voice calm and measured, broke the tense silence. Hogwarts has no objections. Excellent. Bagman exclaimed, his cheerfulness seemingly immune to the room's tense atmosphere. Now, how shall we explain this situation to the public? Brian's response was swift and decisive. New rules for the Triwizard Tournament, he said, casting a brief glance at Bagman. The host school can have 2 champions. His gaze then shifted to Karkaroff, whose face was once again flushing with anger. This condition can be retained as a precedent, Professor Karkaroff, Brian added with just a hint of sarcastic humor. I hope this will keep your fighting spirit high when it's time to determine the host of the next Triwizard Tournament. 0523 Clues. The tension in the room seemed to crystallize around Barty Crouch as he delivered the necessary warnings according to the tournament rules. The first task is designed to test your courage, Crouch began, his eyes sweeping across the faces of the champions, lingering for a moment on Hermione's pale face, so we won't tell you what it is. Facing the unknown is perhaps the most fundamental quality essential for a true wizard. In this challenge, you must rely solely upon yourselves. No guidance, no assistance, no support from your teachers will be permitted. Your wand will be your only companion and weapon in what lies ahead. And you'll only learn about the second task after the first one is completed. Crouch concluded, his stern demeanor brooking no argument, and with these ominous warnings delivered according to the ancient tournament protocols, the evening's turmoil seemed to have come to an end. Many of those present felt there was no need to linger any longer. Barty Crouch wasted no time in making his exit. With a curt nod to Dumbledore and a last, inscrutable glance at Hermione, he strode to the room's fireplace. In a flash of green flames, he was gone, leaving behind only the faintest scent of ash and magic. Ludo Bagman, in contrast to Crouch's hasty departure, chose to remain at Hogwarts, and his face was lit with barely contained excitement for some reason. Dumbledore asked Snape to show Bagman to his quarters. Snape's face twisted into a barely concealed grimace at the task, but he obeyed with a stiff nod. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, their faces still etched with lingering frustration, had already departed with their respective champions, Victor and Fleur, in tow. The two young champions, however, seemed reluctant to leave without a final word. Their eyes darted between Hermione and Brian, clearly brimming with unspoken questions and concerns. But their headmasters, perhaps fearing further complications, hurried them along, effectively shepherding the students out of the room. In stark contrast to the swift departure of the other school's representatives, Hogwarts' two champions found themselves left behind, caught in the trail of the evening's tumultuous events. Professor McGonagall, her face lined with concern, turned to Dumbledore and Brian and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll escort Miss Granger back to her dormitory. After everything that's happened tonight, she needs rest." The last part was said with a pointed look at Hermione, who seemed to be swaying slightly on her feet. Just as McGonagall was about to usher Hermione out, Brian's voice cut through the air. "Wait," he said, his brow furrowing in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Professor McGonagall. "If it's convenient, Professor McGonagall, after you've escorted Miss Granger back to her common room, please disclose some of the conclusions we've reached tonight to the students who are undoubtedly waiting for the news. Though, I would suggest limiting the information to only the most essential details." McGonagall raised an eyebrow, her stern facial features softening slightly at Brian's thoughtfulness. She understood the delicate balance they were trying to maintain, providing enough information to quell rumors while not revealing too much. Hermione, catching on to Professor Watson's intention, pressed her lips together gratefully. As McGonagall and Hermione left, the room's occupants dwindled to Dumbledore, Brian, Professor Moody, and Cedric Diggory, if he hadn't already slipped away unnoticed in the commotion. In truth, Cedric might have been the most frustrated person of the evening. While everyone's focus had been on the compromised rights of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang champions or the mystery surrounding Hermione Granger's unexpected selection, Cedric had been completely sidelined. He stood awkwardly to one side, his face showing a mixture of confusion and disappointment. Dumbledore noticed Cedric's discomfort. With a gentle smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, he addressed the young man. "Cedric, I suggest you go and rest as well," he said, his voice warm and encouraging. "I believe Professor Sprout and your Hufflepuff classmates are waiting to celebrate with you. It would be rather unfortunate to deprive them of this rare opportunity for celebration." Brian, catching Dumbledore's cue, also turned to Cedric with an approving smile. Their acknowledgement seemed to breathe new life into Cedric, finally making him feel a bit more like the champion he was meant to be. With a respectful nod to the assembled professors, Cedric straightened his shoulders and left the room, his steps lighter than they had been all evening. As soon as the door closed behind Cedric, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Moody, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during the latter part of the evening, suddenly exploded into action. His magical eye whirled in its socket, he slammed his gnarled staff against the floor with the sound echoing like a gunshot in the now quiet room. "Karkaroff, that spineless coward!" Moody roared, his scarred face twisting with fury. "I'd bet my other leg he's behind this whole mess. He's always resented Brian for winning the right to host the tournament. He's been plotting revenge, trying to cause trouble for Hogwarts." Moody's normal eye narrowed as he continued, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. "I can see right through him. Surely you haven't forgotten how he escaped punishment back then, framing others for his misdeeds." "Alastair," Dumbledore calmly called out, with no sign of anything unusual on his face. However, Moody was not to be so easily silenced. His magical eye fixed on Dumbledore as he continued his tirade. "If you'd let me search that ship, Albus, just wait, I guarantee we'd find something." Brian, who had settled himself onto one of the room's comfortable sofas, with a barely audible sigh, gave Moody a meaningful look. "I understand your determination to clear Hogwarts' name, Professor Moody, but Karkaroff is the headmaster of Durmstrang, not a young wizard like Draco Malfoy. Without concrete evidence, we cannot justify taking such extreme measures against him." Moody's response was a sarcastic laugh that echoed off the stone walls of the chamber. It was clear he found Brian's argument lacking. "I'll keep watch on him, mark my words." Moody growled, punctuating his words with another loud bang of his staff against the floor. With that final declaration, he turned and limped out of the room, his wooden leg creating a rhythmic thudding that faded as he moved down the corridor. He knew that Dumbledore and Brian would want to summarize the night's events, and since Dumbledore hadn't invited him to stay, it meant he didn't want him there. As for Watson, he certainly wouldn't be willing to be honest with him. As the sound of Moody's departure died away, a heavy silence fell over the room. Brian's gaze remained fixed on the door long after it had closed, his expression incomprehensible. Dumbledore, too, maintained his silence, gazing at the fireplace through which Barty Crouch had departed, allowing the flickering flames to tint his bright blue eyes golden. The two wizards remained as still as statues, each lost in their own thoughts, until the sound of approaching footsteps broke the spell. The door creaked open, revealing the sallow face of Professor Snape. He peered into the room cautiously, only fully entering after confirming that Dumbledore and Brian were still present. "I've shown Bagman to his quarters," Snape reported, his voice as silky and cold as ever. He remained standing in the doorway, his black robes blending with the shadows as if he were a part of them. Dumbledore's face brightened at Snape's words. "Ah, excellent," he said, nodding appreciatively at him. Then, turning to Brian, he added with a hint of amusement, "We really must thank Ludo for his support this evening. Did you notice, Brian, that he was the only one who refrained from criticizing our handling of tonight's unexpected developments? That man's gambling addiction has thoroughly corrupted his sense of propriety," Brian interjected casually, clearly catching Dumbledore's subtle implications. "Naturally, he's delighted by any unexpected turns of events. Such complications only create more opportunities for him to profit from those questionable betting operations he patronizes." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully at Brian's assessment, then lapsed into silence once more. Snape, still lurking in the doorway, fixed Dumbledore with a look of barely concealed sarcasm. After a few moments of tense silence, he spoke again with a lazy drawl. "I have a question, Dumbledore," Snape began, his dark eyes glittering in the firelight. "Would your age line be able to stop a wizard who's taken Polyjuice Potion?" Brian's wandering gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared at Snape's nonchalant face, noting that Dumbledore, too, had turned his full attention towards him. "Polyjuice Potion?" Brian pondered aloud, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Why do you bring this up, Professor? Do you have any leads regarding tonight's incident? You seem to place an extraordinary amount of faith in that Granger girl from Minerva's house." Snape's voice remained soft but carried an edge of accusation. "However, I've recently discovered evidence of an intruder in my office last night. Certain items from my private stores were taken specifically, powdered bicornhorn and shredded boomslang skin. The thief showed remarkable restraint, he wasn't too greedy and stole only small quantities. But since the last time these particular ingredients went missing, I've been meticulously monitoring their quantities. Are you suggesting, Severus, that Miss Granger might have used Polyjuice Potion again?" Dumbledore's question came with his characteristic calm, though there was a slight emphasis on the word again that didn't go unnoticed. Brian's initial confusion cleared as the implications of Snape's words sank in. Like Dumbledore, he had initially thought Snape had uncovered some new clue about the night's events. The mention of Polyjuice Potion, however, brought back a vivid memory indeed. On the night he first returned to Hogwarts after graduation, he had seen Hermione in the hospital wing, suffering from the effects of incorrectly brewed Polyjuice Potion. Snape's next words were laced with biting sarcasm. "If you're determined to believe Granger is innocent, Dumbledore," he said, his lip curling slightly, "I suppose I could turn a blind eye to the matter, just as I did previously." Brian couldn't suppress his amusement at Snape's thinly veiled accusation. "By all means, Professor Snape, maintain that blind eye. And might I suggest relocating those particular ingredients to a more accessible location? It would save any future visitors the trouble of having to demolish your office to get them." Dumbledore's lips twitched at Brian's words, though he refrained from commenting. However, their collective reactions clearly revealed something. Snape's eyes suddenly sharpened, his gaze boring into Brian with renewed intensity. Recognizing that he would get nothing from Dumbledore, Snape focused his attention on his student. "You know who tampered with it?" he asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "You knew this would happen, didn't you, Brian? Tell me, who's trying to harm that insufferably presumptuous girl?" Brian met Snape's probing gaze with a calm smile. "Are you attempting to test the effectiveness of your occlumency teachings, Professor? I hope you'll forgive my immodesty, but in this particular field, I believe I've not only mastered your teachings but perhaps even managed to advance beyond it." The conversation, filled with layers of meaning and unspoken accusations, seemed to push Snape to his limit. Dealing with two individuals so adept at schemes and tricks was clearly exhausting, especially the smiling Brian who was his own student. With a final, furious glare, Snape turned on his heel and stormed out of the room, his black robes billowing behind him like the wings of an angry bat. As the echo of Snape's departing footsteps faded, Brian's amused grin also slowly faded. The events of the past 24 hours, the sleepless night, the constant vigilance, and the emotional roller coaster of the champions election, had finally begun to take their toll. A hint of fatigue crept into his voice as he turned to address Dumbledore. "Share your thoughts, Headmaster Dumbledore," Brian said, his tone now serious and direct. The playful banter of moments ago had vanished, replaced by a focused intensity that spoke of the severity of their situation. 0524 Discussion. Crack. Pop. The crackling sound of magical energy filled the air as Dumbledore raised his wand, pointing it towards the fireplace. With a swift, fluid motion and a softly murmured incantation, the flames roared to life, casting a warm, golden glow across the room. As the fire settled into a steady blaze, Dumbledore turned his attention to the portraits that lined the walls. With a gentle smile despite the seriousness of the situation, Dumbledore addressed them. "My dear friends, I must ask you to leave us for a moment. We have some matters to discuss in private." Despite the fact that the portraits were contractually bound to obey the current headmaster, Dumbledore still requested to them courteously. The portraits stirred, some grumbling good-naturedly while others nodded in understanding. One by one, they vacated their frames, leaving behind empty canvases that seemed to absorb the firelight, creating an illusion that made the room feel larger and more isolated. With the room now truly private, Dumbledore settled himself into a plush armchair, his long silver beard gleaming in the firelight. His bright blue eyes, usually twinkling, now held a somber, thoughtful look as he gazed into the dancing flames. "In my opinion," Dumbledore began, his voice calm, as if the earlier shocking events had ceased to trouble him, "this wasn't Tom's idea." Brian, who had been pacing near the window, paused at Dumbledore's words. He turned to face him, his brow furrowed in thought. "You mean," he said, rubbing his temples, "like the unauthorized action at the Quidditch Cup, this wasn't ordered by Voldemort, but rather another genius scheme conceived by Professor Moody?" His voice carried a hint of bitter sarcasm at the mention of genius. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his fingers interlacing on his knee as he considered his response. His gaze drifted upwards, focusing on the elaborate chandelier that hung from the ceiling, its crystals catching and refracting the firelight in a mesmerizing display. "I can't give you a definitive answer, Brian," Dumbledore said after a long moment of contemplation. His voice was tinged with a mixture of uncertainty and concern. "What I can tell you is that unless Tom has had a complete change of heart during his years of suffering, he wouldn't have chosen Miss Granger. He lacks your keen and wise eye that can recognize Miss Granger's extraordinary qualities. We all expected him to target Harry, which would align perfectly with Tom's past behavior, unless..." Here, Dumbledore paused, and turned to face Brian directly. His blue eyes seemed to pierce through him, as if trying to convey a deeper meaning. "Something happened that made Tom feel he needed to alter his plans to avoid my discovering of his strategy to use Harry for his resurrection. Perhaps that's why he was willing to listen to someone else's suggestion." Brian nodded slightly, his mind racing to process this new perspective. There weren't many people in Voldemort's inner circle now who could offer him advice, except for that foolish woman outside masquerading as Alastor Moody. "A reasonable deduction, Headmaster," Brian said thoughtfully. "At the Quidditch World Cup, Clyodna wanted to deliver Harry to Voldemort before he returned to school, and caused quite a commotion. This failed attempt might have made Voldemort think you would be more vigilant, so he decided to conceal his true intentions more carefully." He paused, his brow furrowing deeper as he considered the next logical question. "The only question now is, why did Clyodna set her sights on Hermione Granger? I rather doubt it was Miss Granger's outstanding academic performance that caught your friend's attention," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. His long fingers absently stroked his silver beard as he spoke. If Tom were making this decision himself, young Ron Weasley would have been the more obvious choice, given the long-standing connection between his family and Harry. "Which means," Brian ignored Dumbledore's jest, and said thoughtfully, "Clyodna must have seen something that made her believe Harry and Hermione's relationship was particularly close. Through Hermione, she could manipulate events to ensure Harry would become entangled in the tournament, creating opportunities to take him away from under our very noses. And somehow, this reasoning was persuasive enough to convince Voldemort to alter his usual methods." As he spoke, Brian's brow furrowed even deeper, his mind delving into the possibilities. Before the school year began, Clyodna and Hermione's only possible encounter should have been at the World Cup, or had the woman used her old tricks and conducted a thorough investigation at Hermione's home. Dumbledore, noticing Brian's intense concentration, gently intervened. "We can never uncover all truths through speculation alone, Brian," he said, his voice carrying a note of caution. Then, his expression grew more serious, a hint of worry creeping into his eyes. "What troubles me more deeply now is Miss Granger's position in all this, Brian. Do you think we should maintain our original stance?" Brian raised an eyebrow at Dumbledore's question. The hesitation in Dumbledore's voice surprised him. It was rare to see the headmaster display such uncertainty. Yet as he pondered the situation more deeply, he found himself understanding the source of Dumbledore's uncharacteristic uncertainty. When it came to facing Voldemort, Harry and Hermione were vastly different. Hermione's blood didn't carry the protection Lily Evans had built with her life, her soul didn't harbor a fragment of Voldemort's soul, and she lacked the ancient magic Dumbledore had placed on Harry as a precaution years ago. She was brilliant and strong-willed, but she wasn't special like Harry in the ways that mattered. Dumbledore and Brian could let Harry face Voldemort with relative peace of mind, knowing Voldemort couldn't kill him now. But Hermione. Without any protection, Hermione couldn't possibly survive an encounter with Voldemort. They had tacitly allowed Voldemort's resurrection, seeing it as a necessary evil to ensure his final and complete destruction, but to let Hermione become the first casualty in the brutal war that would follow Voldemort's return, neither Dumbledore nor Brian could accept that. Even if war demanded sacrifices, they couldn't accept deliberately sending an underage witch to her death. The current difficulty was that, with their tacit approval, Hermione had already entered into a contract with the Goblet of Fire. And this was now a real mess. Suddenly, Brian's eyelids flickered as a memory he had kept buried surfaced in his mind. This recollection not only provided a new perspective on their current dilemma but also confirmed some of his suspicions. With newborn conviction, Brian stated, "I believe Miss Granger won't face mortal danger in the upcoming series of events. I think the risks are still controllable." A strange light flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as he looked at Brian with slight surprise. He could sense that the hesitation that had surrounded Brian moments ago had vanished, replaced by a calm certainty that was both reassuring and intriguing. "What makes you so certain, Brian?" Dumbledore asked, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and concern. "I'm sure you understand we're discussing a student's life here." Brian met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. "I'm confident, Headmaster," he said, his voice calm and resolute. The subtle ripples in his eyes sparked many thoughts in Dumbledore's mind. "I will ensure that Hermione Granger, and all the champions, will not face mortal danger." With these words, Brian stood up, signaling his readiness to end the discussion. Dumbledore, however, wasn't quite ready to let the matter rest. As Brian turned to leave, he asked one last question, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "You still won't tell me about how you came to know that remarkable lady, Brian?" Brian paused mid-step, but didn't turn around. For a moment, he was transported back to July of the previous year. What surfaced in his mind wasn't his first encounter with Cleodna at the orphanage, but rather their journey to Stonehenge. He recalled vividly what he had seen in the mirror of Eris, the gateway to Stonehenge, a little girl standing in the rain amidst the ruins of past happiness, crying. Shaking off the recollection, Brian responded without turning around. "It's not a particularly fascinating story worth sharing, Headmaster," but before Dumbledore could show his disappointment, he added, "When the time is right, I'll share some of it with you." With those words, Brian left the room, leaving Dumbledore alone in the office. In the student safety office. The room was bathed in a reddish glow, cast by the smoldering pine wood in the fireplace. Outside, the winter wind howled relentlessly, its fury echoing through the ancient stones of the castle. In the forbidden forest, countless trees swayed their branches wildly, moving like surging waves in a storm-tossed sea. Brian lay on his bed, arms folded behind his head, staring at the ceiling. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and concerns. The events of the day played out before his mind's eye in a ceaseless loop, Hermione Granger becoming an unexpected champion, the controlled Barty Crouch acting out his part, Cleodna scurrying around under Moody's identity. He thought of Remus's progress in his secret mission, of Sirius's delicate situation at the Ministry, of Voldemort's approaching footsteps growing ever louder. And looming over it all, the inevitable clash of approaches between himself and Dumbledore once the war began in earnest. And there was something he still couldn't understand: why had Herpo's staff, which he had narrowly missed obtaining on Avalon Island, led Cleodna to join Voldemort? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Brian felt an almost overwhelming impulse rise within him. He imagined rushing to Moody's office right now, subduing Cleodna, and forcing her to answer his myriad questions. The urge was so strong, so instinctual, that when Brian came to his senses, he found he had unconsciously gripped his wand, turning his knuckles white with tension. Logic and reason ultimately prevailed over emotional impulse. He knew all too well how cautious that woman was. Her disguises and defenses extended to the very level of her soul. The idea of forcibly controlling and interrogating her, then erasing her memory, was likely impossible. As this realization settled over him, Brian felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on his shoulders like a physical burden. And with it came a profound sense of loneliness, the kind that comes from being at the top, from knowing things others couldn't comprehend. He thought back to his time as a student at Hogwarts, when Professor Snape's protection, both obvious and subtle, had been one of his sources of confidence and security. Now, the tables had turned. He was the one providing shelter to others, with no one truly qualified to shelter him, not even Dumbledore. "Sleep," Brian murmured to himself, his voice barely audible above the howling wind outside. With a soft sigh, he turned over to face the boundless darkness beyond the window. As he closed his eyes, allowing the exhaustion of the day to finally claim him, Brian drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. 0525 Concerns and Joy. As the Triwizard champions were finally determined, the much-anticipated competition was about to officially begin. Under normal circumstances, Hogwarts Castle should have been brimming with an atmosphere of unbridled jubilation. However, the recent unexpected turn of events had cast a cloud of uncertainty over the proceedings, making everything unpredictable. Accompanied by Professor McGonagall, Hermione ascended the stone staircase that led to Gryffindor Tower. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the weight of her newfound status as an unexpected champion was physically dragging at her feet. As they climbed, Hermione could feel the weight of countless eyes upon her. The portraits on the walls, normally content to doze or chat quietly amongst themselves, were now very lively. They pointed and whispered as she passed, their hushed conversations creating a soft buzz that seemed to follow in her trail. Hermione tried to reassure herself that their discussions weren't malicious. These portraits simply treated her situation as a noteworthy juicy piece of gossip and an excellent excuse for them to gather in each other's frames. Still, the constant murmuring and furtive glances did little to ease the knot of anxiety in her stomach. As they approached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione's steps became increasingly hesitant. It was only now, standing on the threshold of her house's entrance, that she realized the true extent of what lay ahead. She had thought facing the questioning gazes of so many Wizarding World's dignitaries in that room behind the Great Hall was frightening enough. But now, Hermione came to the scary realization that what she was about to face, the reactions and judgments of her peers, her friends, her housemates, was even more terrifying. Perhaps sensing her growing unease, Hermione felt Professor McGonagall's hand on her shoulder give a gentle, reassuring squeeze. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, marked by the portrait of the Fat Lady. Professor McGonagall held Hermione back at a subtle distance from the portrait. Hermione immediately looked up at her head of house, her brown eyes wide with a mixture of nervousness and curiosity. She noticed that Professor McGonagall was smiling, but it was a tight smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. It was clear that she was trying to conceal her own worry behind that facade of reassurance. "I must admit, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall began, her Scottish accent slightly more distinct with emotion, "this situation is very strange, even for someone who has seen as much as I have at Hogwarts." The professor's shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly, but after drawing in a deep, steadying breath, she continued in an uncharacteristically gentle tone that Hermione had rarely heard her use. "At this juncture, whatever nefarious plans the person who placed your name in the Goblet of Fire might be orchestrating, Miss Granger, the fact remains that you are now, officially, a Triwizard champion. So, I sincerely hope you can embody the true Gryffindor spirit that I know resides within you and face this extraordinary challenge to the absolute best of your considerable abilities, all right?" Hermione's eyes welled up again, a mix of emotions: gratitude, fear, determination swirling within her. She found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Professor McGonagall's expectations. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders, and for a moment, she felt overwhelmed by it all. Seeing Hermione's struggle, Professor McGonagall pressed on, her voice taking on a note of encouragement. "There has always been persistent chatter among certain students that you're nothing more than a simple bookworm." Professor McGonagall continued, her nostrils flaring slightly with disapproval. "Oh, what utter nonsense. The professors have always dismissed such short-sighted talk. But surely you understand, Miss Granger, this tournament presents an unprecedented opportunity to silence those foolish rumors once and for all." But Hermione's mind was racing with 1,000 concerns and uncertainties, but she forced herself to push aside the chaos of her thoughts and focus on Professor McGonagall's encouraging words. "Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have specifically chosen their most capable students, and Cedric is certainly among Hogwarts' best. Professor Watson has also made it clear that the Triwizard tournament tasks are extremely dangerous. I simply don't know enough advanced magic yet, Professor McGonagall. I'm not certain if I can possibly." "Oh, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall interrupted her student's spiral of self-doubt, her voice carrying a rare note of fierce pride. "While I don't precisely know about the teaching standards at Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, I can say with absolute certainty that regarding Cedric Diggory, yes, that boy is undoubtedly excellent, but I firmly believe you are even more exceptional, Miss Granger. If he possesses the capabilities to handle those competition tasks, there is absolutely no logical reason why you cannot do the same, if not better." In the bright firelight that flickered from nearby brackets, Hermione stared at Professor McGonagall with wide, disbelieving eyes. She could hardly believe that her stern head of house had given her such high praise. It was well known throughout Hogwarts that Professor McGonagall was always reserved when it came to giving compliments to students. Seeing Hermione's shock, a hint of mischief crept into Professor McGonagall's expression. "Ah, naturally, I trust my rather enthusiastic assessment of your abilities won't reach Madame Pomfrey's ears. You understand my meaning perfectly well, Miss Granger." To Hermione's utter amazement, Professor McGonagall winked playfully. It was an incredibly rare sight, one that Hermione would have thought impossible from someone who always prioritized maintaining her image and authority in front of students. This small gesture, more than anything else, helped to ease some of the tension that had been building in Hermione's chest. As they approached the fat lady's portrait, the sound of voices from within the common room grew louder. Just as the portrait began to swing open, Harry's impatient voice cut through the noise. "I've already told you!" he exclaimed, his frustration evident even through the thick oak of the portrait. "Hermione spent the entire day with me, Ron, Hagrid, and a large group of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students. They can all testify that Hermione couldn't possibly have had time to put her name in the Goblet of Fire." As the portrait fully opened, revealing the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was struck by the sheer number of people crammed into the space. It seemed that almost every student from 1st to 7th year had gathered there, creating a sea of red and gold. At the center of the crowd, standing on a table to be seen and heard above the noise, were the few people who had always been close to Hermione. "Potter!" Professor McGonagall called out, her face instantly transforming back into the stern expression that Hermione was so familiar with. She stood at the entrance, but her voice easily drowned out by the noisy crowd. Everyone's attention was focused on Harry, completely unaware of Professor McGonagall and Hermione's arrival. "Mr. Potter!" Professor McGonagall raised her voice and called out sternly again. "Would you kindly remove yourself from that table this instant?" Harry, looking exhausted from repeatedly answering the crowd's questions about how Hermione had managed to put her name in the Goblet of Fire, seemed to have reached the end of his patience. Despite his insistence that Hermione didn't have the time and wouldn't have done such a thing behind their backs, his classmates seemed to have filters on their ears, blocking out his words. Meanwhile, Ron, who had been testifying alongside him earlier, now remained stubbornly silent. At the sound of Professor McGonagall's voice, Harry's head snapped up, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on the entrance. He saw Professor McGonagall looking at him sternly, and beside her, Hermione, who managed to give him a small, tired smile. "Oh, bloody hell, sorry, Professor McGonagall!" Harry exclaimed, his face flushing with embarrassment as he scrambled to jump down from his impromptu podium. However, the density of the crowd surrounding the table made his hasty exit rather problematic. In his rush to comply with Professor McGonagall's order, he accidentally fixed his foot directly on Ginny's toes, causing her to let out a cat-like yelp of pain that echoed through the common room. Harry barely had time to toss a hurried apology over his shoulder before pushing his way through the sea of bodies, not even waiting to hear Ginny's response, as he rushed to reach Professor McGonagall and Hermione. "How did everything go?" Harry asked breathlessly, his green eyes wide with genuine concern behind his glasses as he stared intently at his best friend, searching her face for clues about her fate. Hermione, clearly aware of why Harry's voice was so hoarse, pressed her lips together in a thin line and blinked at him. Their years of close friendship allowed Harry to immediately understand that things weren't too bad, at least Hermione hadn't been expelled over this, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to muster even the faintest smile. Slightly relieved, Harry finally started to worry about his own predicament. He stole a quick glance at Professor McGonagall, expecting to see her trademark stern expression. To his surprise, he found that her face wasn't as stern as he had anticipated. Behind Harry, the Gryffindor students stood in unusual silence, well aware that their head of house was a professor who greatly valued rules. So many people crowding the common room when they should be in bed clearly wouldn't please her under normal circumstances. But these were far from normal circumstances, and to everyone's surprise, Professor McGonagall didn't fly into a rage. "The school believes," she began, her gaze sweeping across the sea of confused and nervous young faces before her, "regarding the extraordinary events of tonight, specifically concerning Hermione Granger's selection as a champion, you should know some truths." The young witches and wizards leaned forward eagerly, their eyes wide with anticipation as they looked between Professor McGonagall and the silent Hermione. At present, after extensive discussion, the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and the Durmstrang Institute have reached a unanimous consensus that Miss Granger's name appearing in the Goblet of Fire was definitely not of her own doing. Whoosh! The moment the words left Professor McGonagall's lips, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a cacophony of excited chatter. Despite Harry's tireless efforts to convince everyone of this very fact throughout the evening, no one had taken his words seriously. After all, who would be magnanimous enough to secretly enter someone else's name into the Goblet of Fire, essentially gifting them the opportunity to become a champion and potentially win eternal glory? "Who did it then, Professor?" Fred raised his hand high and asked, "Have you found out?" "I'm afraid not, Mr. Weasley, not yet." Professor McGonagall's voice became slightly colder, "but I believe the truth will come out sooner or later." Angelina Johnson, her brow furrowed in thought, couldn't help but voice the questions that were on everyone's minds. "Then how did you determine it wasn't Hermione herself who put her name in, and why would someone do this?" These two questions were equally worth addressing, but unfortunately, Professor McGonagall didn't provide an explanation. Her silence on the matter was telling. It was a clear indication that this conclusion had been reached through discussion and consensus among the authorities, and no one should doubt it. With that, Professor McGonagall seemed to have finished what she wanted to say. She gently pushed Hermione towards the crowd, then, with a nod to the room at large, she turned to leave. But with one foot already in the doorway, Professor McGonagall paused, as if suddenly remembering something important. She turned back to look at the young Gryffindor witches and wizards, and this time, her expression wasn't as serious. In fact, there was a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. Oh, and one final matter. Professor McGonagall shrugged and said to everyone in a casual tone, after extensive discussion and deliberation among all concerned parties, Hermione Granger's status as a Triwizard champion has been officially confirmed and deemed absolutely valid. With that bombshell dropped, Professor McGonagall swept out of the common room, the portrait swinging shut behind her. She completely disregarded the floor-shaking cheers that erupted the moment the fat lady's portrait closed, and the sound of jubilation following her down the corridor. 0526 Attitude. Hermione's voice trembled slightly as she recounted to Harry every detail of what had transpired in that cramped, tension-filled room after they'd left the magnificently decorated Great Hall. The flickering torches casted dancing shadows across her pale face as she spoke, but what sent genuine shivers down Harry's spine wasn't her behavior, it was Professor Moody's deeply troubling speculation that she shared. Moody had shared two equally disturbing possibilities: either someone harbored such deep-seated, venomous hatred towards Hermione that they were willing to orchestrate her death through the tournament's dangerous tasks, or perhaps even more sinister, someone was orchestrating a calculated plot to bring catastrophic misfortune to Hogwarts itself. Their method was cunningly simple yet devastatingly effective: force the school to have two champions, thereby making Hogwarts a target of widespread hostility and isolation throughout the magical community. Given the tournament's historically lethal nature, they might not even need to implement any additional schemes to achieve their nefarious goals. In short, they wanted Hermione dead. You absolutely cannot participate in this tournament. Harry's emerald eyes blazed with an intensity that matched the surrounding torchlight, his voice echoed off the ancient stone walls as he shouted, barely containing his rage. How dare they allow you to participate when they know full well what the consequences could be? Hermione stood pressed against the frost-kissed castle wall, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if seeking comfort. Her usual confident demeanor was replaced by an unsettling silence. I'll go to anyone, everyone. Harry continued, his voice rising with each word. Professor McGonagall, Professor Watson, Dumbledore, they have to find some way to extract you from this nightmare. They can't simply stand idle and watch you march towards potential death. Perhaps it was the raw emotion in Hermione's retelling, or the unbridled fury in Harry's outburst, but Ron's face had turned ashen. Clearly, he hadn't fully grasped the serious implications lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly prestigious event. Ginny looked at Hermione with a gaze full of concern, though she felt compelled to challenge Harry's desperate statements. Harry, you have to understand, this isn't something you can simply change through sheer force of will. The professors have already discussed possible solution. Nothing works. Then, Harry's eyes widened, his voice cracking as it rose even higher, but the words died in his throat as the crushing weight of helplessness descended upon him. What options remained? What could anyone possibly do? As Dumbledore had explained as per Hermione's retelling, destroying the Goblet of Fire would not only devastate the ancient tradition of the Triwizard Tournament but would also shatter the dreams of the other three innocent champions. While Harry himself wouldn't hesitate to reduce the goblet to ashes, he knew with bitter certainty that he couldn't convince any of the professors to take such drastic action. Even his adventure-seeking classmates, who viewed the tournament through rose-tinted glasses, would recoil at such a suggestion. Perhaps it won't be as dangerous as we fear, Ginny said, her voice wavering with worried optimism as she tried to soothe Harry's obvious distress. After this shocking development, I'm certain Professor Watson will scrutinize every aspect of the tournament tasks with unprecedented rigor. He won't permit any further manipulation. Looking at it that way, it could be fair, couldn't it? We've all seen Hermione in physical education class. She's every bit as capable as Diggory. If he can handle whatever tasks lay ahead, surely Hermione can too. But Professor Watson specifically emphasized. Harry's frown deepened as he spoke, his mind racing. While Ginny's logic wasn't entirely flawed, an unshakable sense of foreboding continued to gnaw at his heart. The Triwizard Tournament isn't just about dueling skills and prowess, it tests every aspect of champions' ability. Diggory and the other champions, they're the cream of the crop among the senior students. They must have mastered countless spells and techniques that we haven't even encountered in our studies yet. The sheer thoughtfulness of Harry's analysis took Hermione by surprise. She found herself watching Harry feeling indescribably touched as his usually impulsive nature seemed to be replaced by careful consideration for her. But Hermione's already completed all the coursework, hasn't she? Ginny interjected, lifting her chin with characteristic Weasley determination. The firelight caught her red hair, creating a halo effect as she spoke. I definitely remember seeing you over the summer holiday, poring over Percy's abandoned 6th-year textbooks with that look of absolute concentration you get. Oh, Hermione's response came out barely above a whisper, her usual confidence now conspicuously absent. I've only memorized them. It's not the same as practical experience. Her fingers nervously traced patterns on her robes as she spoke, downplaying her achievements. The more they analyzed the situation, the less insurmountable Hermione's disadvantage seemed, despite being a full 2 years younger than the tournament's intended minimum and legal age. What exactly are they planning for the first task? Harry's question cut through the momentary silence, his voice tight with concern. Nobody knew better than Harry and Ron how truly exceptional Hermione was among their generation of witches and wizards. In Harry's mind, if any of them from their trio could possibly qualify as a champion, it would undoubtedly be Hermione. Yet the dark circumstances surrounding her selection casted a heavy shadow over what should have been a moment of triumph, making it impossible for anyone to truly celebrate this recognition of her abilities. Though she had explained it earlier, Hermione obediently recited Barty Crouch's instructions to the champions once more. That's all they said? Nothing else? Harry's voice rose with indignation. They should give you special consideration, Hermione. You're the youngest champion in history, for Merlin's sake. These tasks will obviously be more challenging for you. None of this is your fault. You were deliberately targeted. Harry's words hung in the air, bringing them all back to the crucial question that had been haunting them since the announcement: who had orchestrated this situation? Who had manipulated events to force Hermione into this dangerous position? Snape, it must be Snape. Harry's eyes suddenly blazed with conviction, his voice dropping to an intense whisper as the pieces seemed to fall into place in his mind. Remember what Professor Watson said: everyone who could influence the goblet's judgment was in that small room. Think about it logically. Who has the motive? Let's look at who was there: Professor McGonagall, Professor Moody, Professor Watson, Professor Dumbledore, and Snape. Harry's frustration grew more intense with each word, his theory gaining momentum in his mind as he continued to build his case. The torchlight casted shadows across his face as he paced, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. He's the most suspicious by far. Professor Watson trusts him because of their relationship, so he wouldn't think to suspect him. And Dumbledore's always trusted him, hasn't he? But Snape's always despised the way you outshine everyone in his class, Hermione. And we all know how he feels about Dumbledore. If Dumbledore loses face over this, Snape would definitely be ecstatic. His words were met with skeptical silence. Not even Hermione, who usually spoke for his most theories, seemed convinced. The lack of support only seemed to fuel Harry's determination as he continued with increasing passion. I'm going to write to Sirius about this immediately, he continued heatedly, his green eyes glinting with determination. He's an Auror now. He might have ways to investigate Snape that we haven't thought of. The heavy silence that followed suggested there was little else to discuss. The harsh reality remained unchanged. Hermione would have to face whatever dangerous tasks awaited her in the tournament. What's your take on this, Ron? Harry turned to his best friend, frustration evident in his voice at the lack of support for his theory. Under normal circumstances, Ron would be the first to join him in criticizing Snape. Their shared distrust of Snape was also a cornerstone of their friendship. Oh, congratulations! Ron's uncharacteristic silence throughout the evening had created an unsettling atmosphere, and perhaps it was this discomfort that prompted Harry to draw him into the conversation. However, Ron's response came as a complete surprise to everyone present. What? Harry's confusion was mirrored in Ginny's face as they both stared at Ron, trying to understand this unexpected reaction. Hermione, still hugging herself protectively, visibly shuddered at Ron's words. Her head remained bowed, her eyes fixed on their elongated shadows dancing on the stone floor, distorted by the flickering torchlight. Ron stood facing Harry, though his words seemed directed at no one in particular. His attempt at a smile came across as forced and uncomfortable, creating an unsettling disconnect between his expression and his words. Confronted by the bewildered looks from Harry and Ginny, he shrugged with an air of forced casualness, as if stating something obvious. Everyone heard what Professor Watson announced earlier, he said, his voice carrying an unfamiliar edge. The Triwizard Tournament will be broadcasted live across multiple magical societies throughout Europe, using the same monitoring method he used in the school before. This means that when the tournament begins, tens of thousands of wizards will witness your every move, Hermione. You might even surpass Lockhart in fame. And let's not forget the substantial prize money awaiting you after the tournament concludes. Professor Watson certainly won't resort to tricks with fake leprechaun gold like Ludo Bagman did. The firelight casted deep shadows across Hermione's face, concealing the flash of hurt that crossed her facial features at Ron's words. The warmth of the flames did nothing to dispel the chill that had settled in her heart. What in Merlin's name are you on about? Harry snapped, his irritation reaching a breaking point. We're discussing the very real dangers Hermione's about to face, and trying to determine if Snape's behind this whole mess. Ron repeated his newly adopted shrugging gesture, the movement stiff and unnatural. It'll work out fine, won't it? I mean, regarding the tournament tasks, nobody's going to die with Professor Watson and Dumbledore overseeing everything. If they decided to reinstate the tournament, they must be confident about safety measures. Maybe everyone's just trying to create dramatic tension, like in second year when Professor Watson made such a big show before having us deal with that in theory. I'm going to bed, Hermione suddenly announced and pushed herself away from the wall with determined force, drew in a shaky breath, and fled before anyone could respond. By the time Harry and the others reacted, they only caught a glimpse of her bushy hair disappearing through the portrait hole into the common room. The Gryffindor dormitory was still alive with celebration when they returned, the air was still thick with excitement over Hermione's selection as a champion. Neville sat perched on the edge of his bed, a half-empty bottle of butterbeer clutched in his hand, wearing a dopey grin that suggested he'd had several more before this one. Harry isolated himself from the partying, throwing himself into the task of writing to Sirius with such intensity that his quill nearly tore through the parchment, which also stirred up some complicated emotions. They hadn't seen each other since their heated argument during the summer holidays, though their subsequent letters had carefully danced around the conflict. Determined to explain every detail of the situation, Harry wrote a letter that surpassed the length of any essay he'd ever written for his classes at Hogwarts. After carefully folding the lengthy letter, Harry decided to visit the Oloy at first light to find Hedwig. He sat at his desk, staring into the dense darkness beyond the window, listening to the distant roar of waves from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. His thoughts continually circled back to Hermione, worry gnawing at his heart. The situation stirred strange emotions within Harry. Throughout their years at Hogwarts, he had arguably found himself in more dangerous situations than any other student. Usually, it was Hermione who provided level-headed advice and clever solutions. But now, the roles were reversed. Hermione was the one in danger. He had to find a way to help her, to be useful, to repay all the times she'd saved him with her quick thinking and vast knowledge. But how? Harry found himself wishing, not for the first time, that he possessed even a fraction of Hermione's brilliant intellect. After tucking the letter in his robe pocket, Harry stood up with a lengthy yawn. The dormitory was still buzzing with energy. Seamus and Dean continued their enthusiastic celebration, while Neville had collapsed to sleep in his bed, the half-empty bottle of butterbeer having spilled all over his bedding without his knowledge. The scene was quite amusing and Harry instinctively turned to share the moment with Ron. But Ron lay motionless in his bed, facing the wall, his entire body hidden beneath his blanket. Well? Harry muttered under his breath, mimicking Ron's earlier shrug as he started toward the washroom. After just 2 steps, however, he found himself turning back to look at Ron's bed. Something about the sight his best friends turned back and the weird silence sent a wave of sadness washing over Harry's heart. 0527 Vigilance. On that crisp Sunday morning, Hermione gradually stirred from her restless sleep, her bleary eyes slowly focusing on the sparkling autumn sky visible through the windows of Gryffindor Tower. The morning light filtered through in gentle golden streams, but it did little to lift the crushing weight of exhaustion and melancholy that seemed to press down upon her chest. The events of the previous night had haunted her relentlessly, playing through her mind like a twisted magical projection, causing her to toss and turn beneath her bedsheets until the early hours of dawn. Even in her brief moments of sleep, her dreams had been plagued by vivid, unsettling scenes that she desperately wished to forget but couldn't seem to shake from her consciousness. The girls' dormitory was wrapped in an almost ghostly silence with the usual morning chatter and rustling of her roommates notably absent. The beds belonging to Lavender and Parvati were empty, their covers already neatly made. With tremendous effort, as if fighting against an impediment Jinx, Hermione forced herself to sit upright. Her trembling fingers found the thick velvet curtains of her 4-poster bed, drawing them back with a soft swish to reveal what she had fondly come to think of as her book wall. Unlike the blunt regularity of the boys' dormitory, which Harry had once described to her as practically monastic in its grim simplicity, the girls' living space reflected the unique personalities of its inhabitants. While Hermione maintained the traditional Hogwarts-issued bedding in its original deep crimson and gold, Lavender and Parvati had transformed their spaces into vibrant colors. Lavender's bed curtains sparkled with delicate lights and hanging crystals that caught the morning sun, while Parvati's space was decorated with intricate Indian fabrics and moving photographs of her family. Hermione's corner, in contrast, spoke about her academic nature. Towering stacks of books created a fortress around her bed, some wobbling so unsteadily that only magic could be keeping them upright. If she had her way, Hermione would have gladly remained hidden in this peaceful bubble until the first task of the Triwizard Tournament began. The quiet privacy of her dormitory offered a natural preserve from the chaos that surely awaited her below, but she knew with crushing certainty that such an escape was impossible. The rational part of her mind, always dominant despite her emotional turmoil, reminded her that hiding would only make things worse in the long run. With resigned determination, she slipped her feet into her worn slippers and padded across the cool stone floor to the dormitory bathroom. The mirror, its frame decorated with carved vines that seemed to shift and grow in the early morning light, reflected back an image that made her wince. Dark circles shadowed her eyes like bruises, due to her sleepless night. Her usually untamable hair had outdone itself, resembling something closer to a bird's nest than actual human hair. Her cotton nightgown, typically pristine despite her restless sleeping habits, had come undone at the top, the first button having worked itself free during the night. The collar hung awry, leaving one shoulder exposed, giving her the appearance of someone who had just emerged from a particularly vigorous duel. Drawing upon years of experience managing her unruly hair, Hermione knew that a thorough washing would be the quickest route to achieving some semblance of presentability. The thought of facing her housemates looking anything like this was unthinkable. She refused to give them any additional ammunition for their inevitable whispers and stares. Leaning against the stone wall for support to prevent herself from falling due to lack of sleep, Hermione began the arduous task of unbuttoning her nightgown. Her movements were very slow and clumsy, as if this could reasonably buy her more time to stay in the room. Hiss! When she undid the third button, the nightgown slid down her skin on its own, and the November air rushed to meet her exposed flesh with an almost predatory eagerness. The cold was shocking, drawing a sharp intake of breath through her teeth and causing a ripple of goosebumps to race across her arms and torso. The mirror captured the involuntary shiver that passed through her body. In an instinctive response to the chill, Hermione wrapped her arms around herself, her hands moving rapidly up and down her arms in an attempt to generate warmth. The practical part of her mind urged her to hurry into the shower's waiting warmth, but something made her pause at the edge of the mirror's view. Almost against her will, she stepped back into full view of her reflection, straightening her posture despite the chill. For a moment, Hermione observed her reflection with an analytical eye that was usually reserved for complex arithmancy problems. The thought that crossed her mind, an assessment of her body that was surprisingly positive, caught her completely off guard. The sudden self-awareness sent a flush of color racing across her cheeks that had nothing to do with the room's temperature, and she practically dived into the waiting shower stand, eager to escape from her own unexpected vanity. Under the chute of hot water, surrounded by billowing steam that transformed the bathroom into something similar to a potions classroom, Hermione tried to rationalize her moment of self-observation. After all, she thought defensively, Parvati and Lavender have been comparing since second year. There's nothing inappropriate about being aware of one's own physical development. The steam seemed to absorb her silent justifications, offering neither judgment nor forgiveness. Today being Sunday, students could wear their own clothes instead of wizard robes. She chose a pair of jeans and a light blue sweatshirt that seemed to soften her appearance, making her look more like the teenage girl she was rather than the unwilling champion she had become. Standing before the mirror once more, she conducted a thorough inspection of her appearance, noting with relief that aside from the stubborn dark circles beneath her eyes which no amount of cold water had managed to diminish, she looked remarkably normal, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Her book bag hung loosely at her side, unusually light without its normal burden of textbooks and scrolls. The emptiness should have bothered her. Hermione Granger was never without reading material, but today, she barely noticed. She stood frozen behind the dormitory door, her hand resting on the handle, gathering her courage like a shield around her. The minutes ticked by as she rehearsed possible responses to the worst scenarios she might face, until finally, with a deep breath that seemed to fill her entire being, she pushed the door open and stepped out to face whatever awaited her. The descent down the spiral staircase to the Gryffindor common room felt like walking to her own execution. Each step brought her closer to the murmur of voices below, each turn revealing more of the familiar circular room that suddenly seemed as intimidating as the Forbidden Forest. The moment she emerged into view, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Classmates who had already returned from breakfast greeted her with an enthusiasm that somehow felt forced and uncomfortable. Their eyes seemed to hold a mixture of curiosity, concern, and in some cases, barely concealed skepticism. Colin Creevey, the enthusiastic third year who was usually Harry's personal paparazzi, practically bounced across the room toward her. His ever-present camera was swinging wildly around his neck. This unprecedented attention made Hermione understand, with startling clarity, why Harry always seemed so uncomfortable with Colin's persistent photography. This boy's eager face and ready camera made her want to retreat back up the stairs. "I'm sorry, Colin," she managed, trying to inject warmth into her voice despite her discomfort, "but I'm running rather late for breakfast, and then I need to get to the library." The words tumbled out in a rush as she deftly maneuvered between Colin and his equally enthusiastic brother Dennis, making a beeline for the portrait hole with the precision of someone who had spent years dodging unwanted attention in the library. The fat lady's portrait had barely swung open when Hermione collided with Harry, who appeared to be returning from some early morning errand. His presence was both a surprise and an immediate comfort, though she tried not to let the latter show too obviously on her face. "You're up." Harry's voice carried genuine surprise, and he shifted awkwardly before presenting her with a stack of bread carefully wrapped in napkins. "I went up to the Oloi to send a letter to Sirius, then waited for you in the Great Hall. When you didn't show up, I thought you might be hungry, so I brought you some." "Oh, thank you." Hermione's gratitude was genuine, touched by his thoughtfulness. "Are you heading to the library?" Harry asked again, and after getting Hermione's affirmative response, Harry mumbled wait and rushed into the common room. Harry's question about her destination seemed casual enough, but when he disappeared into the common room only to return moments later, slightly out of breath and clutching his book bag, his true intentions became transparent. "I'm going to." The last time they had gone to the library together was probably last year when they were trying to help Hagrid find some favorable legal materials for Buckbeak's hearing. So, Harry could understand why Hermione looked surprised. "To find some information related to Professor Sinistra's essay," Harry said awkwardly, turning his gaze away. "You should be focusing on preparing for your own tournament task. There's no need for you to worry about homework right now, especially not mine or Ron's." Hermione pressed her lips together and smiled. "No one's going to attack me in broad daylight inside the castle," she continued, trying to inject lightness into her voice. Though I suppose I should brace myself for plenty of unpleasant comments. Oh, you worked it out then. Harry's surprise was quickly replaced by sheepish recognition that trying to hide his motivations from Hermione had been futile from the start. She hadn't earned her reputation as the brightest witch of their age by being dull-witted. Given how well she knew him, it would have been odd if she hadn't seen through his intentions. As they began their descent from Gryffindor Tower, Hermione forced herself to ask the question that had been burning in her mind. What about Ron? She tried to make her voice sound casual, indifferent even, but the slight tremor in her words gave her up. Harry's response came with an undercurrent of frustration. Still in the Great Hall eating breakfast, he explained, his tone carrying a note of complaint. I tried to get him to come along, told him that whoever put your name in the goblet might try something else, but he just said there were plenty of people fighting over the chance to protect you, so there wasn't any point in worrying about it. Harry grumbled. The words hit Hermione, and she felt her face freeze into an expression of careful neutrality. She didn't know whether to be touched by Harry's obvious but determined action or hurt by Ron's pettiness. That's not the same thing at all. She managed to say as her voice tightened with conflicting emotions. The journey to the library wasn't pleasant. Before leaving the dormitory, Hermione knew that even though Professor McGonagall had told everyone that the school had determined based on certain deductions that she hadn't put her name in the goblet herself, she couldn't expect understanding from everyone. So, she thought she had mentally prepared herself for others' strange looks. But the actual situation was worse than she had imagined. Along the way, the Hufflepuff students they encountered made no effort to hide their looks of disgust at her. They didn't care how her name had ended up in the Goblet of Fire, the indisputable fact was that she had stolen the glory that should have belonged solely to Cedric, should have belonged solely to Hufflepuff. The Slytherins, predictably, treated the whole situation as some sort of cosmic joke. Their sneers and knowing looks suggested they were already taking bets on how quickly she would fail, or worse, meet some gruesome end in the tournament. Perhaps most disappointing was the reaction from Ravenclaw House. Hermione had hoped that those who prided themselves on their intelligence and rationality would show more understanding, but she was sadly mistaken. As she and Harry passed through a particularly crowded corridor, the whispered conversations of a group of Ravenclaw girls reached their ears with crystal clarity. Who knows what's really going on, maybe this is just a cover story they made up to hide the scandal. Harry angrily rushed forward to argue with them, but Hermione held him back, walking on without a word. The library, usually her sanctuary, offered little relief from the morning's trials. Madame Pants stood at her desk, her hawkish facial features arranged in a familiar scowl as she watched a group of young witches who were failing miserably at being subtle about their attention to Victor Krum. Whether it was the book in front of him or the harassing glances, Krum looked gloomy and slightly unhappy. He shook his head absently, then noticed two of the Hogwarts students he was more familiar with appearing in the library. Krum's demeanor shifted notably when he spotted Hermione and Harry entering the library. He rose from his chair with surprising grace for someone of his build, clearly intending to approach them. It's you, Hermione, he began, his accent mangling her name in what would have been an endearing way under different circumstances. However, to his surprise, just before he could take more than a step in their direction, Harry suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself between him and Hermione, and stared at him with vigilant eyes. Don't come closer. Harry's hand rested on his pocket, making a motion as if ready to draw his wand at any moment, speaking in a threatening tone. 0528 Friendship. The tension in the library was palpable as Harry's unexpectedly aggressive reaction sent ripples of shock through the hushed atmosphere. The sudden change in his demeanor caught everyone off guard, including Victor Krum, who was also genuinely surprised. Even the always stern Madame Pants, her thin lips typically pursed in disapproval, momentarily forgot her customary irritation at the cluster of giggling witches who had been trailing Krum throughout the library. She had only permitted their presence despite their incessant whispering and dreamy sighs out of diplomatic courtesy to their distinguished Durmstrang guest. But what was Harry Potter doing? Krum's thick eyebrows, which had just begun to relax, furrowed once again as he looked at the boy before him, who was half a head shorter, with confusion in his gaze. He knew this green-eyed boy was Harry Potter, someone who was, in some ways, even more famous than himself. They had met face-to-face twice before, first at the Quidditch World Cup, and then just yesterday during when Harry and his two friends had shown them around Hogwarts grounds. During both meetings, Harry Potter had been nothing but friendly, and especially his red-headed friend Krum remembered had been particularly enthusiastic, barely containing his fanboy excitement. But what was happening now? Harry wouldn't let him approach them closely and seemed ready to attack. Though Krum had to admit, Harry's stance and expression were quite intimidating, he appeared to have had some training. Oh, please don't do this, Harry. Hermione finally came to her senses and called out anxiously. Her brown eyes darted anxiously between her friend and the international Quidditch star, her fingers nervously twisting a strand of her bushy hair. She was probably the only one who understood why Harry was reacting so extremely. He likely viewed all unfamiliar people as potential threats towards her. The warmth of being protected spread through her chest, but it was immediately tempered by practical concern. Any conflict with Durmstrang's champion could have serious diplomatic consequences, not to mention the potential impact on the tournament itself. Her mind raced through possible solutions as she watched Harry's tense posture, his hand hovering near where she knew his wand was concealed. "Let's talk outside," Hermione said decisively, grasping Harry's sleeve and pulling him towards the library entrance. She opened her mouth to offer an explanation to Krum, but Madame Pance's withering glare made her shiver and reconsider. Instead, she leaned closer to Krum and whispered her explanations, careful to keep her voice below the library's strict noise threshold. The trio made their way out of the library, passing through its wooden doors into the castle. The library entrance, bustling with students moving between classes, was too public for their needed conversation. Almost instinctively, Hermione guided them toward a familiar corridor, the same one where Professor Watson had previously assisted the house elf in birth. As they walked, she noticed Krum's dark eyes taking in every detail of their surroundings, studying the row of sealed classrooms with genuine interest. A sudden movement over their head caught their attention. A spider, its body roughly the size of a baby's clenched fist, scurried across a web that stretched between ancient stone arches. Hermione unconsciously brushed her thick hair away from her face, her cheeks coloring slightly as she felt compelled to explain, "We don't use all these classrooms for regular lessons anymore. Some of these spaces haven't been used in centuries, so they're not exactly maintained to the usual Hogwarts standards." Harry grimaced. This wasn't another formal tour like yesterday's. There was no need to provide Krum with such detailed explanations of every corner of the castle. "I think it is." Interesting. Surprisingly, Krum showed no concern about the poor conditions, nor did he dwell on Harry's earlier aggressive reaction. He enthusiastically stared at a broken-armed statue at the corridor's end and said, "Durmstrang's castle is not so grand as Hogwarts, only 4 floors high. And it is not so comfortable or interesting like here." As Krum spoke, Harry began to realize something that shifted his perception of him completely. Victor Krum, as an international Quidditch star, didn't carry himself with the expected arrogance of a celebrity athlete. His usual quietness, Harry now understood, likely stemmed from self-consciousness about his imperfect English rather than any sense of superiority. Even now, as he attempted to describe Durmstrang, his speech was sprinkled with occasional phrases of Bulgarian that neither Harry nor Hermione could decipher. His thick accent was also struggling with certain English words. The conversation took an unexpected turn when Krum, looking somewhat sheepish, asked, "Could you perhaps help me get an autograph?" The request hung in the air, notable for its novelty. Usually, it was Krum being mobbed by admirers seeking his signature. Just yesterday, during their tour of the grounds with the visiting students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, Harry had witnessed countless Hogwarts girls practically tripping over themselves to get Krum's autograph. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, surprise giving way to understanding as they processed the request. "Whose autograph are you hoping to get?" Hermione asked carefully, though she suspected she already knew the answer. "Mr. Watson," Krum admitted, his expression unusually weak. "I don't know many people here, and I'm not certain if Mr. Watson would consider it." He trailed off, searching for the right word. "Presumptuous." Harry supplied helpfully, watching as relief crossed Krum's facial features at being provided the exact term he'd been struggling to find. To Harry's growing surprise, he found Krum remarkably easy to talk to, nothing like the stern, unapproachable figure he'd imagined. Most importantly, there wasn't a hint of hostility toward Hermione despite their status as competing champions. His congratulations to her seemed genuine, and his tone was also far more sincere and comfortable than Ron's had been during last night's interaction. Curiosity prompted Harry to ask why Krum hadn't sought help from Malfoy after all. During the past 2 evening feasts, Krum had been seated beside the Slytherin, and both Harry and Ron had observed Malfoy's constant attempts to curry favor with him. Krum's response, though partially lost in his thick accent and mumbled delivery, seemed to suggest he didn't find Malfoy very reliable. This assessment immediately elevated Krum further in Harry's estimation, and he felt a twinge of guilt about his earlier hostile behavior. "All right, I'll see what I can do about that autograph," Harry offered, his words serving as both acceptance and apology. The tension from earlier had completely dissipated, replaced by an unexpected sense of friendship. As they made their way back through the corridors, Krum explained the reason behind his presence in the library to Hermione. "I've been doing research to prepare for the first task." At the mention of the tournament task, Hermione's expression grew anxious. She clearly wanted to inquire about the direction of his research, but caught herself before speaking. The tournament rules were explicit about champions relying solely on their own abilities, and asking about another champion's preparation methods would undoubtedly constitute cheating. "Prepare." Harry's confusion was evident in his voice. From what Hermione had shared, Barty Crouch had provided the champions with nothing more than vague instructions to prepare mentally for the challenges, without any concrete information about their nature. "But the Ministry hasn't revealed anything, have they? What could you possibly find in books?" Unlike Hermione, Harry had no such scruples about rules and asked directly. Krum, displaying unexpected generosity, also shared his reasoning. "Yes, they've revealed nothing specific, but there are always clues. He raised his thick eyebrows meaningfully, glancing at Hermione's profile as she pretended not to be intensely interested. A hint of pride crept into his expression, momentarily transforming him from the intimidating celebrity to an eager student trying to show off. Even though the tasks are kept secret, they usually fall into certain categories. By looking at records of past Triwizard tournaments, you can usually guess the kinds of challenges the champions might face. Oh! The revelation lit up Hermione's eyes instantly. The approach was so obvious that she felt slightly embarrassed for not thinking of it herself. If she hadn't been so preoccupied with the irregular circumstances of her championship and Ron's concerns, it should probably have been her first course of action. I'm not very familiar with the layout of Hogwarts Library. Krum continued in his usual clipped tone, I haven't been able to locate these historical records, and your librarian she doesn't seem to like people asking questions. I can help with that. I know this library like the back of my hand. Hermione's enthusiasm was infectious, her earlier reservations about rule-breaking apparently forgotten. Harry, standing like a bodyguard, could only shrug resignedly upon hearing Hermione's eager offer. He had already predicted that their afternoon plans would likely revolve around the library's dusty shelves. His prediction was indeed absolutely correct. With remarkable efficiency, Hermione gathered every tome that could possibly contain information about the Triwizard Tournament, creating what appeared to be a small fortress of books around their table. The three of them spent hours poring over the texts, breaking only when Harry made quick dashes to the Great Hall to fetch food during lunch and dinner times. During one of these food runs, Harry encountered Ron in the Great Hall. When he extended an invitation for Ron to join them in their research efforts with Hermione and Krum, Ron's response was evasive, mumbling something about prearranged plans to play gobstones with Seamus that afternoon. The response both annoyed and puzzled Harry. He could sense that since the previous evening, Ron seemed to be deliberately avoiding Hermione, though he couldn't quite understand why. However, this concerning observation was quickly pushed aside by more immediate concerns. Helping Hermione uncover any possible hints about the tournament's challenges was the first priority. This is absolutely insane. Hermione's exclamation came only after Madame Pans had practically shooed them from the library, her repeated insistence finally forcing them to leave. Both she and Harry emerged clutching stacks of parchment covered in notes about historical Triwizard Tournament conditions, their findings spanning centuries. Krum had left earlier, explaining that Professor Karkaroff had strict rules about students remaining in the castle after hours. They actually made champions face dementors, werewolves, inferi, basilisks. Hermione's voice rose with increasing dismay as they crossed the corridor bridge. She suddenly halted, turning to face the black lake that stretched out below them, its surface shimmering like polished obsidian in the evening light. Her expression was a mix of horror and indignation as she cried out, "But this is all completely illegal." Hermione had spent countless hours trying to calculate and prepare herself mentally for the inevitable backlash she would face after becoming the unexpected Triwizard champion, but as the harsh reality of the new week unfolded and classes resumed their normal schedule, she discovered that the situation had spiraled far beyond her worst predictions. Her initial assumption that she alone would bear the brunt of the hostility proved painfully naive. The entire Gryffindor house had become entangled in this increasingly complex web of tension and animosity. The confrontation she dreaded most was with the Hufflepuffs, whose sense of betrayal ran particularly deep. But as fate would have it, their very first class that crisp Monday morning was herbology, shared with the very house that felt most wronged by recent events. The greenhouse's usually pleasant atmosphere was transformed into something almost tangible in its awkwardness. The normally combined class had fractured into two distinct camps. The Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs now stood rigid and separate, refusing to even acknowledge each other's existence. The breaking point came when Justin Finch-Fletchley, his face twisted in poorly concealed malice, deliberately lost control of his bouncing bulb, sending it bowling directly into Hermione's nose. The resulting explosion of laughter from the Hufflepuff section echoed off the greenhouse glass, making the sound seem even more mocking than intended. Professor Sprout's subsequent reprimand of Finch-Fletchley was notably half-hearted, delivered in such a lukewarm tone that it might as well have been a commendation of his behavior. Even more telling was how the usually fair-minded professor seemed to develop a sudden reluctance to call upon either Neville or Hermione during class discussions, despite their historically excellent participation. Tuesday brought care of magical creatures with the Slytherins, and while Hagrid's imposing presence kept outright hostility at bay, the undercurrent of antagonism was impossible to miss. The Slytherin girls, led by Pansy Parkinson, formed tight clusters throughout the lesson, pointing and whispering. Each time Draco leaned in to whisper something in Pansy's ear, her shrill laughter would pierce the air like a knife, her eyes never leaving Hermione's place. The ripple effects of this controversy extended far beyond Hogwarts, with both visiting schools making their displeasure known through increasingly dramatic gestures. The students of Beaux Batons, led by their stunningly beautiful group of girls, had expressed their displeasure by boycotting the Great Hall entirely. After classes, they would hurry across the grounds like scattered birds, disappearing to their powder blue carriage as if the very air of Hogwarts had become toxic. Fred had discovered through his kitchen connections that the Beauxbatons students had arranged for house elves to deliver their meals directly to their carriage, effectively creating their own private dining room away from the supposed treachery of Hogwarts. The Durmstrang students were equally protective of their champion, Victor Krum. Whenever Krum appeared in the Great Hall, he was surrounded by a phalanx of his fellow students, their dark expressions and rigid postures making it clear they expected trouble. Just as Harry's protective instincts had kicked in regarding Hermione's safety within the castle, Karkaroff's paranoia about potential plots against Victor had reached new heights. If they're so bloody terrified, why don't they just pack up their things and go home? Harry burst out angrily on Wednesday morning, his voice carrying more than intended across the breakfast table as he gestured angrily toward the conspicuously empty Ravenclaw table where the Beauxbatons students usually sat. "Please, Harry," Hermione interjected, fighting to keep her voice steady and reasonable despite her own inner turmoil. "Their concerns aren't entirely unreasonable. After all, whoever placed my name in the Goblet of Fire hasn't been found. If their true intention was to bring shame upon Hogwarts, attacking their champions would be the best way." Harry's forehead creased in that familiar way it did when he wanted to argue but couldn't find the logical grounds to do so. His shoulders slumped in reluctant acknowledgement of Hermione's point, the fight seeming to drain out of him. Across the table, Ron glanced up briefly, but upon catching Hermione's observant gaze, he quickly returned his attention to his barely touched breakfast. The tense moment was broken by the familiar sound of beating wings as the morning mail arrived. Hundreds of owls plunged from the enchanted ceiling in a graceful aerial ballet. A single envelope drifted down like an autumn leaf, landing precisely in front of Harry, immediately lifting his dejected expression. "It's from Sirius!" Harry exclaimed, his entire demeanor brightening as he recognized the handwriting. He tore into the envelope with barely contained excitement, his eyes racing across the parchment. "Sirius wants to discuss the champion situation with us in person." Both Hermione and Ron leaned forward with interest as Harry laid the letter flat on the table, continuing his explanation with growing enthusiasm. "He says he can't put everything in writing. He wants to meet face to face. It must be urgent because he's asking us to come to Hogsmeade this Saturday. He'll be waiting for us at the Three Broomsticks." "But this isn't an official Hogsmeade weekend, is it?" Hermione pointed out, her practical nature asserting itself even as she carefully examined Sirius's letter, her eyes scanning each word as if searching for hidden meanings. Harry's face lit up with a mischievous gleam. "Surely Professor Watson hasn't managed to seal all the secret passages to Hogsmeade, has he?" His voice carried a note of barely contained excitement. The prospect of seeing his godfather had injected new life into him. Since the term's beginning, their contact had been limited to brief letters. The fact that Sirius suggested meeting them in Hogsmeade on a non-designated weekend seemed to carry an implicit approval of their occasional rule-bending, something that clearly delighted Harry. The arrival of Sirius's letter had provided Harry with something he desperately needed, a sense of purpose and direction. The dark cloud that had been hovering over him for days seemed to lift, replaced by an almost palpable anticipation for the upcoming meeting. Hermione couldn't quite match Harry's optimism. While she doubted Sirius could offer any immediate solutions to their current predicament, she recognized that at this point, even the smallest gesture of support felt like a precious gift. She was particularly touched by Sirius's involvement, knowing full well how demanding his new position as an Auror at the Ministry had become, and she was very grateful that he was willing to make a special trip for this matter. Sirius's supportive intervention had an almost magical effect on both Harry and Hermione's spirits throughout the day. Even the sideways glances and whispered comments from other houses during their classes seemed to lose some of their sting, as if Sirius's invisible presence served as a protective shield around them. The afternoon brought a temporary separation as Hermione's schedule diverged from theirs. While she headed off to her additional classes, Harry and Ron made their way down to the Great Hall together, though the familiar journey felt somehow different, laden with unspoken tension. Before dinner could properly begin, Harry excused himself for his daily training session on the grounds, a routine he had maintained with admirable discipline despite recent events. When Harry returned half an hour later, accompanied by an equally exhausted Hermione, both of them glistening with sweat from their training, Ron's absence from the Great Hall was immediately noticeable. The empty space where he usually sat seemed to draw Harry's attention like a missing tooth. "Have you noticed something's not quite right with Ron lately?" Harry asked, his voice low and concerned as he dabbed at his forehead with a napkin, loosening his collar to cool off. Hermione's hand froze mid-motion as she was wiping her own face, her body language suddenly tense. Deliberately avoiding Harry's searching gaze, she attempted to maintain a casual tone that wasn't quite casual. "What exactly do you mean?" Harry fell silent, clearly struggling to explain the subtle changes he'd observed in Ron's behavior. His time had been overwhelmingly occupied with Hermione's champion situation, but even through that fog of concern, he'd noticed something was amiss. His brow furrowed deeply as he mentally reviewed Ron's recent behavior in the dormitory and during classes, trying to pin down exactly what felt wrong. "He seems different," Harry finally managed, choosing his words carefully. "Like something's eating at him. He barely talks anymore, at least not like he used to." Hermione's response was to quickly shovel food into her mouth, hoping her obvious avoidance technique might discourage Harry's line of questioning. But Harry's steady gaze remained fixed on her, making it clear he wasn't going to let this go without some kind of answer. "He's probably just worried about everything too," Hermione said vaguely, seizing her glass of pumpkin juice and taking an unnecessarily long drink, ignoring Harry who seemed unsatisfied with her response. The evening's routine continued as dinner concluded, but neither Harry nor Hermione made their way back to the Gryffindor common room, knowing they still had Professor Watson's class to attend. The practical consideration of avoiding unnecessary trips up and down the castle's numerous staircases kept them in the Great Hall, where they were joined by Neville and several girls from the Quidditch team, all of them rushing to complete last-minute homework assignments before class. As the Great Hall gradually emptied, this small group of Gryffindors gathered their belongings and hurried upstairs together, their footsteps echoing through the corridors as they made their way to the physical education classroom. The route was familiar by now, but tonight something was different. Even from a considerable distance, they could hear the sound of laughter floating down the corridor, not the usual kind of pre-class chatter, but something weirdly different, with Malfoy's distinctive drawl clearly audible among the voices. Harry's expression darkened immediately, his good mood from Sirius's letter instantly vanishing. His instinctive glance toward Hermione confirmed that she had reached the same conclusion he had: whatever awaited them in that classroom wasn't going to be pleasant. The moment the Gryffindors crossed the threshold, the laughter ceased as if cut off by a knife, replaced by a heavy silence that seemed to press against their ears. The Slytherins stood in their usual clusters, but their expressions held something new, a collective look of malicious anticipation that made Harry's stomach turn. Pansy Parkinson, her pug-like face twisted into an expression of cruel delight, stepped forward from the group. "Hey!" she called out, her voice dripping with false sweetness as she deliberately thrust her chest forward, drawing attention to something pinned there. "What do you think of this, Granger?" Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line, while Harry's face drained of color as he finally saw what was displayed on the badges the Slytherins wore so proudly. In that moment, something inside him snapped. He stepped forward, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that carried more menace than any shout could have managed. "Take that stupid thing off, Parkinson, or I swear you'll regret it." 0529 tenths. Pansy Parkinson stood at the front of a sea of Slytherin students, each proudly displaying identical silver and green badges that gleamed in the castle's torchlight. Flanking her like personal guards, Draco and the hulking figure of Millicent Bulstrode stood with identical sneers plastered across their faces. The badges, meticulously crafted to cause maximum humiliation, had an intricately designed beaver pattern that seemed innocent enough at first glance. However, when Pansy's fingers pressed against the cold metal surface, the badge underwent a transformation that sent ripples of cruel laughter through the Slytherin crowd. The beaver's head began to sprout long, flowing brown hair that fell down in an unmistakable resemblance to Hermione's signature bushy locks. The facial features twisted and morphed with magical precision until they formed an exaggerated caricature of Hermione's face, though the transformation deliberately left the beaver's buck teeth and fat body intact. Like a choreographed performance of cruelty, every Slytherin student simultaneously activated their badges, creating a sea of beaver-bodied creatures bearing Hermione's distorted face. The corridor became a carnival of mockery, with Harry finding himself surrounded by these animated badges of ridicule. The response from the other houses only amplified the humiliation. The Hufflepuffs, typically known for their fairness and loyalty, betrayed those virtues as waves of laughter erupted from their groups. Even Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch Fletchley, who had previously been on good terms with Harry and stood firmly by his side during various ordeals, now joined in the chorus of mockery. The Slytherins, encouraged by this unexpected support, doubled over with unrestrained laughter that bordered on maniacal, their laughter echoing off the stone walls with a haunting resonance. The Ravenclaw girls maintained their reputation for aloofness, standing like silent statues observing the unfolding drama with detachment. Yet within this sea of cruelty, there were small islands of decency. Cho Chang, whose opinion meant more to Harry than he cared to admit, distanced herself from the spectacle. She seemed to find the behavior inappropriate and was looking at Harry with concern. Luna, in her characteristic fashion, seemed to exist in a different reality altogether, her dreamy gaze was fixed upon the domed ceiling as if searching for invisible creatures only she could perceive. Additionally, Cedric, also as a champion, looked embarrassed and uncomfortable, unsure whether he should intervene and stop the Slytherins and his house's behavior. A storm of emotions raged within Harry: disbelief, fury, and a crushing sense of betrayal swirled together into a toxic mixture that was about to explode. These despicable Slytherin snakes hadn't caused any trouble during Hagrid's class, yet they dared to collectively mock Hermione during Professor Watson's physical education class. Didn't they understand the consequences of angering Professor Watson? But the situation demanded immediate action. Harry couldn't stand by and watch Hermione's dignity being trampled underfoot. His voice, dense with barely contained rage, cut through the raucous laughter like a sword through silk. "Take that stupid thing off, Parkinson, or I swear you'll regret it." "Don't, Harry." Before Harry's threat could fully resound through the corridor, Hermione unexpectedly and swiftly intervened. She thrust her arm out in front of him, and despite facing the cruel mockery displayed on those badges, her voice remained calm and steady. It's not worth it. I know they'll always find ways to prove their own shallowness and stupidity. What's the matter, Granger? Pansy Parkinson's response dripped with calculated malice as she thrust her chest forward. Her pug-like features contorted into an expression of false concern that made her underlying cruelty all the more apparent. She cooed with exaggerated sweetness. Surely someone as brilliant as you can most certainly appreciate our creative support? Don't you just adore how we've captured your most distinctive features? These charming beaver teeth could be quite useful, you know, perhaps they'll serve as an extra shield when you're facing whatever dangers await in the tournament. The sheer viciousness of the taunt achieved what the badges alone could not. Hermione's carefully maintained composure cracked slightly, her fingers curling into tight fists as tears began to gather in her eyes, catching the light like tiny crystals. The sight of this pushed Harry dangerously close to his breaking point. Only the fact that Parkinson was a girl prevented him from transforming his swelling fury into physical action. His fingers itched to introduce his fist to her ugly smug face, an urge he struggled mightily to suppress. When Harry spoke again, his voice had transformed into something barely recognizable, low, dangerous, and trembling with barely contained rage. I'll say this one last time. He paused, the weight of his anger making each word slow and heavy. If they had directed their cruelty at him, perhaps he could have weathered it better. Years at Hogwarts had hardened him to Slytherin's particular brand of malice. But watching Hermione endure such calculated humiliation sparked something far darker within him. Take off that ridiculous badge. Draco chose this moment to step forward, his facial features were arranged in an expression of practiced amusement. His movement was deliberately casual, yet suggested he had been waiting for precisely this moment. And what if we don't feel like it, Potter? His lips curved into that familiar slight disdainful smile. What do you plan to do about it? The air crackled with tension as Harry's wand appeared in his hand with lightning speed, but he wasn't alone in his reaction. Behind him, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, moved in perfect synchronization, their wands emerging as if choreographed. Angelina and Ginny followed suit, creating a wall of raised wands all targeting the Slytherin students. The Hufflepuff students collectively inhaled sharply, their earlier amusement evaporating in the face of potential violence. Rather than intervene, however, they began backing away with practiced efficiency, clearing what they clearly expected to become a battlefield. Their movement created a semicircle of empty space, like an arena prepared for a foreseeable clash. Seeing this, Malfoy, Parkinson, and their group didn't appear irritated by the provocation. Instead of backing down, Malfoy's group appeared almost pleased by the escalation. Millicent Bulstrode went so far as to remove her badge and place it atop her head with exaggerated gestures, positioning it like a crown where it would be even more visible to the enraged Gryffindors. Don't! Hermione's shriek pierced through the tension. She burst forward from the group with surprising speed, positioning herself between the two hostile parties with her arms spread wide, her back to the Slytherins. Put your wands down, Harry. Don't do anything. Not until they remove those badges that insult you. Harry's green eyes flashed with fire as he glared at Malfoy. Don't fall for it, Harry, and all of you, can't you see? This is a trap. Hermione's words tumbled out with urgency, her chest heaving with the effort of her emotional plea. They're waiting for you to use your wands. Her breathing became more rapid as she continued. Professor Watson told us that students in physical education class are absolutely forbidden from using wands during conflicts in the castle. Otherwise, he'll give extremely severe punishment to anyone involved in the conflict. Trust me, it won't be just detention or losing points, he might even expel you from this class. Hermione's words crashed over the Gryffindors like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing their heated emotions with cold reality. They all remembered, Professor Watson had indeed said that. Harry, still trembling with barely contained fury, caught a fleeting look of disappointment on Malfoy's face, seemingly confirming Hermione's theory. The calculated nature of the Slytherin's trap became embarrassingly clear. They had orchestrated this entire confrontation knowing exactly how it would escalate, counting on the Gryffindors' notorious tendency to act first and think later. The price of being excluded from Professor Watson's class was far more than anyone could bear. Harry's jaw clenched so tight he could hear his teeth grinding, the realization of just how expertly Malfoy and his cronies had manipulated the situation making his blood boil even hotter. What's wrong, Potter? Draco's voice carried the silky smoothness of someone who knew they held the upper hand. His pale eyes glittered with malice, and seeing their carefully planned scheme about to fail, Draco, harboring frustration, continued to mock sarcastically, starting to like our creativity, are you? Pansy Parkinson, eager to twist the knife deeper, seized the moment with predatory instinct. She stepped forward with exaggerated elegance, pulling out a velvet bag that jingled musically with the sound of more badges within. I have plenty more here. Would you like one? While Hermione continued her desperate campaign to convince her housemates to lower their wands, Cedric finally seemed unable to watch any longer. He pushed through the crowd and said to the Slytherins with furrowed brows, "This isn't necessary, is it? We're all part of Hogwarts, and we're all in this class together. Professor Watson certainly wouldn't want to see us fighting among ourselves. But we're supporting you, Diggory. Malfoy's response came with a smile that bore an unsettling resemblance to Igor Karkaroff's calculating expressions. The comparison became even more distinct as he smoothly relieved Pansy of her velvet bag. With the grace like that of a practiced politician, he glided past Cedric toward the gathered Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students, shaking the bag enticingly. Anyone wants to show more support for Diggory. Truthfully, no one was foolish enough to miss that Malfoy and his Slytherins had specifically targeted Granger and Potter, using Cedric's name as a convenient shield for their malice. Yet this transparent manipulation didn't prevent several Hufflepuff students from showing interest in the badges. Their eagerness spoke volumes about the underlying tensions between the houses, especially since they'd heard that Hogwarts' victory would be determined by the combined scores of Cedric and Granger in the competition. The thought that she might drag down Hogwarts' overall standing had clearly taken root among the Hufflepuffs, providing room for Malfoy's conspiracies. Ferret face. The voice of either Fred or George Weasley cut through the tension from behind Harry. The sound of sleeves being roughly pushed up followed, a clear indicator that wands weren't the only means of settling scores. The twins' readiness to resort to physical confrontation reminded Harry that magical dueling wasn't the only way to teach Malfoy a lesson, especially given his tendency to provoke conflict at every opportunity. Just as Harry and the twins were rolling up their sleeves, preparing to rush forward and teach Malfoy a proper lesson, but before anyone could act on these rising tensions, the situation took an unexpected turn that would leave all present speechless. A sharp, resounding metallic clang shattered the atmosphere, its echo bouncing off the stone walls with startling clarity. Clang. The sound caused Harry to turn his head around, seeking its source, but before he could complete the motion, a dark blur accompanied by a menacing metallic gleam streaked past him with an audible whoosh. His eyes struggled to track the movement, barely registering a figure charging toward Malfoy with surprising speed, wielding something that caught the light. Time seemed to compress into a single moment as the figure covered the distance to Malfoy in what felt like the blink of an eye. When everyone realized who it was, their collective shock manifested in dropped jaws and widened eyes. Standing before them was perhaps the last person anyone would have expected to take such dramatic action, Neville, wielding one of the ceremonial swords on the suits of armor lining the classroom walls. "Hand over those badges this instant, Malfoy." Neville's voice, usually timid and uncertain, now carried a fierce roar that matched the blade trembling few feet from Malfoy's suddenly pale forehead. "Or we'll find out if your father's influence extends to protecting you from cold steel." His face had flushed a deep crimson, and his words emerged through clenched teeth in a tone that no one had ever heard from him before. The alteration was so unexpected, that it left even the Slytherins momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, just outside the classroom door, Brian, who had witnessed this scene, raised an eyebrow. 0530 Next stage. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, conflicts between young wizards were as common as floating candles in the Great Hall. In these halls, where teenage emotions ran as wild as pixies in Cornish gardens, it wasn't unusual to witness students drawing their wands in heated moments. The impulsive nature of teenage years, combined with the potent mix of magical ability and house rivalries, often led to confrontations that sparked and crackled with tension. When multiple students were embroiled in disputes and there wasn't time for the formal drawing of wands, even throwing punches wasn't considered particularly shocking, though it was certainly frowned upon by the Slytherins and their more proper pureblood families. However, in their 4 eventful years at Hogwarts, neither Harry nor Hermione had ever witnessed anything quite as extraordinary as seeing Neville, the usually timid fella who could barely handle a wand without causing catastrophe, wielding a gleaming sword and pointing it directly at another student's forehead. Even the mocking Slytherins were struck dumb by Neville's display of courage, or perhaps madness. They stood there staring blankly at the panting, red-eyed Longbottom, collectively frozen in astonishment. The silence that fell over the room was brief, and it lasted only moments before an explosion of laughter shattered it like broken glass. "What in Merlin's name do you think you're doing, Longbottom?" Pansy Parkinson's shrill voice cut through the air as she doubled over. Her pug-like features contorted with cruel humor as she gasped between fits of laughter. "You actually think you can defeat Draco with some ancient piece of rusty metal? Oh, look at yourself, you look more ridiculous than a troll in dress robes." The Slytherin students, normally quick to rally around their unofficial prince, Draco Malfoy, were too consumed by their own hysteria to even consider coming to his defense. Tears of laughter streamed down their faces, some clutching their sides as though their ribs might crack from the force of their laughter. The Gryffindors, usually quick to jump to the defense of one of their own, maintained an eerie silence. Only Hermione's voice, tinged with sadness, broke through the noise, her words carrying deep concern. "Please don't do this, Neville," she called out, her voice trembling with emotion. "He's not worth it." Among all those present in the tension-filled classroom, it was perhaps Draco who best understood the true seriousness of the situation unfolding before him. While Longbottom's stance might have appeared comical to his housemates, there was something in those red-rimmed eyes that made Draco uncertain. The cold glint of the blade, combined with the abnormal fury radiating from the usually timid Longbottom, made Draco purse his pale lips, his normally confident expression wavering with growing uncertainty. What exactly is going on here? The scene came to an abrupt halt as Brian's voice cut through the chaos. The young wizards had been so fixated by Longbottom's dramatic display that no one had noticed Professor Watson standing at the doorway for a while. The moment his voice reached their ears, the atmosphere in the room transformed instantly. The Slytherin students, looking suddenly nervous, hastily tapped their badges, their movements almost hilariously synchronized. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students, who had been watching from the sidelines with varying degrees of interest, sobered immediately, their expressions becoming carefully neutral. Neville, his moment of unprecedented bravery apparently punctured, lowered the sword with trembling hands, his face flushing an even deeper shade of red. Harry's group, seizing the opportunity presented by the professor's arrival, turned eagerly to Brian. Their voices overlapped in accusations about Slytherin's latest misdeeds. "We didn't do anything wrong." Draco's voice rose above the noise, his tone dripping with carefully crafted innocence. He managed to sound simultaneously offended and just as he shouted, "We were just showing our support for Granger in our own unique way." "You're talking absolute nonsense, Malfoy!" Harry exploded, his green eyes flashing with anger behind his glasses. He pointed an accusatory finger at the badge on Malfoy's chest, suddenly realizing something that made his blood boil even hotter. Not only was Malfoy not attempting to hide the badge, but he was actually puffing out his chest proudly, as if inviting Professor Watson to take a closer look. This unusual behavior set off warning bells in Harry's mind, and narrowing his eyes, he noticed that the Slytherin's badges had undergone yet another transformation. Now they looked like completely innocent badges. Their badges were displaying a proper normal photo of Hermione, surrounded by glittering text that read, "Hermione Granger, Hogwarts true champion." "Professor Watson, it wasn't like this just moments ago." Harry stood speechless for a heartbeat before finding his voice again, his words tumbling out in a rush of frustration. The other Gryffindor students crowded around Professor Watson like moths to a flame. Their voices overlapped as they vividly described the badge's 3 malicious transformations, painting a picture of the Slytherin's cruel mockery with their words. Brian's eyes flicked toward Draco's carefully constructed mask of innocence, and he couldn't help but mentally recognize the boy's growing wit. Draco's skill at crafting intricate traps for others had clearly reached new heights. He had managed to create a situation where any accusation against him would seem like petty house rivalry to an outsider. Of course, as a professor at Hogwarts, Brian knew he had to maintain both his authority and the appearance of impartiality, even when faced with such obvious manipulation. Under the eager and expectant observation of Harry and his fellow Gryffindors, Brian expressionlessly moved through the classroom. As he passed by Longbottom, who was still gripping the sword with white-knuckled hands, he took a moment to examine the usually timid boy's stance. Something in what he saw caused a small smile to appear across his face. "Not bad, quite convincing," he commented, his voice carrying a tinge of genuine appreciation that most of the students missed entirely. Draco, misinterpreting Brian's words as mockery, burst out with a sharp laugh. However, his amusement died a swift death when Brian's sharp gaze settled on him. Draco immediately straightened his posture, his spine stiffening as though hit with a petrification charm, as he sensed an unusual and unsettling pressure emanating from the professor. The air in the classroom seemed to thicken as Brian made a simple gesture with his finger. Whoosh! The bag in Draco's hand suddenly flew across the space between them, sailing through the air with absolute accuracy into Brian's waiting grasp. Brian took out a badge from the bag, placing it in his palm as though it were a particularly interesting specimen in herbology class. He examined it with careful attention, turning it this way and that in the flickering torchlight before speaking in a cold voice that could have frozen the Black Lake. "Who is responsible for creating this?" Draco lowered his head, his facial features showing the internal struggle as clearly as the words on a parchment. His eyes were now filled with uncertainty as he weighed the consequences of truth versus deception. However, before he could reach a decision, a small, pale hand rose from among the cluster of green robes. "It was me, Professor Watson." The voice belonged to Astoria Greengrass, the youngest member among the gathered Slytherin group. Despite her youth, she still tried to maintain her composure under Professor Watson's sharp gaze. "The transfiguration work is quite impressive," Brian said with a slight nod that sent ripples of disbelief through the watching Gryffindors. They stared at their professor's back as though he had suddenly started speaking Mermish, unable to process that he seemed to be complimenting such malicious behavior. However, before Draco could show even a flicker of triumph across his face, Professor Watson's next words deflated any budding celebration like a punctured balloon. "I remember instructing all of you to support and believe in all school champions without reservation. Even if you can't manage that basic level of school unity, you should, at the very least, refrain from actively hindering them." His words fell into the silence like stones into a still pond. "I want to be perfectly clear: if I see anyone wearing these items within the castle walls again, I will ensure that whatever challenges await our champions in the first task, you will face them as well." The threat, delivered with such casual certainty, sent visible shivers through the gathered students. However, the tension was briefly broken by an unexpected voice. "What exactly are the champions going to face in the first task, Professor?" The Weasley twins were good at seizing opportunities, and George immediately raised his hand to ask. Oh. Brian turned around, his face expressionless but eyes twinkling. If I were to tell you, would you be able to keep it a secret? George's excitement momentarily wavered as he considered the question, but it quickly resurged as he exclaimed with enthusiasm, I swear on my honor as a Weasley, Professor, I'll keep it secret. Not just George, but every student in the classroom was excited, temporarily forgetting the earlier conflicts, and eagerly watched Professor Watson, hoping to learn some classified information in advance. I made the very same oath, Mr. Weasley. Brian's cheerful laughter echoed through the room, triggering a wave of disappointed sighs that seemed to deflate the entire class. Very well, the time for jokes has passed. Brian clapped his hands, gathering all the students before him. Looking at their faces flushed red in the firelight, he calmly said. Over these past 2 months, you have all practiced protective spells crucial in wizard duels, and from my observations, the majority of you have met or exceeded the basic requirements. His words were interrupted by a metallic protest from the corner of the room. Clang, clang. The suit of armor lined against the classroom wall seemed to voice its disapproval at the students. Ah, yes. Brian tapped his forehead in a gesture of sudden memory. Mr. Longbottom, please return the sword to its place. It is not yours. Amid a fresh wave of snickers and barely suppressed giggles, Neville, his face now resembling a ripe tomato, hurried back to the suit of armor. His nervousness was obvious as he struggled multiple times to return the sword to its scabbard, each failed attempt adding to his embarrassment. In his flustered state, he managed to catch his robe on the armor's gauntlet, creating a noticeable tear. The snickers grew louder, but when he finally managed to rejoin his fellow Gryffindors, Hermione quietly raised her wand and repaired his robe. As I was saying, Brian continued, drawing attention back to himself, we need to implement some adjustments to our curriculum moving forward. Starting next week, Friday morning's final period will be dedicated to practicing dodging exercises against dung bombs and reinforcing and reviewing the magical techniques you've already mastered. Wednesday's class, however, will take on a new focus: practical combat training. Practical combat. The words burst from Hannah's lips before she could stop them. When she noticed Professor Watson's attention turning to her, her cheeks turned red and she stumbled over her next words. I mean, practical combat, but who would be my partner? Professor Watson's announcement sent a surge of excitement through the classroom. The majority of students, rather than showing fear, showed varying degrees of eagerness. Those who had been participating in the physical education classes carried themselves with a barely contained sense of superiority. They all more or less wanted to prove they were much better than others, but since Professor Watson strictly prohibited them from using wands when fighting against others, they could only enjoy others' envious glances when demonstrating their newly mastered spells. They had been waiting for a chance to actually duel with others to know just how powerful they were. Before I address that particular question, Brian's serious tone cut through the excited murmuring. There is an important matter we must address. You will need to form teams, but not based on houses. Instead, you will create small groups of 3 members each. These teams can include members from different houses. His eyes swept across the room, taking in the mixture of surprised and thoughtful expressions. I emphasize that these groups will not be temporary arrangements. They will remain constant throughout our upcoming lessons and potentially elsewhere, in situations where you might face real challenges together. Therefore, I strongly urge you to choose your teammates with careful consideration of both their abilities and your compatibility with them. 0531 Lessons. Brian's gaze swept across the small cluster of Ravenclaw students. After several thoughtful moments, during which he seemed to be weighing his words carefully, he cleared his throat and spoke again. I should clarify something important. While I initially mentioned 3 people per group, we can be flexible on that point. 4 members would work equally well for what we're planning. No one moved. The young wizards and witches hesitated, their eyes darting between their classmates as they processed this new information. The careful, almost cautionary note in Professor Watson's voice hadn't gone unnoticed, and it made them all the more hesitant to make any rushed decisions. Among them, Parvati Patil's face fell noticeably as she watched her twin sister Padma, who seemed unwilling to push the issue of forming a group together. In the midst of this hesitation, Harry immediately stood with Hermione. They would undoubtedly form a team together. However, their group still lacked one person. If Ron were here, they would be perfect. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat dejected. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, showed none of their classmates' hesitation. With their characteristic enthusiasm and mischievous grins, they quickly pulled Lee Jordan into their group, and after doing so, they eagerly watched Professor Watson, waiting for his further instructions. Across the room, a different kind of drama was unfolding among the Slytherin students. Draco turned hesitantly, immediately catching Pansy's eager, almost desperate gaze fixed upon him. Her hopeful expression made him uncomfortable, and he deliberately chose not to recognize it immediately. At this moment, he somewhat missed Crabbe and Goyle, though these two were among the first to drop out of physical education, and even if he had them in his group, they might just be a burden. The political dynamics of Slytherin House was playing out in silent exchanges. Zabinai and Not tactically avoided making eye contact with Draco, while Daphne Greengrass and Millicent Bulstrode had already formed their group. Draco's frustration with this was shown in a resigned grumble. Very well, he drawled, his voice carrying a note of barely concealed irritation as he finally turned towards Pansy. We can work together, Pansy, but I'm warning you now if you repeat your performance from last year's defense against the dark arts class. He left the threat hanging, but Pansy's response came quick and emotionally keen. Oh, I swear I won't! She exclaimed, her voice dense with promise before quickly shifting to a more practical concern. But Draco, who should we choose as our third member? With Crabbe and Goyle not here. I was just considering our options. Draco said impatiently. Despite the theoretical possibility of choosing teammates from other houses, his pride and family traditions needed to select from within Slytherin. His gaze swept across the classroom, observing his whispering classmates before finally settling on Astoria Greengrass. His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered this choice. Astoria was the youngest member of the Slytherin group in this class, and no one would choose someone who might appear vulnerable when facing unknown challenges. However, Draco hadn't forgotten how quickly and skillfully she had produced those badges meant to humiliate Granger, badges that had unexpectedly earned Professor Watson's praise. Additionally, the Greengrass and Malfoy families had been friends for generations, and his father had also instructed him to look after the Greengrass sisters. Astoria, he called out, his tone brooking no argument, you'll be joining our team. Draco gave the order, dismissing Pansy's immediate sounds of protest and disbelief with cold indifference. As the next 10 minutes stretched, the remaining students gradually sorted themselves into groups. After some discussion, Harry and Hermione finally decided to include Ginny, who had been hopefully watching them for a while. However, as the situation became clear, their attention was soon drawn to a lonely figure, Neville, standing alone and isolated from the others. This sight was both unexpected yet understandable. Neville's struggles with practical magic had become increasingly apparent since they began practicing spells in the PE class. His performance in charms and transfiguration also remained consistently poor, and even Professor Watson's innovative teaching methods hadn't managed to break through whatever barrier held Neville back from reaching his possible potential. The weight of being a burden to others had clearly settled heavily on Neville's shoulders. He stood alone, his head bowed in resignation and embarrassment. When Hermione noticed this sight, it was too much for her, and she called out without hesitation, "Neville, come join us. We're still short of one person." The invitation caught Neville completely off guard. He looked up at Hermione with wide, disbelieving eyes that shimmered with barely contained tears. He had thought he was destined to be alone. His voice, when he found it, was dense with emotion and self-doubt. "But I'll only hold you all back. Don't be ridiculous, Neville." Harry interrupted firmly, taking the initiative to physically guide Neville into their group. His smile was genuine and encouraging as he added, "That sword move you pulled off earlier was brilliant. Though honestly, you should have aimed it right at Malfoy's neck." The joke succeeded in making an uncertain smile on Neville's face, lifting some of the weight from his shoulders. With their team finally complete, Harry turned his attention back to Professor Watson, eager to begin. However, his enthusiasm suffered an immediate blow when he noticed Cedric had managed to convince Cho Chang to join his team. Harry's excited expression froze instantly, replaced by a sinking feeling in his stomach that felt like his internal organs were being twisted into knots. "This is embarrassing," Harry thought bitterly, shooting resentful glances at Cedric while trying to maintain his composure. As I mentioned before, Professor Watson's gentle voice cut through the chatter, drawing everyone's attention. His smile was warm but carried a hint of seriousness as he addressed the gathered students. "It's crucial that you develop complete trust in your teammates. You need to believe, without doubt, that they can protect you even when your life hangs in the balance." A hushed silence fell over the young wizards and witches. They couldn't quite understand what Professor Watson meant, but they sensed the special meaning in his tone. "Now then," Brian clapped his hands again, "everyone should return to their positions. We'll be conducting our combat training within my spiritual world. After all," he added with a touch of humor, "if I were to send a group of injured young wizards to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey would either commit suicide or kill me first and then commit suicide." The tension broke as laughter rippled through the group. Even Hermione, who had been dwelling on her concerns about the tournament's dangerous tasks, found herself briefly distracted by the joke. The transition into the familiar pure white expanse of the spiritual world came with its usual momentary disorientation. As the brief dizziness passed, the young wizards quickly gathered with their respective teams, anticipation building for whatever challenges lay ahead. "We'll need one team to demonstrate for the others," Brian announced as he walked slowly to face the assembled students, his smile encouraging but somehow mysterious. "Any volunteers?" Experience had taught the students to be wary of Professor Watson's seemingly innocent requests, and most held back. However, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan, their enthusiasm undiminished, raised their hands high without hesitation. "Excellent," Brian nodded, his smile widening slightly. "Step forward, please." You will be facing me as your opponent. The announcement came as no real surprise to anyone present. The students had suspected as much when they entered the spiritual world, knowing that no small group of young wizards, no matter how talented, could truly pose a challenge to Professor Watson. Yet the rare opportunity to test themselves against one of the most powerful wizard in the wizarding world had Fred and George practically bouncing with excitement. Time to settle that old score, brother. Fred whispered eagerly. Absolutely. Let's show him how much stronger we've become. George replied, both of them referring to their memorable encounter with Professor Watson in the Great Hall, where he had thoroughly humbled them in front of everyone. Before we begin, Brian's voice remained gentle, though his smile now carried a hint of warning. I need to make something clear. While dueling typically carries risks of injury or death, and while actual death isn't possible within my spiritual world, I believe in maintaining authenticity in our duel practice. Therefore, you will experience a degree of pain feedback from any injuries you sustain. I suggest you prepare yourselves mentally for this reality. The anticipation was charged as the young wizards formed a tight circle around Professor Watson, their faces showing a mix of excitement and nervousness. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan, practically bouncing on their toes with barely contained enthusiasm, positioned themselves at the forefront, eager to participate in the duel immediately. However, Professor Watson continued his careful explanation, his voice carrying clearly through the expectant silence. In the interest of fairness, I'll be constraining my magical abilities to a reasonable level and won't use any magic beyond what you might plausibly encounter. However, his eyes gleamed with a hint of something that made several students shift uncomfortably. I will also be removing certain restrictive parameters. For example, while apparition is forbidden within Hogwarts boundaries, I'll be using it freely during our duel. So, you need to be mentally prepared. Harry's tongue clicked against his teeth as vivid memories flooded his mind, recollections of his summer experience with Professor Watson's apparition. His stomach churned slightly at the memory of that distinctly uncomfortable sensation of being compressed through what felt like an impossibly narrow rubber tube. Both Hermione and Cedric maintained unwavering focus on Professor Watson, their eyes tracking his every movement within the circle. For them, this demonstration held particular significance. Both were at a crucial juncture, desperately seeking any knowledge or insight that might help them overcome the formidable challenges that lay ahead in the tournament. After a brief period of clarification for those unfamiliar with apparition, during which the concept of instantaneous magical transportation was explained in detail, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. The prospect of witnessing such advanced magics only increased the excitement surrounding the impending duel. Observing the three still giggling students before him, Brian pressed his lips together, his patience evident but tinged with resignation. I must emphasize, he said, his voice carrying a weight that should have given them a wake-up call, that you need to prepare yourselves mentally. This will not be a friendly demonstration or practice session. This will be a true duel, and once we begin, I will not show the same consideration you're accustomed to. What happens may well exceed your current expectations. Bring it on, Professor! Fred exclaimed with a confident grin that spoke of youth's eternal optimism. We're more than ready for whatever you've got. Very well, Brian sighed resignedly. He knew well that no amount of verbal warning could match the harsh lesson reality was about to deliver. After instructing the spectating students to maintain a safe distance, maintain absolute silence, and not interfere with the duel, he calmly announced, you may begin. To Brian's mild surprise, the twins' team didn't launch an immediate assault as might have been expected. Instead, the three young wizards lined up shoulder to shoulder, wands raised in classic dueling positions as they sized up their opponent with what they clearly thought was tactical consideration. Where do you reckon we should start? Lee Jordan's eager voice carried to George, his wand twirling between fingers. Let me think. George rolled his neck with theatrical casualness, completely unfazed by Professor Watson's expressionless face. Which spell would give us the best show? The gathered crowd expected the duel to conclude swiftly, even with Professor Watson's self-imposed limitations. However, not a single soul could have predicted the shocking manner in which it would unfold. Crack! The sharp sound of apparition split the air like a thunderclap, causing the three young wizards to flinch. In that instant, Professor Watson, who had been standing several dozen feet before them, simply vanished into thin air. The sudden disappearance left them momentarily confused, their confident expressions faltering. But before their minds could process this development, a chilling whistle of incoming magic from behind made their hair stand on end. Their months of rigorous training hadn't been entirely in vain. In that fraction of a second, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan recognized the imminent attack from behind. They attempted evasive maneuvers, but that crucial moment of initial hesitation had already cost them their best chance at avoiding the incoming spell. Whoosh! Fred and Lee Jordan threw themselves forward in desperate dives. Their fortune held only in that Professor Watson's initial assault wasn't aimed at them, instead, it targeted George with lethal precision. A piercing scream of agony ripped through the silence of Brian's spiritual space. Fred and Lee Jordan, having completed their forward rolls, turned back to witness a sight that would haunt their nightmares for years to come. A massive stone spike, nearly 2 feet in length, had brutally impaled George's thigh, pinning him to the ground like a butterfly in a collection. George thrashed in absolute agony, his blood painting dreadful crimson streaks across the pure white ground. In that instant, all the watching students felt as though they'd been doused with Arctic water in the depths of winter. Bone-chilling terror seized them all, sending violent tremors through their bodies. Many opened their mouths to scream, but terror had wrapped iron fingers around their throats, strangling any sound before it could escape. "What in Merlin's name are you doing?" Fred's furious roar shattered the horrified silence. He and Lee unconsciously moved to rush to George's aid, whose face had gone chalk white from pain. George might have fainted if the pain hadn't been significantly weakened, but Professor Watson raised his wand again. A grey beam erupted from its tip, transforming an air into a viciously sharp crescent that spun toward Fred and Lee with lethal intent. Bang! Raw survival instinct forced both Fred and Lee to dodge, but their lack of coordination made it disastrous. Standing together, they chose to dodge in opposite directions, one diving left while the other went right. As a result, their heads collided violently. The impact was so severe that neither of them even had time to cry out before they lost consciousness. Their bodies flickered like faulty television screens before vanishing completely from Professor Watson's spiritual world, leaving behind only the echoing silence of their defeat. Brian's lips curled into a cold smile. With a casual wave of his hand, he displaced the stone spike from George's leg, and the last remaining member of the trio followed his teammates into oblivion. "These three have died by my hand." Brian's words fell like lead weights into the silence as he turned in a slow circle, his cold gaze boring into each terrified student in turn. Not one dared to meet his eyes, their heads bowing in instinctive submission. "I trust," he continued, his voice as sharp as a blade, "that none of you still have the delusion that dueling is simply an entertaining skill to boast about over butterbeers." Professor Watson's classes had never been known for their ease. Every student who had persevered to this point had endured significant hardships, pushing through physical and magical challenges that had wrecked many of their peers. After surviving those initial trials, most had developed a certain pride in their resilience, especially with the recent changes to physical education in the new academic year. But tonight, watching their classmates fall so easily, thoughts of abandoning the course resurfaced again. Real dueling wasn't about spectacular displays, it was about genuine brutality. And they have learned it the harsh way. Though George's body had vanished with the others, perhaps to make an example, Professor Watson had deliberately left the pool of blood staining the pure white ground, a sight that pierced everyone's eyes. When facing danger, when locked in a life-or-death struggle, pain becomes the least of your concerns. Professor Watson's voice seemed to rise from the depths of some frozen hell, each word carrying enough chill to freeze the marrow in their bones. You will face the possibility of watching your loved ones and friends fall at any moment. You will face despair. You will face death. Don't expect miracles to happen in such situations. Professor Watson's voice thundered, each word like hardened steel. Caution, courage, determination to survive, teamwork, and well-honed skills, these are the only things that can help you defeat your enemies and win a chance at survival. The oppressive silence was suddenly broken by a stifled sob. Though his mind was swimming in a fog of shock, Harry's head turned automatically toward the sound. It was Cho Chang. Her hand was pressed desperately against her mouth as tears of terror traced silent paths down her cheeks. Harry opened his mouth but closed it again after seeing that even Cedric, who stood right next to Cho, remained silent. No one had the luxury of giving up. They had to see it through to the end. Hermione finally raised her head, staring blankly at Professor Watson. Never in all their time at Hogwarts had she found him so utterly terrifying as she did in this moment. While this method of teaching clearly violated numerous school regulations, possibly even magical laws, Hermione couldn't bring herself to voice any objection. She understood with crystal clarity that Professor Watson was teaching them something beyond just spells and techniques. He was preparing them for the brutal reality to survive future dangers. Caution, courage, determination to survive, teamwork, skills. As Hermione silently repeated Professor Watson's key points, she felt something shift within her heart. A strange new strength began welling up from deep inside her, and the paralyzing fear of the Triwizard Tournament's challenges ahead seemed to rapidly disappear. Brian observed the gathered students intently, his spiritual space allowing him to sense the subtle changes in their projected consciousnesses. He noted Hermione's transformation with particular interest, and stopped before her, but his expression still remained cold. Tonight, every team must face their trial. Now, Hermione Granger, Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, step forward. Your moment has arrived. 0532 Talents. Under ordinary circumstances, Draco would have been practically vibrating with malicious delight at the prospect of watching Potter suffer. Similarly, the Hufflepuffs, still basking in Cedric's selection as champion, would have cast schadenfreude-laden glances at Hermione Granger, the know-it-all who shared their house's moment of glory. However, the shocking brutality of Professor Watson's demonstration, the sight of George's leg being viciously impaled, the crimson pool of blood still staining the white ground surface, had effectively stripped away such petty thoughts. The memory of that ferocity, combined with the knowledge that any of them could be next, had a sobering effect on even the most spiteful among them. The circle of young wizards instinctively widened further, their robes rustling against the ground as they shambled backward. None wanted to risk being splattered with blood if Potter or his teammates meet a fate similar to George's. Hermione, Harry, Ginny, and Neville stepped forward, their faces drained of all color. They stood beneath Professor Watson's penetrating gaze, a gaze that seemed to pierce through flesh and bone to examine their very souls. Try as they might, they couldn't fully understand the murderous intent lurking behind those blank eyes. Even Hermione and Harry, usually so confident in their abilities, harbored no illusions about performing brilliantly in this trial. Before being summoned by Professor Watson, Hermione had felt a surge of determination, a familiar confidence in her intellectual abilities. But now, standing before him in this makeshift battleground, she found her usually razor-sharp mind failing her spectacularly. She desperately searched through her mental catalogue of spells and defensive techniques, frantically trying to recall every lesson from his course, only to realize with growing horror how little would their training help for this level of combat. What should we do? Harry's whispered question came through gritted teeth, his voice tight with barely controlled fear. His fingers gripped his wand so tightly his knuckles had turned white, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead beneath his black hair. Hermione's throat constricted, unable to form a response. Into this moment of paralyzing uncertainty, Professor Watson's soft voice sliced through the air like a silk-wrapped blade. Well, are you ready? Streams of sweat poured down Neville's temples, his round face flushed with anxiety as he clutched his wand in a tight grip. In a display that might have been comical under different circumstances, his nervousness had led him to grasp the wand's handle with both hands, wielding it like some medieval sword. The sight would have normally drawn snickers from their classmates, but no one dared to laugh now. Hermione, Harry, and Ginny maintained their rigid silence, their jaws clenched so tightly it seemed their teeth might crack, their eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Professor Watson's hands, their muscles were coiled and ready to dodge at the slightest twitch of his movement. Brian surveyed the four small figures standing before him in their rigid line, and released a slight sigh. His expression held a mixture of disappointment and something almost like pity. What's this? He questioned, his voice carrying a note of weary resignation. Have you learned nothing from witnessing the fate of your predecessors? What? Hermione's eyes widened with confusion, her mind struggling to process his meaning. But Harry, standing beside her, suddenly burst out with desperate inspiration, his voice cracking slightly. Wait, Professor. We need time to prepare properly. 2 minutes, that's all you get. Brian's lips curved into a slight smile as he deliberately placed his hands behind his back and turned away in their opposite direction, apparently giving them privacy to discuss their strategy. Listen carefully. Harry urgently gathered his teammates into a tight huddle. Under the watchful eyes of the other surrounding students, his face had taken on an almost ghostly paleness, and his breathing had become rapid and shallow. Standing there like statues, the way the last group did, the way we just did, that's suicide. We saw what happened to George. His voice trembled slightly at the memory of George's agonized screams. Then what should we do? Neville asked, swallowing hard, his voice trembled with barely contained panic. Harry's brow furrowed in concentration as he casted furtive glances at Professor Watson's back. His mind raced with fragments of strange ideas and strategic possibilities, much like those moments of pure instinct he experienced during his first Quidditch practices. The familiar sensation of adrenaline-fueled clarity began to sharpen his thoughts. We can't possibly match Professor Watson in raw power or skill, even with his self-imposed limitations. That means we're forced into a defensive position. Harry's eyes suddenly blazed with inspiration as he looked at each of his friends in turn. Professor Watson can apparate at will, appear from literally any direction without warning. We need to be prepared for attacks from every angle, every moment. Harry's gaze locked onto Hermione's, conveying the urgency of his plan. You and I will face Professor Watson directly, while Ginny and Neville maintain constant vigilance of our rear flank. The strategy, though simple, carried proper logic that none could deny. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville nodded in agreement, their faces showing the first glimmers of hope since being called forward. Usually, Hermione was the one who came up with strategies for their group, but now Harry had naturally taken on that role and made arrangements. Remember what Professor Watson taught us about attack rhythm, Harry continued, his mind racing through remembered lessons. We can't all cast simultaneously, it would waste our magical energy and leave us vulnerable. When I launch my attack, Professor Watson will certainly dodge. That's when you, Hermione, must be ready to strike at his most likely evasion point. This level of coordination would require the accurate teamwork that Professor Watson had mentioned earlier. While Hermione and Ginny's eyes showed understanding and determination, Neville's gaze flickered with uncertainty, not from failing to grasp the strategy, but from deep-seated doubts about his magical capabilities. Natural talent, Harry realized, could never fully compensate for dedicated training and experience. He had racked his brain to provide what basic tactical guidance he could, but the harsh reality was that they would have to learn the rest through the pot of actual combat. The allocated 2 minutes seemed to pass in an instant. Professor Watson turned back around, and when he saw the 4 students positioned in a square formation, Harry and Hermione watching him tensely while Neville and Ginny faced the opposite direction, his eyes flashed with approval, though his lips quickly curved into a sarcastic sneer. Prepared to begin? Yes, Professor. Harry's voice came unnaturally high-pitched, showing his tension. The watching students collectively took another step back, while Draco observed Harry's tactical arrangement on the field with a gloomy look through his eyes. Though the strategy was obvious as it could be seen through at a glance, he hadn't thought of it himself. It seemed that, just like in Quidditch, Potter's dueling talent was exceptional. Whoosh! Professor Watson launched his attack with frightening suddenness. This time, he sacrificed the psychological advantage of apparition. Instead, after narrowing eyes, he raised his hand and conjured a familiar dark shadow, the same type of stone spike that had so brutally impaled George's thigh earlier. The nonverbal spell, combined with his fluid movement, made Professor Watson's casting speed terrifying. The absence of an incantation eliminated any warning, any chance to anticipate the specific nature of the attack. In a heartbeat, the stone spike whistled through the air like a deadly arrow, its trajectory aimed with precision at Hermione's exposed shoulder blade. Their months of rigorous training proved their worth in that crucial moment. Hermione's eyes tracked the terribly fast projectile, and in that crucial fraction of a second between choosing to dodge or defend, her mind made the tactical decision. Rather than attempting to dodge, she raised her wand arm in a practiced motion, her voice ringing out clear and strong as she cast a shield charm. The magical barrier materialized just in time, intercepting the deadly spike while it was still 20 feet from its target. Bang! The collision of offensive and defensive magic produced a thunderous sound that echoed across the training ground. The violent surge of magical energy sent Hermione staggering backward, her vision blurring momentarily from the intense magical feedback. Yet through the disorientation, a slight smile of triumph appeared on her face as the scattered stone fragments proved she had successfully blocked Professor Watson's attack. A wave of hope swept through the watching students. Granger's successful defense proved they weren't entirely helpless against their professor's attack. However, what happened next made them realize what it meant to be overwhelmed with overwhelming force. Whoosh! 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 Professor Watson deftly flicked his wrist, and the scattered stone fragments hanging in the air underwent a terrifying transformation. They multiplied and elongated, becoming numerous razor-sharp stone needles that suddenly reversed direction mid-flight. With a sound like angry wasps, they all rushed towards Potter's position. The attack was masterfully executed, covering every possible escape route with a deadly web of projectiles. Harry had no choice but to stand his ground and defend. In that critical moment, Harry's shield charm erupted before him, creating a barrier against the storm of stone needles. But Professor Watson hadn't committed the amateur's mistake of remaining still. Having successfully forced Harry into a defensive position, he vanished from sight with that same magic as before. Neville and Ginny heard the movements behind them, but they did not dare to turn around. They remembered Harry's instructions, and strictly followed it and defended the rear. Neville, in particular, fought against every instinct, screaming at him to turn around, and forced himself to stare ahead with wide eyes. Suddenly, a cold face appeared right in front of him, almost touching his body. Ah! Neville's terror-filled scream pierced the air as he desperately tried to take his wand out, but Professor Watson's movements were very fast. In one fluid motion, he seized Neville's wand while simultaneously conjuring thick ropes that wrapped around the Neville's body like constricting serpents, sending him crashing to the ground. Ginny's reaction speed was impressive. Upon realizing Neville was under attack, she casted her spell almost instantly, with a torrent of bats pouring from her wand tip. However, Professor Watson had anticipated this response perfectly. He remained in front of Neville for barely half a heartbeat before dodging sideways, allowing the bat bogey hex to pass harmlessly by. Taking advantage of the brief moment of post-casting rigidity that followed Ginny's spell, he struck like a cobra, his hand closing around her throat from the side. The pressure on her neck caused Ginny's eyes to roll back in their sockets, her body began to tremble as she fought for air. By this point, Harry and Hermione had finally shaken off their defensive stances and spun around, abandoning their forward defense at the sound of Neville's agonized cry. The sight that greeted them froze the blood in their veins. Stop! Harry's voice cracked with desperate fury as he witnessed Ginny's suffering, but Professor Watson maintained his grip. Instead of showing mercy, he raised his wand directly at Ginny's terrified eyes while giving them a cruel, cold smile. Drop your wands, now! Brian commanded coldly as he deliberately tightened his grip on Ginny's throat. Seeing Ginny twitching like a fish that was suffocating after being out of water, Harry and Hermione trembled and dropped their wands almost without thinking. But surrendering their defense meant death rather than salvation. Two swift red beams shot out like cold lightning, causing Harry and Hermione to roll their eyes and collapse helplessly to the ground. By this point, less than 10 seconds had passed since Professor Watson's initial attack. 0533 duels. Whoosh, whoosh. The echoes of spells reverberated through Professor Watson's spiritual space as two brilliant flashes of red light, stunning spells streaked through the air like crimson lightning. With merciless efficiency, Neville and Ginny crumpled and vanished from the ground, following Harry and Hermione's fate. The way Professor Watson had dealt with Ginny was particularly shocking to the onlooking students. He had executed the stunning spell with his wand pressed so close to her face that several students gasped audibly. This cold, almost cruel action left everyone terrified. Professor Watson's overwhelming magical prowess needed no elaborate demonstration or explanation, and few at Hogwarts dared to challenge his authority. But the young wizards had never witnessed such a frightening side of him. Now they realized that compared to Professor Watson, the cold and stern expressions of Professors Snape and McGonagall in class seemed almost gentle. No one was questioning anymore whether it was appropriate and legal for a professor to treat young wizards this way. They were all worried about their own fate, trapped within Professor Watson's spiritual world with no other choice. Now, Professor Watson's voice cut through the tension like a knife. I'll give you 2 minutes to consider why that group failed. His tone carried no mockery or criticism, just cool expectation. Brian didn't immediately summon the next group but gave them a moment to collect their scattered thoughts and racing hearts. Reasons for failure. What could there possibly be to consider? Several young wizards thought to themselves, their internal voices tinged with both fear and sarcasm. Potter's group stood about as much chance against you as a flobberworm against a dragon. But no one dared voice these thoughts as Professor Watson's penetrating gaze swept over them, clearly waiting for someone brave enough to offer an answer. Finally, Millicent Bulstrode from Slytherin raised a trembling hand. Her normally imposing voice had shrunk to barely more than a whisper as she feebly, "It was Longbottom's fault. He was dead weight, didn't even manage to cast a single spell." Her voice trailed off under Professor Watson's unflinching stare. "Are there any other perspectives to consider?" Brian asked, his face expressionless, revealing nothing of his thoughts. The silence that followed was suffocating, thick with tension and unspoken fears. At last, Draco, his pale face even whiter than usual, gathered what remained of his courage. "They." Speaking through clenched teeth, he said, "They should have shown more tactical flexibility. Standing there like statues, they made themselves easy targets. They should have." His brow furrowed in concentration as he grappled with concepts he could sense but couldn't quite express. Cedric Diggory's voice rang out next, carrying some confidence. "After you attacked Granger, Potter wasted a crucial opportunity for counterattack by hesitating. Instead of seizing that moment, he waited for your second strike. Their excessive focus on defensive positioning came at the cost of reaction speed and offensive capability." As if Cedric's analysis had broken a dam, students from all houses began offering their observations, their voices growing stronger as they built upon each other's understandings. Some comments showed genuine tactical understanding, while others exposed fundamental misunderstandings of magical combat. Throughout it all, Professor Watson maintained his silence, neither confirming nor dismissing any of their interpretations. He simply listened, without changing his expression. When the discussions naturally subsided and the spiritual space grew quiet once more, Professor Watson spoke slowly. "You must learn to think independently," he emphasized, his voice low but carrying to every corner of the spiritual space. "You are not just machines following predetermined patterns. Each of you possesses unique thoughts, instincts, and fighting styles that will ultimately lead you to develop your own distinctive approach to magical combat. Don't expect me to simply hand you a predetermined formula for success." The next group to face this challenge consisted of 3 Gryffindor girls, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, the legendary Gryffindor Chaser trio. To be honest, they gave Brian some pleasant surprises. Years of coordination on the Quidditch pitch had clearly fostered an exceptional understanding of tactical positioning and formation dynamics among the trio. Their teamwork also had a particularly sophisticated level of coordination. Having witnessed the disastrous failures of both the Weasley twins and Granger's groups, they had at least grasped a fundamental principle of magical dueling. Attack and defense were distinct formations requiring fluid transitions rather than rigid, stationary positions that left them vulnerable like practice targets in the training grounds. However, the gap between theoretical understanding and practical execution was their collapse. Their movements, while coordinated, lacked the split-second timing necessary for effective combat transitions, and Brian expertly exploited this weakness with devastating results. With a casual flick of his wand, he conjured a magical swamp beneath Angelina's feet, suddenly immobilizing her. The unexpected development caused Katie and Alicia to freeze momentarily, surely a fatal mistake in magical combat. Then, they both simultaneously tried to rescue Angelina, undoubtedly a terrible choice, completely failing to realize they needed to leave someone to handle Professor Watson's next attack. In truth, tactically speaking, they would have fared better abandoning Angelina to focus on countering Brian's follow-up attack. Their fate was sealed when a massive wave of purple magical flame rushed toward them, its heat intense enough to distort the air itself. 3 piercing screams echoed through the spiritual space before the Gryffindor trio vanished as one. The Hufflepuff team's turn came next, and they demonstrated the house's reputation for being slower to adapt to changing circumstances. Most of their performance was a near-carbon copy of previous groups' mistakes, with one notable exception, Cedric Diggory. He distinguished himself as the first student brave enough to seize the initiative, launching an opening attack the moment the duel began. His reducto curse, executed with impressive speed and precision, forced Brian to make his first evasive movement of the evening. Displaying remarkable tactical awareness, Cedric had already anticipated his dodge and launched a follow-up disarming charm that actually compelled Brian to actively defend himself, dispersing the spell with a wave of his wand, also a first in the evening's battles. Yet Cedric's moment of brilliance was followed by an equally dramatic failure. When Brian suddenly materialized near Cho Chang, Cedric's tactical judgment vanished instantly, replaced by raw panic. Convinced his girlfriend was going to suffer like Ginny did, he abandoned all of his strategies and threw himself on top of her, trying to shield her from harm. This foolish action left their teammate Roger Davies completely dumbfounded, and he was also exposed and tactically paralyzed. He could only watch in horror as a conjured stone spear impaled both Cedric and Cho, their bodies vanishing together, before an explosion sent Roger himself flying from the spiritual space. The Ravenclaw team of girls wasn't particularly noteworthy, performing neither impressively nor poorly, though Luna's continuously dreamy demeanor during even such an intense duel made Brian purse his lips. The young witch's extraordinary magical sensitivity was both a blessing and a curse. Draco's team was the first Slytherin group to enter the arena, and they were also the last team of the evening to surprise Brian. After watching so many teams fail, Draco had at least learned one principle: it was better to strike first. Hiss, hiss. The moment Professor Watson signaled the start of the duel, Draco unleashed his signature spell with impressive speed. Two massive black pythons, each as thick as a man's wrist and nearly 2 meters in length, erupted from his wand tip. One coiled protectively near him like a living shield, while its twin launched forward with shocking swiftness, its movements unpredictable and deadly. In the span of a heartbeat, the attacking serpent had closed the distance to Professor Watson, and launched upward with explosive force. The black python sprung from its belly like a fully compressed spring, opening its fierce mouth in midair to reveal sharp fangs, striking directly at Professor Watson's face. Such a vicious and unrestrained attack brought a slight smile to Brian's face. He raised his wand to disperse the black python into wisps of smoke, countering Draco's attack with a corrosion curse. As the blue spell light filled with deadly energy was about to hit Draco, the defensive black python he had left in front leaped up, and swallowed Professor Watson's curse whole before falling back to the ground. The python writhed in apparent agony as the corrosive energy consumed it, but it had served its purpose. In that same instant, Astoria Greengrass, the younger of the Greengrass sisters, completed her own offensive spell. Her clear voice rang out with the incantation Avis. And suddenly the air was filled with the beating of wings as a dozen conjured birds materialized. These were no ordinary birds, as their beaks gleamed with metallic sharpness. Before Professor Watson could complete his counter to Draco's attack, the birds had executed a perfect surrounding maneuver, creating a sphere of potential attack routes. The timing and execution of this combination attack would have spelled doom for most adult wizards, and even Brian's eyes showed a glimmer of genuine approval. However, expecting such tactics to overcome someone who maintained combat abilities on par with elite aurors was perhaps overly optimistic. Faced with the multi-directional threat, Brian's falling arm reversed direction with lightning speed. In less time than it takes to blink, he executed a precise magical strike that sent visible ripples through the space. Astoria's conjured birds dropped from the air like stones, crushed by an overwhelming gravitational force that none could resist. Charge! Draco's command rang out before Professor Watson had even finished dealing with the air threats. His team had already anticipated that their opening strategy wouldn't be enough to secure victory. Moving with planned coordination, they formed a perfect triangle formation and rushed forward with remarkable courage. When Brian finally turned back after finishing off the birds, he found himself being rapidly encircled by the young Slytherins. Their positioning was tactically half good enough, so Brian abandoned his initial plan to approach them via apparition. Instead, he remained still, curious to see how the students would get the most out of their advantageous position. He allowed them to complete their encirclement, watching with interest as they reached their desired attack positions. What followed was a storm of attacks. Perhaps driven by a desire to prove themselves, they launched spell after spell in a continuous barrage. Their attack rhythm, while impressive in its intensity, lacked the perfect coordination of their opening combination. Brian, more out of instructive interest than necessity, remained defensive, using minimal movement and magical barriers to defend their assaults while allowing them to exhaust their offensive options. This fierce exchange continued for nearly a minute before the inevitable happened. Astoria's face suddenly drained of color, the disarming charm she had begun to cast dissipated into harmless sparkles before it could fully form. An overwhelming wave of dizziness crashed over her, and her legs gave out beneath her, sending her crumpling to the ground. The sudden collapse of their teammate caused Draco and Pansy to hesitate in their attack, another crucial mistake. Before they could adjust their strategy, the same draining dizziness came over them as well. Both students clutched their heads as they struggled to maintain their footing, their offensive formation crumbling. As Professor Watson approached them with the first genuine smile they'd seen all evening, Draco fought against his body's overwhelming urge to flee. Instead, he forced himself to meet his professor's gaze and asked, his voice trembling with a combination of fear and exhaustion, when did you manage to poison us? Oh, I didn't poison you at all, Brian replied with a smile, you simply failed to fully consider the limitations of your own magical reserves. Maintaining such an intense offensive pressure demands an enormous expenditure of both magical power and physical energy, Mr. Malfoy. 3 pained cries echoed through the spiritual space, and then Draco's team joined their predecessors in defeat, vanishing from Brian's spiritual world. 0534 Review. The tension in the classroom was palpable as the final trio of Slytherin students leaped from their wooden benches with startled cries. Professor Watson, the source of their terror, slowly opened his eyes before them. George sat stiffly in his seat, hands clasped tightly around his physically unharmed but psychologically traumatized leg. His typically sparkling eyes were now clouded with a mix of fear and indignation, fixed upon Professor Watson with an unmistakable look of resentment. The famous Weasley twin humor seemed to have been thoroughly extinguished by the evening's brutal demonstrations. Across the classroom, Neville's shoulders were drooped with the weight of apparent failure, his chin tucked against his chest in absolute dejection. Beside him, Hermione, Harry, and Ginny worked together to give quiet words of consolation, their voices were barely above whispers as they tried to rebuild Neville's shattered confidence. Meanwhile, Draco was vigorous with excitement as he smugly narrated his fellow Slytherins with an increasingly embellished account of their duel against Professor Watson. The majority of the young wizards wore expressions of stunned disbelief mixed with deep disappointment. Professor Watson's ruthless demonstration had shattered their comfortable illusions about their own abilities. The bitter pill of reality was particularly hard to swallow. After months of dedicated training and practice, they had believed themselves to have significantly improved, yet they were still effortlessly defeated by Professor Watson, who had been restraining most of his power. This sense of disappointment was indescribable. Looking at the dejected young wizards, Brian wasn't particularly disappointed. The result was exactly as he had expected. Cheer up, Professor Watson's calm voice cut through the heavy silence. As the students' attention shifted to him, their eyes widening with renewed interest, he raised his wand to his temple. With smooth, practiced movements, he began extracting several gleaming strands of silver threads. Now, he continued, his wand moving through the air in intricate patterns that left traces of silvery light in its trail, let's review our practice session from beginning to end. The silver threads expanded and merged into a shimmering surface that resembled a mirror made of flowing water, showing a perspective from Professor Watson's own point of view throughout the duels. Fred, George, and Lee, who had been the first victims of the evening's demonstrations, leaned forward with particular interest, eager to witness how their classmates had fared after their own swift defeat. Similarly, Hermione's group and the others who followed were equally curious about the subsequent encounters. The room fell into an attentive silence as students who had been eliminated early finally got to see the full scope of the evening's trials. The fact that Professor Watson could project memories with such clarity no longer sparked amazement among the students, they had grown accustomed to his extraordinary magical capabilities. Each student focused intently on the projected memories, analyzing their own performance with critical eyes. The remaining class time was transformed into an intensive review session, and in the final minutes before the class's conclusion, they had witnessed the entire evening's duel from its beginning to its conclusion. The memory projection showed every misstep, every moment of hesitation, and every group's failed strategy in clear detail, with their shortcomings. You've all fallen into a common misconception that I must address, Brian said to the contemplative young wizards. You treated these duels with the same mindset you have in a standard classroom exercises, rather than treating them with the importance they deserve. This is a potentially fatal error. When this mindset becomes habitual, you may find yourself on a real battlefield one day, suddenly realizing there are no second chances, no opportunities to start over. By then, such a realization will come far too late. The evening's duels had revealed numerous issues beyond this fundamental mindset problem. Setting aside the individual magical capabilities of the young wizards, which varied considerably, their attempted teamwork had been, from Brian's perspective, disastrous. Even Draco's group, who had shown the most promise in teamwork, had only managed to synchronize their attack timing while they failed to achieve any meaningful synergy between their individual spells. Their attacks, while coordinated in timing, were essentially independent actions rather than truly corresponding magical combinations. However, Brian did not voice his criticism as he understood that this had been their first genuine experience with both team combat and real-world dueling conditions. Under such circumstances, their mistakes, while numerous, were not entirely inexcusable given their inexperience. They were natural stepping stones in the learning process rather than insurmountable failures. Regarding the specific reasons behind each group's defeat, I won't spell them out for you. This is something you must analyze and understand for yourselves. Each group will submit an essay examining their failures by next Wednesday, with a minimum length of 15 inches. The assignment announcement drew various reactions from the gathered students. Harry's eye twitched noticeably at the prospect of such a lengthy analysis, but his expression quickly shifted as he realized the task was assigned per group rather than individually. A sideways glance at Hermione told him what he already suspected. Knowing her academic enthusiasm and perfectionist tendencies, she would likely take it upon herself to write the entire essay without asking. The typically energetic atmosphere that followed physical education class was notably absent as students marched out of the classroom. George's continued limping was particularly conspicuous. While his leg had no physical injury, the psychological impact of the evening's events had manifested in a very real physical response, creating a psychological limp he couldn't seem to shake. Oh, right. Harry deliberately ignored Malfoy's continuing smug glances and barely concealed bragging. He understood all too well that the Slytherin's little success owed more to the advantage of going last than any superior ability. Had they faced Professor Watson first, without the benefit of learning from others' mistakes, their fate might well have been worse than George's. Just as he was about to exit the classroom, Harry muttered something under his breath and abruptly turned back. He jogged quickly to Professor Watson, who was orchestrating an impressive show of magical housekeeping as numerous chairs obediently hopped back to their places against the wall. Several minutes later, under Professor Watson's knowing and slightly amused gaze, Harry darted out of the classroom clutching a newly signed piece of parchment. "You went to Hermione's voice caught Harry by surprise as she emerged from the shadows of the corridor where she had been waiting patiently outside the classroom door. Her eyes needed only a momentary glance at the parchment in his hand to understand what was going on. He actually signed it. Professor Watson has always been approachable, hasn't he?" Harry questioned, genuine confusion coloring his tone. Yes. Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line as a visible shudder ran through her body, horror flickering across her facial features as she recalled the evening's events. But when he casted that spell on Ginny in the spiritual space just now, oh. She paused, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "Ginny will definitely have nightmares tonight." "Ginny won't be the only one having nightmares," Harry responded with deep empathy as they began their journey back to the common room, their footsteps echoing in the stone corridors. The unusual atmosphere following this particular physical education class did not go unnoticed by their fellow students. Typically, the post-class period buzzed with excitement and lively discussions, especially when Professor Watson hadn't explicitly forbidden them from sharing the class content. But tonight, an unnatural silence hung over the returning students, their passive demeanor raising eyebrows throughout the castle. "What happened?" Ron's worried voice caught them off guard as they approached the corridor leading to the fat lady's portrait. He had been anxiously waiting at the entrance, and upon spotting them, he rushed forward with obvious concern. "Weren't you all in class together? Why does George look like he's been injured, and I've never seen Ginny in such a state before? What exactly happened in there? Why is everyone so quiet?" Ron's gaze settled on Hermione initially, but upon noting the complex mixture of emotions swirling in her brown eyes, he physically recoiled as if struck by an invisible force. His attention shifted swiftly to Harry instead, seeking answers from him. "Oh, nothing," Harry said tiredly, "nothing unexpected happened, Ron. We just got taught a lesson by Professor Watson." He gestured toward the portrait hole, telling they continue this conversation in private. "Let's talk inside. Hermione and I both took a stunning spell in Professor Watson's spiritual space, but it felt so real." With those words, Harry moved past Ron toward the fat lady's portrait, with Hermione following silently in his trail. Ron remained rooted to the spot, watching their retreating backs with growing concern. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no words emerged. His face appeared particularly ghostly in the flickering firelight of the corridor's torches. Scene break. Outside the castle walls, nature painted its own dramatic scene. The setting sun casted its final rays across the Scottish Highlands, transforming the sky into a canvas of deep crimson and gold. The black lake's surface rippled with these blood-red reflections, its waters moving in gentle ripple beneath the dying light. Perched majestically on its cliff, the black silhouette of Hogwarts Castle stood in silent witness to the day's end, its ancient stones seeming to embody a profound sense of tragic heroism in their eternal vigilance. This particular scene made Fleur uncomfortable, and she deliberately turned away from the melancholic scene. Her attention drifted instead to the nearby Quidditch pitch, where she observed Hermione Granger, the young girl who, like herself, was also a champion. She was running laps around the Quidditch pitch, along with about a dozen other students. Completely pointless and utterly stupid, she thought to herself, her facial features arranging themselves into an expression of elegant disdain. This peculiar routine had caught her attention from her very first day at Hogwarts. Without fail, every evening, this determined group of Hogwarts students would circle their pitch repeatedly, maintaining this bizarre routine with religious devotion. This very concept puzzled her. What possible benefit could wizards hope to gain by exercising their bodies? The behavior struck her as so absurd that she couldn't even muster enough interest to inquire about its purpose. Within her private room in the Beauxbatons carriage, decorated with elegant sky-blue silk curtains, an enchanting aromatic fragrance permeated the air. Though these were temporary accommodations, every detail of the room's decor had been meticulously chosen and arranged with exquisite taste, creating an atmosphere of refined artistic sensibility. Fleur lounged casually on her bed wearing a flowing nightgown of finest blue silk. One shoulder strap had slipped down, leaving half her upper body exposed, but she made no move to adjust it. Rolling onto her side, she conducted a lazy survey of her room. Her gaze settled on the radio on her dressing table with a casing made from some magical creature's horn and was playing the Weird Sisters' music. Harsh and unpleasant, in Fla's opinion. Crude, completely tasteless English people, she murmured in irritation. Nothing at Hogwarts had aligned with her expectations. She had anticipated a warm welcome but instead encountered a peculiar indifference. The unexpected developments with the Triwizard Tournament had only added to her growing list of disappointments. Sister, the door to her room opened without knocking, and Gabrielle walked in, the only person allowed to enter Fla's room without permission. Oh, Gabrielle! Fleur finally adjusted her fallen shoulder strap, shifting to a more proper sitting position. Please, rid me of that dreadful radio. I simply cannot endure another moment of this awful music. I find it quite interesting. Gabrielle's response came with a playful giggle, though she still turned off the music. She had originally come to escort her sister to dinner, but couldn't resist teasing her first. The castle supervisor just had a conversation with Madame Maxime. He's requested that we take our meals in the Great Hall rather than remaining in the carriage. The castle supervisor. Fla's heart performed an unexpected flutter. Who was it? In the presence of her beloved sister, Gabrielle shed her public personality, becoming the mischievous little girl she truly was. Recognizing the barely concealed interest in her sister's voice, she deliberately withheld the answer, maintaining a knowing smile until Fleur was forced to resort to playful tickling as persuasion. Only then, between fits of giggles and breathless laughter, did she reveal. It was Mr. Watson. He explained to Madame Maxime that the Triwizard Tournament's true purpose is to foster interaction between all participating schools. He pointed out that if we and the Durmstrang students remain isolated in our own spaces, the event will lose all its meaning. Madame found his argument quite persuasive. Did he mention anything else? Fleur tried to maintain her air of casual indifference as she tossed her silvery hair, but her eager tone betrayed her. No, Gabrielle responded with apparent honesty. She waited until she observed her sister's excitement fade slightly before adding with a proud expression, but I took the initiative to tell Mr. Watson that I wanted to visit Britain's only all-wizard village, Hogsmeade, and then Mr. Watson immediately agreed.